My name is Yufan. At this moment, I am anxiously sitting in a taxi, rushing to the church. Because today, I will be officiating at a wedding of a college classmate on behalf of the priest. But yesterday, the groom dragged me to a bachelor night party. As a result, after a few drinks, I drank too much without realizing it, causing me to oversleep this morning. Fortunately, I tempted the driver by raising the fare, and the car drove towards the church at a high speed, allowing me to arrive at the last minute. Just as I took a deep breath and prepared to start smoothly, a huge red monster suddenly appeared in front of me. This red monster is wantonly destroying surrounding buildings and the wedding scene. I was stunned, staring at this unknown creature, feeling a sense of déjà vu, and immediately blurted out, "Xiaohong?" Unexpectedly, the monster not only heard it, but also stopped excitedly, with surprise in its eyes, and let out a goo-goo cry. Then, it suddenly leaped in front of me, its body shrank instantly, and it rubbed my hand gently with its head like a pet, as if it had finally returned to its owner. All this can be traced back to 3 years ago. At that time, I had just graduated from college and was accidentally tied to a mysterious animal training system. As long as you complete the tasks issued by the system, you can obtain animal companions of different levels. I was lucky enough to win the 5-star Little Red. But Xiaohong was so small at that time and had no fighting power, so I hardly cared about her. Who would have thought that the tasks issued by the system would be such deadly challenges, such as surfing in the Bermuda Triangle, climbing Mount Everest for skiing, and even surviving an avalanche for 10 minutes. Although the mission was difficult, the reward the system gave me was also inhumane, a 5-star living park, as luxurious as Bill Gates' villa, plus 5 million in cash. I thought that with this animal training system, I could open a zoo and run it well. But the task was too difficult, so I had to give up. However, with this luxurious villa and 5 million, I am already very content and ready to live a comfortable life. A year later, the system appeared again. It is detected that the owner has not used the system for a year, so a lucky draw opportunity is given. This time I won the 3-star animal, 3 million in funds and a 300 square meter small Western-style building park. Then, an ugly but cute red-footed white-headed monkey appeared in front of me. I smiled and thought to myself that it was another 3 million more. Although the 3-star campus was not as good as the 5-star one, it was still enjoyable enough. Another year passed, and the system appeared again. It has been detected that the owner has not used the system for 2 years, giving you one last chance to draw a prize. This time, I drew a 4-star animal, a 4-star park worth 4,400,000 square meters. But this time the system issued an ultimatum. If the master fails to complete the task for 3 consecutive years, the system will be automatically destroyed. Then, a cute little cat civet hybrid with white fur and a long tail jumped into my palm and melted my heart. Seeing this little guy, I hesitated a little. Maybe a low-star mission wouldn't be too dangerous. I opened the 1-star task list with a fluke mentality and clicked on the first task, race with a Siberian tiger for 10 minutes. It also required going to the northeast to irritate a group of Siberian tigers. When I saw the description of this task, I angrily turned off the system on the spot. This is simply playing with your life. So I started to settle for the status quo. I had 3 animal companions, 12 million in my bank account, and several luxury residential parks. Since the mission was so difficult, I might as well give up. It was not until today, when I saw Xiaohong showing her true form, which was over 1,000 meters tall, that I realized the true power of the 5-star animals. My originally firm heart was somewhat shaken. Looking back over the past 3 years, my savings of 12 million has increased by more than 1 million, including the interest. If I use it to equip myself with protective equipment, perhaps I can race with a Siberian tiger. Besides, if I really encounter danger, Xiaohong should be able to protect me. Thinking that today was the last day of the 3-year deadline for the system, if I didn't act now, I would have no chance. So I gritted my teeth, opened the system, and resolutely chose the first 1-star task, racing with the Siberian tiger. The system's voice suddenly rang in my mind. You still have some conscience. You remembered me before I was about to self-destruct. I smiled bitterly in response, but before I could complain, I heard the mechanical voice of the system issuing a task. You have accepted a 1-star task. Please complete it within 10 days, otherwise one of your animals and supporting resources will be randomly confiscated. 10 days? Not too tight. I started to think the system said race, but it didn't say how to run, just run, right? If so, then can I have some room for maneuver? System, can I use the tools? I asked tentatively. The system replied, just run for 10 minutes. Yes, the system is so humane. I nodded with satisfaction. But before I could digest this information, the intensive sound of sirens outside the hotel instantly interrupted my train of thought. Out of the corner of my eye I saw a small creature crawling onto my palm. It was Xiaohong. How did this little fellow get out? Xiaohong, why did you come here instead of staying at home? I touched its little head, feeling a little uneasy. Xiaohong's eyes widened, and she made a small, cooing sound. I waited for a long time and didn't see you come back. They said you were captured by bad guys, so I followed the smell and followed you. When I thought you were in danger, I lost control. Please don't be angry, okay? Xiaohong's words were clearly conveyed into my mind. Although it only called out a few times, I always somehow understood what it meant. Sighing helplessly, I consoled her. How could I be angry with you? I'm just going to a classmate's wedding and didn't tell you in advance. I'm sorry. When Xiaohong heard this, her eyes became lively again, and she was full of energy again. Gugu. The master is never wrong, whatever you do is right. Seeing this little guy trust me so much, I felt a little proud. After all, this is one of the 3 animals given by the system, and each one is of great origin. Little Red is 3 stars, White Cat is 4 stars, and there is a 5-star big guy. Especially the white cat, which has been burrowing into my arms every day recently, with its fur sticking to me, keeping me warm in winter and cool in summer, so comfortable. I have never figured out their true strength, so I have to find a chance to find out more about them. Xiaohong, don't get angry next time. Look what a mess you've made around here. I can't afford to compensate you. I patted its head in amusement. Xiaohong blinked her eyes and cried out in grievance. Gugu? I clearly avoided people and didn't hurt anyone. Are you going to use my dog food money to compensate them? I looked helplessly at the destroyed high-rise buildings around me and sighed. Your dog food money is not enough to compensate for even a single footprint. However, if you do something wrong, you must take responsibility, but I don't have the conditions to do so at the moment. When I have money, we will come back to compensate. I'll take you away now. I stuffed Xiaohong into my suit pocket and quietly walked to the first floor of the hotel. The lobby was filled with a lot of noise and everyone looked pale, obviously frightened by the monster riot just now. Li Ping was trying to calm everyone down. When he saw me coming out, he breathed a sigh of relief. So you're here. I was so scared just now. I thought. I patted his shoulder and smiled apologetically. Brother Ping, I'm sorry to interrupt your wedding. I will definitely make it up to you later. Li Ping waved his hand generously. This is none of your business. No one wants to encounter such a thing. Forget it, it's a natural disaster, a natural disaster. Natural disaster? Hey, actually it was a man-made disaster caused by me, but now I can't take the responsibility, so I can only be a temporary scumbag and run away. Before leaving, I turned around and said with a smile, We are brothers. I will open a zoo in the future and bring my sister-in-law over to play. Li Ping asked in surprise, Is it true? Brother, I will definitely bring people to support you when the time comes. The wedding ended in a bad mood because of Xiaohong's addition, and all subsequent procedures were ruined. The police arrived quickly and began to investigate. After all, such a big monster suddenly disappeared near the hotel, and the footprints at the scene that were larger than a basketball court, as well as the video evidence recorded by the crowd, made people panic. It is foreseeable that this matter will spread throughout the country in a short time. After hurriedly finishing my lunch, I said goodbye to Li Ping and quietly bought a plane ticket to the northeast. Since living things are not allowed on board, Xiaohong could only sneak into the airport from a deserted place nearby and then meet up with me by smell. In the afternoon, we arrived near Changbai Mountain. I heard that there are still some wild Siberian tigers in this area, but their numbers are small and most of them live in natural forest areas. I still have 10 days before the mission begins, so there is no need to take risks now. So I stayed in the nearby city of Lingji for the time being, preparing to arm myself before leaving. Tigers are at the top of the food chain and have almost no natural enemies. If there is one thing they don't like, it's probably the equally powerful brown bear. When an adult tiger meets an adult brown bear, both sides will most likely suffer losses. Tigers cannot tolerate heat and always like to stay in the shade of trees. So I had a protective suit custom made for me that was tougher than a knife, and I also brought a simple heater, brown bear scent spray, and even some stimulants to help me run faster. It's really unrealistic to outrun a tiger without help. I also prepared a small dose of medicine that won't anesthetize the tiger, which can slow it down a bit, which should come in handy. After we were fully equipped, I rented a car with Xiaohong and drove to Changbai Mountain. Unexpectedly, there was another group of people taking action nearby, a professional team that planned to capture the tiger alive and were driving towards the activity area of the Siberian tiger. Boss Hu, my father's life is relying on you this time. Wang Guangda, who was sitting in the passenger seat, thanked Hu Rong, who was in the driver's seat. Hu Rong put one hand on the steering wheel and laughed loudly. Brother Wang, don't worry. My family has been hunting tigers for generations. We know the habits of tigers very well. We are well prepared. I guarantee you will catch a tiger alive. Wang Guangda is a wealthy local in Lingji City. Recently his father fell into a coma after becoming seriously ill, and conventional medical methods were unable to cure him. So Wang Guangda found a famous folk miracle doctor, who had a great reputation in the local area and was said to be able to bring back patients who had been admitted to the King of Hell. As a result, after a diagnosis, the doctor concluded that the reason his father was in a coma was that someone had injected poison into his blood. Want to detoxify? It's simple, you need fresh tiger blood. Wang Guangda was a little skeptical at first, but when he searched for the folks' secret recipe on the internet, he found that it was true. The saying that tiger blood can cure diseases does have a source. So he found out about Hu Rong, a man who claimed to be the heir of a tiger hunting family. Without further ado, he asked Hu Rong to go to the forest and get him one. Hu Rong was a ruthless man who drove straight to the Siberian tiger's habitat, ignoring the sign that said, "Wild Siberian tigers are around, no entry allowed." The midday sun was scorching hot, but Hu Rong chose this time specifically, saying that tigers were afraid of the heat and would be lazy at this time, making it difficult for them to pounce. However, it was possible that he would not pounce on him. If he encountered a tiger brother who was in a particularly bad mood, Hu Rong would not be responsible for the consequences. They drove for several kilometers but didn't see a single tiger hair. Hu Rong said to Wang Guangda with a little embarrassment, "Boss Wang, in this horrible weather, the tigers must have hidden in the shade of the woods. How about we get out of the car and look for them?" Wang Guangda shook his head like a rattle when he heard this, and recalled the online video of a family getting entertained by a tiger after getting off a car at a wildlife park. He kept saying, No, I'd better stay in the car. Thank you for your hard work in catching this tiger, and I won't lose a penny of the money." Seeing that he refused to get out of the car, Hu Rong thought, forget it, you are the customer. He called 4 brothers, each holding a tranquilizer gun. There are few Siberian tigers, but fortunately they have enough anesthetics, so they are not afraid if they really encounter 2 or 3. However, what he didn't know was that due to the intervention of my system, the entire forest pattern had, subtly, changed. The system seemed to prefer arranging some spectacular scenes, and forcibly gathered together the 18 Siberian tigers that were originally traveling alone. Last winter, they huddled together under a tree for warmth, and the scene even made the news. Now these tigers not only keep each other together for warmth, but also elect a tiger king. Hu Rong and his party got out of the car and walked into the dense forest. I followed them quietly, thinking to myself that there was really going to be a big show to watch. Hu Rong and his gang were quite confident. They climbed up the mountain holding tranquilizer guns. The surroundings were so quiet that only the sound of their footsteps could be heard. Suddenly, Xiao Liuzi stepped on something sticky and screamed, "Oh my God!" The remaining few people were so scared that they almost jumped up. When Hu Rong saw that he had stepped on a large pile of tiger dung, he pinched his nose and yelled, "Take it easy, kid, this is the tiger's territory." Everyone nodded in awe. This place is dangerous, and the enemy must not be underestimated. Hu Rong and his team continued to move forward, and the atmosphere in the forest became increasingly tense. At the same time, Xiaohong next to me made a cooing sound indicating that she smelled the scent of a tiger. Then she whispered, "Master, be careful! There are more than a dozen tigers on this mountain, and there are also several humans." As soon as Xiao Hong finished speaking, Hurong finally discovered a Siberian tiger and decisively signaled Xia Liuzi to shoot. Xiao Liuzi was also a decisive man. He raised the anesthetic gun and fired an injection. The tiger howled, rolled its eyes, and fell to the ground. At this moment, Xiao Liuzi was so happy that his eyebrows were dancing with joy. Just as he was about to rush over to take a look, Hurong grabbed him and said, "Wait, see if there are any tiger brothers around." The 5 people waited for a few minutes to confirm that there were no other tigers. Hurong smiled happily and whispered to his partners, "Brothers, this job went really smoothly. When we meet President Wang, remember the lines we rehearsed before and exaggerate the process. The more dangerous, the better." Everyone nodded, clapped their hands, and ran towards the fallen tiger, like victorious hunters. But they didn't know that under the vines not far from the fallen tiger, there were more than a dozen tigers lying in ambush, each of them squinting their eyes, waiting for these takeouts to fall into their trap. The king tiger in the tiger group is ready, and his expression is very similar to the joy we feel when we see the delivery guy approaching with the takeaway. Hurong was running in the front, only about 10 meters away from the vines, when he suddenly heard a faint breathing sound that was so familiar that it made his scalp tingle. It was the breathing of a tiger. Hurong's face changed and he screamed, "Oh no! There's an ambush, run!" Before the shouting ended, a dozen tigers under the vines jumped out, roaring loudly and rushing towards them with bared teeth. The 4 friends were stunned for a moment, and after they reacted, they ran down the mountain like crazy. At this moment, I rushed to the mountainside and saw this scene in disbelief. I couldn't help but mutter to myself, "Fuck, is there another competitor trying to steal my business?" More than a dozen tigers pounced on them, and those idiots were so scared that they started running, but they were caught up after only taking a few steps. I could see their miserable plight from a long distance away and couldn't help laughing in my heart. I really didn't know where they got the courage to think they could compare those well-fed tigers in the zoo with the group of wild tigers in front of me. A scream came from Hurong's side. The leading tiger slapped him with its claw and sent him flying, causing him to roll several times on the ground. The remaining people were surrounded by tigers, and screams could be heard one after another. As they were getting more and more embarrassed, one of them actually knelt down and called the tiger, "Dad." It was really funny to see. I stood at a distance and watched, and couldn't help but feel a little emotional, wondering if humans were really as weak as paper in front of tigers. "Xiao Hong." I patted Xiao Hong in my backpack. It stuck its head out and flicked its tail. "Is there any way to make these tigers angry?" "Gugu." Xiao Hong pointed at the leading tiger, meaning, just provoke their tiger king. I followed its gesture and looked at the tiger. I found that it was even more robust than the other tigers, with its black stripes particularly conspicuous, making it look like a tattooed man. I couldn't help but sigh. These days, people with lots of tattoos are hard to mess with, and the same goes for tigers. Xiao Hong nodded as if she understood. I raised my hand and shouted to the Tiger King. "Hey, you ugly tiger cub! What's wrong with having lots of tattoos? How dare you bully humans? If you dare to touch a hair of them today, your entire tiger pack will die tomorrow." The Tiger King was startled, stopped moving, turned around and bared his teeth at me threateningly. Well, my shouting worked. I continued to provoke him. "What? Where is your dad? Do you believe that I will break your knees and make you beg your dad to spare your life?" Roar! The Tiger King was completely enraged and roared at me. The low roar made the surrounding leaves rustle. Seeing that they were really irritated by me, I couldn't help laughing out loud. "Look at the noise you make, haven't you eaten? Louder, come and chase me. If you really catch up with me, I lose." More than a dozen tigers came running towards me in an instant. I was not stupid. I turned around and ran. While running, I injected myself with an injection of adrenaline and drank a can of Red Bull. I immediately felt a surge of strength and ran very fast. I ran wildly towards the flattest part of the mountain, but the tigers behind me were chasing me even faster, and some of them almost jumped on my back. Seeing that the situation was urgent, I took out a secret weapon, bear poop spray, and sprayed it behind me. With a sizzle, a foul stench rose into the sky. I was almost fainted by the stench, not to mention the tigers. Sure enough, the stench made them stop one after another, and some even covered their noses in a humane way, wanting to give up chasing me. Taking advantage of this gap, I created a lot of distance. The Tiger King roared, shocking its younger brothers to continue chasing. Seeing that it was about to catch up, I took out my high-intensity flashlight and shone it at the Tiger King. The dazzling beam of light caused it to crash directly into the tree next to it. Several of its younger brothers that were following it didn't have time to react, and also crashed into the tree trunks and fainted. I applauded my own actions in my heart and laughed at myself. The tattooed guy is just like that. I escaped down the mountain from the side, smelled a foul odor in the air, and heard the voices of Hurong and others behind me. When I turned around, I saw Hurong taking out his mobile phone to record a video, probably wanting to post it on WeChat Moments. I ignored them and continued running down. The stubborn tigers behind me were still chasing me desperately. As expected, they were all angered by me. I finally saw those little friends return to the car and crawl into it. As I ran past their car, I shouted, "Get in the car! Don't waste time!" After a while, several tigers ran across the roof of their car, causing it to dent and deform, but I didn't even glance at them, and only focused on chasing me. I was running very fast, with several tigers chasing me closely. Hurong was not idle either. He raised his mobile phone to take pictures. I guess he had already planned how to cut this life and death chase into a video and post it online. Sure enough, a few days later, I learned that Hurong had actually posted the video on TikTok and Facebook. The title was actually Tiger Racing Heroes, and the video was accompanied by text. While collecting herbs in Chambai Mountain, I encountered tigers. At the critical moment, a hero shouted, "Come and chase me, you sick kittens!" The tigers actually chased him. Then there was a scene of the tigers chasing me. I guess Hurong never thought about whether the video would go viral. He just felt that my heroic act must be known to others. During this period, the topic of monsters is popular on the internet. Rumors such as, "A giant red monster covering the sky," and "A huge pit was stepped on the ground," are everywhere, making everyone nervous. When they see a cat or dog, they will suspect whether it is a spirit. As a result, when Hurong's video was released, it immediately received a huge amount of hits. Thousands of people were surprised to see me running calmly in front of a dozen tigers on the screen, looking like I was taking my time and having fun. The comments section exploded. "Fuck, this guy can actually run faster than a tiger? Is he a soldier with a counterlight? Dude, you run so fast, shouldn't the tiger call you dad?" I smiled. I didn't expect that my run for life would become a hot topic. Hurong was not idle either. He directly posted a second video, filming the tiger's footprints on the roof of his car, with the caption, "We escaped to the car in time. Just as we closed the door, the hero ran past our car again, shouting, and these tigers stepped directly over the roof. Look at the roof, the tiger's paw prints are concave." When netizens saw the dented roof, they were even more incredulous. "Oh my god, he was chased for more than 10 minutes, and he hasn't been caught yet." Hurong also interacted in the comment section. "Don't believe it. I'm going to save the hero on live broadcast now." Then, Hurong started the live broadcast, and in just 1 minute, tens of thousands of viewers flocked in. Hurong said to the camera with a haggard face, "Dear viewers, we have to go find that hero. He saved us. We can't just stand by and watch him die." Then, Hurong urged his boss Wang Guangda to drive and continue chasing the direction I was running. At this moment, my feet were almost burned and my shoes felt like they were melting. I looked at the things in my bag and found that most of them had been used up. There were only a few anesthetics left, but they were of no use. I turned around again and saw that the tigers were still chasing me, almost making me breathless. I complained to the system. "I have been running for almost 10 minutes, right?" The system replied quietly, "It's been more than 10 minutes. You're still able to run. That's great." I rolled my eyes. This system is really killing people. However, this time the system gave good news. "Congratulations on completing your first 1-star mission. You will be rewarded with a 1-star animal, 1 million yuan in training funds, and a 100 square meter animal living park." My eyes lit up. "What is that animal?" The system replied, "The Siberian Tiger King. It's right behind you, you can command it. I was stunned for a moment, and turned around suddenly, only to see that the originally ferocious Tiger King was looking at me with a flattering smile on his face, as if his personality had changed in an instant. I felt like a huge weight had finally fallen off my shoulders, and I shouted, "Stop chasing me!" The Tiger King immediately stopped and shouted to the tigers behind him, "Roar!" Which means, "Line up for my master!" 6 tigers sat in a row on the hot road, but the Tiger King soon realized that the ground was too hot, so he roared again, "Roar!" Which means, "It's okay to stand in a row." Seeing this, I couldn't help but laugh. Now I was completely relaxed. My tense nerves instantly relaxed and my legs felt weak from exhaustion. I said to the Tiger King, "It's too sunny here, let's go sit under the shade of a tree." Then I took them to a big tree and fell headfirst on the grass because I was so tired. Just as he was about to close his eyes and rest, the Tiger King stretched out a thick tiger paw, with a flattering look on his face, and growled, "Roar!" It means, "Master, you have worked hard, how about I give you a massage? My paw pad is soft and comfortable." I was stunned for a moment, and then I thought of the cat who likes to step on milk, so I joked, "Okay, but be gentle, don't step on me to death." So I lay on the grass and comfortably enjoyed the massage service of 6 Siberian tigers. I have to say, this is really more comfortable than a human massage, it is simply a VIP level enjoyment. Just then, I heard the sound of a car approaching. I looked up and saw that Hurong had come with Wang Guangda. Hurong was in the car with a live broadcast phone, and he was whispering to me from a distance, "It's over, it's too late, our tiger racing hero still couldn't escape the tiger's pursuit." Hurong felt slightly disappointed. He had thought he could witness a hero emerge, but in the end, the hero's light was ruthlessly extinguished before it could even bloom. "Do you still want to go?" Wang Guangda asked with a sigh. "It's unnecessary. If we are caught by 6 tigers, no one will have a chance to survive. We will just be sending food to the enemy." Hurong shook his head and looked into the distance helplessly. This person is like paper in front of the beast, so fragile that he can't bear a single blow. At this time, more than 100,000 people had already flooded into Hurong's live broadcast room. All of them came for the rumor of the tiger racing hero. As a result, seeing that the hero was suspected to have died, the audience in the live broadcast room was extremely disappointed. The reality is indeed cruel. There is no such thing as a tiger racing hero. It is just people's beautiful fantasy. Many of the children who were watching burst into tears after seeing this scene. Hurong also sighed a little, and whispered to Wang Guangda, "Let's go, Mr. Wang, there's nothing to see." Hurong turned his head to look at the camera and sighed. "Friends, I'm sorry, today's live broadcast ends here. The hero of the tiger race. I guess. Well, I'll zoom in on the scene for you one last time." The moment Hurong zoomed in, he froze. I was still moving. Hurong rubbed his eyes. Yes, Sai Huingxiong was actually slowly raising his hand, as if pointing at his back. What's even more bizarre is that the Siberian Tiger King in front of me was actually using its fleshy paws to gently give me a cat needing milk style massage. Hurong was shocked. He turned to look at Wang Guangda and others and found that they were all petrified on the spot. The comments in the live broadcast room exploded instantly. "Oh my god, this is something I've never seen before. I can't believe what I saw. Is a Siberian tiger stepping on someone's breasts? This is outrageous. I was sad just now, but now I think this scene is really a dream." Hurong couldn't help but say, "Boss Wang, I think the atmosphere is very harmonious. How about we go over and take a look?" Wang Guangda looked at those gentle tigers, hesitated for a moment, and slowly started the car. With a squeak of brakes, the Mercedes-Benz slowly drove towards the shade of the tree where I was. The closer they got, the clearer they could hear my voice. I lay on my back on the grass, looking relaxed and comfortable, not realizing that I was being broadcast live nationwide. "Press the thigh again. Press hard, don't be lazy. Who's pressing the shoulder? Didn't you eat? Give it some force, I need you to be a little harder." Hurong was stunned, and for a moment he was a little envious if he could also enjoy the tigers stepping on milk. All the fatigue from this trip up the mountain would probably disappear completely. Just as Hurong was about to get out of the car to try it out, the Tiger King suddenly turned around, his eyes cold and locked onto him. Oh no! Hurong's face turned pale. He suddenly regretted the reason why he came to the mountain. Tiger King obviously remembered that it was this man in front of him who threatened his companions with a tranquilizer gun. A roar cut through the air, and the Tiger King suddenly pounced towards Daben. Manhwaedit was so frightened that his face turned green. The car had just been turned off, and before he could start it again, Tiger King had already rushed in front of the car and raised his heavy tiger paw. Bang! A palm hit the hood, and a deep hole was directly smashed into the hood. Then, King Tiger pulled without hesitation and actually pulled off the entire hood. Roar! The low roar made everyone in the car tremble. The live broadcast room was silent for a few seconds, and then the comments scrolled wildly. Mom, I'm scared. I felt a chill down my spine, and my ears were about to go deaf. Just as the Tiger King raised his paw to hit the car window again, I finally reacted and shouted, Stop! The Tiger King stopped, looked at me, and reluctantly put down his claws. I stood up from the grass and was about to walk over, but I saw a Siberian tiger lying on the ground with its head facing me, as if inviting me to ride on it. I was stunned for a moment, and saw several tigers nearby nodding one after another. Finally, I tried to sit on the tiger's back. At this moment, the live broadcast room was completely blown up. This picture! I can brag about it for the rest of my life. The tough guy riding a Siberian tiger, this is a professional certified tiger rider. I rode my Siberian tiger steadily to the front of the Mercedes-Benz, looked at Hurong and Manhwaedit in the car calmly, and said in a bad tone, I don't care what you are here for, you'd better be smart. I will give you one chance today. If there is a next time, no one can save you. Hurong hurriedly smiled and said, What a misunderstanding! Hero Saihu, we are here to collect herbs, and we have absolutely no ill intentions. I sneered. Collecting herbs? You brought tranquilizer guns with you to collect herbs? Did those tigers lying on the mountain inject themselves with anesthetics? If you don't tell the truth, I'll ask Tiger Baby to do it. Hurong quickly put on a bitter face and shook his head desperately. It was Boss Wong. Boss Wong asked us to come. He wants a blood sample from a tiger. We really don't want to harm the tiger. Please let us go. I turned my gaze to Manhwaedit. His face was covered in sweat, and he stammered. I also listened to the doctor. I snorted coldly and waved my hand. Go away, don't let me see you again. Manhwaedit was as if he had been granted amnesty. He quickly started the car and drove away at high speed, even stepping on the accelerator to the bottom. Seeing them leave in such a mess, Hurong even lost the courage to continue the live broadcast and hurriedly ended it. But when the live broadcast was closed, the number of people in the live broadcast room was close to 500,000. I am afraid that this scene of me riding a tiger has left a deep impression on netizens. After Manhwaedit and his group left, the Tiger King growled a few times. Soon, more than a dozen Siberian tigers emerged from the forest and gathered around me as if they were following orders. They stared at me expectantly, as if they were a group of well-behaved kindergarten children waiting for their teacher's reward. I looked around and counted them. There were 18 tigers in total. Now I really became a tiger dad. How should I deal with so many Siberian tigers? I never expected that the mission that seemed like a life-threatening one would be completed by me. Looking back, I saw that all 18 tigers were staring at me with eager eyes. They seemed to want to go with me. These tiger cubs were really reluctant to leave. I gently touched the Tiger King's head and advised him softly. This is your home. What can you do by following me? You should stay in the mountains. This is your world. The Tiger King snorted in dissatisfaction, and there was clearly a philosophical affection in his tone. Where you are is home. I was stunned. I actually felt a little warm in my heart when I heard these words, but it was really laughable to hear a tiger say such earthy love words. But it is obviously unrealistic to take them away. After all, tigers are not pets, and it is not convenient to keep them around. Even if I want to take them, I guess the Forestry Bureau will not be happy. If I take the tiger away today, the police may have to take me away tomorrow. However, this trip was not a loss. The system directly gave me 1 million in cash and a 100 square meter animal living park. With this amount of wealth, it was a big profit no matter how you looked at it. Just as I was thinking about how to appease these tiger cubs, who were reluctant to leave me, the system's somewhat proud voice sounded in my mind. Who said that's not possible? Aren't there wildlife parks all over the country? If you open one, you can also take the tigers around with you legitimately. Isn't the animal living park I configured for you prepared for them? When I heard this, I was speechless. You gave me the entire park, and I thought it was for me to live in. What's more, I'm just an ordinary person. How can I afford to go through the procedures for a wildlife park? The system froze for a moment, as if it was stumped by me. But it was a full-time task system, with a strong sense of self-esteem, and it was unwilling to show weakness even though it was full of questions. After holding it in for a long time, the system said weakly, "These are all things you have to solve. I am just a simple system, responsible for issuing tasks and rewards for you." I was so angry when I heard this that I sneered. Well, this is totally the routine of a scumbag. How is this different from those guys who seduced and abandoned? The system probably didn't expect to be scolded by me like this, and actually complained quietly. Except for you, no one knows me, and I have already integrated into your mind. If you reveal my existence, you will destroy yourself with me. My goodness, the system actually threatened me? I pretended to be angry and said, "Then let's break up. I'm tired of your system. You don't solve my problems and you threaten me. I'm not suitable for you." The system panicked. "No, I am the only one in the universe who can find someone who is suitable for you." It quickly made amends. "Well, unless you share some of your childhood with me, I can analyze it and see if there is any way to solve this problem." The system's soft words made me feel proud, so I started telling it my childhood stories. Speaking of which, I have been an orphan since childhood. My grandfather disappeared mysteriously when I was very young, and later my father also disappeared while going to look for my grandfather. The strange thing is that I have almost never heard of the existence of my mother and grandmother, and the people in the village can't explain why. 10 minutes later, the system suddenly said happily, "There is a solution." "What method?" I jumped up, with countless wild guesses emerging in my mind. The system said proudly, "Didn't you say that your family background is very mysterious? In this case, I can do something in the National Archives system." Then, the system continued, "How about this? I will write your grandfather and your father's names directly into the country's top secret document, describing that they disappeared while carrying out a secret mission for the country." Then, the system added, "Put their names in the archives of the Supreme Academy of Sciences, the Institute of Biology, etc. Anyone who checks your background will see that your ancestors, the Recluse Master, have extraordinary origins." When I heard this suggestion, I immediately laughed. This operation is absolutely amazing. Then add some more photos. If we can let the leaders have a few more photos of my grandfather in their mobile phones, wouldn't it be even more perfect? The system continued, "No problem. I will place your grandfather next to the leader and write a fictional story about brotherhood. They owe each other a huge favor. When the people above see this background, who will dare to embarrass you?" I couldn't help but clap my hands and say admiringly, "Great! But having a background isn't enough. What if someone still refuses to accept and comes to trouble me?" The system chuckled and said, "Don't worry. Even if you want to move these Siberian tigers away, it will only take one phone call. At worst, I can send the army to help you transport the tigers back." The more I listened, the more proud I became. I couldn't help but smile. This feeling was so good. I couldn't help but think, with this unfathomable background, who would dare to mess with me in the future? After a while, the system sent me a phone number. I picked up the phone, hesitated for a few seconds, and dialed the number. The number was encrypted to the point of being watertight, and each layer of review was like a thick armor, preventing ordinary people from easily approaching. But when the reviewer saw the file of the number, he was so scared that his hands were shaking, and he passed it directly. The screen cuts to the highest administrative center of the imperial city. An elderly man is sitting at his desk, which is piled with documents waiting for his review. His cell phone suddenly rings, and the screen shows the caller's note. "Descendants of the benefactor." The old man frowned, feeling confused. "When did I have a benefactor?" the old man muttered. He had carefully selected his cell phone numbers, and it was unusual for someone to be in his address book. With curiosity, he answered the phone. Hello, who are you looking for? I was a little embarrassed on the other end of the phone, with sweat on my forehead. God knows, I didn't know who I was looking for. So I just used what the system taught me. Hello, I don't know who to contact, but my grandfather said that if there is something that cannot be solved, call this number. The old man became more and more confused as he listened. He frowned and asked, Who is your grandfather? And who are you? My name is Yu Fan, my grandfather is Yu Jingqiao, and my father is Yu Zhe. I told the truth. The old man nodded and said to me, Yu Fan, right? I have something to take care of here. I will call you back later. After that, he decisively hung up the phone. The old man quickly typed, Yu Fan Yu Zhe Yu Jingqiao, into the device on the table. After a moment, 3 confidential files popped up on the screen, which only he could view. He clicked on the file, and a shocked expression gradually appeared on his face, becoming more and more solemn. After reading the file, the old man couldn't help but slap himself. He had completely forgotten such an important thing. He immediately called me back and asked anxiously, Yu Fan, what trouble are you in? I was also frank and confessed my plan. I wanted to transport 18 Siberian tigers back to my hometown and open a wildlife park. There was a brief silence on the other end of the phone, as if the old man was shocked. What are you going to do? The old man murmured in disbelief, but then his heart softened and he thought to himself, Since he is my benefactor, I have to help him no matter what. He said in a low voice, Just go ahead and do it. I'll take care of the formalities. I nodded and agreed readily. That's all. I won't bother you. The old man asked curiously, Yu Fan, why do you want to build a wildlife park? I thought about it and said with emotion, Human development is getting faster and faster, and the environment can no longer bear it. Many animals are on the verge of extinction, and even the Siberian tiger is almost gone. I want to build a wildlife park behind my home so that my children can see it and learn to respect nature and protect the ecology. After hearing this, the old man stood up in awe and laughed. Good boy. Just go for it. I and the other old friends will support you together. After hanging up the phone, the old man immediately forwarded my confidential information to several old friends, and they also dug out an old photo that they had treasured for a long time. Looking at the dusty group photo, they were filled with emotion. When did we take this photo? Oh, we went together that year. I forgot who stood in the middle. This photo was taken for us by our benefactor. Several people looked at each other, and finally decided silently that this matter had to remain confidential and no one could leak it. Not long after I hung up, my phone rang again. This time it was the manager of the logistics company. Hello, are you looking to ship 18 Siberian tigers? Shunfeng's efficiency was high, and the formalities were completed quickly. A few days later, the Siberian tiger successfully set off back to its hometown. Looking at the shocked expressions on the logistics staff's faces, I couldn't help but laugh out loud, thinking, they probably have never seen such heavy cargo before? After telling Tiger King a few words, Xiao Hong and I flew back to our hometown Panlong village in advance. The village was named after the Panlong mountain behind it, which was steep and few people climbed up. Because no one dared to take over the development, the mountain became a deserted mountain, which was exactly what I wanted. The villagers were full of doubts about the zoo I was setting up, but no one dared to question me. The village chief comforted the villagers. Yu Fan knows his limits in everything he does, so there's no need to worry. But in fact, no one knows that a zoo area of more than 1,000 square meters has been built on Panlong Mountain, divided into 4 major areas, each of which is extremely luxurious. Especially the 5-star park, which is comparable to a luxury house. At this time, I was standing at the entrance of the park, enjoying the mountain breeze, feeling refreshed. Suddenly, I heard a soft cat's cry, meow, and a white shadow jumped into my arms. When I looked down, I found it was a small white cat the size of a palm. It was not quite accurate to call it a cat. It looked a bit like a raccoon cat, but also a bit like a cat, with a long white tail swaying gently behind it. The little white cat rubbed against my chest and asked in a sweet voice, Meow? Master, do you miss me? I touched its head, it squinted its eyes and made a satisfied, gurgling sound in its throat. At this time, the little red cat in the pocket poked its head out, stretched out its claws towards the white cat in dissatisfaction, and said angrily, Goo goo! Hey! You and the monkey lied to me, saying that the owner was taken away by bad guys, causing me to chase him all the way and damage countless properties. Do you know that I almost lost everything? The little white cat glanced at it lazily, rolled its eyes and said, "Meow, I'm not lying to you, okay? I just said that the owner might have been caught. It's you who didn't keep calm. Now you're in trouble, right? You really made the owner worry." I couldn't help but glare at Xiao Hong and scolded her with a smile. "That's right! How dare you blame my cute little kitty?" Xiao Hong glared angrily. "Gagaga. So love will disappear, right?" Looking at its deflated appearance, I suddenly remembered something and turned to ask the white cat. "Xiaobai, what does your true form look like?" Xiaobai's eyes lit up and he asked happily, "Master, do you want to see it?" I nodded, my eyes full of anticipation. Xiaobai jumped lightly from my arms, shook his tail, and shook his body suddenly, and turned into an extremely beautiful 2D girl. I covered my face with one hand and blocked my eyes with the other hand. My heart was beating like a drum. Who can stand this? The kitten became a second-dimensional girl, and appeared in a naked state. She has a slim and graceful figure. Although she is only 1.6 meters tall, her proportions are amazing, with long slender legs and delicate facial features. She gives people a super cute feeling. But it was also a little confusing. She had 2 big furry ears on her head, and a long white tail swaying behind her. I bet that if she stood at the anime booth, she would get at least 9 points of turning heads, minus that 1 point, because she is not human. Xiaobai blinked in confusion. Seeing my embarrassed reaction, an expression of grievance appeared on his face. He said in a delicate voice, "Master, don't you like me like this?" I swallowed hard and tried to hide my embarrassment. No, master, I love it so much. I'm just worried that my body can't handle it. Come on, go find some clothes to put on." Xiaobai nodded ignorantly and ran into the villa. I breathed a sigh of relief, but when I looked down, I found that my pants were actually a little tight. I was so embarrassed that I almost wanted to crawl into the ground. Alas, life with a cat is indeed full of surprises. However, before I could calm down, another pet, Xiao Hong in front of me suddenly looked at me with strange eyes. I quickly asked her, "Xiao Bai is already so human-like, so why are you so different from her?" Xiao Hong made a cooing sound and looked at me as if to say, "Is it very different? In fact, I can also become exactly like a human. By the way, master, do you want to see it?" My eyes widened in shock. "You said your body that is over 1,000 meters long is not your real body?" She blinked triumphantly and continued to make a few cooing sounds, which probably translated to, "Of course. For us 5-star beasts, changing size is a basic operation, not worth mentioning." I asked tentatively, "Then can you make it bigger locally?" As expected, Xiaohong stretched her arm to more than 10 meters long and then to the size of a pot lid. She asked me with a smile, "Didn't the master also grow bigger just now?" I was so amused that I didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This was not what I had imagined as local enlargement. Thinking of the difference between Xiaobai and Xiaohong, one is male and the other is female, I couldn't help but ask, "Xiaohong, are you a boy or a girl?" Xiaohong nodded seriously. "Gugu. Of course it's a male." I immediately felt calmer physically and mentally, and waved my hand and said, "Forget it, you should just stay in this state, it's quite comfortable." After saying this, I went back to the villa. As soon as I stepped into the door, I saw Xiaobai sitting there with a sad face. She put on my white shirt, but only buttoned it halfway. In the vague view, her figure was even more seductive. She ran over with her tail in her arms, looking pitiful, and asked softly, "Master, these pants are so uncomfortable. There's no place for my tail to stick out, it hurts me so much. Can I cut a hole in the back of my pants?" I quickly waved my hands. No. You may feel comfortable, but I have to wear it again in the future. If I cut a hole in it, it will be cold from behind and it will also be unsightly." I had no choice but to comfort her. "How about this, master? I will measure your body and buy you a suitable skirt online. You can temporarily turn back into a cat for the next few days." When Xiaobai heard this, he clapped his hands and laughed excitedly, and in a flash he turned back into the well-behaved white cat. Then she wagged her tail, jumped into my arms, rubbed against me, and meowed lazily. Just as I was thinking about the magic of the cat turning into a human, Xiaohong glanced at me, rolled her eyes, and muttered to herself, "Isn't the master also showing the ability of partial enlargement? This is the specialty of our 5-star beast." Afterwards, I fulfilled my promise, measured Xiaobai's body, ordered a few beautiful dresses for her online, and bought her some new clothes and shoes. Not long after I placed the order, there was a loud bang outside the house. Before I could turn around, a monkey with a white head and red feet jumped out of the woods. It was my third pet, Honglian. Honglian is nearly 2 meters tall, with snow-white hair all over his body except for his face, the mane on his back, and his limbs, which are fiery red. I named it Honglian, not only because it has a red face, but also because it loves to play with sticks. It runs into the woods all day long, looking for strong and straight wood. I saw that it had nothing in its hands, so I asked with a smile, "You're coming back empty-handed again today?" Honglian made a helpless click sound, meaning that she hadn't found suitable wood today. Afterwards, Honglian came over to me excitedly and showed off. "Master, you were away these few days, so I developed a new way to make fire. The rice cooked here will definitely be more delicious than before." This monkey is a fire monkey, and is more active than anyone else in fiddling with fire. In the company of these cute pets, 2 days passed quickly. While I was resting on Panlong Mountain, I suddenly received a call from Xunfeng's general manager. "Mr. Yu, right? Your Siberian tiger has been delivered to the village entrance. Where should I go next?" "Ask the shop owner at the entrance of the village and tell him that it was delivered to Panlong Mountain. He knows," I replied. Shortly after I finished speaking, a rumbling sound was heard in the distance. I looked in the direction of the sound and saw 18 large trucks lined up in a row, driving towards Panlong Mountain with great momentum. Not only was I shocked by this scene, but the villagers also gathered around to watch. They even stopped working in the fields and followed the truck, extremely curious. The old men at the entrance of the village came over with a smile and joked, "Xiao Yu, what are these 18 trucks loaded with? Can they scare us?" I held back my laughter, looked at them seriously and said, "The stuff in the truck is quite powerful. It's better for everyone to stand far away, so as not to scare you." Before he finished speaking, an old man waved his hand in disdain. "Don't scare us, young man. I'm standing right here. Open me up and see if you can scare me." Chapter 11. How can such a scary Siberian tiger be the same as a cat? To be honest, Yufan doesn't have a strong sense of belonging to Panlong village. On the one hand, he was originally an outsider, brought here by his grandfather and father when he was a child. Because of this, the villagers were quite hostile to him. From childhood to adulthood, basically no one stood up to help Yufan. It's a miracle that Yufan could grow up to this size. I chose to come back here after graduation, actually just to wait for my grandpa and dad to come back. Although this possibility is very small, it is always a hope. Yufan saw that the villagers were eager to try, and some of them even went home to bring their backpacks over. This made Yufan very unhappy. "Do you think I brought 18 carts of food here, so you want to take the opportunity to steal some?" Yufan immediately laughed and said to the villagers, "You can watch it if you want, but I have to warn you in advance that if you get scared to death or have a heart attack, I will not be responsible." The villager who had spoken earlier laughed out loud when he heard this. He couldn't help but slam the truck's door, causing it to bang loudly. "Young man, you have lived in our village for so many years, don't you know us well? We are all descendants of heroes, and each of us is an invincible warrior. When we see any scary things, we always face them head-on, and have never been scared away." Xuanfeng's general manager personally brought the Siberian tiger here. After hearing what the old man said, he was ready to tell him the truth. Yufan hurriedly stopped the general manager and said with a smile, "Brother, open the doors of all 18 cars." The general manager's face turned pale instantly. He said with some concern, Isn't it bad? There are so many people here, what if something unexpected happens?" Yufan stretched out a hand towards the general manager and interrupted him. "Don't worry, if I can't control them, will the higher-ups let you guys send them back to me? Open the car door now, I still need to record materials for promotion later." If it were someone else, the general manager would definitely argue for his point. But Yufan's identity is too special. The person who asked me to transport the Siberian tiger must be very powerful. Otherwise, he would not have personally sent the Siberian tiger to Yufan. He sighed deeply, stood behind Yufan, and shouted to the drivers of the 18 trucks, "Open the door!" When the villagers heard the word, "Open the door," everyone perked up. Especially those who were carrying backpacks, they were already prepared, and when the car door opened, they created chaos so that they could take some things back. The captain of the convoy was so nervous that he was sweating all over. He took out a loudspeaker and prepared to ask everyone to open the door. What were inside were Siberian tigers, and according to Yufan's request, they were not put in cages. There was enough raw meat and water in each car, so they were all in good condition. As soon as the car door opens, he and all the drivers who open the door will run back to the cab immediately. It's too dangerous outside. What a slow process. Hurry up and open the door. You're scaring me to death. Ha! I think you is just trying to be mysterious and find someone to spread rumors so that we will back off. Hey Urdu, you're great. You can use several idioms right away. I didn't realize you're so cultured. Haha, I saw it on TV. Don't blame me. Your father is standing in front of the car door. Aren't you worried? Why should I worry? Yufan and I were classmates in elementary school. His grades have always been better than mine. My mom has been comparing me to him since we were young. I can't stand him anymore, so I must find a chance to embarrass him once. I can't stand him either. He's an outsider who actually settled down in our village. I heard that their land was sold to them by our family. If I had the power, I would never have sold it to them. You still remember all these things, but it's unnecessary, right? Forget it, the car door is about to open, let's see what's inside. At this time, the captain held a loudspeaker and shouted, "Everyone listen to my command. After I count down to 3, 2, and 1, open the car door together, and then everyone will flee back to the driver's seat together. Prepare!" Everyone looked towards the car door. 3. Several people carrying backpacks gradually approached. 2. There seemed to be a sound in the car. The old men closest to it heard it, and suddenly became a little nervous. 1. In front of the doors of 18 cars, the truck driver pulled the locks open with force. Squeak! Almost at the same time, the doors of 18 cars were opened. Several old men who were nearby couldn't wait to look into the truck's cargo box. At the door of every vehicle's cargo box stands a majestic Siberian tiger. They are more than 1 meter tall and about 2 meters long, with a tail about 1 meter long behind them. Because the truck is relatively tall, the Siberian tigers look even more majestic. Especially the Siberian tiger in the front car, it is almost 1.5 meters tall and more than 3 meters long. Seeing the fresh air outside, it yawned comfortably. A bloody mouth opened, revealing its long and sharp fangs. Ah! The few old men who were looking smug in front of the car door were instantly frightened and let out screams of extreme panic. Their legs went limp and they collapsed onto the ground, the liquid that weeds loved flowing out from their crotches. The villagers who wanted to steal things were even more miserable. When they saw there was a tiger in the car, they were so scared that they directly covered themselves with the backpack. How could they steal such a thing? They had no experience. Roar! The Siberian Tiger King let out a breathtaking roar, making a buzzing sound in the ears of the villagers who were nearby. Everyone was so frightened that they took a few steps back, and more than half of them broke down crying and ran away like crazy. Yufan couldn't help but shook his head. I told you it was horrible, but you didn't believe me. You even wanted to take advantage of me. Aren't you just bored? Yufan waved at the Tiger King and shouted calmly, "Come here!" When the Tiger King saw Yufan, a look of surprise appeared on his face. He immediately jumped out from the truck, jumped 3 or 4 meters away, and jumped directly over the old men. The Tiger King landed on the ground, pressed his 2 thick front legs on the ground, straightened his body, raised his butt slightly, and his tail more than 1 meter long stood upright in the air. It stretched comfortably. Then, he ran to Yufan and sat down obediently. It was sitting on the ground, almost as tall as Yufan. Yufan reached out his hand and touched the Tiger King's head under the horrified gaze of everyone. The tiger also closed its eyes in enjoyment, and rubbed its head in Yufan's palm. Seeing this, the other 17 Siberian tigers jumped off the car and surrounded Yufan in the middle of the road. They looked at Yufan expectantly. Yufan smiled and nodded at the top of each tiger's head. The extremely ferocious Siberian tiger just now has become a kitten now. Is this the legendary Northeast Golden Tabby? Yufan looked at the villagers who were pale, and said calmly, "Since everyone is here, I just happen to have something to announce. I want to build a wildlife park on Panlong Mountain. In the future, there will be many more animals like the Siberian tiger. So, you have to get used to this kind of scene. You will see more terrifying ones in the future." Chapter 12. A mission that doesn't look too dangerous. Because there was too much noise in the village, and someone called the village chief and said there was a tiger in the village. The village chief was frightened and rushed to the foot of Panlong Mountain. At this time, there were still many people at the foot of the mountain, and 18 large trucks were still here. The village chief looked at the 18 Siberian tigers around Yufan and his eyelids couldn't help but twitch. The village chief is named Shizifu, and he is now over 50 years old. He stopped and waved at Yufan. Yufan said to the Tiger King, "Wait for me here first." Yufan came to Shizifu and said respectfully, "Uncle Shi, what do you want to talk to me about?" Shizifu is the only person in Panlong village that Yufan respects. On the one hand, when Yuzhe left, he left more than 100,000 yuan in cash for Yufan, which was left in the hands of the village chief. How much money Yufan would need to spend at each stage of his growth was all planned by Shizifu. On the other hand, during festivals, Shizifu would call Yufan and ask him to go to his house for dinner. Many times, Shizifu would give Yufan the vegetables he grew himself. Therefore, Yufan had long regarded the village chief as his elder. Shizifu pointed at the 18 Siberian tigers and asked in horror, "Yufan, what are you doing? Where did you get these tigers?" Yufan smiled and said, "Uncle Shi, you don't have to worry about this. Hasn't it been 3 years since I graduated? In fact, I have not been idle in these 3 years. I have been working hard to prepare for the construction of the zoo." "Zoo?" Shizifu asked in confusion. "What zoo?" Yufan patiently explained. "It's like this. I want to build a wildlife park on the mountain. I have completed all the formalities and have received support from above. From now on, I will transport some wild animals from other places every once in a while. These Siberian tigers are the first animals in my zoo." Shizifu looked at the Siberian tiger in the distance and felt a little nervous. Shizifu said with some concern, "Do you want to lock up these animals or let them roam freely? These beasts are very dangerous. You must pay attention to your safety." Yufan said confidently, "Don't worry, Uncle Shi, I have a plan. By the way, since I want to open a zoo, the road up the mountain needs to be repaired. Uncle Shi, do you know any construction team? I want to build a road up the mountain." Shizifu nodded and said, "Build a road? The terrain of Panlong Mountain is not suitable for building a highway. It would be a waste of talent to hire a construction team. I think you only need to build a stone road up the mountain. In this way, we can find people in our village to build it. But this mountain is also very high. Not everyone would choose to climb it. I suggest you build a few more cable cars, and that would solve the problem. Panlong Mountain is steep, and there is only one path leading up the mountain, and it is very difficult to walk on. It is unrealistic to build a road there." Yufan thought about it, and felt that what Shizifu said made sense. The stone road may be the most suitable for Panlong Mountain. On the one hand, it allows people to climb the mountain and enjoy the scenery along the way. On the other hand, it allows more wild animals to grow on both sides of the stone road, giving tourists a chance to see a little surprise when they are tired of climbing the mountain. Of course, forget about monkeys. Nowadays, people feel traumatized when they see monkeys while climbing mountains. Moreover, Yufan had thought of the cable car suggestion before. Yufan looked at Shizifu and said gratefully, "Uncle Shi, thank you for your advice, otherwise I would have to take a lot of detours." Shizifu smiled and patted Yufan on the shoulder, saying straightforwardly, "Why are you being polite to me? Your father entrusted you to me to take care of you, so I must be worthy of him." Seeing Yufan's mood change slightly, Shizifu smiled and said, "Forget it, let the past be the past. One day you will understand. If you are busy, I will take care of the stone road and cable car." Yufan nodded. He might need to travel around the world to complete missions and would not be in Panlong Mountain most of the time. He felt at ease leaving it to Shizifu. After the two of them had a conversation, Yufan said goodbye to Shizifu and walked towards the mountain with the 18 Siberian tigers. It was not until Yufan walked away that the villagers moved towards Shizifu. An old man asked, "Village chief, what is you doing?" Shizifu heard this and saw that most of the villagers were here, so he said, "Villagers, Yufan just told me that he plans to build a wildlife park on Panong Mountain, so he needs to build a road up the mountain and lay 2 cableways. If anyone is willing to come and work, you can sign up with me. The salary is 300 yuan a day." When the villagers heard Shizifu's words, they exclaimed in surprise. A wage of 300 yuan is considered very high in Panlong village. Generally, when someone repairs a house, they only charge 200 yuan a day to hire a worker. After Shizifu finished speaking, the villagers who wanted to work came flocking in. Yufan came to the woods at the foot of the mountain, climbed onto Hong Lian's back, and said to the tigers, "Come on, come home with me." Yufan brought 18 Siberian tigers to the Yixing Zoo area. Although it is only 100 square meters, it is arranged to create the most suitable environment for the Siberian tiger to survive. There are even many small animals that the Siberian tigers like to eat. For the Siberian tigers, this park is simply a paradise. However, the food inside is not to the point where it cannot be eaten up. As the number of animals increases in the future, Yufan will definitely have to find some factories to cooperate with to ensure food and accommodation for the wild animals. But these are all later matters, you can hire professionals to do it. Back at the 5-star villa, Yufan lay comfortably on the sofa in the living room and opened the task system. After completing the first 1-star task, a completed sign appeared above the first word in the list. Race with the Siberian tiger. Yufan looked at the second 1-star task. Wrestling with giant pandas. Wrestling with giant pandas. Wrestle with style, wrestle with energy. I will fulfill your dream with my hands. Please go to Sanguiniang Mountain and wrestle with the strongest panda on the top of the mountain for 10 minutes without losing, or just hug and wrestle the giant panda to complete the task and you can randomly draw a giant panda. Do you accept the mission? Yufan accepted the task without even thinking about it. You have accepted a 1-star mission. Please complete it within 10 days. Otherwise, the mission will be cancelled and one animal you have obtained, as well as the animal training funds and supporting living park, will be confiscated at random. Yufan was relatively relaxed during this mission. It's just a panda. I often see panda videos on short video platforms. Their temperaments are always very docile. When they see people, they often cover their faces with their front paws or lower their heads to hide their true appearance. In the wild, the first reaction when seeing people is to avoid them. Yufan was full of anticipation when he thought about wrestling with the chubby panda. This task doesn't look too dangerous and should be completed quickly. Seeing Yufan on the sofa, Xiaobai transformed into a human form, wearing the new skirt Yufan bought for her, opened her arms, and pounced directly towards Yufan. Chapter 13. Your cat is good, I bought it. After Xiaobai turned into a human, he still kept his original habits. As soon as he saw Yufan, he ran towards him and jumped into his arms. This habit can be corrected, but Yufan doesn't think it's necessary. Because hugging a person seems to be more comfortable than hugging a cat. Fortunately, Yufan has a good waist, otherwise he really couldn't bear this love. But since she has transformed, Yufan treats her as a human. These days, Yufan has also been teaching her some human habits. Even Xiaobai has started learning how to cook. Yufan was sitting on the sofa. Xiaobai put his legs on both sides of Yufan's waist, sat steadily on Yufan's thighs, and hooked his arms around Yufan's neck. Xiaobai tilted his head and smiled. Master, what do you want to eat for lunch? I'll make it for you. Yufan thought for a moment and said, Xiao Hong and I are going on a long trip this afternoon, so just make 2 vegetarian dishes for lunch. Xiaobai took out an eggplant from his back and asked, How about eggplant? Yufan looked at eggplant in confusion. When Xiaobai pounced on me just now, he didn't have an eggplant in his hand. So where did this eggplant come from? Yufan smiled dully. Eggplants eat oil. I usually treat it as a meat dish, so I won't eat eggplant today. Xiaobai took out a cucumber with his other hand and asked, How do you like the cucumber? Stir-fried or cold? Yufan looked at the cucumber and said, This cucumber looks crooked, a little bit unruly. I don't want to eat it. Xiaobai sighed helplessly and took out another loofah. There's nothing we can do, we can only eat loofah. Yufan? So you only pick these strips of vegetables? Yufan said speechlessly. Okay, today is the first day that the Siberian tigers enter the park. I decided to celebrate. I will cook lunch. Xiaobai took the eggplant, cucumber, and loofah back and put them in the refrigerator. Xiaobai asked again. Master, where are you going this time? The only animals that can transform are 4-star and 5-star animals, and their intelligence is comparable to that of humans. They also know where they came from. So there was no need for Yufan to hide anything from them. Yufan said, I'm going to go to the southwest and find a strong panda to wrestle with. Xiaobai said in surprise. That's perfect. Xiaohong can attach herself to you and give you strength and endurance. In that case, knocking down a panda will be as easy as eating and drinking. Yufan said in surprise. It can also give me strength. Xiaobai asked doubtfully. Don't you know? Yufan looked at Xiaohong unkindly. Xiaohong was lying on another sofa. Feeling Yufan's anger, she whispered, Gugu? When you race against Siberian tigers, I gave you strength and endurance. Otherwise, do you think you could outrun them? It hurts. Yufan asked how it could be so easy to complete the task. It turned out that Xiaohong was helping me secretly. Yufan originally thought that he was so awesome. It's really like a heifer kicking over the milking bucket, it's all for nothing. But think about it from another perspective, Xiaohong is originally my pet, and its power is bestowed upon me, which can be regarded as my real ability. Thinking of this, Yufan asked Xiaobai. In this case, then Xiaobai, what can you bless me with? Xiaobai said, I am only a 4-star animal, I can only bless you with one attribute. My speed is faster than Xiaohong, so I can increase your speed a little. But I'm not very fast, only twice as fast as an average cat. When you get other animals that are known for their speed, you'll know how terrifying they are. I am different from other animals. Apart from my good looks, I have basically no advantages. Yufan stared at Xiaobai blankly, thinking that this is even more pretentious than Versailles. Good looks are the most amazing advantage. Yufan thought for a moment and said, Xiaobai, you should come with me this time, but you have to change into your original form. With your current appearance and outfit, you will attract too many people's attention. It will be troublesome if someone stares at you. Xiaobai shouted in surprise. Really? Can I go too? Master, you are so kind! After Xiaobai finished speaking, he rushed towards Yufan again and rubbed his head affectionately in Yufan's arms. Seeing this, Xiaohong couldn't help but look somewhere towards Yufan. Sure enough, the master demonstrated his ability to locally enlarge the area again. There is no way. Yufan is just a young man who has graduated from university for 3 years and is now at the age of full vigor and vitality. Otherwise, you wouldn't think a cat is so pretty when you see it. In the afternoon, Yufan took Xiaohong and Xiaobai and left Panlong village. As for home, there won't be any problems with Honglian around. Although Honglian is only a 3-star animal, in order to build a fish pond, Honglian carried many stones weighing thousands of pounds to the mountainside without even taking a breath. It was also the first time that Yufan understood Honglian's strength. He even thought at that time that Honglian was the most powerful of the 3 animals. Until I saw Xiaohong become thousands of meters tall. It is very convenient to travel long distances nowadays. Although Panlong village is located in a poor county, a highway has been built there. Yufan directly rented a car, drove to the city, and then used the same method as before to take a plane to Sichuan province. At around 7 or 8 in the evening, Yufan arrived at Siguniang town near Sangguniang mountain. But what surprised Yufan was that most of the hotels here were fully booked. After some inquiries, I found out that there's a super cross-country running competition around Mount Siguniang recently. This race is known as one of the coolest marathons in the world. Every year it attracts top trail runners and marathon runners from all over the world. Tomorrow is the Sangguniang mountain stage of the race. While Yufan was secretly feeling unlucky, he had to find a homestay to stay in. It was Xiaobai's first time out of Panlong mountain, so he was very curious along the way. After arriving at Siguniang town, its head popped out of Yufan's pocket. Yufan was walking on the street when he saw several foreigners coming towards him. A pretty foreign girl pointed at Yufan's pocket and shouted excitedly, Comma! Oh my God! It's so cute! The foreign girl was holding the wrist of a white young man. When she saw Xiao Bai, she immediately stretched out her hands excitedly and wanted to hug Xiao Bai. Yu Fan turned sideways so as not to be touched by the foreign girl. Do you think you can touch my Xiao Bai? When the white young man saw Yu Fan's reaction, he suddenly became furious. He pulled out a stack of $100 bills from his wallet, which looked like there were several $1,000s. He handed the money to Yu Fan and said proudly in broken Mandarin, "The cat won't rub the mud, buy it. 5 guns worth more than 1,000 yuan, buy mud and the cat will be fine." Yu Fan didn't understand what he said. I thought for a long time before I realized what he was saying. Your cat is great, I'll buy it. Here are more than 5,000 yuan, enough to buy your cat. However, the tone of his voice made it seem as if Yu Fan selling Xiao Bai to him was a gift to Yu Fan. This is also normal. Nowadays, many foreigners coming to our country have this attitude. It's as if they are the masters of this country. This is the sense of superiority that some Chinese people have given them. Seeing the white man's attitude, Yu Fan said coldly, "Get lost, I won't sell it." Chapter 14: Crossing the Track to Save the Giant Panda. Steve is a candidate for the title in this ultra cross-country race. He won first place in the first 3 stages. The Siguniang Mountain Super Cross-Country Race consists of 6 stages with a total distance of over 300 kilometers. The first place in each stage will receive a reward of 50,000 yuan. The overall ranking first will receive a reward of 200,000 yuan. In other words, participating in this super cross-country running competition can win a maximum prize of 500,000 yuan. Steve came here just for the 500,000 yuan. For him, it would be a waste not to take the money. He didn't think there was anyone in China who could run faster than him. After winning 3 stages in a row, everyone respected him. Whether they are Chinese or people from other countries, they will show admiration when they see him. Even now, this girlfriend was poached from another competitor. The competitor tore his cruciate ligament while competing with Steve in speed. So, his girlfriend took the initiative to throw herself into Steve's arms. Now she has set her eyes on a little kitten, and I will do whatever it takes to help her get it, even if it means snatching it away. Steve looked at Yu Fan unkindly and said coldly, "Pan Yu, why don't you sell the cat mud? There will be a few more ash in the mud at the end." Hearing Steve's words, not only was Yu Fan furious, Xiao Bai couldn't help but yelled, "Meow! You are the cat, your whole family is a cat." Xiao Bai is not a cat, he just looks like a cat. It is actually a spiritual animal. Because has a gentle personality and a quirky look, she is very likable. Therefore, it has been sought after by people since ancient times. Wang Rahai, a high official in the Song dynasty, wrote in his Lin Shu, "How can I find a friend like you to hang out with me and relieve my worries?" This shows the status of in people's minds. Some even say that is a pet that can only be raised by immortals and cannot be seen by mortals. Because of this relationship, some people classify it as a mythical beast. From this we can see that in the system's classification, 4-star animals are divine beasts. Yu Fan is Xiao Bai's master, Xiao Bai agrees to whatever he calls him. But others can't. Yu Fan touched Xiao Bai's head and helped it straighten the white hair on its head. Yu Fan looked at Steve with disdain and said, "If you can't speak our Mandarin, don't talk nonsense. You said a lot, but I only understood 2 words. But considering that you are a foreigner, you can understand why you didn't understand me, so I decided to say it to you in English. Comma. Get lost, I won't sell her." Yu Fan's tone made Steve feel very uncomfortable, so he rolled up his sleeves, clenched his fists, and was about to hit Yu Fan. There were 3 strong men behind him. When they saw Steve taking action, they also rushed towards Yu Fan. Many Europeans and Americans are very tall. Among Steve's 4 friends, the shortest is 1.9 meters tall. Although Yu Fan is 1.83 meters tall, in their eyes, he is not good enough. The foreign girl suddenly shouted, "Be careful not to hurt my cat." Seeing 4 people surrounding him, Yu Fan said to Xiaohong in his pocket, "Xiaohong, give me some strength, something stronger." As soon as Yu Fan finished speaking, he felt a warm current entering his body and instantly flowing through his limbs and bones. At this moment, he felt full of strength. Xiaohong also gave him strength last time, but because Yufan was running away at a very fast speed, he didn't feel any changes in his body at all. Steve clenched his fist and took the lead to hit Yufan in the face. Yufan narrowed his eyes. As the saying goes, don't hit people in the face. You have violated the taboo of fighting right from the start, so don't blame me for hitting you too hard. Yufan slapped Steve so fast that even the afterimage could not be seen. Bang! With a crisp sound, Steve flew out at an angle. Boom! Steve flew 2 meters away and fell heavily to the ground. Wow! Pa! Steve opened his mouth and spit out a series of teeth. The remaining 3 foreigners were better off, with only one of them getting kicked. But with the power of Xiaohong, this kick was like a huge truck coming at high speed. In an instant, all 4 of them lost their combat effectiveness. Plop! When the foreign girl saw Yufan's fighting ability, she knelt down immediately. She looked at Yufan pitifully and spoke fluent Chinese. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have been greedy for your cat. If you're angry, I can make amends in my own way. Look at the height I'm kneeling down at. It's just the right height to help you solve your needs. Yufan? Yufan was stunned for a moment, then said angrily, You are worthy of eating it? Although this foreign girl is pretty, Yufan is not that kind of person. Especially since the foreign girl and Yufan had just had a conflict, Yufan would not do anything stupid. There is a line in a song that goes like this, it's something else, my youthful bird is gone and will never come back. Did you hear that? Once you take it out and give it to her, it can't be taken back, so it's naturally gone. You taste it carefully. Yufan doesn't want to go to southern Thailand to work yet. Xiaobai and Xiaohong were confused. They couldn't understand why they had to kneel down to eat something. Yufan shook his head and turned away. Fortunately, Yufan was lucky and found an empty room in a homestay. The next morning, Yufan took a bus to Sangguniang Mountain. Because there was a competition today, the mountain was full of contestants and tourists. Yufan even saw Steve and the other 4 who were taught a lesson by him last night. Steve's face was bruised and swollen, and he was wearing a mask. Yufan shook his head. He didn't care about this kind of competition at all. So we climbed directly to the top of the mountain. With the help of Xiaobai's speed and Xiaohong's endurance, it only took Yufan an hour to climb to the top of the mountain. There are many animals on Sangguniang Mountain, such as giant pandas, red pandas, snow leopards, golden monkeys, golden cats, etc. On the way up the mountain, Yufan also saw several golden monkeys sitting on the trees. But the strange thing is that there were no pandas to be seen. Yufan came to the top of the mountain and looked around. The top of the snow-capped mountain was covered in white, and nothing could be seen clearly. Xiaohong and Xiaobai also stood on Yufan's shoulders to help him find wild giant pandas. Suddenly, Xiaohong pointed in a direction and shouted excitedly, Gugu! There was a giant panda surrounded by 6 snow leopards. Ah! They had started fighting. Yufan said hurriedly. Then let's go quickly. If the panda is eaten by the snow leopard, I won't be able to complete my mission. Xiaohong estimated the distance and said worriedly, Gugu? Master, I estimated that the distance from here to the giant panda is about 50 kilometers. If I were to become bigger, I could get there in 1 minute. How about I go over and bring the panda over? Yufan glanced at the huge crowd at the foot of the mountain and shook his head. The disturbance you caused in Rongqing last time was too big. Now my documents have not been completed yet, so it is not appropriate to expose you. If you and Xiaobai bless me at the same time, how long will it take me to get there? Can the giant panda hold on until then? Xiaohong estimated. Gugu. Eh? That giant panda is so strong. Those 6 snow leopards are just a family, and some of them are cubs. If they fight at this intensity, it should be able to hold out for about 2 hours. Xiaobai and I will help you. It should only take you 70 to 80 minutes to get there from the track at the bottom of the mountain. Yufan didn't think twice and decided to run over there by himself. In this way, the giant panda can consume more energy, so that you can easily hug and throw the giant panda to the ground. At this time, the super cross-country race at the foot of the mountain also began. Steve has rushed to the front and soon put a lot of distance between him and the second one. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. This time, the championship is secure. Chapter 15. I know him. He is the hero of Saihu. The Siguniangshan Ultra Trail running race is one of the coolest marathon races in the world. It has a great influence on a global scale. Such an international competition must be broadcast live by TV stations. At the same time, the game was broadcast live simultaneously on several online live streaming platforms and was pushed on the platform homepage. Many people couldn't help but click on the link when they saw the words Super Cross Country Running and the beautiful snow-capped mountain scenery in the background. For uninformed audiences, if you ask them to watch a marathon, they will think it is a waste of time. Because the contestants were all running slowly, and it was always this boring jogging scene. However, because the background is really beautiful this time, many netizens are willing to stay a little longer. When I saw Ultra Trail, I thought it was some kind of obstacle course like the military, but it turned out to be a marathon. That's boring. It's really not interesting. I only watched it for a few minutes and I felt sleepy. I'm going to download this game and watch it when I can't sleep. Can anyone tell me why, except for the first white man who was running, everyone else seemed to be walking? What's the difference between this and taking a walk? The person above, if you don't understand, please don't talk nonsense. This is Mount Siguniang. Today's live broadcast is the 4th stage of the race. The lowest altitude in this stage is 3205 and the highest is 4388. It's good enough if you don't have altitude sickness. Do you still want to run? At such a high altitude, will someone die suddenly? Sudden death is unlikely. After all, those who can participate in the competition are professional marathon runners who have been running marathons for many years. However, the probability of injury is quite high. In the first 3 stages, more than a dozen people were injured and gave up the race. No wonder there's only one person running, his body is really amazing. Oh, that little expression is so annoying, does he think he's stable? That man is called Steve. He was the first in the first 3 stages. He is too strong. If nothing unexpected happens, he should be the champion of all stages. The second place winner can't even see his taillights. Fuck! Did you see that? It seemed like there was a flash of lightning flying across the screen just now. I saw it too. It wasn't lightning, it was a person. But he was so fast that even the camera couldn't catch up. Although Xiaohong said that giant pandas can last about 2 hours, Yu Fan still ran over as fast as he could. Wild animals are inherently ferocious. What if something unexpected happens to a panda? Wouldn't it be a waste of time? So after Yu Fan came down the mountain, he ran as fast as he could. He had never seen an ultra cross-country running competition, so he thought that the participants in this competition were like those in a triathlon, where everyone ran with all their might. It was not until Yu Fan heard bursts of exclamations and caught up with the person running at the back that he realized he was running fast. But there is no way, I can wait, but the panda can't. Yu Fan's speed was so terrifying that everyone at the competition also noticed him. Wow, who is that contestant? Why is he running so fast? It looks like a runner from our country. Is there anyone in our country who can run that fast? That's not right. I'm afraid Bolt isn't that fast, right? The organizers of the competition saw Yu Fan's speed and directly turned on the speed measuring device. Soon they opened their mouths in surprise, so wide that you could fit a fist in. Yu Fan only took 9 seconds to complete the 100 meters of speed measurement. Faster than Bolt. The most important thing is that Yu Fan has not slowed down yet. He has been running at this speed for more than a minute. Is this still a human being? The person in charge of the competition organizer said to his assistant. Check the information of this contestant and report it later. This is no longer something that humans can do. It must be reported and allowed to be studied by professional organizations. Ultra trail running is not just about running on roads. In fact, except for the first section of the journey which is on the highway, the rest of the journey is almost entirely mountain roads and snowy roads. Yu Fan overtook one slow contestant after another and soon caught up with Steve. Steve only felt the motorcycle flying past him, and the wind it brought was about to blow him down. Huh! Yu Fan glanced at Steve and stepped back. Yu Fan slowed down and walked up to Steve and said, Isn't this the rubbish that I beat last night? Are you coming to participate in the competition too? But your speed is not good enough. How can you win the championship if you are so slow? This stage is more than 50 kilometers long. What matters is not your speed but your rhythm. Steve was jogging, keeping his pace. But Yufan started to mock Steve as soon as he appeared, which made Steve very unhappy. Steve sneered in English and said, "Do you know what cross-country running is? Do you know what a marathon is? If you run like this, you will die suddenly after a few hundred meters at most." Yufan laughed and said, "A few hundred meters, right? Then I'll sprint for you and let you know what the difference is." After Yufan finished speaking, he immediately sped up. But instead of running forward, he ran in circles around Steve. Although the speed is not as fast as in a straight line, it is still about 10 seconds per 100 meters. To people outside, it looked like Steve was spinning a yo-yo as big as a person at high speed. "Steve? Is there something wrong with you?" Not only Steve didn't understand, but the other athletes, the audience, and the live broadcast viewers also didn't understand. Could it be that these two people have a grudge against each other, and Yufan deliberately messed with Steve's mentality? Suddenly, a comment appeared on the live broadcast. I remember now, the man circling the foreigner is the Saiha hero from northeast China." After seeing this comment, netizens immediately went to check the comment about Saiha hero. Finally, it was confirmed that the one circling was the Saiha hero. "That's not surprising. Even the Siberian tiger can outrun it. It's not surprising that it has such speed. This foreigner is so pitiful. I don't know how he offended the Saiha hero, so he was teased like this. But I like it, ha ha ha." "Me too." At the beginning, the camera gave a close-up of this foreigner. His arrogant look was so annoying. "Ha ha ha, please tell me how much psychological trauma Steve has suffered." Steve's mentality has completely collapsed. Yufan had been running around him for several minutes, always at a speed of 10 seconds per 100 meters. Steve's eyes were dazzled and his head was spinning. He felt like he was in a washing machine and someone had turned it to the highest setting. Steve couldn't help but said, "Please don't run away. Can't I just admit my mistake? I feel like vomiting now." Yufan sneered. "Didn't you say that my running style would cause sudden death? Why didn't I die suddenly? Do you know? In the few minutes I was running around you just now, 20 to 30 runners have already surpassed you. You have to cheer up. You have to stand firm." Yufan was still circling around Steve. Finally, "Vomit." Steve vomited. Unfortunately, as soon as he vomited, he fell on his back. Those things that were just vomited out were swallowed back again before they could even leave their mouths. Soon, Steve began to twitch, and it seemed that he had no fighting power left. Yufan laughed loudly and ran forward again. Chapter 16. Do you have any giant pandas to give away? After Steve fainted, professional medical staff came forward with a stretcher to check on him. Steve was fine, it's just that his head was too dizzy and his body was out of control. Plus, he choked on some vomit, so he fainted. Yufan did not touch him during the whole process, which can be seen in the surveillance video. That's why the organizer didn't intervene in Yufan's operation. Yufan ran towards the panda's location at full speed again and soon surpassed everyone. After a while, even the drone following in the sky lost track. This was not the drone's fault. It was because Yufan ran into a continuous woods and deviated from the track. The drone searched over the woods for a long time but found no trace of Yufan. In fact, Yufan had already arrived at the battlefield between giant pandas and snow leopards. Xiaohong directly gave Yufan strength and endurance, while Xiaobai gave him speed. Yufan shouted to the 6 snow leopards, "Hey, little kitties, don't hurt my giant panda!" Yufan's voice was processed by Xiaohong, so the snow leopards actually understood it. The 6 snow leopards looked at Yufan suspiciously, then looked at each other, thinking that Yufan was here to steal their food. So, they divided into 3 snow leopards and pounced towards Yufan. The other 3 continued to besiege the giant panda. With the support of Xiaohong and Xiaobai, Yufan is now like a Superman. He grabbed the front paw of the first snow leopard that pounced on him and threw it directly onto the snow. Boom! The snow leopard fell heavily to the ground. Although it did not suffer any substantial injuries, its head was badly beaten. The same went for the other 2 snow leopards. Yufan grabbed their front legs and smashed them directly into the snow. Seeing this, The 3 snow leopards that were besieging the giant panda also rushed towards Yufan. Yufan grabbed a snow leopard's tail with one hand and its hind legs with the other and knocked them together. The last one was the worst. Yufan kicked it 3 or 4 meters away. However, snow leopards are very resistant to beatings and falls. After Yufan's operation, all 6 snow leopards were fine. Seeing them staring at him, Yufan said, "You guys are so cute, I can't bear to hurt you, so leave now, I'll have someone bring you some meat later." Animals have strong instincts. The 6 snow leopards knew they couldn't afford to offend Yufan, so they ran away. The giant panda's IQ is actually quite high. Seeing that Yufan helped it drive away the snow leopard, the giant panda ran towards Yufan excitedly. He habitually stretched out his 2 bare paws and wanted to hug Yufan's thighs. Yufan turned sideways, grabbed one of the giant panda's paws, and threw it over his shoulder. Boom! Snowflakes are flying. Giant panda? The panda feels wrong. Did you fall down accidentally? I'm not here to hit you. We are friends. Yufan actually did it on purpose. Only by launching a surprise attack like this could he ensure that he could defeat the giant panda. Although it may seem a bit unethical, there is no need to have any martial ethics between humans and animals. You are just more of a dog than them. This giant panda is about 1.9 meters long, which is longer than the average panda. Yufan ran for an hour and a half. Even with Xiaohang's endurance, he was exhausted at this time. If Yufan really wrestles with it, even if he wins, it will be a miserable victory. So after throwing the panda away, Yufan immediately apologized. I'm sorry, I thought there was another snow leopard bullying you, so I threw it away. Look, this is the rhetoric. Yufan first said that he was helping it get rid of the snow leopard that was bullying it. Would the panda still have the nerve to blame Yufan? This giant panda is the king of pandas on Mount Sangguniang, and has almost no contact with humans. So they have no idea how cunning humans are. Its bare face showed an idiotic expression and even a silly smile. Aha! It's okay, you were trying to save me, so I'll just think of it as an accidental fall from the tree. Yufan gave the panda a kind smile. You are so nice and considerate. Hee hee. Yufan opened the system. Congratulations on completing a 1-star mission. You will receive a 1-star animal, 1 million animal training funds, and a 100 square meter 1-star animal living park. Congratulations on obtaining a king panda. The panda king is right before your eyes. You can command him as you please. Yufan finally understood the rules of the system. For any 1-star task, you will get the corresponding animal according to the task you complete. These are animals that exist in the world, so the system directly turns them into its own pets. If you complete 4-star and 5-star tasks in the future, maybe you will be randomly selected. Yufan is looking forward to the fact that in the future, there will be more and more 4-star and 5-star animals that humans have never seen before in his zoo. The area of the zoo will also grow larger as you complete tasks. However, I don't have the ability to complete a 5-star mission yet. Even with Xiaohong, Yufan didn't think he could surf in the Category 10 tsunami in Bermuda for 10 minutes. Of course, as you obtain more animals, especially those above 4 stars, they will be able to bless you and give you many incredible abilities. By then, even a 5-star mission would be a piece of cake. Friendly reminder, for every 3 1-star tasks you complete, you need to complete a 2-star task. Only if you succeed can you continue to complete 1-star tasks. For every 3 2-star tasks you complete, you need to complete a 3-star task. And so on. Yufan thought about it, and felt that this setting was not too bad. If you force yourself to always complete 1-star tasks, it is easy to develop laziness. After all, 1-star tasks are relatively simple. If you complete them all easily and then suddenly do 2-star tasks, it may happen that the first few tasks cannot adapt to the difficulty, and cannot be completed. This way, you are also motivating yourself to make progress. After the Panda King in front of him became Yufan's 1-star animal, there was no need for Xiaohong to translate for Yufan. Yufan said directly to the giant Panda King, I will be your master from now on. Do you want to stay here or go home with me? Without even thinking, the Panda King said, Yeah. I want to leave with you. The environment here is becoming less and less suitable for our survival. Many tourists come here every year and they litter everywhere, causing the land here to be polluted. A lot of bamboo on the mountain has withered. If we stay here any longer, I'm afraid that many animals that used to live in harmony will kill each other. The situation like the 6 snow leopards surrounding me today will happen more and more often. Yu Fan nodded and asked the Panda King, "How many companions do you have here?" The Panda King said, 6 in total including me." Yu Fan nodded with satisfaction. Having 6 pandas in his zoo was a good number, both for the pandas to play with each other and for tourists to visit. Yu Fan planned that once the zoo had 10 species of animals, he could officially announce the opening of the zoo. "Take a cup of water from heaven, and let it shine on the bright moon in the human world." Yu Fan's cell phone rang. It was Xuanfeng's general manager. Yu Fan pressed the answer button in surprise, and heard the voice of Xuanfeng's general manager coming from the phone. "Hello, is this Mr. Yu Fan? I am the general manager of Xuanfeng. Do you have any giant pandas to give away?" Yu Fan asked suspiciously. "How do you know I want to transport pandas?" The general manager of Xuanfeng said, "The people above asked me to come here. Please add me on WeChat and send me the location." Upon hearing this, Yu Fan couldn't help but look up at the sky. "It seems that my every move is being monitored." Chapter 17. How dare you steal the giant pandas from our scenic area? As soon as Yu Fan drove away the snow leopard and tamed the panda, Xuanfeng knew his plan at the first time. "This only means that I am being monitored. And it is a monitoring system at the sky level. Otherwise it wouldn't be possible so fast. This means that if you commit a crime in our country, you should not rely on luck and it is best to surrender as soon as possible." Yu Fan couldn't help but dialed the number given by the system earlier. In the Imperial City, an old man was working in the office. After seeing Yu Fan's call, he directly pressed the answer button. "Yu Fan, what do you want to talk to me about this time?" Out of politeness, Yu Fan said in a normal tone. "Hello, I appreciate your help, but can you give me a little freedom?" The old man heard this and asked in confusion, "What do you mean?" Yu Fan recounted what happened to him in Sangguniang Mountain. The old man frowned after hearing this and said to Yu Fan, "Okay, wait for me for a moment, I'll ask for you." After the old man hung up the phone, he dialed another number. "Jinghong, what's going on with Yu Fan?" Jinghong is the head of China's surveillance system. He heard the old man's question and replied, "It's like this. Last time, you asked me to give him the greatest access, so I asked my men to keep an eye on him. I also set up a team for him to monitor his actions anytime, anywhere." Hearing this, the old man was so angry that he shouted, "I asked you to give him the authority, not to monitor him. You should remove that group immediately and call him to apologize." Jinghong asked in disbelief, "Do I still have to apologize to him?" The old man said speechlessly, "Even I have to apologize to him. Wait a few minutes before calling back, I'll call first to apologize." After the old man finished speaking, he hung up the phone and called Yu Fan again. "Yu Fan, I have investigated the matter thoroughly. It is indeed my fault. I did not explain it clearly to the people below. I am sorry for causing you some trouble." Yu Fan shook his head and said, "I'm glad it's just a misunderstanding. I was just worried that I would have no privacy at all." "Thank you." The old man laughed. "Don't worry, whatever you want to do, just do it boldly. I have already issued a document 2 days ago, and it should be at your place within 1 or 2 days. Then it will be more convenient for you to do things, and you don't need to hide anything. No matter how big the storm is, I can settle it for you." After Yu Fan exchanged a few pleasantries with the old man, he hung up the phone in surprise. Yu Fan asked the system, "System, what identities did you change for my father and grandfather? Why do I feel like you're going too far?" The system said calmly, "Don't worry, I either won't take action or I will make sure there are no loopholes. After I made this modification, it has actually had an impact on reality. Before you grow up completely, your father and grandfather will most likely not come back." Yu Fan asked in confusion, "What do you mean?" System. "It seems like I said something I shouldn't have said. Slip away." The system was silent. No matter how Yu Fan called out, it wouldn't come out. Yu Fan shouted at the system, "Explain clearly, what do you mean? If I can't grow up, will my father and grandfather never appear?" The system added a silent special effect to itself. No matter how Yu Fan scolded it, it couldn't hear it. Hee hee. Yufan's mentality was a little broken. You are kidding me. In this case, wouldn't I have to keep completing missions and make myself stronger? Damn, this is a crappy system. Yufan wanted to curse a few more times when his cell phone rang again. Yufan directly pressed the answer button and heard an old man's voice on the phone. Hello, Comrade Yufan. My name is Jinghong, and I am the person in charge of China's surveillance system. What happened to you on Mount Sanguiniang just now was all due to my negligence. I am sorry for causing you trouble. I have now shut down all the systems that monitor you. If you need any help in the future, please call me. Yufan laughed and said, It's okay, I already knew it just now, it was just a small mistake, I can understand. Jinghong nodded and said, Thank you for your understanding. If you have nothing else to do, I'll get busy first. Yufan smiled and said, Just keep busy. I'll find you if I need anything. After Jinghong hung up the phone, he still stood there blankly. He hasn't reacted yet. What exactly is Yufan's identity? Even the number one person has to apologize to him? He thought about it and decided to check Yufan's information. After opening the system, I found that I didn't have the permission. What a joke! The things I don't even have the authority to look into are only related to those 5 people in power. Could it be that Yufan is at their level? How is this possible? Jinghong was even more shocked and quickly called his assistant to attend an emergency meeting. Having offended Yufan this time, he must do something to make amends. Although there is no need for someone in his position to do so. Because even those 5 people couldn't do anything to him. But by doing this, you can express your attitude after all. After Yufan hung up the phone, he added Xunfeng's general manager on WeChat. After releasing a location, he led the 6 giant pandas towards the road at the foot of the mountain. At this time, the super cross-country running event was still going on, and many people were looking for Yufan. On major live streaming platforms, countless young people who have no interest in cross-country running are watching the live broadcast. I just want to find the trace of the hero who raced tigers. Finally, Yufan appeared in the camera again. This time, there were 6 chubby giant pandas following him. My goodness, this guy either tamed Siberian tigers or wild giant pandas. How did he do it? I'm reminded of an ancient profession, animal tamer. I guess he is such a person, but won't the relevant departments investigate him for enslaving national treasures like this? Isn't he afraid of spending the rest of his life in prison? I don't know either. Just wait and see. Look, it looks like there are policemen walking towards him. This is going to be a good show. Yufan was photographed by the organizer's camera on his way down the mountain. Because the organizer had called the police before, saying that Yufan was acting irrationally and might have something dangerous on him. After all, if you want someone to run a marathon at bolt speed, it's a fantasy no matter who you tell it to. This time, more than a dozen policemen came. When they saw Yufan, they pulled out their guns and shouted at him. Stop! Yufan was stunned for a moment, and said to them, Everyone, is there any misunderstanding between us? The captain of the police force laughed and said, Misunderstanding? If it's a misunderstanding, you'll know when you come back with me to check. Seeing the other party's attitude, Yufan thought that he must go with them today. Maybe the document has not yet been distributed to the grassroots level. Otherwise, I wouldn't let these people misunderstand me. Yufan said to them helplessly. Okay, I can go back with you to be investigated, but I need to wait for someone with a favorable circumstance to help me transport these 6 giant pandas back. What? Before Yufan could finish his words, the captain exclaimed. How dare you blatantly steal the giant pandas from our scenic area? Chapter 18 Report him for secretly raising a panda. The commotion here at Yufan attracted many people. They came towards Yufan in groups, ready to watch the excitement. In our country, people's favorite thing is to watch the fun. There was once a news report about an old lady who came back from shopping and found a house on fire. She ran to watch the fun, and the more she watched, the more she felt that the burning house was her home. Finally, I confirmed that it was indeed her home. When Yufan saw this video, he laughed out loud in a very unkind way. However, now others come to watch my fun. Yufan didn't want to make a big deal out of it, so he took the initiative to cooperate and said, Can I make a phone call? The captain narrowed his eyes, thinking that anyone who could steal the panda so blatantly must be someone powerful. So he said, "Okay, but you have to put it on speakerphone so we can hear your conversation." Yufan thought for a moment and said, "Okay, but we just need to hear it. We shouldn't let those onlookers hear it." The captain was worried that Yufan's matter would have an impact, so he agreed to Yufan's request. Yufan called Jinghong. Jinghong had just started the meeting, and was stunned when he saw Yufan's call. "Thinking you're in trouble so soon?" Jinghong asked doubtfully. "Comrade Yufan, what can I do for you?" Yufan asked awkwardly. Uncle Jing, are you familiar with the police system?" Jinghong asked doubtfully. "Maybe it's possible. Were you stopped by their people? Give the call to the person who stopped you." The captain felt that the voice on the phone was very familiar. After hearing the name, he secretly thought that something was wrong. So he asked tentatively, "Are you Minister Jing?" Jinghong's voice was somewhat majestic. "It's me. Who is the person in charge there? I will send him a document immediately. You don't have to leave. Just help me escort Comrade Yufan." Jinghong talked to the captain for a few words and then hung up the phone. In less than a minute, the captain received a call from his superior. Let him take people to escort Yufan and Panda away from the scene. The captain looked at Yufan in shock. "I was guessing Yufan's identity in my heart. It would be fine if he was just escorting him, but he also had to escort a panda? Isn't this like giving our pandas away to others? Why should he do that? This is a national treasure." But since Yufan didn't say anything, the captain had no way of guessing the reason. Under the shocked gazes of tourists and live broadcast viewers, Yufan leisurely left Sangguniang Mountain with a dozen police officers. They didn't even know whether Yufan was taken away by the police or whether the police escorted him away. Because when Yufan left, the 6 pandas followed him. Because Sangguniang Mountain is very close to Yufan's home, the boss of SF Express also knew Yufan's special identity, so he directly used a special plane to escort Yufan and the 6 giant pandas back home. He even told Yufan that if he needed anything in the future, he could contact him directly. He gave Yufan a business card. Yufan took a look and found that his name was Wang Wei. That afternoon, Yufan and the 6 giant pandas arrived at the foot of Panlong Mountain. Yufan found the village chief Shizifu. Shizifu had already designed a road up the mountain. "We plan to start work tomorrow." Yufan came here to discuss the construction matters with Shizifu. In the evening, Yufan had returned home. The stone road of Panlong Mountain will start construction tomorrow. Based on the original road up the mountain, it was widened and reinforced. So the workload is not very large, and it can be repaired quickly. The main trouble is the cable car. However, the zoo has not opened yet, so there is no rush for the cable car. By the time there were more animals in the zoo, the cable car was almost finished. After leaving the village chief's house, Yufan took the 6 giant pandas up the mountain. After Yufan arrived at the woods, he directly called Honglian to come down and pick him up. As for the giant pandas, they ran very fast, and Yufan ignored them. After Yufan left, 2 young men looked at each other not far from the village chief's house. They were Yufan's elementary school classmates. They were poor students in school and their family conditions were not good. So I dropped out of school before finishing junior high school. One of them is called Mingshi and the other is called Ma Ino. Mingshi narrowed his eyes and said to Ma Ino, "Ino, Yufan has been good at studying since he was young. Our parents often compare him with us. There were even a few times when he scored full marks while we both only scored a few points. As a result, we were both beaten up by our parents. Do you remember this?" Ma Ino nodded. "Yes, we could have done better in our studies, but because we were always beaten, we lost our passion for studying, which is why we are doing so badly now." Mengshi's face showed hatred. "Well, a gentleman's revenge is never too late. We couldn't beat him before, and it seems we can't beat him now. Are you willing?" Ma Ino sighed and said, "How can I be willing to accept this? But what can I do? Didn't you hear what the village chief said? Yufan is going to open a zoo, and it will open as soon as the road is repaired. By then, the gap between us and him will be even bigger." Mengshi laughed and said, "Haha, let me ask you, did you see clearly what was following Yufan just now?" Ma Ino said affirmatively. "You must have seen it clearly, aren't they just 6 giant pandas? Hey, many people like giant pandas now. With them, Yufan's business will only get better. Meng sure couldn't help but knocked Ma Yinhua on the head and cursed. Stupid thing, that's a giant panda, a national treasure. Can ordinary people raise one? Let me ask you, what would happen if you stole a few giant pandas? Ma Yinhua asked doubtfully. Will they beat him to death? Meng sure was so angry that he couldn't speak and could only press his face with one hand. Damn, with your IQ, you deserve to be a farmer all your life. Meng sure said angrily. It's a national treasure. If you stole it, you will be arrested by the relevant departments. A life sentence is too light. Ma Yinhua suddenly realized. Oh, you mean you want me to report Yufan for secretly raising pandas? Meng sure finally smiled and said to Ma Yinhua. Yes, my uncle is a police officer in the county. We can go to him for help. Once our report is successful, we might even get a reward. Ma Yinhua became more and more excited as he thought about it, so he said, Great, let's go now. As they talked, they headed towards the county police station. Yufan didn't know that he was about to be reported. At this time, he was teaching Xiaobai how to cook. Xiaobai has turned into a human form because she realized that Yufan liked her more after she turned into a human form. Xiaobai looked at the yam covered with dirt on the ground and asked doubtfully, Master, this thing is long, thick and dirty. Can it really be eaten? Yufan picked up a yam and put it in the sink to wash it. He explained to Xiaobai. This is a good thing. It looks dirty on the surface, but it's clean underneath the skin. It's also very nutritious. Would you like to try it? Yufan had already washed the yam and took out a peeler. Xiaobai took the peeler and gently scraped off a piece of yam skin. Xiaobai touched the yam and exclaimed, Wow, the skin is really clean inside, and there's moisture inside, so smooth. Xiaobai seemed to have seen a new world. After scraping the skin of the entire yam clean, his hand slipped and he lost his grip on the yam. The yam slid straight into the sink. Xiaobai couldn't help but screamed. Ah, it slipped in. Chapter 19, Finding Evidence of Yufan's Illegal Activities. Xiaohong was picking her feet in the living room. The more I listened to the conversation in the kitchen, the more I felt something was wrong. Why is this conversation the same as the last time I peeked at the movie my master was watching? Finally, Xiaohong put her fingers between her toes, and she felt much more comfortable there. Then, it couldn't help but smell its fingers. It smells like bean paste. Xiaohong ran into the kitchen quickly and saw Yufan cutting yam. In the pot next to it, ribs were already stewed. Xiaobai lay on Yufan's back, learning very seriously how to cook pork ribs stewed with yam. Yufan saw Xiaohong rushing in so anxiously and asked in confusion, What's wrong? You look so anxious. Xiaohong smiled and said, It's okay, I just came to see what we're going to have for dinner. I smelled the fragrance from a distance, so I couldn't help myself. Yufan smiled and said, We'll have yam stewed with pork ribs tonight. It will be ready in an hour. Go wait outside. Xiaohong nodded and left the kitchen somewhat awkwardly. It turns out it's not that kind of thing. I'm so disappointed. Xiaohong walked out of the living room and prepared to go play with Honglian. Yufan was cutting yam while teaching Xiaobai how to prepare the seasonings. In the county police station, Meng Sure and Ma Yinhua sat on chairs, talking seriously to a middle-aged man. The middle-aged man is Meng Shure's uncle Zhang Gaohan. He is an old trainee police officer who has never been able to become a regular police officer. In this era, trainee police officers must pass an exam if they want to become regular police officers. But Zhang Gaohan's academic performance was too poor. He took the exam for more than 10 years and even passed the age limit, but still failed to pass. He is no longer eligible to take the exam at his age. If you want to become a regular employee, you can only do it by making contributions, and great contributions. Hearing his nephew's words, Zhang Gaohan asked in surprise, Is what you said true? Meng Sure nodded seriously and said, Uncle, why would I lie to you? My classmates and I saw Yufan leading 6 giant pandas up the mountain in a swaggering manner, with a very proud expression on his face. Go up the mountain? Zhang Gaohan asked suspiciously. Doesn't Yufan have a house at the foot of the mountain? Why did he go up the mountain? Meng Sure explained. Uncle, you haven't been back for a long time. Now Yufan's house in the countryside is no longer inhabited. He seems to have built a house on the mountain and is also going to build a zoo on the mountain. But I don't know when he built it. Ma-ino at the side also shook his head and said, I don't know when he repaired it. Zhang Gaohan waved his hand. It doesn't matter when it was built. Yu Fan secretly raised a giant panda, and he stole it from somewhere else. This has had a serious impact on society. You two will come up the mountain with me tomorrow morning, and we'll take some photos of the evidence. I'll make a phone call to the higher-ups when the time comes and make sure Yu Fan is punished for what he has done. Bang! Mengshi slammed the table and said in surprise, That's great, uncle. I'll wait for you at home tomorrow morning. Mengshi and Ma-ino left the police station excitedly and went back to their respective homes. The next morning, Zhang Gaohan drove to Panlong village. After picking up Mengshi and Ma-ino, they headed towards Panlong Mountain. At the foot of Panlong Mountain, Shizifu and the villagers were already building a road. When Shizifu saw Zhang Gaohan, he immediately took out a cigarette and asked Zhang Gaohan, Why did you have time to come back? Zhang Gaohan couldn't stop smiling and said proudly, Nothing, just came back to do something great. After saying this, Zhang Gaohan pretended to be profound and walked towards Panlong Mountain. Shizifu was stunned. However, everyone was from a different system, so Shizifu did not ask any further questions and could only continue to supervise the villagers' work. Zhang Gaohan and the other two slowly climbed up the mountain. After nearly an hour, they were still not halfway up. Mengshi was the weakest among the three. He sat down on a rock and said tiredly, Uncle Ino, take a break. My legs are weak. Ma-ino was also a little tired, so he said, When we were young, we went up the mountain to play, and it didn't feel so far. Why is it that now it feels like we have been climbing for a long time but still haven't reached the destination? What's the reason? Zhang Gaohan also sat down and lit a cigarette for himself. Zhang Gaohan analyzed. This is very simple. When you were young, you climbed the mountain without a purpose, so it was easy all the way. Now you are climbing the mountain with your own purpose, and you have things on your mind, so you feel heavy all the time. They are all heavy. Won't it be more tiring for us to walk? Upon hearing this, Mengshi and Ma-ino couldn't help but applaud Zhang Gaohan. This analysis is very accurate. Crash, crash. The bamboo forest on the mountain was shaking violently. Mengshi glanced toward the mountain and saw a panda hanging on a bamboo. Mengshi pointed at the panda and shouted, Uncle, look, there's a panda over there. Zhang Gaohan was immediately perked up when he saw the panda, so he said, Haha, it seems that Yu Fan is indeed raising a panda. If we catch Yu Fan this time, he will definitely be able to become a regular employee. Zhang Gaohan threw the unfinished cigarette on the ground and walked straight up the mountain. This time the speed is much faster than before. Duh. The three of them had not walked far when they heard footsteps coming from the mountain. However, the three of them did not take it seriously and continued walking up the mountain. They soon came to a ridge more than 1 meter high. This place was washed away by the previous rain, so it is very difficult to get up. Seeing his uncle's grim expression, Mengshi said decisively, Uncle Ino and I will push you up. Zhang Gaohan was not pretentious and agreed with Mengshi's suggestion. So Mengshi and Ma-ino pushed Zhang Gaohan's butt and let Zhang Gaohan grab a small tree above with both hands. Call. Call. Zhang Gaohan felt a little cold on the top of his head, as if someone was blowing air at him. When he looked up, he saw a huge Siberian tiger face, only a dozen centimeters away from his face. The expression on the tiger face seemed to be saying, Little brother, are you awake? At this distance, the Siberian tiger can bite him to death with its mouth open. Ah! Zhang Gaohan was so frightened that he let go, and the thing fell down with a snap. Mengshi and Ma-ino also looked up, and when they saw the majestic Siberian tiger, they felt as if they had fallen into an icy cave, unable to move. Don't scare them. You won't be able to take responsibility if they die of fright later. Oh, it seems like you won't be responsible even if you scare them to death. Yu Fan's voice came from above. Mengshi? Ma-ino? What are you doing here? Mengshi saw that Yu Fan could actually command the tiger, and for a moment he did not dare to tell the truth, so he could only say nervously, I was called here by the village chief, and he said he wanted to see how far this road is so that he could find someone to buy materials. Ma Inoue nodded frantically. Yes, yes, yes. That's it. Meng Shi and Ma Inoue were originally Yufan's classmates. Yufan didn't doubt them much. So I took the initiative to invite him. Since you are already here, why don't you just come to my house and have a seat? Chapter 25 Villa Exposed, shocking everyone. Hearing Yufan's invitation, Meng Shi looked at the Siberian tiger beside Yufan with some fear, and said with a guilty conscience, We are all here to work. If we go to your house to sit, wouldn't that be lazy? Yufan laughed and said, Why are you being lazy? You guys are here to watch the road, aren't you working for me? Your boss, didn't say anything, so why are you worried? Meng Shi couldn't help but look at Zhang Gaohan. Zhang Gaohan nodded to him silently. Meng Shi said to Yufan, Okay, let's go sit for a while. When Yufan saw Zhang Gaohan, he felt that he looked familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had seen him. Yufan asked, Who is this? Meng Shi pointed at Zhang Gaohan and introduced him. This is my uncle. He is a professional. Inoue and I are here to lead the way. Yufan smiled and said, Then why are you still standing there? Come to my house and have a seat. After Yufan finished speaking, he took the initiative to stretch out his hand and pulled Zhang Gaohan and the other two up. When Meng Shi saw the steep mountain road, his feet went weak. He said with a guilty conscience, It's so high, I don't know how long it will take. Yufan smiled calmly, put a hand on Meng Shi's shoulder and said, Meng Shi, we are classmates, how can I let you walk up? Yufan shouted towards the mountain. Hong Lian! Call the 2 Siberian tigers down! Boom! A 2-meter-high red lotus fell from the sky and landed heavily on the ground. Zhang Gaohan and the other 2 were shocked. Afterwards, 2 more Siberian tigers ran down the mountain, and together with the previous one, there were exactly 3. Yufan smiled and said to Meng Shi and the other 2, How about it? Do you dare to ride this mount? Zhang Gaohan, Meng Shi and Ma Inoue were all stunned. Feeling the scent of the 4 animals, sweat started to flow all over my body. Seeing how nervous they were, Yufan couldn't help but laugh and said, Don't be nervous, just think of it as riding a horse. After Yufan finished speaking, he climbed onto Hong Lian's back and said to them, Try it, they are all very docile. Meng Shi saw Yufan's relaxed face, and then looked at the tiger in front of him that seemed to be smiling at him. He gritted his teeth and climbed onto the back of a tiger. The tiger took brisk steps and walked towards the mountain. The tiger walks very tiptoe, not stumbling at all. After experiencing the feeling of riding a tiger, Meng Shi said to Zhang Gaohan, Uncle, please try it, it's really like riding a horse. Upon hearing this, Zhang Gaohan and Ma Inoue also climbed onto the tiger's back tremblingly. After feeling it for several minutes, they breathed a sigh of relief. Zhang Gaohan was a little worried. These tigers all listen to Yufan, so should I still catch him? No, Yufan must be arrested, otherwise how can I become a regular employee? Zhang Gaohan thought that the reason these Siberian tigers were so obedient was that they must have suffered a lot and been abused by Yufan. These are all evidence. When I get there, I have to take pictures of them all. Just like that, Yufan brought the 3 of them to the 5-star villa. What the hell? What the hell is this? It's impossible. When did you build this mansion? It must have cost tens of millions, right? It's worth at least tens of millions. This villa is so huge. Oh my god, look, there's more over there. As the 3 of them arrived at Yufan's door, they began to exclaim in surprise. Zhang Gaohan even took out his mobile phone to take pictures. He thought to himself, for Yufan to have built such a nice villa and such a large garden, he must have sold a lot of rare animals. Maybe he really sold Panda secretly. Zhang Gaohan kept taking pictures, but his face showed a bumpkin-like expression. In this way, Yufan would not doubt him. Yufan saw them filming but did not stop them. After all, his photos would be made public sooner or later. Once others know that there is such a luxurious building on this mountain, they will be more attracted to come and visit. Zhang Gaohan kept taking photos outside and even took pictures of several Siberian tigers and pandas. Finally, he took a picture of a red dog the size of a palm. It's just that the red dog's expression was a little gloomy, which made Zhang Gaohan shiver in his heart. Yufan said to them, Don't just stand outside, come in and take a look. Yu Fan invited the three people to the living room on the first floor of the villa. At this moment, the three of them had a bumpkin look on their faces. This villa is luxurious outside and even more luxurious inside. Everywhere you look, there are famous brands. Whether it's furniture, electrical appliances, or daily necessities, they are all luxury brands that are often advertised on TV. Zhang Gaohan took out his cell phone again and took a few selfies in the living room. Suddenly, he saw some old photos hanging on the wall. He took a closer look and was immediately shocked by the scene in the photo. There is a photo with 6 people. The person in the middle looks a bit like Yu Fan, but the other 5 are the top 5 people in China today. They represent the highest power in China. Zhang Gaohan wiped his eyes in disbelief and continued looking at the photo next to him. All of the people in those photos were high-ranking figures who had appeared on TV news. They all gathered around the 2 people. There is a person Zhang Gaohan knows, Yu Fan's father. Ha! Before Zhang Gaohan could say anything, he heard Meng Shi's laughter. Yu Fan, your photo is so realistic. After the photo of this 5-member group was exposed on the internet, many people put themselves in jail. But none of them are as good as yours. Because they didn't care about age when they were doing it, but you directly put your father in. This is your father, right? And you put your father's photo in it. So smart. I want one too when I get home. Meng Shi laughed as he looked at the photos on the wall. Meng Shi's words immediately woke Zhang Gaohan up. Yes. Yu Fan is a country boy, and he has seen what his living conditions were like when he was a child. At most, he just has a little money. How could he possibly know a big shot of this level? He even worked as a trainee police officer with Yu Zhe. If the Yu family has such a background, why are they staying in Panlong village? Wouldn't it be nice to live in a big city? Yu Fan smiled at Meng Shi and said, "This is my grandfather. This photo is real." Meng Shi couldn't help laughing and said, "Come on, you are just pretending to be stupid. It's not like I don't know you." Yu Fan did not bother with Meng Shi about whether it was true or not. Anyway, these are all arranged by the system and will be exposed one day. When that time comes, Meng Shi will know the truth. Owner! A white shadow flew over. Xiaobai threw himself directly into Yu Fan's arms. Meng Shi and Ma Yinhua's eyes suddenly lit up. This girl is so beautiful. She also has 2 ears on her head and a tail behind her skirt. Isn't this a 2-dimensional girl? Meng Shi was so angry that his teeth were itching. How could Yu Fan be so lucky that he had a beautiful wife at home? Why? Why is he so tall and handsome, and his family is so rich, and he can marry such a beautiful wife? And I am so ugly but I have to be single? Forehead? Seems like there's nothing wrong? Meng Shi was stunned for a moment, then he slapped himself. Yu Fan? Yu Fan looked innocent and asked, "Did I accidentally hurt a single person like you?" At this time, in the county police station, the director looked at the documents in his hand and asked the deputy director, "Do you know this Yu Fan?" The deputy director shook his head and said, "I have never known about this. I didn't expect that he had such a terrifying identity. We are not even qualified to ask him. We must cooperate with him 100%. Oh, by the way, I remember Zhang Gaohan is from Panlong village. I'll ask him." After the deputy director finished speaking, he directly called Zhang Gaohan. In Yu Fan's villa, Zhang Gaohan saw that the call was from the deputy director, so he went outside to answer it. Zhang Gaohan asked, "Deputy director, is there something you want to talk to me about?" The deputy director asked, "Do you know Yu Fan from your village?" Zhang Gaohan heard this and said, "Yu Fan? It just so happens that I have something to report about him. I already have information about Yu Fan's crimes." Chapter 21. The whole country must cooperate with him to build a zoo. When the deputy director heard what Zhang Gaohan said, he was immediately frightened out of his wits. But because of his status, he still asked, "What's going on?" Zhang Gaohan thought the deputy director was going to praise him, so he said, "My nephew came to tell me yesterday that Yu Fan went out of town to steal a panda and brought it back to raise, so I said I'd come and take a look today. As a result, I discovered that Yu Fan not only secretly raised pandas, but also Siberian tigers. It would be fine if he just kept wild animals privately, But he even put his grandfather's photo in the same photo with 5 leaders of our country. This is a serious sin. I saw that his home in the mountains was very luxurious. It might be that he got the money from crimes. Bang! The deputy director slammed the table hard, startling the director next to him. The deputy director roared, "Send me your location right now, then kneel down at the door and wait for me to arrive before you get up." The deputy director hung up the phone and said to the director, "Oh no! Zhang Gaohan is actually looking for trouble with you, Fan." Upon hearing this, the director stood up and said anxiously, "Then let's go and explain to you, Fan, and report to the county magistrate." The director and deputy director locked the documents and drove towards Panlong village. The two had just walked a short distance when they received a call from the county governor. The county magistrate asked them to wait for him in Panlong village, and he also wanted to go to Panlong Mountain to express his attitude. On Panlong Mountain, Zhang Gaohan was confused and had no idea what was going on. He first sent the address to the deputy director, and then typed to ask the deputy director why. The deputy director thought about it, and decided to ask about how Zhang Gaohan offended Yu Fan. When they learned that Zhang Gaohan had not yet started to act, the director and the deputy director felt relieved. However, the deputy director also severely warned Zhang Gaohan that Yu Fan was a big shot whom they could not afford to offend. The photos he saw at Yu Fan's house should be real. Because a document has been issued from above, requiring all departments across the country to cooperate with Yu Fan in building a zoo. Now, the county magistrate and the director are also heading to Panlong Mountain to visit Yu Fan. When Zhang Gaohan heard the news, his face turned pale, as if he was about to die. At this time, Mengshi came to the door and asked Zhang Gaohan in confusion, "Uncle, what are you doing here? Have you collected enough evidence against Yu Fan? Hurry up and notify the bureau and ask them to send someone to arrest Yu Fan. He is bragging in there now, and I really can't stand it." Zhang Gaohan was furious when he saw Mengshi. "You can't stand it? I can't stand you. Do you have a grudge against me and want to kill me?" The more Zhang Gaohan thought about it, the angrier he became. If the photo was real, then what was Yu Fan's identity? If I really offend him today, my life will be ruined. Thinking of this, Zhang Gaohan picked up a stone from the ground and threw it hard at Mengshi. Ah! Mengshi dodged to the side, but failed to avoid it. The stone still hit his shoulder, making a hole in his clothes. Mengshi shouted in surprise, "Uncle, why are you hitting me? You really came!" Zhang Gaohan picked up another stone and smashed it towards Mengshi's thigh. Mengshi is his nephew after all. If something really happens to him, his sister will definitely skin him alive. Mengshi was unable to dodge and was hit in the thigh. "Uncle!" Mengshi covered his thigh and shouted, "Even if you hit me, you have to tell me why." Zhang Gaohan was about to speak when he saw Yu Fan and Ma Yinluo walking out with puzzled looks on their faces. Zhang Gaohan sighed and glared at Mengshi fiercely. He walked up to Yu Fan and said apologetically, "I'm sorry, Yu Fan, I'm a rough person. When I came to your house just now, I didn't control my bad habits, so I took my phone and took pictures everywhere. I'm sorry, I deleted all the photos immediately." As Zhang Gaohan spoke, he deleted all the photos and videos he had taken today from his phone album. Yu Fan was completely confused and couldn't understand what Zhang Gaohan was doing. Yu Fan said, "Isn't this a very normal thing? I am used to taking pictures wherever I go now." Zhang Gaohan smiled awkwardly and said to Yu Fan, "Yu Fan, the county chief and our police chief and deputy chief are coming to visit you on the mountain. Do you think it would be convenient for you to send a few Siberian tigers down to pick them up?" Yu Fan was suspicious for a moment, then he remembered what the old man said on the phone before. Could it be that the document the old man mentioned has already been delivered to our county? In this way, I will have less trouble in the future. Yu Fan smiled and said, "That's easy. Just wait for me at my house. I'll be back soon." Red Lotus. Boom! Honglian fell from the sky and squatted directly in front of Yu Fan. Yu Fan climbed onto Honglian's back without hesitation, called a few strong Siberian tigers, and headed down the mountain. Honglian took one step over 100 meters and instantly disappeared in front of Zhang Gaohan and the other two. The three of them looked at the monkey with white head and red feet, and were shocked for a long time before they came to their senses. Mengshi then turned to Zhang Gaohan and asked, Uncle, what happened? Why did even the county magistrate come to visit Yufan? Zhang Gaohan was furious when he saw Mingshi, but he was worried that his nephew would be ignorant of his own limitations and provoke Yufan. So he told him the news that the deputy director had told him. Mingshi and Ma Yinhua could not help but look at each other. Mingshi murmured, "So, those photos in Yufan's living room are real?" Zhang Gaohan sighed deeply and said, "Kid, give up. Yufan is no longer someone we can afford to offend. You know what? A document has been issued from above. All units across the country must cooperate with Yufan and let him build this zoo. Don't mention just a few wild animals. Even if he wants to fly, everyone should find a way to help him. Do you know what this concept is?" After Zhang Gaohan finished speaking, he walked towards Yufan's living room. "Since I'm here, I might as well make the best of it. Fortunately, I haven't offended Yufan yet, so I still have a chance to show my abilities. At worst, I can just work for him for free during my rest time. He has already thought of the reason. To contribute to the development of my hometown." Mingshi and Ma Yinhua looked at each other and followed in amazement. At the door, Xiaohong sneered. It had been standing at the door from the beginning, so it witnessed everything that had just happened here. Later, the county chief and the deputy chief of police came to Yufan's home together. They were shocked that Yufan could build such a luxurious building on the mountain, and they admired him from the bottom of their hearts. What kind of powerful strength is needed to be able to hide it from everyone and build such a large zoo area on the mountain? Take a look at the major parks next to the villa. Compare it with your own home. My home is in nature, and everyone else's home is in nature. Yufan took the county magistrate and the director to visit the Siberian Tiger Park and the Panda Park. Both parks are only 100 square meters, but the structure inside is more reasonable than any other zoo. Even a layman can see that both parks are specially adapted for the two animals. The county magistrate and the director also wanted to visit the 4-star zoo next door, but Yufan declined. Yufan smiled and said, "At present, my zoo has only built these 2 parks. When I have more than 10 kinds of animals here, I will officially open it. Then I will invite the leaders to come and visit." The county magistrate and the bureau chief were also reasonable people. After exchanging pleasantries, they prepared to leave. Yufan still arranged a few Siberian tigers to take them down the mountain. Xiaohong whispered a few words into the ear of the Siberian Tiger King, and a sly smile appeared on the Siberian tiger's face. Chapter 22: Go to the African savannah and get some lions. When everyone was about to leave, several Siberian tigers ran over. They lay on the ground and let the county magistrate and the director ride on them. The county magistrate and several bureau chiefs had been shocked before and had the experience of riding a tiger. So we started off steadily, taking one step at a time, and slowly walked down the mountain. The Tiger King came in front of Zhang Gaohan. Zhang Gaohan noticed that the tiger in front of him seemed to be bigger, but he didn't care much about it. He got on the bike without saying a word. When he gets home, he's going to brag about it to his wife. "I am also a hero riding a tiger." The Siberian tiger in front of Mingshi and Ma Yinhua was also larger in size. They were also among the 6 Siberian tigers that hunted Yufan to the end in Changbai Mountain. At this time, the 3 of them did not know the seriousness of the matter. Just now, Xiaohong told the Siberian Tiger King the purpose of the 3 of them coming to the mountain, and asked the Siberian Tiger King to let the 3 of them experience what it means to be in a difficult situation. The Tiger King carried Zhang Gaohan and walked slowly towards the woods. The other 2 tigers followed the Tiger King. After disappearing from Yufan's sight, the Tiger King grinned. It just started running at full speed through the woods. That speed soared directly from the bicycle level to the Ferrari level. Whoosh! 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 3 sounds of braking through the air were heard directly in the woods. Zhang Gaohan only felt a chill in his crotch, and his whole body seemed to be flying. Moreover, the tiger's back felt abnormally bumpy, as if countless fists were hitting his butt. Just 1 minute later, he felt his crotch and legs burning. Ah! The screams of the 3 people rose one after another, and they slowly ran down the mountain. Yufan returned home, and Xiaobai pounced on him as usual. Xiaobai leaned into Yufan's arms and said, "Master, after they left and came back, the 3 of them were much more obedient. They sat on the sofa stupidly, not moving at all. Yufan couldn't help laughing. Haha, I see, the three of them were here to cause trouble at first, but they probably heard that the leader was coming, and got some news from the leader, so they gave up. They made a wise decision. Otherwise, they will regret it someday. Xiaobai took out a piece of sausage from his back and said, Master, let's have sausage for lunch. You don't have to rush out this time, right? Yufan thought for a moment and said, Let me see where the mission is first. Yufan opened the system directly. The quest, Wrestling with the Panda, has been completed. Yufan looked at the third one-star mission. Rescue the little lion from a pack of hyenas. Save the little lion from the hyenas. As the saying goes, wealth and honor come from risk, and opportunities come from risk. Your coquettish movement has amazed the second brother in Africa. Please go to Santania, save the little lion from the mouths of 100 hyenas, and send it back to the lion group. Do you accept the mission? Accept. Santania is a country in North Africa. Yufan only knew the name but had never been there. Yufan couldn't help but check it out. Santania is located in North Africa and is one of the birthplaces of ancient humans. It borders Uruguay, Kenya, Zambia, Rutawang and Gokhan. The only way to get to Santa Ana is by plane. Yufan checked and found out that flights to Santana basically take off in the morning, and you can only take them in Yueching, with only 3 flights a week. Yufan booked a flight from Guangzhou to Santa Ana for tomorrow morning, heading for Dar es Sultanate, a popular city there. After booking the tickets, Yufan said to Xiaobai, Okay, I'll take a plane to Yueching tonight. At noon today, I'll let you try my specialty, fried peas and sausages. After Yufan finished speaking, he took the sausage from Xiaobai's hand. But Xiaobai was still hanging on Yufan. Yufan didn't care and went to the kitchen with Xiaobai. Anyway, Yufan has always treated Xiaobai as a kitten, so it is normal to let her hang on him. In the imperial city, an old man looked at the report brought by his assistant and asked in confusion, Why is he going to Santania? Isn't he going to cause trouble for other people's lions? The assistant asked doubtfully, Do we need to send someone to protect him? The old man looked at his assistant with a half-smile and asked, You monitored him earlier. Can you tell me how strong he is in combat? The assistant gasped. Inhuman. The old man laughed and said, Then forget about him, just let him be. Go ask Wang Wei about their business in North Africa. The assistant retreated silently. After a long time, he came back and said to the old man, Wang Wei said that he has a business point in Dar es Santana. The old man nodded and said, Then let him be ready at all times. If Yufan wants him to transport any animals, let him take it boldly. The assistant asked worriedly, What does Santana say? The old man said unhappily, Why? They still have something to say? Our country has built so many railways, bridges, and infrastructure for them. What's wrong with asking them for a few animals? The old man spoke with such confidence that his assistant had no way of refutation. Okay, then Yufan is no better than you, a bandit. The assistant shut up tactfully. If I refute it, I will probably be scolded. In the evening, Yufan arrived in Yueching and found a hotel near the airport to stay in. Tomorrow morning, he will take a plane to Santa Ana. According to the time difference, Santana will be more than 4 hours behind China from April to October. The flight takes about 10.5 hours. Because of the time difference, we arrived in Dar es España around 2 or 3 in the afternoon. Yufan had plenty of money now, so he chose first class. After all, you have to spend more than 10 hours on the plane, which would be quite uncomfortable if you were in ordinary economy class. Yufan arrived outside the airport and 2 shadows, one red and one white, flew out of his 2 pockets. After passing security check, Yufan came to a hidden corner. After meeting up with Xiaohong and Xiaobai, I went to the flight room to wait for the flight. At this moment, a female internet celebrity was performing a simple dance, the kind where she twisted her hips back and forth and crossed her hands back and forth. A handsome guy was recording her video, and from time to time he could not hide his smile. When the 2 saw Yufan come in, they didn't feel embarrassed, but continued filming. After the filming, the 2 huddled together and began editing the video. The female internet celebrity said to the man, If the number of views this time can exceed 1 million, I will stay with you for one more day for every additional 100,000. The man asked quietly. Is the bet so big? Aren't you going to come back next week to get engaged to your boyfriend? The female internet celebrity laughed and said, No one can explain things like business trips clearly, he will understand. Hearing this, the man couldn't help but laugh out loud. Hee hee hee. Chapter 23, Green Hat from the African Grassland. Hearing the conversation between the two, Yufan was stunned for a moment. At first he thought the two were a couple. After all, the man's hands were enjoying themselves the whole time when they were editing the video. Yufan felt his face turn red when he saw the enjoyment process. He really didn't treat Yufan as an outsider at all. Yufan saw a little bit of beautiful spring scenery, but it was just like a dream. Only now did Yufan realize that he was actually cuckolding someone else. You have worn this green hat far enough that you have even worn it on the African savannah. Yufan shook his head. Anyway, this matter was none of his business, and he had no right to interfere. After all, this phenomenon is quite common nowadays. There are self-service snacks, fruits, etc. in the room. Yufan grabbed a few handfuls and put them into 2 bags. This action also confused the female internet celebrity. She couldn't understand that in this day and age there were still people who packed up snacks from the waiting room and took them away. Could it be that he has never even sat in first class and didn't know that there are more delicious food on the plane? She couldn't help but shook her head and cursed him as a bumpkin inwardly. Yufan didn't know what the female internet celebrity was thinking, but these were all for Xiaohong and Xiaobai to eat. He poured himself another cup of coffee. Because there was still more than half an hour before boarding, Yufan simply picked up his phone and sent a message to his college roommates' chat group. Brothers, I'm going to travel to Africa. Do you need me to bring you some local specialties? Someone in the group responded immediately. It was Li Ping who attended Yufan's wedding before. Yufan, didn't you say you would build a zoo when you go home? Why are you thinking of going to Africa? Yufan. Li Ping, haha, it doesn't matter. I went to Africa this time just to catch some wild animals. At this time, a third person appeared in the group chat. Jiashir. I was wondering why I woke up so early in the morning. It turns out someone woke me up by bragging. Gaoqing. Jiashir, tell me clearly, who woke you up? Jiashir. Gaoqing, something is wrong with you. Yufan. Jiashir and Gaoqing, stop messing around. I really want to go to Africa and Santana. If you don't believe me, I'll buy you a plane ticket. Yufan. Li Ping. Yufan, you are really going to Africa, what are you going there for? Is there something happy? Yufan. What happy event can I have? The nearest happy event is probably the opening of the zoo, but I haven't decided on the date yet. Li Ping. Tell me when you open your store, I will definitely come to support you. Gaoqing. Speaking of happy events, I'm getting engaged next week, and your sister-in-law is very beautiful. Li Ping. Gaoqing, isn't that right? I want to come. Jiashir. Gaoqing, what the hell, when did this happen? You hit it really well. Yufan. Gaoqing, I'm just chatting with you. Are you really going to get married? I'll come if I have time. Gaoqing. Everyone, it's just an engagement, there's no need to come, it's just our 2 families having a meal together. My wife just posted a TikTok, I'll share it with you guys. For some reason, Yufan had a bad feeling when he heard Gaoqing say that his fiancée had just posted a TikTok video. Yufan looked at the female internet celebrity not far from him. She has very good looks, with a good face and figure, and she would score about 7 or 8 out of 10. Gaoqing was on the school basketball team at the time. He was 1.9 meters tall, but his appearance was average, so he should not be suitable. In the chat group, Gaoqing uploaded a video. Gaoqing shared a video. Yufan clicked on the video and took a look. Oh shit! Isn't this the video shot by the female internet celebrity just now? Yufan glanced at the female internet celebrity, then looked at the video on his phone, and confirmed that it was the same person. Yufan couldn't help but say in the group, Gaoqing, are you sure you're not kidding me? This is an internet celebrity, right? Gaoqing. Yufan, eh? Have you seen her before? Ha ha ha, she is indeed an internet celebrity, and now she has 1 million fans. I started her own business and supported her. We both started with nothing, and now we have 1 million fans. It's really not easy. Yufan was speechless. Such a thing could happen to him. Yufan glanced at the female internet celebrity again, and unexpectedly, he made eye contact with her. The female internet celebrity was smiling, but when she saw Yufan peeking at her, she asked unhappily, "Have you seen me?" Yufan said, "I just saw a video of you dancing on my phone." The female internet celebrity chuckled. It turned out to be her fan. She smiled and said, "If you want to take a photo, you can do it now, but forget about autographs. I usually don't give autographs to others." Yufan? Did I say I wanted to take a picture with you? Yufan cursed inwardly that he was a psychopath, and continued to chat in the group chat. "What about your girlfriend? Isn't she with you now?" Gao Qing. "She's on a business trip to Africa." "Huh! She left this morning too. You said they might not be on the same flight." Yufan. "Is Gao Qing on this business trip alone? Or is she with her colleagues?" Gao Qing. "With her best friend, a female. I've met her before." Yufan. "You'd better call her bestie to confirm and ask her if she went with your girlfriend." Gao Qing. "Then they must have gone together. Do I still not trust her?" Gao Qing. "Wait, did you see something?" Yufan. "What is the most abundant thing on the African savanna in Gao Qing?" Gao Qing. Yufan couldn't help but turn sideways and recorded a video of a female internet celebrity and a man being affectionate. Gao Qing. "Fuck!" After Gao Qing finished replying this sentence, Yufan heard a phone ringing behind him. The female internet celebrity's phone rang. When she saw the caller ID, her face changed. She motioned for the man to move away before answering the call. "Honey, I'm about to board the plane. I'm so nervous and a little scared. I really want you to be by my side at this moment." Before the female internet celebrity finished her words, she heard a roar coming from the phone. "And Ma is dead!" The female internet celebrity's face changed drastically, and she couldn't help but curse. "Gao Qing, what the hell did you just say? Say it again if you can?" Gao Qing on the other end of the phone continued to curse. "You are such a filial daughter, you actually want to listen to it again. Listen to me, you are dead." After Gao Qing finished cursing, he hung up the phone. At this moment, the man also received a call and his expression changed. He hurriedly walked up to the female internet celebrity and said apologetically, "My 60-year-old baby wants to break up with me, and I have to go back to win her back. I'm sorry, I can't go with you to the lakeside of the prairie to wait for the migratory birds to fly back." After the man finished speaking, he left the room. No matter how dumb the female internet celebrity is, she knows that something is wrong. Gao Qing also knew his good friend and knew about his good friend's affairs. She called Gao Qing back, but heard the message, powered off. Her face turned pale with fright, and she picked up her bag and rushed out of the room. Xiaobai popped his head out of Yufan's pocket and called out in confusion, "Meow? Master, aren't they going on a trip?" Yufan shook his head and said, "No, the prairie she traveled to is already on my classmate's head." Chapter 24. Sir, are you really here for tourism? After Yufan posted the video of the female internet celebrity in the group, everyone tacitly chose to shut up. Yufan shook his head and walked towards the boarding gate. This is his first time going abroad. Because I had planned to travel abroad during college, I already had a passport. As for the visa, Yufan knew that even if he didn't apply for it, someone would get it for him. Sure enough, when I got up this morning and went to the hotel front desk to check out, the receptionist handed Yufan a folder and said, "Sir, your visa has fallen." Yufan got on the plane. After arriving in the first-class cabin, he rolled down his chair and lay down on it to sleep. Xiaohong and Xiaobai stayed obediently in Yufan's pocket and fell asleep with him. During the flight, Yufan did not wake up except when the flight attendant came over and asked him if he wanted to eat. After asking for some food, Yufan continued to close his eyes. Santanya is a tourist country that receives nearly 2 million tourists every year. When Yufan arrived in Santana, it was around 2:30 local time. At this time in China, it was around 6:30 in the afternoon. After Yufan set the time on his mobile phone to local time, he went to find a hotel to stay in. The next day, Yufan took a car to the destination of this trip, Serengeti National Park, early in the morning. Serengeti National Park is located west of the Great Rift Valley of East Africa. It was once known as the land of the Maasai. more than 300 years ago, it was still an untouched virgin land. Later, the Maasai migrated here and lived with thousands of wild animals. In the early 19th century, countless Europeans came here and turned it into a hunting ground for professional hunters. In just a few years, countless wild animals have been killed by hunters. Even the lions, at the top of the food chain here, were nearly killed. Later, the Serengeti National Park was established here to protect these wild animals. The Serengeti is so large that it is impossible to visit it all in one day. Yufan first found a hotel here, and then bought a ticket to enter the park. Because he was not very familiar with the routes in the park, Yufan decided to take a sightseeing bus and take a look around the periphery of the park first. As soon as Yufan got on the bus, a white man sat next to him. The white man stretched out his hand and introduced himself in English. "Hello, my name is Aldrich. Are you from China?" Yufan shook hands with him and said in English, "Yes, I am indeed from China. Where are you from?" Aldrich smiled and said, "I'm from Jieka. I've loved Chinese culture since I was a child. I've been there twice before, but unfortunately the time was too short and I haven't had a good look around there yet." Yufan smiled and said, "You are welcome to come to our China next time. I heard that a new wildlife park has opened in Pamong Mountain in Xianzhou, China. There are many strange and exotic animals there. You can go and have a look. I tell you, it is definitely more fun there than here." Aldrich took out his phone and made a note. Aldrich smiled and said, "Since you recommend it so much, I will definitely go there. By the way, do you like animals?" Yufan said affirmatively. "Of course I like it, otherwise why would I come here?" Aldrich asked curiously, "So how much do you like it?" Yufan thought for a moment and said, "Well, there's always something for every meal." "Aldrich?" The driver of the sightseeing bus heard Yufan's words and couldn't help but turn around and ask, "Sir, are you really here for tourism?" Yufan said as a matter of course, "That's definitely not the case. I came here for business, and I'm here to travel." Squeak. The driver slammed on the brakes and almost threw Yufan out. The driver was a black man, and his face turned even darker after hearing Yufan's words. He blinked his eyes, looked at Yufan and said, "Sir, you are not here to eat our animals, are you?" When Yufan saw the black man giving himself the gift, he almost vomited. "You can't accept this. If you do, you will live at least 7 or 8 years less," Yufan said to the driver speechlessly. "Don't act cute in front of me. I was just joking with you. Drive your car." The black driver asked suspiciously, "What is cute? I didn't sell it." Yufan was stunned for a moment, and said helplessly, "Cultural gap, it's okay, you drive." The driver nodded woodenly. "Oh." The driver restarted the car. Yufan shook his head and said to Aldrich, "This foreigner is really serious." Squeak. The sightseeing bus stopped again. The black driver turned around and said seriously, "Sir, I am a local and you are a foreigner. And I am not serious at all." Other tourists were frustrated by the driver's stop-and-go driving. "How do you drive like a driver? Believe it or not, I will complain to you. I wanted to put on some makeup, but now you've ruined my face. Refund, I want a refund. Damn it, I don't want to ride anymore. I want to get off." The driver saw that everyone was anxious, so he said, "I'm sorry, the car door has been welded shut. Once you start the car, you can't get out. I promise not to park randomly next time." The driver wiped the sweat from his forehead and drove into the park's fixed route. This is the outer route, which basically allows you to see most areas of the park. But the clever thing about this route is that you can see each area of the park, but only a little bit. For example, in the lion area, you can only see a group of brown shadows from a distance. Unless you bring a telescope, it is impossible to see the lions clearly. If you want to get close to the lions, you can only buy a new ticket for the lion area. Or rent a car in the park and follow designated routes into the lion's territory. After seeing this model, Yufan felt that he could take advantage of it. When the time comes, you can also arrange a sightseeing route for yourself, with cheaper tickets, so that you can see a small number of rare and exotic animals. After attracting the curiosity of tourists, let them pay to go in and take a look. This way you can make some extra money. The black driver was driving and suddenly frowned. Originally, on this route, lions could only be seen from a distance. But today, several lions were seen in the middle of the road, and they were anxiously looking for something. After seeing the sightseeing bus, several lions ran towards it. The driver hurriedly stopped the sightseeing bus. The lion stood up, lay directly on the glass of the sightseeing bus, and looked inside the bus. Bang! A lion's paw pressed against the car window, making a loud noise. Ah! The black girl sitting in front of the car window screamed in fear. Mom, save me! Her mother was also trembling with fear, and stood far away from the girl. Mom can't protect herself either. The lion stared at the girl with cold eyes, ignoring her completely and looking towards some dark corners instead. Just then, a woof 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 sound suddenly came from the distance. Everyone looked towards the source of the sound and saw hundreds of hyenas surrounding something. Chapter 25. We're all going to die here. There were more than a dozen people in the sightseeing bus, and everyone was playing with their cell phones or reading magazines. After all, the sightseeing bus had just entered the park and there was nothing to see. Who knew that he would not only meet a lion, but also a hyena? These two are the top hunters on the African savanna, each more ruthless and dirty than the other. Especially the hyena, with spots all over its body and a face so ugly that it can't recognize any relatives, but it has mastered the skill of digging anus with one hand. Fan hates hyenas the most. Not only do these things fight in groups, but they also go after you in a vicious way. The kind that will end your family lineage with just one move. So when he received this task, Fan was still a little fortunate. He wanted to use Xiaohong and Xiaobai's abilities to teach this second African brother a lesson. I didn't expect to meet you so soon. People in the car were yelling. There were several lions lying on the car, and in the distance there was a continuous sound of dogs barking. It made the people in the car very annoyed. Drive, driver, drive! Hurry up and call the park management and ask them to rescue us. Everyone calm down, don't open the window. Driver, why are you still standing there? Drive! The black driver also shouted anxiously. I can't drive, there are two lions in front of the car, I can't afford to pay for hitting them. Tourists were angry. People are dying, why do you care about money? The black driver looked at the tourist who said this and said, Since you think money is not important, then give me all the money you have. Tourist? I'm just giving you an example. Seeing the car getting more and more chaotic, Aldridge stood up and shouted. Everyone, stop arguing. The driver isn't panicking, so why are you panicking? The black driver glared at Aldridge fiercely. Who said I'm not panicking? I'm about to poop in my pants. Aldridge? You deserve to be scolded by them, I am helping you. As everyone was talking, the barking of dogs became louder and closer. Everyone looked out of the car window and found that the hyena group in the distance was less than 100 meters away from the sightseeing bus. And there are hundreds of hyenas. In front of them, there was a little lion, shouting, "Owo," and "Owo," and jumping around on its four short legs at a very fast speed. Even though it looks only 1 or 2 months old, its speed is no slower than that of a hyena. Several lions near the sightseeing bus heard the cubs cry and ran directly towards the hyena group. Fan counted them and found that there were 8 lions in total, 3 males and 5 females. In fact, except for a male lion who can only enjoy the service of 1 lioness, the other 2 male lions can enjoy the service of 2 lions. Ouch! The 3 lions roared at the hyena pack. Crash, crash! The frequency of the lion's roar was so high that it even made the windows of the sightseeing car rattle. When the little lion saw the 8 lions, his 4 short legs almost turned into Hot Wheels. In the blink of an eye, he rushed into the arms of his family. Hundreds of hyenas saw that the little lion had returned to the pride. But when they finally saw that there were only 8 lions in the lion group, they all shouted towards the sky. Woof woof woofed. The barking of dogs one after another makes people extremely irritated. Soon, the sound of dogs barking could be heard from a distance. The black driver's face turned pale and he said in disbelief, "Oh no! The hyena is calling its companions!" Now there were no lions in front of the car. The black driver started the sightseeing bus and was about to step on the accelerator. Suddenly, a lion stood in front of the sightseeing bus. It signaled the driver to stop, then put the little lion on its head and looked at the black driver with a pleading face. One of the passengers saw the lion's intention and said in confusion, Does the lion want us to take the little lion away? The mother, who was so scared that she didn't want her child, said, We can't even protect ourselves, so why don't we give up the little lion? Crash! Yufan directly opened the car window. The lion heard the noise and came directly to Yufan. On the lion's head, the little lion sat with a weak look on his face. Seeing Yufan's eyes, I was a little scared. It had just escaped death, and now has a fear of all animals that are not lions. Cuckoo! Oh my god, it's actually a lion cub. Master, take it back. It will grow up to be a lion king sooner or later. Xiaohong in Yufan's pocket cried out softly. However, everyone's ears were occupied by the woof 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 barking of the hyenas, and no one could hear the sound in Yufan's pocket. Yufan stretched out his hand and wanted to pick up the little lion. Aldridge on the side stopped Yufan directly. Brother, don't be impulsive. It is obvious that those hyenas are coming for the little lion. If you save the little lion, those hyenas will turn to chase us. Otherwise, let's forget about it. The life and death of these lions has nothing to do with us. Yufan ignored him and directly carried the little lion into the car. The lion nodded slightly at Yufan and ran towards the hyena pack. 8 lions stood in a row and fearlessly approached the hyena pack. Woof woof woof! In the distance, a group of hyenas came to provide support. At one time, 400 or 500 hyenas appeared nearby. They were like crazy, screaming and running, surrounding not only the lion but also the sightseeing bus. There were 300 or 400 hyenas and 8 lions. In addition, hundreds of hyenas ran around the car, forced it to stop, and then rushed towards the sightseeing bus one after another. Boom! 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 Fortunately, the park's sightseeing buses are of very good quality, and the hyenas' suicide attacks were just a lot of noise but little action, and did not cause any substantial damage to the vehicles. But the tourists in the car were anxious. They pointed at Yufan and cursed. You Chinese, you are so smart, do you think you can save the lions like this? You are so ignorant! Throw the little lion out quickly, or we will all die here! What a crazy idea! He thought that if he helped the lion would be grateful to him. The Chinese are just like that. They are so arrogant and think they are gods. Little do they know that they are not even as good as the beggars in our country. Yufan glanced at the black man who spoke last and asked coldly, Where are you from? The black man showed no fear. Locals! Yufan was not happy about this. You are such a poor place in Africa. If we, China, hadn't come to help you build it, you would still be living in an uncivilized life. Now that life has gotten better, you actually start speaking ill of our China? If I had known you were like this, who would have come to help you? You can even hear a few dogs barking when you feed them. Yufan pointed at the black man and said, If you have the guts to say it again, I will record it and show it to the leaders of your country and our country. I hope you can still be so tough when all our Chinese companies and workers have to evacuate your country. The black man wanted to refute, but seeing Yufan's confident look, he didn't dare to speak. If Yufan is really a Chinese politician, then he will become an eternal sinner of Santanya. Boom! A loud crash caused the entire sightseeing car to shake. Yufan irritably put the little lion into Aldridge's arms, opened the car window and jumped out. Yufan's voice came from outside the window. You have to interrupt me every time you say a word. Do you really think I'm easy to bully? I'm going to beat you up today. Chapter 26 Chinese Kung Fu is invincible. As soon as Yufan landed, Xiaohong and Xiaobai gave him strength, endurance, and speed. Woof! A hyena attacked from behind and bit Yufan's little brother with its mouth. Yufan didn't even look and just stepped backwards. Boom! A dog's head was stepped on by Yufan. Woof woof woof! The hyena cried out in pain. Yufan felt upset, so he stepped on it hard. Bang! The dog's head was like a watermelon and was directly crushed by Yufan. Bang! The dog blood sprayed on the window of the sightseeing car, leaving a long trail of blood. The people in the car were the first to see Yufan jump out, and they felt a little gloating. Seeing the bloody scene, everyone screamed in fear. Close the window! The black man who had been arguing with Yufan yelled directly. Then he ran towards Yufan's position and tried to close the window. The hyena knew that the little lion was in the car, and when it saw a window open, of course it jumped up and gave it a try. As soon as the black man walked to the car window, 2 hyenas jumped up and tried to bite the little lion. Who knew that the black man just blocked the little lion? A hyena jumped up and opened its mouth full of fangs. Tear! The black man's stomach was bitten directly by the hyena. The hyena's legs were hanging outside the car window. It shook its head vigorously and tore off a large piece of the black man's stomach. Ah! A terrible cry came from the black man's mouth. Mother! He glanced at his stomach and saw all kinds of red and green inside. Then his whole body began to shake violently, and he kept shouting, Mom! The people in the car were terrified. They covered their eyes and dared not look at the bloody scene. Aldridge was the first to react and closed the car window directly. Driver, save people! Aldridge put the little lion on the seat, squatted next to the black man and shouted at the driver. The black driver had already called headquarters, and when he saw someone injured, he called the emergency number again. Then he took the emergency bandage from the car, walked up to the black man and helped him treat his wounds. Shit! The black driver saw the wound on the black man's stomach and cursed in grief and anger. It was the first time he saw such a big wound, so big that the bandage in his hand was not as big as his wound. So how should we bandage this situation? The teacher has never taught this situation. There were constant banging sounds outside the window, mixed with the whimpering of the hyena. Aldridge couldn't help but look out the car window. Even though they are all facing hyenas, why is there such a big difference between people? Yufan was standing among hundreds of hyenas at this time, rushing around as if he was in a place without dogs. 4 hyenas reached out to Yufan's crotch from the southeast, northwest, and northeast directions. At the same time, 5 or 6 hyenas jumped into the air and bit Yufan's head from all directions. Aldridge covered his mouth in fear. If it were him, he would not be able to escape from a single hyena. There is only one outcome, becoming food for hyenas. But Yufan was not in a hurry. He twisted his body comfortably a few times and avoided the attacks of the dogs above. Then he shook his feet and kicked out twice suddenly. The 2 hyenas in the northeast flew straight out. Yufan bent his legs into a shape, dodged the attacks of the remaining 2 hyenas, and kicked them in the buttocks. With 2 bangs, the daisies of the 2 hyenas split open. Seeing the red and brown stuff spurting out, Yufan pressed the flash button and instantly appeared 2 meters away, barely avoiding the attack of the biological weapon. Damn, you're playing dirty, right? Yufan cursed angrily and ran towards the hyena pack again, kicking each one. Sometimes the kick is a little heavier, and the hyena's head is directly blown apart. It felt like an adult running into a stadium full of balloons and stomping on them. The people in the car saw Yufan's heroic appearance, then looked at the miserable condition of the black man in the car, and they all applauded in admiration. Seeing everyone applauding, the injured black man thought that everyone was encouraging him. He closed his mouth with great pain, a determined look on his face. After more than 10 seconds, people were still applauding. The black man thought he had not done enough, so he said, "Then help me up and try." Aldridge was closest to the black man, and after hearing what the black man said, he suddenly reacted. He said to the people in the car, "Everyone, don't watch the Chinese kung fu performance yet. There is a wounded person in the car. You all forgot." People shifted their attention from Yufan to the injured black man. A woman then said, "Oh, sorry, I was so absorbed in watching that I almost forgot there was a wounded person here." "Black person? Did you almost forget? You totally didn't even glance at me." The black man suddenly felt a sharp pain in his stomach. He thought how long he had held on just now was just as painful as when he relaxed. "It turns out that you were not clapping to encourage me." The black man suddenly felt that life had lost its luster. "Everything I see is black and white." Just like that, he slowly closed his eyes. "Dead?" Aldridge said in shock. Normally, when someone dies, everyone gets scared. But today someone died in front of us, and his death was extremely tragic, so why didn't people feel scared? It was because of the sound of hitting outside the window. The feeling of the kick hitting the flesh made everyone's blood boil, and they wished that they were the one beating up the hyena. Everyone's attention shifted to the window again. Gradually, everyone forgot that someone had died in the car. Yufan kept running and dodging among the hyenas, completely unaware of fatigue. Gradually, there were fewer and fewer hyenas around him, and they even joined a group of lions. Woof 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 woof! A huge hyena yelled. All the hyenas immediately scattered and fled. After a few seconds, most of the hyenas that could run had run away. There were only about 100 left lying on the ground. Among them, 80% of the hyenas were dead beyond death. 90% of the dead hyenas died at Yufan's feet. The 8 lions killed less than 10% of the hyenas. Even 2 of the lions had scars all over their bodies, some of which had bite marks so deep that the bones could be seen. In the system in Yufan's mind, the task of saving the little lion from the hyena pack has been completed. Congratulations on completing the 1-star mission. You will receive a 1-star animal, 1 million animal training funds, and a 1-star animal living park of 100 square meters. Congratulations on receiving an old lion king and a lion cub as a gift. Friendly reminder, after completing 3 1-star tasks, you must accept a 2-star task. Only after completing them can you continue to choose 1-star tasks. You have completed 3 1-star tasks in a row. For the next task, you can only choose a 2-star task. Complete the 2-star task and you will get a 2-star animal, 2 million animal training funds and a 200 square meter 2-star animal living park. After completing 3 1-star tasks, Yufan felt that that was all there was to 1-star tasks. He is now very much looking forward to what 2-star animals are. Chapter 27, Surrounded by Lions. Yufan clicked on the 2-star task and looked at the first item in the task list. And wipe out the South African Grasslands Hunter Group. Eliminate the South African Grassland Hunter team. Balance exists between all things. Those who destroy the balance need to be sent to hell. Please go to Kruger National Park in South Africa and eliminate a team of hunters to complete the task, get a 2-star animal, and get 2 million animal training funds and a 200 square meter 2-star animal living park. Do you accept the mission? Yufan couldn't help but laugh. This mission has finally been humanized. Now that I am in North Africa, it is relatively convenient for me to go to South Africa. It's much more convenient than coming here yourself at home. Yufan asked the system in his mind. How many people are there in a hunting team? The system said. The number of people varies, from a dozen to hundreds. The system will take the first team you encounter as the target team. As long as they hunt and kill wild animals without authorization, you must wipe them out. Yufan nodded seriously. It seems that this 2-star mission has a bit of luck involved. If you are lucky, you will meet a dozen people. If you are unlucky, you will meet hundreds of people. Why? Yufan still accepted the task. He also hated hunters very much. The fact that so many animals have become extinct in the world today is closely related to these people. They only cared about having fun, and used hunting rifles to kill animals indiscriminately. Even baby animals were not spared. Yufan now only hopes that he will encounter a large group of hunters. If this could scare the hunters, then I would have succeeded. Yufan's thoughts shifted from the system to reality, and he just saw a lion walking towards him. It turns out that the lion who first brought the little lion to Yufan was the Lion King. After this mission, it also became Yufan's pet. The Lion King walked up to Yufan and lowered his proud head. A sound came out of the lion's mouth. "Oh, woo! Thank you, master." Yufan reached out and touched the lion's head, where there was still leet of blood. Yufan did not despise him. After a few times, he said to the Lion King, "You're welcome. We are a family from now on." The Lion King nodded seriously. "There are some lion hunters in the wild again. Our living environment here has become worse. We want to leave with our master." Yufan touched the lion's face again and promised, "Don't worry, no matter how difficult the process is, I will send you back to my country." After Yufan finished speaking, he couldn't help but take a look into the sightseeing bus. He found that more than a dozen people inside were looking at him in confusion. It seemed as if it was wondering why it could communicate with the lion. Yufan shook his head and comforted the lion. "Talk to your tribe, I will take you away from here soon." The lion nodded and walked towards the lion group. The 8 lions gathered together and discussed with each other with "Ao Wu" and "Ao Wu." Yufan came to the door of the sightseeing bus. The black driver immediately opened the car door, and when he saw Yu Fan coming in, he quickly closed the door. Yu Fan couldn't help but said to him, "These lions have no ill will towards us, don't be so nervous. Hey, what's wrong with this brother?" Only then did Yu Fan see the black man lying motionless on the ground. Aldrich sighed. "Bad luck, got killed by a hyena." Yu Fan also sighed. "Oh, this is too careless." A young girl who had been frightened and cried earlier looked at Yu Fan seriously and asked, "Uncle, do you know Chinese Kung Fu?" Yu Fan smiled and said, "Of course I can. I am a Kung Fu master. Otherwise, how could I have beaten the hyena away?" The girl clenched her fists, placed them on her chest, and said, "I want to go to China to learn Kung Fu, and I want to be as powerful as you." Yu Fan advised, "If you go to China to learn Kung Fu, you must carefully choose your teacher. Some traditional Kung Fu does not follow the ethics of martial arts and is designed to deceive foreigners like you. If you are really interested in Kung Fu, you can go to Shaolin Temple or Shikahai Sports School." It's not that Yu Fan didn't recommend them to go somewhere else. But Yu Fan didn't know which places in China had reliable footwork. There is no point in learning those fancy tricks that are only done to a certain extent. If you meet any layman or any guy who has worked out, he can beat you with one punch. The girl carefully wrote down Yu Fan's words. At this time, the scenic area administrator, police, and doctors all arrived. When they saw the 8 lions, they were frightened at first. Then they saw that the lions not only did not attack them, but moved away. Only then did I walk boldly to the sightseeing bus. Seeing the police and doctors, the dozen people in the car breathed a sigh of relief. Anyway, this thrilling journey is finally coming to an end. The park's top leader found Yu Fan and said to him respectfully, "Thank you, hero, for saving this busload of tourists. Thank you, hero, for saving the little lion. But you still need to compensate for the hyenas that were killed." "Yu Fan?" Yu Fan asked in disbelief. "You still need me to compensate for killing the hyena?" The park leader smiled awkwardly. "There's nothing we can do about it, this is the park's rule." Yu Fan asked speechlessly, "Well, tell me how much a hyena is worth." The leader laughed and said, "Generally speaking, if you kill a hyena, you need to pay $10,000 in compensation." Yu Fan asked again, "Then let me ask you another question. Someone died in our car. Your park has to pay compensation, right? How much compensation do you need?" The leader was still smiling, but when he heard Yu Fan's words, his face darkened. "Sir, don't worry about us. We will discuss the compensation with his family." When the black driver heard that his leader asked Yu Fan to pay compensation, his sense of justice suddenly emerged. But he didn't dare to confront his leader. So he said to Yu Fan, "Before, a tourist was killed by a lion after someone opened the car door in the park. Our park paid $300,000 in compensation." Yu Fan nodded, a smile appearing on his face. He counted the people here. There were more than a dozen people in the car, plus the scenic area staff, police and doctors who came in later. There were about 40 or 50 people. Yu Fan couldn't help but raise his voice and ask the park leader, "There are 40 to 50 of us here now. If they are all bitten to death, you will have to pay a lot of money, right?" Yu Fan almost shouted it out, nearly deafening the leader's ears. The park leader laughed. "The hyenas and lions have all been scared away. Who can now?" Ouch! Before the leader finished speaking, he heard a roar from a lion not far away. Soon, the grass began to shake. They couldn't help but look into the distance, and saw more than 20 lions running towards them majestically. A policeman shouted, "The lions are coming, everyone get in the car." In the blink of an eye, the 20 or so lions that came back and the original 8 lions directly surrounded everyone. Chapter 28. Now you beg me. In fact, the park staff came in with tranquilizer guns. Several police officers also had several in their hands. However, they only took the one for dealing with 8 lions. If we were in China, we would definitely need to make more preparations to deal with emergencies. But it is not like that in Africa. They take only as much as they need and do not waste any. After all, anesthetics are all imported, and they are too rare and too expensive for many regions. If you use up too much at once, you won't be able to afford more later. Basically, don't use it if you can. Some doctors will even ask you if you can hold it in during surgery, and if you can, they won't use anesthesia. So suddenly faced with more than 30 lions, everyone huddled together trembling. Yu Fan knew how the Lion King summoned more than 20 lions. The roar it just made was a cry to the nearby lion group, saying, "I'm about to leave. If you do me a favor, I will give my territory to you." This Lion King is the strongest Lion King nearby, with the largest territory and countless food. When the other lion groups heard about this good news, they immediately ran towards the Lion King. "I'm afraid that if I come too late, I won't get any territory." More than 30 lions suddenly roared at the people. Ouch! The sound was deafening, like thousands of troops fighting. What was even more terrible was that the breath of more than 30 lions drifted towards the crowd. The smell of rotten meat and blood mixed together, and made several people in the crowd vomit. Everyone was so frightened that they huddled together, trying desperately to squeeze in. They all held on to the hope that if the lion was full, the people inside might not eat anymore. More than 30 lions slowly walked towards the crowd, their sharp fangs shining coldly, making everyone panic. Yu Fan stood beside the Lion King and said calmly, "Wait a moment." More than 30 lions stopped, but still stared at the crowd with bared teeth. The black driver suddenly shouted to Yu Fan, "Dad! What was Dad? Please save me! I know you can communicate with lions, and you just help them. If you help me beg them, they should be able to give you a favor and let me go." "Yu Fan? Are you happy to be a father now?" But as the saying goes, even a tiger won't eat its own cubs. Now that he calls me Dad, it would be unreasonable for me not to save him. Yu Fan said to the Lion King, "Can you give me a favor and let this man go?" The Lion King rolled his eyes and looked at the black driver, who turned his head towards the outside. "That means, go away." The black driver felt relieved and immediately ran towards Yu Fan. A lion blocking the road made way for the black man. The black driver ran to Yu Fan and knelt down and kowtowed. "Thank you. Thank you." After bowing a few times, the black driver ran towards the sightseeing bus. He was so scared that he didn't want to stay here for a moment. So he drove away. Drove away. Everyone? Especially the dozen or so tourists on the sightseeing bus looked confused. "What should we do if you drive away the car?" Aldridge raised his hand and said to Yu Fan. Yu Fan interrupted him and said directly, "You go too." Aldridge also showed a look of surprise when he heard this. He escaped from the encirclement of the lions, got on a 3-wheeled vehicle brought by the police officers, and ran away. A staff member saw the two people leaving like this, so he also ran to the back. As soon as he stood up, his thigh was bitten by a lion. His legs were instantly soaked with blood. After seeing this, everyone immediately behaved themselves. At this time, several more tourists who were previously in the sightseeing bus were released by Yu Fan. They also drove away in several cars. The rest were people who cursed China in the car. "Yu Fan is so stingy. You can curse your relatives, but you can't curse me, and you can't curse my country even more." The park leader saw that Yu Fan could really communicate with the lions, so he said to Yu Fan, "Hero, can you ask the lions to let us go too?" Yu Fan sneered and asked the lion nonchalantly, "Can you give me a favor and let them all go?" The Lion King showed an angry and brutal expression on his face, and immediately shouted at the crowd. This time the sound was so loud that the ground shook with its roar. Yu Fan couldn't help but translate. "It said that the lion group has been hungry for several days and now they want to eat you." Yu Fan retreated to the back and said, "Everyone, I have something to do at home, so I'll take my leave now. If any of you can enter heaven, we'll see you there later." After Yu Fan finished speaking, everyone's faces changed. Yu Fan is going to abandon them. It is foreseeable that as long as Yu Fan leaves, everyone here will die. This grassland will soon become a river of blood. The park leader could not help but shout, "Hero! Hero! Please save us! I won't charge you for killing the hyena." Yu Fan walked faster. "At this time, are you still thinking about compensation? Now you are begging me." Seeing Yu Fan walking further and further away, the leader shouted again, "I can give you money, $10,000 for one life." Yu Fan turned around and said, "Are human lives so worthless in your eyes? This is too insincere. I'm leaving." The leader shouted again, 50,000! 50,000 for one life! Yu Fan shook his head. $100,000 for one life, and I want to pick 9 lions from this group of lions. When the park leaders heard Yu Fan's words, they were completely stunned. What is this operation? Even if I give you lions, will they follow you? Can you take them out of our country? Moreover, you actually asked me for $100,000 to save one person. Aren't you too cruel? But now he didn't dare to talk back to Yu Fan. Otherwise, once Yu Fan leaves, everyone will die. But he still wanted to make things difficult for Yu Fan. $100,000 per person is fine, and you can take the lions away, but I will agree only if you can call them to action. Yu Fan looked at the leader and asked, Do you keep your word? The park leader said confidently, I am the top leader of Serengeti, and what I say goes. Yu Fan nodded and said to him, Then you should issue a certificate immediately and transfer the money to me, and I will beg the lions to spare your lives. The leader was originally a black man, but at this moment his face turned blue and red. He gritted his teeth and wrote a certificate. Yu Fan nodded and said to the Lion King, Okay, disperse now, all of you follow me, let's drive away. Yu Fan took the certificate and gave his international bank account to his leader. The leader counted the people and found that there were 36 of them. After reluctantly transferring $3.6 million to Yu Fan, he watched Yu Fan leave. Then, under the incredible gaze of everyone, the 9 lions, including the little lion, slowly walked into the ambulance. Yu Fan drove away in the ambulance in a very arrogant manner. The remaining 20 or so lions looked at each other, and immediately scattered, rushing to grab the territory left by the Lion King. More than 30 people looked at each other, and the empty grassland. The leader was so angry that tears came to his eyes. Robbers, all of them are robbers! At least leave me a car! Chapter 29 I'll find you a great kung fu teacher. As soon as Yu Fan left, the park leader called the relevant department in Santana. Report what happened in the park today. The relevant departments felt that the situation was too serious, and was no longer something they could handle. So the matter was reported to the president of Santana, Ramos. In a newly built palace in the Santana capital of Madodo, Ramos slammed the table hard and said angrily, This is too outrageous. The Chinese are really too outrageous. Someone come here. A black guy walked in from the door and asked, Mr. President, what do you want? Ramos said angrily, Find me the Chinese translator. I want to call the Chinese top brass. Not long after, a black man walked in. He has lived in China for more than 20 years and speaks fluent Chinese. Boss, are you looking for me? The translator spoke directly in Sichuan dialect, and only when he saw Ramos's puzzled expression did he realize that he had spoken the wrong language. The translator directly said in the local language of Santana, Mr. President, what do you want to talk to me about? Ramos said, I want to call the Chinese top brass, can you help me translate it? After Ramos finished speaking, he found the phone number of a senior Chinese official, dialed the number, and pressed the speakerphone button. In the imperial city of China, the old man couldn't help but smile when he saw the call from Ramos. It seems that Yu Fan is really causing trouble over there. The old man asked. My old friend, what do you want from me? After the translator translated the old man's words, Ramos said, My dear friend, there is a young man in your country who wants to transport the lions from our country. Please help me find a way to persuade him. The translator said, Dear friend, there is a guy in your area who wants to take our national lion away. Please help me find a way to persuade him not to be impulsive. The old man was suspicious for a moment, but fortunately he was familiar with Sichuan dialect, so he understood the translation. The old man couldn't help but said, Then please tell me what happened. Ramos recounted what Yu Fan had done in the Serengeti National Park. The old man asked in confusion, Wait, are you saying that the 9-headed lion was promised to him by the director of the park, and he even wrote a certificate? Ramos was stunned for a moment, and explained, Those were just polite words. In that situation, the person in charge made that decision just to protect himself. It can't be counted afterwards. The translator said, That kind of scene is not good enough, they just made it up to protect themselves, it doesn't count. The old man smiled and said, President Ramos, the 1,000-kilometer high-speed railway that China and your country Santana signed last month was signed for the sake of face. It is not counted. You should ask the United States to help you build it. China is powerless. Ramus? Ramus immediately panicked and shouted. This matter concerns the development of our Santania in the next few decades. You can't joke about it. So I swear to my ancestors that the young man can do whatever he wants with his lion. Please don't change your mind, okay? The translator shouted. Please tell me what you want. This is related to the development of our country for decades. You can't joke about it. I'll send a letter to my immortal boss. If that guy wants to catch me, he can catch me. Please don't abandon us, okay? The old man couldn't help laughing when he heard the translation. The old man said earnestly, Lala, being a man is all about integrity. The same is true for managing a country. We must not give up the long-term development of the country for the sake of a little immediate benefit. If you are honest and trustworthy, more countries in the world will help you. Ramus couldn't help but sigh when he heard this. He was indeed wrong in this matter. He couldn't help but said to the old man, I'm sorry this matter ends here. To show my sincerity, our country will help this young man pay for his shipping. The conversation between the two bosses ended just like that. Yufan had no idea that one of his private affairs would rise to the national level. At this moment, he had just driven the ambulance to the outside of the park. Aldrich and a black girl were already waiting here. When Aldrich saw Yufan driving, he immediately waved to him. Yufan stopped the car on the side of the road suspiciously, looked at Aldrich and asked, What are you doing here, waiting for me? Aldrich nodded and asked quietly, Can we get in the car and talk about it? Yufan nodded. Aldrich and the black girl opened the car door and saw a lion head. Fuck! Aldrich screamed in fright and almost peed himself. Yufan couldn't help but laugh and said, Sorry, the car is so small, you can just squeeze in. Aldrich hesitated for a moment, but chose to trust Yufan and got into the car directly. Aldrich said, I guess you would transport the lions, but I didn't expect it to be true. Hearing him say this, Yufan was also a little surprised and exclaimed directly, Awesome! After I finished speaking, I realized that Aldrich didn't understand. Sure enough, Aldrich asked in confusion, What do you mean by this? Yufan couldn't help but give a thumbs up and explained, It means the first place, the best one. Aldrich looked as if he understood what was going on, and praised Yufan. You look really awesome. Yufan? Is there anyone who praises others as much as you do? Yufan asked speechlessly. Tell me, what are you waiting for me for? Aldrich said. She wants to find you, let her tell you. The black girl said to Yufan timidly. I want to go to China to learn Kung Fu. I just had a fight with my mom. She said that if I go to China, I won't recognize her as my mom. Then she really took a taxi and left, leaving me here alone. So I want to ask you, can you take me to China? As the black girl spoke, her voice became weaker. She also knew that she and Yufan were not related at all, and Yufan had no reason to help her. Yufan thought for a moment and said, How about this? I'll send you to China and find you the best Kung Fu teacher, but you have to work for me. You saw that there are so many lions in my car, and that's because I'm going to open a zoo soon. We don't have lions in China, so we can only come to your country to exchange them. Now we have 9 lions. After we bring them back, I will find a few more animals, and then we can open the zoo. When the time comes, you can learn Kung Fu while helping me take care of the zoo. You just need to work for me for free for 3 years. I will provide you with food and accommodation, and waive your martial arts tuition. After 3 years, you can go wherever you want. I won't interfere with you. The black girl's eyes lit up. This guy was so nice. Not only did he provide her with food and accommodation, he also found a Kung Fu teacher for her. Is there such a good thing? She couldn't help but ask. How good is the teacher you found for me? Yufan exclaimed. It's very powerful. It's 2 meters tall. With one step, it can reach at least several hundred meters. It can jump more than 100 meters high. Chapter 30. Wake up, it's hunting time. The black girl's name was Lamutis, so for the sake of simplicity, Yufan simply called her Ale. After listening to Yufan's introduction, Ale excitedly agreed to Yufan's request. However, in order to avoid Ale's mother from worrying, Yufan specially reported to the relevant departments of Santania. If Ayla's mother changes her mind, Yufan can provide her with travel expenses to China so that the mother and daughter can reunite. Although Ayla's mother did not fulfill her duties as a mother on the sightseeing bus, Ayla is her daughter after all. Yufan is not a saint, but she has her own pain about the word mother. After all, he didn't even know who his mother was. As far as I can remember, I have only had one father and one grandfather. Yufan had never met any other family members or relatives. Even when he grew up a little, even his father and grandfather were gone. Finally, Yufan asked the general manager of Shunfeng to help him with the formalities. In addition to transporting the nine-headed lion away, he also brought Ayla back to Panlong Mountain. Let her live in the village chief's house first. After resolving Ayla's problem, Yufan said goodbye to Aldridge. After making an appointment to meet in China next year, Yufan boarded a plane to South Africa. Kruger National Park is the largest wildlife park in South Africa, located in the northeast of the Transylvania province. The park is about 320 kilometers long, 64 kilometers wide, and covers an area of about 20,000 square kilometers. In terms of area, it is only one-third smaller than China's Nanhai province. It borders Zimbabwe and Mozambique. Kruger National Park is home to countless wild animals, such as elephants, lions, rhinos, antelopes, giraffes, wild buffaloes, zebras, crocodiles, hippos, leopards, cheetahs, etc. Due to the large area of the park, countless hunters sneak into the park every year to hunt various wild animals. Yufan's mission this time is to kill a team of hunters. Yufan had never killed even a chicken in his life, but now the system asked him to kill someone. This is a mission that is extremely challenging for Yufan. In the minds of modern people, killing is against the law, killing must be punished by death, and murderers are unforgivable criminals. These thoughts are deeply rooted in people's minds. If an ordinary person wants to truly do this, the ideological struggle he has to go through is extremely terrifying. Even if you tell him that the person in front of him is unforgivable. Yufan had been thinking about it on the plane. Those are extremely vicious people who have killed countless animals, and many of them are even murderers at large. And he is the executioner in each country, and now he is ordered to come and eliminate harm for the people. With this thought in mind, Yufan arrived in South Africa. As his concept had not yet changed, Yufan was unable to convince himself. So I just found a hotel to stay in. At noon 3 days later, Yufan walked out of the hotel to find something to eat as usual. As soon as I walked out of the hotel, I heard bursts of gunfire not far away. Bang, bang, bang. A black man shot several homeless people to death with a pistol. Next to him stood a dozen accomplices. The black man who fired the shot laughed wildly. Ha ha ha, this kind of social scum wants to ask us for money? Ha ha ha, it really pollutes our eyes. Another black man echoed. Ha ha ha, Mr. Chris still has a bad temper. These homeless people never thought that just because one of them looked at you, all of them would die under your gun. But it seems that your shooting skills are not good enough. It took 6 shots to kill 5 people. Chris laughed disdainfully and said, That's because someone actually dared to hide and avoided the vital part. Otherwise, why would I waste this bullet? A white man smiled and said, You two always compare with each other every time you meet. Why don't we go in and have a competition to see who kills more animals? After Chris put the gun away, he agreed with the white man's statement. It's no fun just comparing animals. I think we can add another bet. Others asked curiously, What's the stakes? Chris showed a cruel smile on his face and said ferociously, There are many foreign tourists this season. We dare not touch European and American tourists, but Chinese tourists are all soft persimmons. How about we compare the number of Chinese people killed? Another black man said with some concern. In recent years, those countries that were called the sick men of East Asia have developed rapidly. If we kill too many of them, I'm afraid it will be difficult to explain, right? Chris sneered. Development? Haven't you watched TV? Take China, which has the strongest presence in recent years, for example. I saw on TV that their people still live in the mountains and speak an uncivilized language. They keep yelling like noisy monkeys, and they can get excited for days when they see a fish. It's needless to say what's on TV. Haven't you seen the Chinese people who come to Africa? They rush to work more than 10 hours a day, and can work for several months in a row. Why is that? It's because they have never seen money. Suddenly they have a job that can make money. How can they not be serious? I have killed many Chinese people. Last month, I met a Chinese woman in a park. After I humiliated her with a big weapon, she knelt in front of me like a dog and begged me to spare her life. In the end, I beat her to death with one punch. It was useless. Look, I'm fine now. No one dares to cause trouble to me. So, even if we kill as many Chinese as possible, nothing will happen. When the others heard what Chris said, they nodded, indicating that they agreed with the black man's plan. For this purpose, the black man made a special phone call to ask which day had the largest number of Chinese people making recent reservations at the park, and then gave other instructions. From here, we can also see the power of black men. When Yufan heard their words, the grudge in his heart suddenly disappeared. Now he wished he could execute these people on the spot. Yufan silently memorized the appearance of these people and turned back to the hotel. Back at the hotel, Yufan started booking tickets for Kruger Park. As soon as I opened the ticket booking website, I saw an event information. Chinese people entering Kruger Park tomorrow will get a 50% discount on tickets. After seeing this message, Yufan felt as if he had fallen into an icy cave. A chill instantly ran from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. Could this be the activity organized by the black man outside just now? Let me ask, how many Chinese tourists here can bear to see this news? Yufan's fists were clenched so tightly that they made a popping sound. These hunters all deserve to die. Yufan looked at Xiao Hong and Xiao Bai and said seriously, "Is the blessing you gave me before the limit of what you can give me?" Xiao Hong nodded and said, "Gugu. I have reached my limit. After all, I am still a child. This is all I can do for you." Xiao Bai has turned into a human form, but the cold aura emanating from Yufan's body makes her a little uncomfortable. Xiao Bai said weakly, "I also gave you all the energy in my body." Yufan shook his head. "If that's the case, I'm not strong enough." Yufan's eyes were terribly cold, flashing with a terrifying light. Xiao Hong saw what Yufan was thinking and said to him seriously, "Gugu. Master, if you need me, I can also transform into a human. While giving you energy, I can also fight alongside you and hunt those villains together." Yufan nodded, a cruel smile on his face. "Since you want to hunt us Chinese, then I have no choice but to hunt you down. Wake up, it's hunting time." Chapter 31, Hunter's Carnival, Prey Waiting for an Opportunity. With the discount campaign, tickets to Kruger National Park are decreasing rapidly. It can be seen that there are really many Chinese people coming here to travel during this season. Yufan quickly booked 2 tickets for himself. As soon as I made the reservation, I saw that the tickets were sold out. But not long after, tickets went on sale again. Yufan took a look and found that the tickets on sale this time could only be purchased by Chinese people. Yufan narrowed his eyes. Is this the treatment we Chinese get in foreign countries? It looks like a welfare activity, but it actually hides a hidden danger. Everyone who enters the park is in danger of life and death. But one thing is certain, no matter how unscrupulous those people are, they would not dare to do evil in public or in places where there are cameras. They are probably hunting in areas where there are no cameras. The park is so large that more than 40% of the area is not covered by surveillance. Once these Chinese people enter the 40% area, their lives will be in danger. What made Yufan feel powerless was that here, he didn't even have a way to stop it. Yufan took out his cell phone and dialed the number he had called several times before. After telling the old man the news I heard today, he was silent for a long time. He said weakly, "I will definitely believe you, but South Africa won't. Not to mention there is no evidence, even if you recorded it, they won't believe it." Yufan asked in disbelief, "Is there no other solution?" The old man fell silent again, and after a long while he said, "So we can only rely on ourselves. I'll give you a number. It's our person lurking over there. He has a few good subordinates there. Take them with you tomorrow. If they really dare to do that, our people won't be polite. The worst that can happen is that the sky there will be overturned. As for safety issues, you don't need to worry. I will get you out even if it means sacrificing my reputation." The old man spoke with such domineering power that there was a convincing force in his words. After Yufan put down his phone, he dialed the number given by the old man after a while. Because he knew that the old man would definitely give them orders. After Yufan dialed the number, an angry roar came from the other end. Brother Yufan, where are you now? I'll bring my brothers over right now, and we'll go meet these bastards together tomorrow. Yufan couldn't help but ask, Brother, do you trust me so much? The roaring voice continued to come from the other end of the phone. How can you not believe it? I know very well how the Chinese are doing here. I have long wanted to teach these bastards a lesson, but my identity cannot be exposed, so I can only endure it. Now the leader has allowed me to vent freely, how can I endure it? Just do it. Yufan sent him the hotel address and said to him, Can you bring some lunch when you come over? Bang! The phone was hung up directly, quite directly. Yufan? Shit, you guys are talking so excitedly, you can't even afford lunch, right? Yufan suddenly felt two resentful gazes. Xiaohong and Xiaobai looked at Yufan without any emotion. Yufan could only call again and ask them to bring 2 more lunches. After Yufan hung up the phone, he looked at Xiaohong and said, You will fight alongside me tomorrow, so you have to transform into a human now so that you can be mentally prepared when they come. Xiaohong nodded and transformed. A 1.9-meter tall red-haired man appeared. Snap! Yufan slid off the sofa and was speechless when he saw Xiaohong's true form. He was about 1.9 meters tall, like a boy of 15 or 16 years old, with a red mohawk hairstyle. Yufan looked at other parts of Xiaohong's body and saw that the hair was also red. Although Xiaohong's limbs looked very strong and her muscle lines were perfect, Yufan just wanted to laugh. Xiaobai directly covered his eyes and said with disgust, Oh, you ugly Xiaohong, it's so spicy that tears are coming out of my eyes. Xiaohong directly picked up one of Yufan's clothes and put them on, not caring at all about Yufan and Xiaobai's disdain. Anyway, he only changes this time. At other times, he still prefers his original appearance. Xiaohong put on Yufan's pants and said to him, Master, won't your crotch feel uncomfortable when you wear these pants? Oh, you won't, your crotch is much smaller than mine, you won't have this problem. Yufan? Yufan picked up the phone and redialed. I only need 2 meals now, thank you. After saying that, Yufan hung up the phone. Xiaohong? Xiaohong smiled awkwardly and said, Master, I was just joking with you. Why are you so anxious? Yufan ignored Xiaohong and leaned on Xiaobai, saying to Xiaobai, We will have dinner together today. If you have any delicious dishes in your portion later, please share some with me. Xiaobai said sweetly, That's a must, whatever the master says is what it is, hee hee. After Xiaobai finished speaking, he also leaned on Yufan. Xiaohong looked at them with resentment, feeling that she was redundant. No, he shouldn't be here. Okay, I'm leaving. I won't bother you anymore. I'll go find something to eat by myself. After Xiaohong finished speaking, she walked out of the presidential suite without worrying about what was happening. Soon, 7 people came to Yufan's room. The leader looked to be in his 30s, but his whole body was stretched straight, and it was obvious that he was well trained. He said to Yufan, Brother Yufan, my name is Zhu Ge, nice to meet you, from now on, we are comrades in arms. Let me introduce you to these 6 people. They are my good brothers, Li Bai, Yang Changqing, and Wei Xiang. Here are 3 lunches for you. By the way, there's a red-haired non-mainstream guy standing at the door. Is he one of yours? Yufan couldn't help but laugh. Xiaohong. A surprised voice suddenly appeared. I'm here. Yufan pointed at a lunch and said, It's time to eat. Xiaohong smiled happily, picked up the rice and started eating. Yufan shook his head and introduced to Zhu Ge and the others. This is my bodyguard, you can call him Xiaohong, and this is my secretary, you can call her Xiaobai. Zhu Ge looked at the incredibly beautiful Xiaobai and couldn't help but sigh. So that's right, I thought it was a cattered girl, but Yufan is really good at choosing secretaries, unlike me, who is surrounded by rough men. The next morning, Yufan, Xiaohong, Xiaobai who had turned into a kitten, and Zhu Ji's 7 people stood at the gate of Kruger Park, waiting quietly. Except for the Chinese, the rest who went in today are probably hunters. After a while, Yufan saw Chris. There were more than 30 people in their group. They were all part of a hunting party. They even met up with another hunting team of about 20 people at the park entrance. Chris greeted. Byron, long time no see. Are you confident about today's game? Byron laughed and said, Haha, do you think our team will lose to you? Let's wait and see the result. After the two men exchanged harsh words, they entered the park in batches. In just half an hour, 6 teams of hunters had entered. It seems that Chris turned this hunting trip into a carnival party. Chapter 32, Dwarfs? Sorry, we are Calabash brothers. Team Chris and Team Byron did not enter the park immediately. Instead, after meeting at the park entrance, they began counting the number of Chinese tourists. When they saw Shuga and his 7 companions entering the park together, Chris said in the local language, Look, all 7 dwarfs are here. Only Snow White is missing. Chris turned around and said to a white man in the team, Banuno, you are 2 meters tall, you can play Snow White. Shuga is only 1.7 meters tall, and the tallest of his 6 brothers is only 1.75 meters tall. In front of Bruno, they are indeed not tall enough. Bruno glared at Chris and said, I heard that ancient China was a feudal society, and the wives of their emperors were called concubines. Generally, concubines were named according to their names or appearance characteristics. I think if you marry into China, you should be the coffee concubine, or the black coffee one. Chris laughed disdainfully and said, Haha, even if I die, and am bitten to death by a lion, and nothing is left of me, I will never go to that backward China, right? Even pigs and dogs wouldn't go to that shabby place, and you still want me to go? You, Mazerfak, are really good at swearing. That's right, he regarded. Going to China. As an insult. Shuge has lived in the local area for so many years, so he naturally understands the local dialect. Hearing Chris's words, he clenched his fists. But now is not the time to show off. If he stirs up trouble here, he will be the only one in the wrong. Even if you are right, you are still wrong. Shuge glanced at Chris and followed the 6 brothers into the park. Bono saw Shuge's eyes and said to Chris with a smile, Chris, a dwarf seems to have understood what you said. Look, his expression just now was as if he wanted to eat you alive. The smile on Chris's face suddenly stopped, and he picked up his phone to take pictures of Shuge and others. Chris said, Haha, I, Chris, will definitely kill these 7 dwarfs. Byron on the side laughed and said to Chris, Haha, why don't we give these 7 minions to our team? Chris didn't say anything, just handed the photo to Byron to take a look. Byron shook his head and called a dozen of his men to follow. When Shuge felt the follower behind him, a smile appeared on his face. 7 dwarfs? Haha, I'm afraid you haven't heard the story of the 7 Gourd brothers? I will let you know the power of the 7 Gourd brothers soon. The 7 people from Shuge walked into the park like ordinary tourists. Entry into Kruger Park is strictly controlled. After all, hunters often come to the park to hunt. But professional hunting teams all have advanced equipment, such as drones. After they enter, they can take out the remote control and bring the tools used to commit the crime into the park. After all, during the inspection, the staff could not be sure whether the tourist was bringing a game console or a remote control. Professional hunters transform their drone remote controls into the appearance of game consoles. Shuge also adopted this method. Among the 7 people, Li Bai took the opportunity to leave and came to a place not covered by surveillance, and directly took out the drone remote control. In addition to the 7 of them, there was another brother outside who was keeping the weapons. He is a person who collects intelligence. He does not have the skills of Shuge and others, so he can only help Shuge in providing auxiliary services. After Li Bai got the weapons, he went to the toilet to distribute them to Shuge and others, then came to the park entrance, and rented a large pickup truck. There are only 2 ways to enter the park, either take the park's sightseeing bus or rent a car at your own expense. The sightseeing bus has a fixed route, is monitored throughout, and has patrol teams to protect it throughout the journey, so safety can be guaranteed. If you want to be free and see everything in the park, you have to rent a car. Shuge drove the pickup truck and started heading towards the park. As soon as I started the car, I found 3 or 4 cars following behind it. They seemed to be driving aimlessly and their direction was changing all the time, but their route was always synchronized with Shuge and the longest distance would not exceed 3 kilometers. On the endless flat grassland, 3 kilometers is indeed not a far distance. Shuge drove the car into a small woods. There are dense trees everywhere here, and visibility is no more than 10 meters. And there are no cameras here, it's a perfect place for murder and arson. Sure enough, after Zhuge entered the woods, 4 cars followed in one after another. Byron is also among them. Byron was chasing the closest, and when he saw Zhuge enter the woods, a sarcastic smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. You are really courting death! As soon as Byron finished speaking, he saw Zhu Ji's car. One of the men said, Boss, they stopped. Byron pulled out an assault rifle and motioned for his brother to pull over. Squeak, squeak. 3 more cars stopped, all belonging to Byron. After getting out of the car, a dozen people looked at each other and walked towards Zhu Ji's car with guns in hand. They were careful and kept their fingers on the trigger. If anything happens, just fire a volley of bullets. A black man holding a gun finally walked to the side of the pickup truck. He widened his eyes in surprise and shouted to Byron, Boss, there's no one in the car. Bang! A gunshot was heard, and a bloody hole appeared directly between the brothers' eyebrows. There's an ambush! Byron shouted and rushed towards a big tree. After rolling twice, he lay behind the tree. Bang, bang, bang! A series of gunshots rang out, and Byron's men fired towards the place where the gunshots had just occurred. The bushes were shaking, all the leaves were blown off, and no one was seen. They hit a lonely one. Bang! Another gunshot was heard, and this time 2 of the younger brothers fell to the ground. They were beaten like a string of candied haws. Bang! 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 The gunshots came regularly from all directions, and every time they were fired, at least one hunter fell down. Bang, 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 bang! Chaotic gunfire was fired in all directions, hitting nothing, leaving only a series of bullet holes in the trees. The gap between the 2 sides is too big. Byron is starting to get scared. Byron was sweating profusely and couldn't help shouting, Come out if you have the guts! What kind of hero are you if you hide in the dark and shoot from behind? Bang! In response, he heard a gunshot. A little brother hiding next to Byron was killed instantly. This makes Byron's hair stand on end. If he can hit the little brother next to him, then the other party can definitely hit him as well. Seeing that only a few of the dozen or so younger brothers were left, Byron cried. He cried to the sky, I'm sorry, I was wrong. I shouldn't have accepted Chris's invitation to hunt you. I can give you a huge amount of compensation. Byron's voice stopped abruptly. On the tree where he was hiding, there was a Chinese man with 1 foot hooked on a branch, hanging upside down in the air, not even moving at all. The pistol in his hand was aimed right at Byron's forehead. Bang! A bloody hole appeared between Byron's eyebrows. Bang! 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 Several regular gunshots rang out, and the rest of Byron's men were killed one by one. Byron is the only one who sees their opponent. Others don't even know how they died. Zhu Ji's feet loosened and he fell directly from the tree, which was more than 10 meters high. When he was about to fall to the ground, he reached out to support himself on the tree trunk. Boom! Zhuge stood firmly on the ground, shaking the leaves under his feet into flying in all directions. 6 more people also appeared from behind various tree trunks. Continue! After Zhuge finished speaking, he drove the pickup truck out of the woods. At the park entrance, Yufan and Xiaohong walked in slowly. There was a little white kitten sitting on Yufan's shoulder. After seeing Chris, Yufan looked at him and said, This guy is so ugly, he even scared my little cat. Chapter 33. Can you get some earthly things? There is actually a reason why Chris hates Chinese people the most. Originally, they could make a lot of money by digging for 4 or 5 hours a day. Compared with other compatriots, the 2 brothers are the most capable, and the boss appreciates them very much. Chris was also given the position of supervisor, and his salary increased by 30. This life is not very comfortable, but compared with others, it can be considered a mainstay. However, not long after, a dozen Chinese workers came to the mine. After they started mining, they could dig for 11 or 12 hours a day, and their hourly output was 3 times that of the locals. What others dig in 1 day is equivalent to what they dig in 10 days. Chris also tried hard and dug with the Chinese workers, following their rhythm, movements, and speed. At the end of the day, their output is only half that of Chinese workers. This is already great progress. But the boss was a little dissatisfied, thinking that Chris and his group of locals had dug too little. So Chris tried again, but after 2 days the output was still only 60% of that of the Chinese workers. This is still a small matter. The worst thing was that after following for 3 days, they all had backaches and would twitch for a long time every time they moved. So, they can only return to their previous rhythm. In comparison, they seem pretty useless. So the boss fired all the locals. Chris was not convinced and went to argue with his boss, but was beaten half to death by his boss' bodyguards. After recovering from his injuries, Chris still refused to give in, so he gathered the locals who were working with him in the mine at the time. They wanted to intercept the Chinese workers and seriously injure them on the way. If they can't do the job, the boss will have to continue using the locals. Those Chinese looked thin and weak, and the tallest was only about 1.8 meters tall. Among the locals, everyone is 1.8 meters tall, and some are even 2.1 meters tall. So, they thought it was a battle without suspense. But once they started fighting, they found that there was really no suspense. They were beaten like lapdogs by the Chinese workers, and they cried and begged for mercy one by one. I've lost all my face. When the boss found out, he ordered someone to beat up Chris and the others. The seeds of hatred were planted at that time. As luck would have it, Chris and his brother were spotted by a rich second-generation man from Europe, who asked them to go to the grassland to hunt lions together. Over the years, he and his brother killed more than a dozen lions, and their skills became quite impressive. So, the two brothers left the rich second generation and went out to work on their own. More than a decade later, they had become a powerful team of hunters. So, when Chris heard Yufan say that he was ugly and scared his little white cat, he was so angry. Chris was originally sitting on a chair, but when he heard Yufan's words, he stood up immediately. His eyes were fixed on Yufan. If looks could kill, he would have cut Yufan into pieces. Yufan sneered. Then he and Xiaohong, who had turned into a human form, rented a car and drove away quickly. Chris spat to the side and said angrily, "Chase him! I'm going to kill this bastard today!" The black man next to him took a look at the saliva on his left sleeve and said to Chris, "Brother, you spit on my sleeve!" Chris took a look and said coldly, "Little Turtle King, I'm sorry, Big Brother was too angry and didn't see it. What do you think I should do now?" When the Little Turtle King saw Chris's face, he couldn't help but shrink his body. The Little Turtle King raised his right arm and said to Chris, "Brother, please give me a bite on the right side as well, so that it will be symmetrical." "Chris? Damn you, even the tigers in the forest are not as fierce as you." Chris shook his head and said to the Little Turtle King, "Forget about the symmetry. Later, the Chinese dog will be mine, and the red hair next to the Chinese dog will be yours. You have to use his blood to make your saliva symmetrical. Do you understand?" Chris said, and simply waved his hand. More than 20 brothers drove several cars and chased after them. Chris said from behind, "I still have to wait for a few old friends. You go and catch that Chinese dog for me first." Chris's brother Bruce was also in the crowd and shouted to Chris, "Don't worry, brother!" Yufan drove the car at a speed of 70 miles per hour. It is not easy to speed up to 70 miles per hour on the dirt road on the grassland. This kind of muddy road can shake your lungs out even if you drive at 40 or 50 miles per hour. Bruce led nearly 20 brothers to chase after Yufan, and before they knew it, they had been chasing him for more than half an hour. Several brothers in the car have already vomited. Bruce couldn't help it any longer, so he took out his intercom and said to the other cars, "You guys go and stop Huago. If he keeps going like this, I'm going to vomit." The people in the other cars had almost finished vomiting, and they immediately sped up, reaching 100 miles per hour. Boom! The car accidentally hit a rock the size of a human head, and the car body flew up. Everyone's heads banged against the roof of the car. Only then did everyone remember to fasten their seat belts. But the car was going too fast, and there was no way to fasten the knot. He could only reluctantly catch up with Yufan's car. 4 cars surrounded Yufan's car, and a black man took out a gun and wanted to shoot up Yufan's tires. Bruce hit the black man on the head with a bang. "Are you looking for death, Major Fack? This is my brother's friend's car. You blew up the tire. Will you pay for it?" The black man looked at Bruce aggrievedly, and fired a few shots into the air, then shouted at Yufan in English! Exclamation point. Yufan glanced at Xiaohong and stopped the car in the middle of the road. Xiaohong said to Yufan calmly, "Master, watch me!" Xiaohong got out of the car directly and came to a car. Xiaohong was seen bending down, grabbing the chassis of the pickup truck with both hands, and lifting the pickup truck up with both hands. Hey, hey, hey! The driver in the car screamed in fear and found that the car had flown into the air. Xiaohong directly lifted the car up into the air, raising it more than 10 meters high. Under the fearful gazes of the crowd, Xiaohong stretched out a fist. Directly blew up the falling car. Boom! A brilliant spark lit up on the grassland. The people in the car and the pickup truck were turned into pieces on the ground. Bang, bang, bang. Chaotic gunshots rang out and everyone shot at Xiaohong. But Xiaohong disappeared right where she was. Whoosh! Xiaohong appeared in front of Bruce's car. Bruce's car window was open because they had opened the window specifically to shoot. When the people in the car saw Xiaohong appear in front of the car window, they were scared out of their wits. Bruce said tremblingly, "Call." Xiaohong blew a breath, and everyone in the car was blown dry. They were skin and bones, and the flesh and blood on their bodies evaporated in an instant. Seeing this scene, the remaining two cars dared not stay. Heading directly in two directions, Xiaohong jumped directly towards a car and crushed it to pieces. Then he took off the tire of that car and smashed it towards another car. Bang! The car was smashed to pieces, and blood and flesh along with the car fragments splattered all over the ground. This was the first time Yufan saw Xiaohong take action. In terms of shocking degree, it is much more shocking than the last time I saw it become thousands of meters high. Is this the true strength of a 5-star animal? No wonder those 5-star missions are like going to hell. These 5-star animals are not worthy of such difficult missions. Xiaohong clapped her hands and got back into the car. Yufan couldn't help but said to him, "Xiaohong, can you get some things from the world of the living?" Chapter 34, Despised by the Gorillas. Xiaohong's strength was beyond Yufan's imagination. This is too terrifying. It is not the strength that a human should have at all. But Xiaohong is not human either. Yufan began to wonder what kind of animal Xiaohong was. 5-star animals, what category do they belong to among animals? This strength is at least something that only legendary beasts can possess. If Xiaohong is a divine beast, then what about Xiao Bai? Is he also a divine beast? Where is Honglian? If they are all divine beasts, then what is the difference between them? Yufan asked Xiaohong directly. What is the difference between 5-star animals and 4-star animals? Xiaohong was stunned for a moment, as if she couldn't understand her master's unusual train of thought. Xiaohong said seriously, "I don't know the details, but I know that there is not much difference between 5-star and 4-star. A strong 4-star can be comparable to a 5-star. The only difference is that a 5-star can become a complete human, while a 4-star can only become a humanoid. Generally, they are humans with animal ears and tails, but there are also 4-stars with animal faces, wings, and hair." Yufan? Yufan asked curiously. "What the hell is hair?" Xiaohong said. "Although it has become exactly like a human, its entire body is covered with its original hair." Yufan imagined what Xiao Bai would look like with hair all over his body, and he couldn't help but feel a chill down his spine. Fortunately, Xiao Bai only has a pair of animal ears and a long tail. The face and body are still top-notch. Yufan shook his head and thought that he would continue to explore the differences between them after there were more 4-star and 5-star animals. Yufan started the car and drove towards the park entrance again. He saw that the person who had just followed him was not Chris. Yufan parked the car at the entrance of the park and happened to see Chris talking to several black and white people. Yufan yelled at Chris, "Hey! Nigger!" When Chris saw Yufan, his face instantly darkened. He stretched out a finger and pointed at Yufan with trembling hands. His lips kept shaking, but he didn't say a word. Yufan laughed and shouted, "No need to ask, your brothers are weak and have already left, haha." After Yufan shouted, he drove away. "Fuck!" Chris roared and said to his friends, "My brother was killed by that Chinese dog. If you can help my brother get revenge, I will give you $2 million as a reward." $2 million may not sound like a lot, but if converted into other currencies, it would be a considerable reward. Even if converted into Chinese currency, it would be more than 13 million. If we switch to the Zimbabwean currency next to South Africa, it will be an astronomical figure. When several old friends heard this, their eyes suddenly lit up. People die for money and birds die for food. Is there anyone in the world who doesn't love money? Only those who have more money at home than can be spent in a lifetime would declare to others that they have no interest in money. Seeing that everyone was willing to help him, Chris nodded, somewhat touched. He immediately took the remaining brothers and chased in the direction where Yufan disappeared. The other people looked at each other, and one of them said, "No matter what the final result is, how about we split the $2 million equally?" Several people nodded in agreement. They also brought their brothers and chased after Chris. Yufan glanced behind him and saw that there were as many as 20 or 30 vehicles following him this time. This scene scared the wild animals in the nearby territories. They began to migrate towards the territories of other animals. Yufan continued driving towards the woods where there were no cameras, and soon passed by the place where the 4 cars exploded. Chris arrived here and saw the wreckage of the car. He slammed the steering wheel and cursed. They actually used large-scale thermal weapons. Who the hell is this Wago? Chris was a little scared. If it was just a shooting, he would still have a chance to resist. If he really encounters some rocket launchers or cannons, even 10 of them won't be enough for him. One of the younger brothers said anxiously, "Boss, the 2 cars were blown up quite close to each other. They might have been killed by a surprise attack." Chris pointed to 2 other cars further away and said, "Where are those 2? The younger brother analyzed it, and his eyes lit up. "Aren't there 2 of them? After the sneak attack was successful, they wanted to escape, and then split into 2 groups. When our people saw them leaving, they also split into 2 groups to chase them, but they were hit by the mines they had buried in advance, and the result was..." Chris suddenly realized that this made sense. If it wasn't a sneak attack, how could the 2 of them have destroyed our 4 vehicles? Chris said angrily, "Chase them, I will tear them into pieces." Chris regained his confidence and chased in the direction where Yufan disappeared. There are many orangutans living in a large forest. 7 of the gorillas were huddled together, surrounded by a group of gorillas. Li Bai said to Zhuge, "Boss, isn't this too obvious?" Zhuge glanced at Li Bai. His outfit was exactly the same as the other gorillas. How come he was recognized by these gorillas? One gorilla was obviously taller than the other gorillas. It shouted, "A woo woo woo!" at Zhuge and the 7 gorillas. Zhuge was full of questions and shouted to the gorilla, "A woo woo!" Zhuge is not a real gorilla after all, and his calls are a little different from those of gorillas. The gorilla scratched his head suspiciously. The 7 new gorillas opposite had good temperaments, but why were they mute? "I can't understand what they say at all." The gorilla refused to believe it and shouted to the 7 people in Zhuge again, "A woo woo woo!" Zhuge was confused and shouted at the gorilla, "A woo woo!" The gorilla was so angry that he hit the tree hard. Crash! The tree shook violently and several leaves fell. Li Bai said to Zhuge, "Brother, it wants you to learn from it." Seeing that there were more and more gorillas around, Zhuge was worried that if he couldn't get the approval of the gorillas, he might not be able to get out today. So Zhuge gritted his teeth and hit the big tree next to him hard. Bang! The big tree stands still. The gorilla looked at the top of the tree and saw that not even the leaves were moving. The gorilla sighed and looked at Zhuge with some disappointment. These 7 tall gorillas are not only dumb, but also useless. If such an ape were to join our group, it would become a burden to everyone. The gorilla pointed outside the woods and roared, "A woo!" This time Zhuge and the others understood that the gorilla was telling them to get out. Zhuge shook his head helplessly and walked out of the woods first. But the pistol in his hand was a little conspicuous. He could only hold the pistol under his arm. The other 6 brothers each carried an assault rifle and held a pistol in their hands. These were just seized. The gorilla watched them until they reached the edge of the woods before calling on the group of gorillas to leave. Zhuge sighed and said, "Our car is outside, it will definitely attract those hunters. Let's ambush them at the edge." Zhuge could never have imagined that one day he would be despised by a gorilla. The 7 men crouched helplessly in the bushes, waiting for the hunter to take the bait. Soon, Yu Fan and Xiao Hong's car appeared in Zhu Ji's sight. In the distance, there are 20 or 30 cars approaching at high speed. Chapter 35. Are they still human? Yu Fan drove the car to the edge of a large forest. Generally, there are few cameras in large forests, unless there is a need to study a certain animal or film the life details of an animal for a period of time. 9 out of 10 cameras in places like this will be damaged by animals. Cameras are something that glow at night, especially in Africa, and the cameras they use are not the latest high-tech cameras. Animals love these luminous things the most at night. If you put a camera there, the animals will destroy it in one day. There were too many hunters to deal with this time, so Yu Fan could only choose a large forest. This minimizes the chance of being discovered. However, just as Yu Fan drove to the outskirts of the woods, he saw 7 gorillas looking at him. Yu Fan couldn't help but say, "Damn, why are there so many gorillas? I don't want to hurt any innocent people." Just as Yu Fan was about to turn around, he heard a gorilla shouting, "Brother Yu Fan, come quickly!" Yu Fan? Yu Fan was stunned for a moment. He wanted to step on the brake, but ended up stepping on the accelerator. Boom! The car accelerated and rushed towards the 7 people in Juga. Juga 7? If the leader hadn't said that Yu Fan was one of their own, Juga would have shot him. Juga shouted urgently, "Brother Yu Fan!" Yu Fan reacted and stepped on the brakes. The car stopped right in front of Juga. Yu Fan asked in confusion, "Brother Zhu, are you guys here to do art?" "What the hell is art?" Juga said speechlessly. "This is the characteristic of our country. There are only 7 of us, and the enemy's number is several times ours, so we mainly use disguised guerrilla warfare. In the first few woods, we have already dealt with a dozen hunters. 7 people killed 10 or 20 people without any harm. This is very strong fighting power." Zhuge thought Yu Fan was going to praise them, but he didn't expect Yu Fan to just look at them indifferently. Zhuge couldn't help but ask, "Brother Yu Fan, how many did you kill?" Yu Fan said calmly, "Xiao Hong also killed a dozen or so people and blew up 4 cars." Zhuge asked incredulously, "You brought in bombs?" Yu Fan shook his head and said, "No, this guy is crazy. He just blew up the car. He has no martial ethics at all. There are people coming from behind. Let's go in and prepare and fight together." After Yu Fan finished speaking, he and Xiao Hong went into the woods together. The 7 people in Juga looked at each other, not knowing whether they should believe Yu Fan's words. After thinking about it, I decided to give up. 20 or 30 cars coming from afar is no joke. The disparity between the enemy and us is too great. I will ask for specific details after I survive. Yu Fan walked into the woods and found a slightly open area. He followed Xiao Hong and said, "This is a good place. We can fight if we want. There are no obstacles. If we don't want to fight, there are also a few big rocks around. We can take a rest for a while." When Zhuge heard Yu Fan's words, he already knew that Yu Fan was an amateur. Zhuge advised, "Brother Yu Fan, the terrain here is flat, there are not many large trees and they are relatively sparse. Although there are a few rocks, it is generally more suitable for group battles, not suitable for ambushes." Yu Fan said doubtfully, "They are so arrogant and look down on us Chinese. Of course we have to defeat them head-on and make them lose all confidence." Zhuge said in embarrassment, "That's true, but they have 20 or 30 vehicles. Even if there are only 4 or 5 people in each vehicle, that's more than 120 people in total. We only have 9 of us. It's hard to guarantee our safety in a head-on battle." Yu Fan smiled and couldn't help but patted Zhuge on the shoulder, saying, "You are dressed as gorillas now, you hide first, Xiao Hong and I will attract their attention first, and then you can make your move. That way, there will definitely be unexpected results." Zhuge opened his mouth to speak. "No, Yu Fan said to Zhuge, "Brother Zhu, let's leave it at that." Before Zhuge could say anything else, he was pulled away by Li Bai. After walking more than 10 meters, Li Bai leaned close to Zhu Ji's ear and whispered, "He is so young, he must be arrogant. If he can't stand it later, we will save him. After this loss, he will be honest in the future." Zhuge shook his head and sighed deeply. It would be too difficult to rescue Yu Fan and Xiao Hong from more than 100 people. If he and his 6 brothers forcefully attack, they might even lose their lives. However, Yufan insisted on his own way, and the sound of the enemy's car engine was also heard. There is no time to make a detailed plan now, we can only take it one step at a time. After Zhuge and others left, Yufan also clenched his fists. Xiaohong and Xiaobai gave him blessings twice, both times he used them to run away. No matter what, I must experience the feeling of giving it my all this time. Outside the woods, Chris and others have arrived. One of the younger brothers said to Chris, "Boss, when they went in just now, I seemed to see a few gorillas with them. I remembered a piece of news I saw last night, saying that a man who could communicate with lions appeared in Santanya. Is that the Chinese dog?" Chris nodded. "It's probably him. I was wondering what he was up to, but it turns out he asked animals for help. My brother probably didn't prepare for this, so he died tragically at his hands." As he spoke, Chris's face was filled with anger. 20 or 30 cars stopped outside the woods, and as many as 130 or 40 people got out with weapons in hand. A younger brother asked Chris, "Boss, do you need to double-team him from behind? I remember there are a lot of gorillas in this forest." Chris shook his head and showed a cruel smile on his face. "We are hunters, so why should we be afraid of a group of gorillas? If they dare to come, I will kill them all." Chris shouted to the crowd, "Listen up, everyone. If anyone can help me catch that Chinese dog, I will reward you another $1 million. Roar!" Hearing Chris's words, everyone roared with excitement. Chris was very satisfied with everyone's condition and shouted, "Kill!" About 130 or 40 people immediately rushed into the woods. It feels a bit like war. It's just that these people just run on their own, with no discipline at all. Hearing the sound getting closer, Yufan glanced at Xiaohong beside him and Xiaobai in his pocket and said, "Let's start hunting." In an instant 3 forces appeared in Yufan's body. Yufan pushed the ground hard, and his whole body was ejected like a cannonball. It was just like pressing the flash button, every step was a flash, and in the blink of an eye he rushed in front of a person. Ha! Yufan threw a powerful punch, hitting the hunter in the chest. Bang! The hunter flew out more than 10 meters and hit a tree hard. Puff! The hunter spat out a mouthful of blood, and his head tilted to the side before he died. Xiaohong kept Yufan's words in mind and did not use too powerful force this time. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of a 2-meter-tall black man. With a light push of his palm, the black man was like a kite with a broken string. Bang, 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 bang. He was already dead, but his body still knocked over a dozen people away. The dozen or so people also flew out and crashed into trees in the distance. 2 of them even had their bodies exploded. Zhuge in the woods saw this and said in astonishment, "Are they still human?" Chapter 36 Reward an Extinct Animal. In the eyes of Zhuge and others, the more than 100 people were just like paper. Yufan killed them one by one with 1 punch, then 2 when he became more skilled, and finally 3 or 4 with 1 punch. Xiaohong is simply cheating. If she doesn't kill a dozen people with 1 move, she will feel like she's losing money. No, that Yufan was also cheating. Zhuge couldn't help but take a look at the gun in his hand, and asked the 6 brothers in confusion, "Brothers, is this a gun?" Li Bai couldn't help but said, "Boss, are you stupid? If this isn't a gun, what is it?" Zhuge had begun to doubt his life. He held up the gun and said, "Yes, this is a gun, a modern weapon, the most powerful fire weapon in history. But why do I feel that my gun has no chance to fire in front of Brother Yufan and his bodyguards?" Another subordinate, Yang Changqing, pointed to the distance and said, "Boss, you have a pistol. Look at them holding rifles. They killed their own people but couldn't hit Yufan and his bodyguards. Be more confident. If you fight Yufan, I guess you will die before you can even touch the gun. It hurts." No wonder Yufan chose such an open terrain. It turns out that it is to facilitate their performance. While they were talking, Yufan had already finished the battle. Zhuge and the others looked at each other and saw the contempt and shock in each other's eyes. They take off their gorilla holsters. With Yufan and Xiaohong's skills, what's the point of pretending to be a guerrilla fighter? 7 people walked towards Yufan. At this time, Yufan stood quietly there, looking down at Chris. Chris was kneeling on the ground, His right hand had disappeared, leaving only a bare shoulder that was bleeding. Just now he wanted to shoot Yufan, but Yufan threw a stone at him and broke his arm. Yufan was also amazed that he actually possessed such powerful strength. The most important thing is that after 3 blessings, he has become accustomed to Xiaohong's power. He also felt a hint of destruction in Xiaohong's power. Although the stone he threw was very powerful, it was definitely not powerful enough to break Chris' arm. It was that hint of destructive aura that gave Yufan such powerful strength. At that moment, Yufan couldn't help but ask Xiaohong, "What kind of beast are you?" Yufan has already confirmed that Xiaohong is a divine beast, and this is no longer a human power. Red said in its own language, "Cuckoo. Chaos." Xiaohong, Chaos, the leader of the 4 fierce beasts, is the top existence among the divine beasts. Now it's just my pet. When Xiaobai heard Xiaohong reveal her identity, he also called out, "Meow! Master, I am also a divine beast, I am." Yufan asked in shock, "Are you a baboon?" Xiaobai's face suddenly turned bad, and the cat's face was full of grievance. "Meow! It's that means the moon rises." Yufan breathed a long sigh of relief. Luckily it wasn't a baboon. Thinking about the time when he used to run around the house with Xiaobai in his arms, Yufan would be furious if it really was a baboon. Yufan asked curiously, "What about Honglian?" Xiaohong said, "Gugyu. It is Yuan." "Wait," Yufan asked doubtfully. "According to the records in the Classic of Mountains and Seas, Xu Yan is also a fierce beast and is classified as a divine beast. How could it be just a 3-star animal?" Xiaobai said proudly. "Meow! Master, animals above 3 stars are all high-star animals, and the difference in bloodline is not that big. Whether or not they can become 4 stars depends on their background. In other words, 4-star animals are all related." Yufan asked curiously, "So you are also related?" Xiaobai's mouth curled up slightly. "Meow! Of course, I am the most beautiful pet in history. I have no other advantages except that I am good-looking. In the past, I was adopted by the most powerful beasts." Yufan was curious. Although the 3-star animals could not bless him, they sounded like extremely powerful animals. When you complete the 3-star mission, you must draw the strongest one. Of course, Yufan was more curious about 4-star animals. Which animals can be called relatives? Are their backgrounds just 5-star animals? Or are there stronger ones? At this time, Xu Ge and the other 7 people had already approached, and Yufan no longer communicated with Xiaohong and Xiaobai. Yufan looked at Chris, who was kneeling on the ground, and asked in English, "Chris, right? You hate us Chinese so much, did you ever think of the result today?" Chris was so scared at this time that his mouth opened and closed and drooled. Hearing Yufan's words, Chris looked at Yufan dully. "Ah bah! Yufan suddenly felt very bored and said to Xiaohong, "Forget it, just kill her!" Exclamation point. Chris was so scared that he said hurriedly, I was pretending. Xu Ge and the others had already arrived in front of Chris, and just happened to hear Chris talking. Xu Ge couldn't help but sneer. "Haha, you're so smart, but you're pretending to be stupid?" Chris showed a pale smile on his face, and kowtowed to Yufan despite the severe pain. I'm sorry, I shouldn't be so hostile to you Chinese. As long as you can let me go, I will donate money to your China every year, and I will also treat the Chinese in Africa well. Yufan interrupted Chris and said disdainfully, "Haha, our China is so powerful, why do we need your little stolen money? Your accounts receivable won't even cause the slightest ripple in our China. How much money do you have in total?" Chris was stunned for a moment, and said honestly, "I have more than $10 million in my card now, and I also have several million in fixed assets that can be sold." Yufan sneered and said, "Your $10 million is too little. If you donate it to our country, you have to transfer foreign exchange, which is very troublesome. Let's put it this way, your hunting team specializes in killing wild animals, which is also a sin. I know that in our country there is a place called Panlong Mountain, where someone built a wildlife park specifically for protecting wild animals. Donate your $10 million to the zoo. This will atone for your sins. Ask them to use the money to protect wild animals in the future. Ask them to make sure that every penny is disclosed and where it was used for wild animals. I have learned that their boss is searching the world for endangered wild animals. After Yu Fan finished speaking, he turned to Zhu Ge and said, Hey, brother Zhu, is it okay for me to take the initiative like this? Zhu Ge agreed with Yu Fan's words very much. This is a good thing, of course it can be handled this way. I didn't expect that there are still such people in our country. Later, I will ask our comrades to donate some money to this zoo. By the way, brother Yu Fan, do you know the name of this zoo? This really stumped Yu Fan. He hasn't thought of a name yet. Yu Fan said uncertainly. I don't know what to call it now. Since it's Panlong Mountain, should it be called Panlong Zoo? After Chris completed the transfer procedures, Zhu Ge shot him to death. Ruthless. But it is not a pity for such a person to die. His death can expose what happened today. I hope that those who discriminate against Chinese people can be more restrained. God is watching what you do. Yu Fan returned to the hotel and saw the message from the system. Congratulations on completing your first 2-star mission. You will receive a 2-star animal, 2 million animal training funds, and a 200 square meter 2-star animal living park. Congratulations on getting a quagga. Chapter 37 Their living expenses are deducted from your card. Yu Fan really had no idea what kind of animal a quagga was. After all, he is not a member of the Animal Research Association. In Yu Fan's mind, the animals he knew were no different from those of ordinary students. If he hadn't watched a few episodes of Animal World when he was a child, Yu Fan would probably know even fewer animals. Yu Fan took out his phone and checked, only to find out that the zebra is an extinct animal that once lived in Africa. Generally, their body length is 2 meters, their tail is nearly 1 meter, and their weight exceeds 800 kilograms. It is called zebra because its front half looks like a zebra, and its hind half looks like a horse, and it also looks a bit like a donkey. The quagga became extinct because of the arrival of Europeans, who were attracted by its bright fur. It was eventually hunted to extinction by Europeans, and became extinct in 1883. The encyclopedia also says that the meat of the quagga is delicious and is eaten as meat locally. This put Yu Fan in a dilemma. You gave me one and told me it was delicious. What, are you testing my patience? Yu Fan couldn't help but ask the system. Only one? Then there is no point in giving it to me. After this one dies, won't the quagga species also become extinct? The system said. Don't worry, this system is not so useless. When you have 100 million in your bank account, you can open the system mall. There will be many good things for you to choose from. There can't be only one good thing to keep this kind of extinct animal alive. The system's voice sounded somewhat proud, as if it was waiting for Yu Fan to praise it. After a long while, Yu Fan did not say anything, and the system continued. Since this is a 2-star animal, the zebra has been directly placed in the 2-star animal living park for you. Go home and see it for yourself. After the system finished speaking, it stopped talking. Yu Fan thought speechlessly, what a proud guy. The next morning, Kruger National Park was closed. A piece of news that shocked the world broke out. A terrorist attack broke out in Kruger National Park, killing more than 200 tourists. The entire Transylvania province was directly closed, and all tourists who had visited Kruger Park yesterday had to assist in the investigation. Unfortunately, all this has nothing to do with Yu Fan. Last night, under the persuasion of Zhu Ge and others, he left Transylvania province in South Africa and boarded a plane back to China. Just after Yu Fan left, Zhu Ge made a phone call. Report everything you saw today. The person on the other end of the phone asked in disbelief. You mean Yu Fan has a red-haired bodyguard with extremely high combat power? After Zhu Ge narrated Xiao Hong's battle scene, the person on the other end of the phone couldn't help swallowing. The person on the other end of the phone said, I know about this matter. Find a way to get Xiao Hong's appearance. I will investigate it. Zhu Ge used his connections to send the photo of Xiao Hong captured by the surveillance camera at the entrance of the scenic area. However, after investigation, the relevant agencies found that there was no such person. Xiao Hong has never appeared in China. Moreover, intelligence shows that Xiao Hong was not on any of the transportation Yu Fan took from the time he went to Santana to the time he left South Africa. This information completely confused the Chinese intelligence department. Could it be that Xiao Hong appeared out of thin air? Although the boss said that Yu Fan is absolutely one of them, the uncertain factor like Xiao Hong still needs to be controlled. The intelligence department could only tell Zhuge to continue his investigation in South Africa. Yu Fan returned to Panlong village and found that the black girl, Alo, was already repairing the road with the villagers. Originally, the young men in the village had to wear hats when repairing the road to prevent themselves from getting sunburned. Ever since Ale came, everyone has thrown away their sun protection equipment and even stopped applying sunscreen. No matter how dark you are, can you be as dark as Allah? If Ale stood under the tree to enjoy the coolness, and if she didn't wear bright white clothes or smile, you wouldn't know there was someone in the shade. After Yu Fan came back, Ale followed Yu Fan up the mountain. It was also the first time that Ale enjoyed the treatment of riding a tiger. After returning home, Ale was once again shocked by the luxurious villa of Yu Fan's family. In their country, even the president's house is not as luxurious and grand as Yu Fan's villa. She stood in front of the villa and didn't dare to go in. I was afraid that I would dirty this holy temple. Ale couldn't help but feel complacent about his choice. It seems that Yu Fan did not lie to her. Ale couldn't help but ask in broken English, "Uncle Yu Fan, who is the martial arts teacher you found for me? Is he the martial arts master of your country, the kind of swordsman hidden in the mountains?" She is from Santana and speaks a little English because the school she attended when she was a child was sponsored by Europe. Yu Fan laughed and said to Ale, "You have seen it just now." Yu Fan shouted towards the back mountain, "Hong Lian!" Boom! A white shadow fell, and Hong Lian's whole monkey fell to the ground. He asked Yu Fan, "Huh? Master, what's the matter?" Yu Fan pointed at Ale and said, "She will be your apprentice from now on. You must teach her martial arts well." Red Lotus? Ale? Hong Lian couldn't help but look at Ale. This dark and thin body will disappear with just a pinch. You want me to teach her martial arts? Can she learn my skill of breaking a stone with one punch? Ale couldn't help but glance at Hong Lian, feeling extremely disgusted. So the powerful master you mentioned is just a 2-meter tall monkey? Although it can jump fast and far with you on its back, that is just its talent. Moreover, in Ale's tribe, those as white as Hong Lian usually have terminal illnesses. Seeing that Hong Lian and Ale both looked a little disgusted with each other, Yu Fan advised, "Since we are here, we should make the best of it. Let's leave it at that for now. I still have to go see my zebra. You two can get to know each other here. If you still can't accept each other before I come back, just leave me here." In fact, it was Xiaohong who secretly told Yu Fan that he was willing to let Ale come to Panlong Mountain. Long before getting on the sightseeing bus, Xiaohong said that this girl's body was very unusual. There is an aura of death about her. I'm afraid she is not an ordinary person. In fact, human beings are like this. There are people with various talents in every place. Some people are destined to be extraordinary from the moment they are born. Bolt was born with legs that run faster than others, and O'Neill was born with a stronger body than others. Ale is also a person with special talents, but the profession that suits her is no longer visible to the public. Otherwise, why would Yu Fan bring her to China when they have no relationship at all? After Xiao Bai returned to Panlong Mountain, he turned back into a humanoid form. Xiaohong is still a little red dog the size of a palm, and they follow Yu Fan one after the other. Yu Fan first came to the Siberian Tiger Park. It was discovered that these Siberian tigers were lying on the ground basking in the sun. Because the Siberian Tiger Park is tailor-made for Siberian tigers, they live very comfortably. Eat when you wake up, and sleep when you are full. Yu Fan saw that there were many more small animals that the Siberian tigers loved to eat in the garden, and he couldn't help but ask the system, "I haven't even given them any more food, why are there so many more small animals here?" The system said calmly, "Every time you obtain an animal, don't you get a sum of money for animal training? Do you think that the money is for you?" Yu Fan exclaimed, "Isn't it for me?" The system laughed and said, "Nonsense, that's of course not for you. The money is for the animals. As long as the food in their zoo is finished or damaged, the system will automatically fill it up and deduct the money from your card. Didn't you notice that there is a lot less money in your card?" Chapter 38 How can you still sleep when you have become an endangered species? Ever since he started accepting the missions, Yu Fan has been completing these exciting missions. Driven by this atmosphere, which seemed like a desperate situation before but is now quite relaxed and stimulating, Yu Fan entered a state of ecstasy. In addition, mobile payment is used everywhere nowadays, and it is required many times a day. Yufan didn't really pay attention to the bank's reminder message about deducting money. Who knows that these animals have to pay for their own food and shelter? Fortunately, when Yufan was in South Africa, he persuaded Chris to donate more than 10 million US dollars. Hey. When the money arrives, Yufan will be very close to his small goal of 100 million. Just complete a few more tasks, and you'll basically be there. However, this is not a reason for the Siberian tigers to sleep. I spend money to support you, not to watch you sleep. You should realize your own value and use your 4 legs to attract more tourists. Otherwise, no amount of money will be enough to feed these animals. Yufan said to Xiaohong. You also have 4 legs. From now on, you will be responsible for training these Siberian tigers and the lions from Africa. Let them have some boxing matches or something. We can start a live broadcast and let the audience place bets, hee. After Yufan finished speaking, he left with a smile on his face. Xiaohong stood on the ground with her eyes as big as a gong. I am a 5-star animal, the highest level of divine beast. Is it appropriate for you to treat me as a tool animal? Xiaohong was not convinced and chased after Yufan while protesting. Gugu! Let Honglian do this, it likes fighting and killing the most. I have a gentle personality and cannot convince others. Yufan said without even turning his head. I have arranged for Honglian to teach Allah. Otherwise, you can transform into your true body and teach Allah? Xiaohong thought about her human form in red, and what it would look like if it were matched with Aile's black. The picture is so beautiful, it is hard to imagine. After comparing them, it is better to teach lions and tigers. Yufan came to the panda park and saw several giant pandas hanging on the trees. They all sleep worse than pigs. Yufan couldn't help but sigh. Although both pandas and pigs are lazy and gluttonous, the only difference is that pandas have an extra set of beautiful skins. Yufan said to Xiaobai. Xiaobai, pandas have a slightly higher IQ. You can train them to play cards or mahjong, etc., to develop their IQ. At least it's better than sleeping all day. Yufan thought that if these animals were allowed to learn human entertainment activities, they would definitely attract countless tourists. Animals becoming spirits has always been something that humans love to see. If someone's dog or cat suddenly behaves like a human, or displays a moment of high intelligence, the owner can take a picture of it and post it online, which can attract countless clicks. Even in most of the videos, the animals don't show any performance at all, but their owners edit them to make people think that their pets are very smart. What if all the animals in Yufan's zoo exhibited human-like behavior? It's hard for this zoo not to be popular. Of course, this is also because Yufan has a strong background now. Even if his animals are bizarre, no department will come to check, let alone do any slice research. Anyone who wants to come and study can do so, just pay. After the panda garden is the lion garden. These lions all came from foreign countries and are still adjusting to the jet lag, so it is normal for them to sleep during the day. Yufan has already communicated with the Lion King and asked it to lead the lion group to learn from Xiaohong in the future. Give them a chance in the future to challenge the Siberian tigers over there. Which is stronger, the lion or the tiger, has always been a topic of great interest. Yufan wants everyone to witness this scene with their own eyes when the zoo opens. However, the rules still need to be well formulated, preferably so that they can determine the winner and the loser while preventing them from getting injured. One-star zoo areas are basically ecological and are most suitable for the survival of these animals. Nowadays, there are only 3 kinds of animals in the one-star zoo: Siberian tigers, pandas, and lions. Next, Yufan has to complete other one-star tasks to add more rare and strange species to the zoo. After seeing the 3 animals in the one-star park, there was only one quagga left in the 2-star park. Yufan came to the 2-star park of Banlu and found that the conditions here were much better than those of the 1-star park. In the 200 square meter park, there is not only a large grassland suitable for the zebra to live, but also a small river, a small woods, and some small animals such as mice and rabbits. At the innermost part of the park, there is a simple brick house to shelter the zebras from wind and rain. This is much better than the straw hut in the 1-star park. The quagga also slept comfortably by the river and drank water. However, it is an extinct animal. There is only one left in the world, and Yufan can't do anything about it. Its existence is the luck of this world. As for the 3-star and 4-star parks behind, Yufan did not go to see them. They are all the parks of Honglian and Xiaobai. The 3-star campus is the size of a small Western-style building, and the 4-star campus is the size of a townhouse. Yufan usually lives in Xiaohong's 5-star park. The luxurious villa in the park has been occupied by Yufan. Usually, Xiaohong and Xiaobai also live here. Honglian also lives here occasionally, but most of the time, she is looking for the perfect stick in the back mountain. Returning to the luxurious villa, Yufan saw Lu already practicing martial arts with Honglian with a smile on his face. Honglian is Zhu Yan, and his control over power is second to none. According to historical records, Zhu Yan was a war machine who possessed all kinds of mysterious methods. Wherever Zhu Yan appears, a war will basically break out. There is no problem at all in letting Zhu Yan teach Lu. Yufan looked at them with satisfaction and returned to the villa. His schedule has been too busy during this period. He plans to rest at home for a few days. Yufan lay comfortably on the sofa, and soon a soft body pounced on him. No need to think, it can only be Xiaobai. Xiaobai lay on Yufan's thigh and said coquettishly, "Master, after returning from Africa, I felt a little itchy. Can you help me check if I have lice?" Yufan couldn't help but say, "Aren't you in human form now? Wouldn't it be possible to wash away the lice if you took a shower?" Xiaobai turned his head with a sad face, pointed at his ears and tail and said, "I can't rush to these two places. They are hidden in the fur and I can't catch them." Yufan had no choice but to pull apart the white fluff in Xiaobai's ears to help her check for any lice. As soon as Yufan's hand touched Xiaobai's ear, Xiaobai's body twitched and he screamed, "Ah! It's a bit itchy." I searched the ears and didn't see any traces of lice. Yufan had no choice but to lift up Xiaobai's skirt and hold her tail. This was the first time Yufan touched Xiaobai's tail. The first feeling is that it is soft and silky and feels very good. Yufan couldn't help but touch it a few more times before he began to pull apart the soft little white hair. Every time you touch Xiaobai's tail, Xiaobai's body becomes softer. After more than 10 minutes, the bottom and middle of the little white tail were searched. Only the base of the tail is left. To find lice at the root you have to. Yufan said hesitantly, "Why don't we just stop looking inside?" Xiaobai shook his head and said, "No, it's the inside that it itches." "You are itchy inside, but I can't scratch it for you." Yufan closed his eyes and repeated to himself 100 times, "It's a cat." Then he began to lift up Xiaobai's little white skirt and started searching at the base of the tail. Sure enough, there was a louse lying under a white hair, trying to escape to another place. Yufan was quick-eyed and quick-handed, and pressed it immediately. Xiaobai's body suddenly shrank and his tail stood up. A cold snort suddenly came from his mouth. "Oh!" Chapter 39 Searching for Red-Crowned Crane Eggs. Yufan's push caused Xiaobai's entire body to shrink suddenly. The tail also stood up instantly, and the fluff on it also stood upright. Xiaobai looked at Yufan resentfully and asked, "Master, where are you pressing?" Yufan grabbed a louse helplessly and said, "Catch the louse." "Look, I caught one, didn't I?" Xiaobai couldn't help but stretch out his hand to rub the back, and then continued to say to Yufan, "Oh, then you can continue to scratch for me. But can you be gentler this time? I'm not only a little itchy now, but also a little painful now." Yufan wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and said, Okay, I'll be careful." Yufan's hand was originally aimed at the louse, but Xiaobai's tail was too soft. As soon as Yufan pressed it, he accidentally slipped. Then, due to inertia, and the fact that Yufan suddenly lost his target, the force became a little bit stronger. Yufan grabbed Xiaobai's tail again and began to look for lice inside. Xiaobai turned around again and asked, "Master, did you put the remote control in your pocket? It seems to be pressing against my stomach." Yufan blushed and said with a smile, "Oh, I wanted to watch TV just now, so I took the remote control in my hand. As soon as you pounced on me, I put it in my pocket." Yufan lifted Xiaobai up with one hand, reached into his trouser pocket with the other hand, and then put Xiaobai down again. After searching for a few more minutes, Yufan found another louse. Then, he pushed Xiaobai aside in a hurry. "Ouch, I ate too much today and I have a stomachache. I'm going to the bathroom. Yufan ran into the toilet at full speed. Half an hour later, Yufan walked out leisurely. As soon as I walked into the living room, I received a call. It was the old man from the imperial city who called. Friend Yufan, things have gotten out of hand in South Africa. I want to transfer Zhuge and his men back to China. They said your bodyguards are also there. Do you need my help to transfer them back with you? Yufan replied. Well, my bodyguard can find a way to leave by himself, so there's no need to bother you. If you want to help, you can help me transfer the money from my overseas account to China. I'm quite poor now. In the imperial city, the old man couldn't help but twitch his lips. The amount of money transferred here, converted into Chinese currency, is more than 70 million. You told me you are poor? Do you have any shame? The old man apologized and said, Those are matters related to the financial sector. I don't really understand them. Since you don't have anything to help me with, I'll hang up first. If you run into any trouble later, you can always call this number. After Yufan hung up the phone, he couldn't help but sigh. He is a little worried now. The old man called him just to find out Xiaohong's whereabouts. Because the fighting power displayed by Xiaohong was too terrifying. It is normal for the elderly to be a little worried. Yufan looked at the clear sky and couldn't help but say, This seemingly cloudless sky can sometimes suddenly bring a thunderbolt that catches you off guard. Yufan decided to seize the time to make himself stronger. Even if his father and grandfather, who are tools, have powerful backgrounds, as the power around Yufan grows stronger and stronger, until even the old man begins to be wary of him, will he still support him without hesitation? Yufan doesn't dare to gamble. So Yufan needs to become stronger, he needs more high-star animals. When you are surrounded by 5-star animals, their own strength and the power they bestow on you will basically allow you to protect yourself. At worst, even if I can't win, can I just run away? Even if I don't fly away on the back of some great rock, no one can catch me with the help of those mythical beasts, right? Thinking of this, Yufan directly opened the system. After completing a 2-star mission, Yufan will have 3 chances to complete a 1-star mission. Yufan opened the 1-star task list and looked at the 4th 1-star task. Diving in the Fudui River. Diving in the Fudui River, your heart is free, your dreams are flying, and you can breathe freely underwater. Please go to the Fudui River in Yenqing, dive in the water for 10 minutes, and find a lost egg of a red-crowned crane to get a 1-star animal, 1 million animal training funds, and a 1-star animal living park of 100 square meters. Do you accept the mission? Yufan accepted it directly. Diving in an ordinary river is not difficult and can be done with just a little training. But it would be difficult to find something at the bottom of the river. Not to mention finding an egg. However, this place reminded Yufan of a story that was once famous throughout the country. A true story. A girl from northeast China named Su Xiujuan, who comes from a family of crane breeders, has been rescuing red-crowned cranes with her father since she was a child. That was in the 1970s, when there were only 140 red-crowned cranes, my country's national treasure. Therefore, every red-crowned crane is an extremely precious treasure. Because Su Xiujuan's professional level is very high, the survival rate of the red-crowned crane chicks she cared for reached 100%. In June of that year, she came to Yenqing with 2 white swans. From then on, a year of bad luck began. A red-crowned crane died of illness in her arms, and the 2 white swans she brought with her were often sick. For someone like her who treats the red-crowned cranes as her own children, how desperate would she be if a red-crowned crane died of illness? On the 15th of the month, the white swan was lost, so she and her companions went out to look for it. At the bank of Fudui River, her companions swam away, but she remained in the river forever. Although the white swans were eventually found, she could no longer see them. They could no longer see her. At the age of 23, she was posthumously recognized as the first martyr on the environmental protection front. After that, her younger brother took over her job and worked there for 18 years. But in the end, while protecting the red-crowned cranes, the motorcycle lost control and he eventually followed in her footsteps. Later, her niece gave up her chance to continue her studies at graduate school and returned to the Su family to take on the Su family's mission. Mr. and Mrs. Su said that they only do 2 things in their lives: see the cranes off in October and welcome them back in spring. In Yufan's heart, he had great respect for this family. When he was a child, he would be moved to tears every time he listened to a true story. Now that Yufan has taken on this task, he feels even more emotional. Yufan found this song on his mobile phone and listened to it while lying on the sofa. Xiaobai didn't understand the story, but he was so moved by the song that tears streamed down his face. The next day, Yufan and Xiaobai went out together. Xiaohong had to transform into human form and look after the villa. Yufan felt that since he was just going diving in the river, there shouldn't be any danger. Therefore, it should be enough to have Xiaobai to give myself a speed boost. Of course, he could not have imagined that this mission would be an extremely difficult one for him. Chapter 40. Japanese people who want to hunt red-crowned cranes. Yanqing is an eastern coastal city. Yufan often heard people talk about this place, but this was his first time here. Yufan found a local 5-star hotel and moved in with Xiaobai. After entering the room, Yufan skillfully checked the camera. Nowadays, the most important thing when staying in a hotel is to check whether there are cameras. Otherwise, you will never know which website your sports video will appear on. Yufan usually uses 2 methods to search. The first step is to turn off all the lights in the room, turn on the camera on your phone, and see if there are any spots of light appearing in the captured image. The second is to make a voice call and place the phone in various hidden corners, especially those that can capture the bed, to see if it affects your communications signal and quality. After completing these 2 checks, Yufan said to Xiaobai, "It's okay. After all, it is a top-notch hotel, and its security system is always much better than those of small hotels." Upon hearing this, Xiaobai immediately turned into a humanoid appearance. In coastal cities, things are much more open than inland cities. Here you can see people wearing tang suits and hanfu at any time, as well as some young people wearing traditional Chinese clothing. So everyone can understand the appearance of a girl with animal ears like Xiaobai. But on the way here, in order to pay less for one person's airfare, Xiaobai had to turn into a kitten. In the evening, Yufan took Xiaobai out of the hotel and prepared to go out to taste the local snacks. The hotel's elevators require room cards to go up and down. After Yufan swiped the card, the elevator door opened from the upper floor. When the elevator door opened, 4 middle-aged men in suits stood inside. They all looked to be in their 30s or 40s. There was a man with a beard on his philtrum. Yufan recognized at a glance that these people should be the Japanese people who were living a good life. After Yufan and Xiaobai came in, the 4 Rima men's eyes stayed on Xiaobai. He simply treated Yufan as if he was transparent, and looked at Xiaobai's figure wantonly. Yufan hated the Japanese people. Seeing their presumptuous looks, he couldn't help himself. Yufan asked them, "Where is your mother?" The bearded man among the group immediately cursed. "Bastard!" The man standing in the middle reached out to stop him and asked Yufan, "She does look a lot like my mother. Are you my father?" Yufan? This set of operations of recognizing one's father left Yufan speechless. When it comes to cruelty, you Japanese people are more cruel. Bite. The elevator reached the first floor and the door opened with a bang. Yufan glanced at the 4 people, couldn't help but shook his head, and left the elevator taking Xiaobai's hand. Only after Yufan walked away did they slowly walk out of the elevator. The bearded Japanese man asked in Japanese, "Boss, why don't you let me teach him a lesson?" The captain snorted coldly. "In no way, Akeji, don't forget our mission. If we delay, either you nor I will survive this month." In no way Akeji's face changed drastically, he bowed his head and shouted respectfully, "Hey, Master Matsushita Haidai!" Seeing that Inoue Akeji's attitude was quite sincere, Matsushita Haidai said, "I know you can't hold it back any longer. The girls here are much prettier than those in our place. After you complete the task, I'll let you indulge yourself to your heart's content. The same goes for you too." Wrinkles suddenly appeared on Inoue Akeji's forehead, and he smiled like a chrysanthemum. The other 2 also had smiles on their faces. Inoue Akeji said with a smile on his face, "Thank you, boss. Thank you, boss." The 4 of them talked and laughed, then walked out of the hotel. Their task today is to memorize all the routes from the hotel to the seaside pier. To the east of the hotel, there is basically the red-crowned crane protection area, and under normal circumstances you cannot pass through here. But the purpose of their trip was the red-crowned crane. Therefore, all attack and retreat routes must be planned on the periphery. They are just the vanguard, and there will be a large force coming up behind them. Boom! Yufan's luck was not very good. Just as he walked out of the hotel not far away, there was lightning and thunder in the sky, and it started to rain heavily. Yufan and Xiaobai had no choice but to run to the entrance of a shopping mall to shelter from the rain. The rain is getting heavier and heavier, and there is no sign of stopping. More than 10 minutes later, it was still raining heavily outside. More and more people are hiding from the rain at the entrance of the shopping mall. At this time, 4 figures came running from a distance. Yufan took a look and realized that they were the 4 Japanese people he had seen in the elevator before. At this time, an old man who looked to be in his 60s or 70s came running from the other side and was about to run to the entrance of the mall. The entrance to the mall is covered with floor tiles, which were originally non-slip, but as many people came in to avoid the rain, the floor became wet. As soon as the old man stepped on the floor tiles, he slipped and fell to the ground. Ouch! The old man screamed and shouted to the people at the entrance of the mall. Ouch, I fell to my death, who can help me up? There are mostly young people at the entrance of the mall. When they heard the old man's words, they either turned around and pretended to make a phone call, or pretended to lower their heads and play games. When Yufan saw this scene, he felt a little sad. He turned on the camera on his mobile phone and wanted to take a picture to prove that he went to help him. But as soon as he took a step, his arm was grabbed by an old man in his 50s or 60s behind him. The old man asked, "Young man, is this beautiful cat-haired girl your girlfriend?" Yufan asked doubtfully. "No." The old man smiled and said again, "Then I can advise you that the old man on the ground is always scamming people, don't be fooled." Yufan said, But I think his fall was very realistic, so it shouldn't be fake, right?" The old man pointed to the old man's butt on the ground, which was soaked by the rain. Yufan saw from the shape of the pants that there should be a cushion under the buttocks of the old man who fell. "Wow," Yufan said, "wow. It is indeed professional, even the anti-fall mat is prepared." Yufan retracted his steps and said thank you to the old man who reminded him. The old man didn't bother to be polite with Yufan. He said to Yufan, "I have a son who is still single." Yufan glanced at the old man, called him a pervert, and pulled Xiaobai away. Yufan was still in shock. Damn, he actually wanted me to be gay with his son. The old man on the ground saw that Yufan was not fooled, so he turned his gaze to the 4 middle-aged men from the Rimu kingdom who were coming over. "Help me, I fell down, my feet seem to be numb, and I can't stand up." The 4 middle-aged men from the country of Rimu heard the old man's words clearly. Inoue Akeji said to Matsushita Haidai, "Boss, this old man actually fell down, ha 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 ha, he really deserved it." Matsushita Haidai frowned, and suddenly said to Inoue Akeji, "We will have many companions coming over in the next few days. Go and help this old man up, so that these Chinese people will have a better impression of us, and it will be convenient for us to act when the time comes." Inoue Akeji's face changed slightly. He hated the Chinese the most, but he dared not disobey the boss's words. So he could only run towards the old man on the ground with a smile. While running, he shouted in broken Chinese, "Old man, come here, help me!" Inoue Akeji ran to the entrance of the shopping mall, but unexpectedly his feet slipped. The whole person slipped and fell. Due to inertia, he slid forward quickly. So, the kick he took hit the old man on the ground directly on the waist. Crash! The old man was kicked more than 10 meters away. Chapter 41: Separate Actions to Hunt Siberian Tigers and Red-Crowned Cranes. The old man was kicked by Inoue Akeji and slipped more than 10 meters away. Inoue Chishi was stunned for a moment, then he quickly stood up and looked at the old man who was more than 10 meters away and shouted, exclamation point. "Sorry!" As he said this, Inoue Akeji saluted the old man and bent down 90 degrees. This is a good attitude. The old man fell down earlier because he slipped on purpose, just to see if these young people had good intentions. As long as someone comes to help him, he will have enough living expenses for this month. But who knew that a Japanese guy came and kicked him so hard that he flew more than 10 meters away? After sliding across the floor tiles, it slid for a distance on the concrete floor. Now his back was burning, and there were traces of kisses with the earth all over it. The old man immediately ran up from the ground and quickly cursed at Inoue Chishi. Bagajalu! The old man pulled out a wrench from behind and hit Inoue Chishu on the head. Inoue Ikeji is a super agent. How could he be afraid of an old Chinese man like you? Just as he was about to resist, he heard Matsushita Haidai cough violently. Ahem! Inoue Ikeji was stunned for a moment, and let the old man hit him on the head with a wrench. Blood was flowing from Inoue Ikeji's head. Under the washing of rain, he instantly turned into a bloody man. Matsushita Haidai whispered, "He died a violent death! Lie down and pretend to be dead." Plop! Inoue Chisha fell directly to the ground, splashing rain water all over the ground. Bang! The wrench fell from the old man's hand. His body began to tremble with fear. He just wanted to scare the Japanese devils, but who knew that the Japanese devils wouldn't even try to hide? The old man was so frightened that he collapsed on the ground, and his right hand tremblingly moved towards Inoue Ikeji's nose. The old man's expression improved slightly when he felt his steady breathing. However, this devil lost so much blood, it should cost a lot of medical expenses, right? He's been scamming people all year round. How could he have so much money to treat the Japanese? If his dead father knew that he used the family's money to treat the Japanese, wouldn't he be eaten alive by his father when he goes to hell? But the old man is a professional after all. He pinched the numb tendons in his legs and arms. The whole person began to twitch violently. The frequency was like a small electric motor. As soon as Matsushita Heo walked up to the old man, she wanted to apologize to him, and then send Inoue Ikeji to the hospital. The three of them took care of Inoue Ikeji in the hospital. In this way, tomorrow's actions can create an alibi. But what happened to this old man? He grasped the old man's wrist. The old man trembled instinctively, wondering if this Japanese devil was going to kill him. After checking, Matsushita Heo's expression relaxed. Matsushita Haidai said in Chinese, "Uncle, is this money on the ground yours?" The old man stopped twitching and asked, "Where?" After asking, I realized that I had fallen into a trap. He wanted to continue twitching, but suddenly heard Matsushita Haidai whispered, "Don't pretend, I know you're fine, so you can get up and go home by yourself, and you don't have to pay for my companion's medical expenses. But you need to help me stay outside the ward for a day tomorrow, how about it?" The old man looked at Inoue Chisha on the ground, blood still flowing from his head. Such a large wound definitely requires surgery. If I can relieve myself of responsibility by just seeing them in the ward for a day, why not do it? The old man nodded seriously and said, "It's a deal." After Matsushita Heo and the old man exchanged contact information with each other, they left the mall entrance separately. The old man was too embarrassed to stay here any longer. Matsushita Heo is going to take Inoue Ikeji to the hospital. On the way to the hospital, Inoue Ikeji asked in confusion, "Boss, I can take care of this injury myself. Why do I have to go to the hospital?" Matsushita Haidai smiled confidently. "Our main force will arrive tomorrow, and we must cooperate with the main force. You will go to the hospital tonight to recuperate. Let the old man come to the ward tomorrow morning. We will enter the ward in front of him, and then leave through the window. After the operation, we will go back through the window. This way, the old man can give us an alibi. No matter how much the Chinese investigate, even if they seal off the city, they won't have any evidence to keep us here." Upon hearing this, Inoue Ikeji and his two other companions from Hiki country couldn't help but applaud Matsushita Heo. The boss is the boss, he can think of such a detailed plan. This is really a case of adapting to circumstances. Before Matsushita Heo could say anything else, the phone in her bag rang. He took out his cell phone, saw the name, Panasonic Kyodai, on the screen, and pressed the answer button directly. The voice of Matsushita Kuyo came from the other end of the line. "Brother, we have arrived in northeast China, but the Siberian tigers here have been transported to the southwest by a Chinese named Yufan." Matsushita Haidai said in shock. "How is it possible? How can a Siberian tiger be transported to the southwest? These are two completely opposite directions. Are you kidding me?" Matsushita Kuyo complained. "I don't believe it either, but I've asked a lot of people, and they all said it was true. Moreover, when they mentioned this matter, they started to curse, saying that Yufan was not a human being, and the local relevant units were not human beings either, and they actually secretly transported their Siberian tigers away. Matsushita Heiho held his forehead with one hand. This mission is very important, and is related to a secret experiment of the Japanese country. Since they couldn't get the blood of the Siberian tiger, they could only go to India to look for the Bengal tiger. But the genes of the Bengal tiger are not as good as those of the Siberian tiger. Matsushita Haidai asked. Have you found out where Yufan sent the Siberian tiger? Matsushita Kuyo replied. I heard about it. It's said to be in Pamong Mountain, which seems to be in Xianzhou province. I checked it out, and it's too far away from us. Brother, the Siberian tiger is the Siberian tiger anyway. Why don't I sneak into the Tsarist Empire and get a few? Matsushita Haidai cursed. Baka! Do you want to die? Do you think we can mess with the Tsarist Empire? Matsushita Kuyoshi muttered. We can't afford to offend China now. Bullshit! Matsushita Kuyodai cursed. The Chinese are all cowards. They are pushovers. They were once a small country that we could manipulate at will. We can't afford to offend them. Do you think they dare to say anything to us now? Well, you and your people should go to Panlong Mountain now and find a way to get enough Siberian tiger blood. Now our research is only short of tigers and cranes, so don't let me down. Tiger is strong and powerful. Crane is flexible, agile and fast. The combination of the two is the combination of hardness and softness in martial arts. There is a traditional martial art in China, which is the tiger crane double form. Matsushita Kuyaudai didn't dare to refute his brother, so he had to agree to go to Panlong Mountain to steal the Siberian tiger. To be precise, it is to steal the blood of the Siberian tiger. This experiment requires at least all the blood of 3 Siberian tigers. For crane blood, even more cranes are needed. Originally, there were red-crowned cranes in Japan, but they wanted to preserve the characteristics of their own country, so they came to China to steal them. For them, once all the red-crowned cranes in China die, tourists from all over the world will only be able to go to Japan to see the red-crowned cranes. This can also increase their country's tourism economy, so why not do it? Chapter 42. Starting from offending Yufan, the plan started to go astray. The rain has stopped. The sky is like a washed gem, crystal clear, making people feel relaxed and happy. The lights in Yenching are just coming on, and you can't tell it's night at all. The streets are also very clean after the rain, and walking on the road always gives people a sense of clarity. Xiaobai hugged Yufan's arm and breathed the air after the rain with an intoxicated look on his face. Gradually, more and more people came to the snack street. Snack stall owners have launched their own delicacies and placed them on both sides of the snack street. Yufan saw a kind of white pastry dotted with black sesame seeds. It looks really beautiful. Yufan asked the stall owner. Boss, what kind of food is this? When the boss heard Yufan's accent, he immediately introduced. Hello, you are a tourist visiting Yenching, right? Then I have to introduce it to you. This is called funing cake, one of the most popular snacks in Yenching. Come, I think you are quite handsome, so I will give you some to try. As he spoke, the stall owner cut off a piece of funing cake and handed it to Yufan. Holding funing cake in your hand, you will feel that it is made up of thin slices. It is very light and thin, and the surface is smooth. Yufan couldn't help but take a bite. It has a very delicate taste. After chewing it twice, you will feel the fragrance and deliciousness, with a long aftertaste. Although it is sweet, it is not greasy and tastes delicious. Boss, give me a pound! Yufan really likes the taste of funing cake. The stall owner also laughed when he heard this. Okay. For people who like to make pastries, the most joyful thing is that their works are recognized by others and they want to eat them again after eating them. Xiaobai doesn't like this kind of pastry very much. Although she is a cat, she looks like a cat and even likes to eat the same things cats like. So, when she saw the word fish, she couldn't move. Yufan looked at the signboard of the shop and found that it was Dongtai fish soup noodles. Yufan looked at Xiaobai and asked, Do you want to eat this? Xiaobai's eyes sparkled and he nodded frantically at Yufan. Yufan took a look and found that next to the Dongtai fish soup noodles was a wild duck soup dumpling restaurant. Yufan nodded, walked to the door of the wild duck soup dumplings, and said to the boss, Boss, give me a basket of wild duck soup dumplings and send it to the fish soup noodle restaurant next door. the boss yelled. Okay. Yu Fan and Xiao Bai entered the Dong Tai fish noodle soup shop and ordered one each. Not long after we sat down, the boss next door brought over a basket of wild duck soup dumplings. Yu Fan opened the lid of the steamer and looked at the 10 fragrant soup dumplings inside. Xiao Bai also picked one up and put it in his mouth. As soon as you take a bite, the soup and fillings fill your entire mouth. The unique taste and umami flavor made Xiao Bai moan comfortably. The filling includes duck meat, pork, shrimp roe, etc., and is topped with chicken soup, which makes it full of flavor. Yu Fan and Xiao Bai finished a basket of soup dumplings in less than a minute. The two looked at each other and burst into laughter. Xiao Bai picked up the steamer and walked out. He immediately heard her shouting, "Boss, for 6 more steamers!" Xiao Bai's voice is soft and sweet, which attracted the attention of many tourists for a while. Especially those 2 big furry ears and the long white tail behind her, which make any man who sees her imagine a lot. The elder has even thought of the child's name, and the place where they will be buried together. However, when they saw Yu Fan's handsome face, they all gave up their inappropriate thoughts. They are a talented man and a beautiful woman, but we monsters have no hope at all. After each of them finished 3 baskets of wild duck soup dumplings, they both felt a little full. But when the Dong Tai fish soup noodles were served, the thick white soup and the tempting aroma made both of them hungry. Yu Fan picked up a piece of noodles with chopsticks. Soft, chewy, full of umami flavor, rich taste and delicious flavor. Not long after, Yu Fan, with a big belly, and Xiao Bai supported each other and left the snack street. In addition to delicious food, Yanqing actually has many beautiful scenery. In addition to the Red-Crowned Crane Wetland Ecological Tourism Area, there are also famous attractions such as Lu Gong Temple, Kudi Happy World, Yanjin Water Street, Daezong Lake, and Manhwa Bay. Unfortunately, it is evening now and Yu Fan does not have much time to sightsee. Besides, my stomach is so bloated now that it's not realistic to walk that far. Yu Fan held Xiao Bai's hand and walked along the streets of Yanqing after the rain, admiring the local feng shui and customs. Before we knew it, we arrived at the river. Yu Fan saw a sign on the shore, called Fudui River Wild Fish Fishing Ground. Yu Fan called it God's will. Wasn't his mission just to dive in the Fudui River for 10 minutes? But this time we still need to find a red-crowned crane egg in the river. Red-crowned cranes are generally quite aloof, and they are basically monogamous birds. If there are no special circumstances, it can basically last a lifetime. Their breeding season begins in March and lasts until September. However, a red-crowned crane will only lay 1 clutch of eggs in a year, usually only 2. A sign at the fishing ground reads, "Because a red-crowned crane came to Fudui River to build a nest and lay eggs, and unfortunately lost an egg in the river, the scenic area and the fishing ground organized a diving activity to retrieve the eggs. Whoever catches a red-crowned crane egg will receive a bonus of 10,000 yuan. He or she can also collect 10 kilograms of fish of any species at the fishing ground, and receive 2 tickets to all the scenic spots in Yanqing." Although the prizes and bonuses were not generous, Yu Fan saw that there were already more than a dozen people queuing up to sign up at the fishing ground. Yu Fan looked at Xiao Bai and said, "Xiao Bai, since we are too full, why don't we go diving together for some entertainment?" Xiao Bai shook his head in panic and said, No, I won't go. I'm afraid of water." Yu Fan asked curiously, "Why aren't you afraid when you take a shower?" Xiao Bai tilted his head and looked at Yu Fan as if he was a fool. Xiao Bai asked doubtfully, "Can the little water I take in the shower drown me?" Yu Fan? Yu Fan felt that Xiao Bai was scolding him, but he had no evidence. Yu Fan had no choice but to go to the fishing ground and sign up for himself. However, when registering, Yu Fan saw a Japanese name on the registration form Meichuan Nianku. After signing up, Yu Fan and a group of other registered tourists entered the fishing ground to receive diving training. Before entering the house, Xiao Bai clenched his fists and waved towards Yu Fan, cheering him on. At the same time, Xiao Bai also gave Yu Fan extra speed. In this way, even if the red-crowned crane egg is closer to others, Yu Fan can get it first. After half an hour of training, Yu Fan received a diving suit. While changing clothes, Yu Fan saw a familiar face. They were the 4 Japanese players from Hinoki who were living a good life that we met in the elevator earlier. It should be Meichuan Nianku listed in the registration form. He also saw Yufan. Thinking about how Yufan dared to scold them in the elevator and force the boss to admit his mistake. This made Meichuan Nianku quite unhappy. Meichuan Nianku looked at Yufan and gave him a thumbs up. Just when Yufan thought he was going to praise himself, Meichuan Nianku stroked his neck horizontally with his thumb. Yumekawa Nianku is the most powerful sailor in the special department of the Hyuga Kingdom. In water, he can swim like a fish. He came here to find red-crowned crane eggs in the river. Tomorrow, he could sneak into the red-crowned crane tourist area with the eggs. However, after seeing Yufan, he suddenly decided that he would drown Yufan in the water. What he didn't know was that their plan had gone astray since they offended Yufan. Chapter 43. Can you run faster than a fish in the water? Yufan could feel the hostility from Meichuan Nianku. You can also feel the confidence in him. Although Xiaohong did not come this time, she gave Yufan blessings 4 times, and his body is much stronger than before. And this time Xiaobai is also helping us. Even in the river, you wouldn't be able to swim faster than me, right? If worst comes to worst, I'll just hold a stone and sink to the bottom of the river and race with you. I don't believe you can outrun me. Yufan must be able to swim. Generally, high mountains are accompanied by rivers. There is also a small river at the foot of Panlong Mountain, which was formed by the confluence of the small stream on Panlong Mountain. When Yufan was a child, he often went to the river to bathe with his classmates. I have mastered swimming skills since I was a child, so I have experience running at the bottom of the river. It's just that there were no oxygen tanks before, so we couldn't stay at the bottom of the river for that long. Yufan is 1.83 meters tall, more than 10 centimeters taller than Meichuan Nianku. Yufan walked up to Meichuan Nianku and said to him with disdain, I heard that you guys are doing well in Japan. The men of the Rimu country can't even be proud of being men. Your nose is the shortest on average in the world. I see that your nose is flat. Are you dragging down the average of your country? It's easy to irritate a man. You either tell him, your wife tastes like donuts, or, you're so short. When Yufan was in high school, his roommate fell in love. But the two broke up after leaving the hotel. Yufan asked him why. The classmate cried and said he was too young. Yufan asked him how young he was. He said 20. Is 20 still young? Yufan was a little unconvinced, so he asked his classmate whether he was honest. His classmate cried even harder and shouted, Times 10! From then on, whenever Yufan had an argument with a boy and couldn't win, he would say, I saw you when I went to the bathroom last time. Not only is your body short, but your range is also short. If this still doesn't win, Yufan will use his trump card. You even peed on your hand. This trick works every time. So, after Yufan said that to Meichuan Nianku was completely ignited. He opened his mouth and shouted, 8. But he also wanted to kill Yufan in the water, so he couldn't show that he had a grudge against Yufan. So Meichuan Nianku gnashed his teeth and shouted, 800 standard bearers run to the north slope, and the artillerymen run side by side to the north. Meichuan Nianku shouted as he walked. He didn't want to see Yufan again for a moment, otherwise he couldn't help it. At this time, a middle-aged man who had just changed into a diving suit came out and exclaimed curiously, This little Jap is really serious about learning Chinese. He even recites tongue twisters when changing pants. At 8 o'clock in the evening, the owner of the fishing ground and the person in charge of the red-crowned crane tourist area arrived at the scene. After encouraging Yufan and other tourists who were participating in the diving activities, the competition was announced to begin. In fact, this diving activity lasted for 3 days. 4 times a day, morning, noon, afternoon, and evening. Although the water in the river is not very fast, there is basically no chance of finding the egg after today. Tonight is the last dive. If they can't find it, they can only give up. Yufan put on his diving suit and made sure everything was safe before jumping into the river. The river is only 5 or 6 meters wide, but it is 7 or 8 meters deep in this section. If you can't swim, you will be dead after falling down after struggling for a few seconds. It was night time now, and after everyone jumped into the river, they turned on their waterproof flashlights. Yufan dived directly to the bottom of the river and found a stone. So Yufan just held the stone and walked upright at the bottom of the river. The middle-aged man who jumped down with Yufan saw this and asked in surprise, Goyalu, Gorilla. After saying a few words, he choked on the water. Yufan felt puzzled, so he turned around and went to other places to look for red-crowned crane eggs. Yufan was walking in front, and not far away, Meichuan Nianku was swimming in the water. He did not look for the red-crowned crane eggs first, but followed Yufan leisurely. He wanted to wait until everyone dispersed before attacking Yufan. This type of diving suit is the simplest, and even the oxygen tank is bitten in the mouth. Otherwise, the middle-aged man wouldn't have choked on the water while speaking. Finally, when there was no one around, Meichuan Nianku swam towards Yufan at a rapid speed. He was like a fish in the water, leaving a trail of bubbles in the water. He was so fast that he was behind Yufan in the blink of an eye. As long as he unplugs Yufan's oxygen tank and holds Yufan down, his goal will be achieved. Yufan felt Meichuan Nianku's attack and ran forward holding the stone. Fortunately, there was not much silt at the bottom of the river, so Yufan could run without any hindrance. Seeing Yufan running with the stone in his arms, Meichuan Nianku laughed. I'm swimming, but you're running in the water. Your resistance is countless times greater than mine. How can you possibly outrun me? How the hell are you running so fast? This is in the water, not on the ground. No, even on the ground, you can't run that fast, right? Yufan's speed at this time was close to 100 meters in 12 seconds. This speed is just garbage compared to Bolt. But it's scary in the water. You can run faster than a fish, right? Wherever Yufan ran, the huge force from his legs kicked out, directly creating a wave of moderate size, which splashed towards both sides. Even on the shore, you can see waves on the water. The owner of the fishing ground was dumbfounded and asked, What's going on in the river? Did a Godzilla fall into it? Crash! A huge wave came and a splash of water hit the boss' face with a paw. It made his face burn with pain. The person in charge of the red-crowned crane tourist area was also confused. Did a bomb fall into the water? Otherwise there wouldn't be such a big commotion. At this time, one diving enthusiast after another climbed onto the shore, all of them being washed up by the waves. Yufan ran in the water for dozens of meters, and every time he took a step, he kicked up a large amount of water. This is equivalent to putting a fish in a basin and poking it suddenly. It will flick its tail and splash water all over your face. The water surface in the basin will also be turned upside down by it. Yufan looked back and found that Meichuan Nianku was still very far away from him. And he swam towards the shore with difficulty. The waves stirred up by Yufan were even more violent than the ones that Meichuan Nianku encountered in the sea. Yufan smiled and ran directly towards Meichuan Nianku. Crash! Waves rose up at the bottom of the river again, and with a snap, Meichuan Nianku's oxygen tank disappeared. Meichuan Nianku looked at Yufan unwillingly and prepared to swim towards the surface of the water. Now the riverbed has been stirred up by Yufan, and no matter how good your eyesight is, you can't see the red-crowned crane eggs. However, as soon as he swam upwards, his feet were caught by Yufan. Meichuan Nianku's pupils shrank sharply and he struggled hard for a few times. Yufan's hand was like a pair of pliers, tightly clamping his ankle. Meichuan Nianku couldn't hold it in any longer and could only shout to Yufan, Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. A string of bubbles emerged from the water. Yufan looked at Meichuan Nianku with cold eyes. You may have never heard this saying, when you stare into the abyss is also staring back at you. When you wanted to kill me, didn't I also want to kill you? A smile appeared on Yufan's face, and he almost blew out the oxygen tank. Yufan let go of Meichuan Nianku's ankle. Meichuan Nianku felt as if he had been pardoned and swam directly towards the surface of the water. But after swimming for a while, Yufan grabbed his ankle again. Want to leave? I won't let you go. Hey, just playing. Chapter 44. Your companion was caught fishing and was killed by the fish. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. Meichuan Nianku choked on the water several times. For a super sailor like him who swims in the water all year round, it is impossible for him to be subdued so easily by Yufan. Meichuan Nianku narrowed his eyes slightly. It seems that he can't go up unless Yufan is killed. He moved his hands in opposite directions and bent his upper body downward. The first step of counterattack is to unplug Yufan's oxygen tank so that the two are on the same starting line. Yufan was well prepared. The moment he saw Meichuan Nianku bending down, he ran upstream directly. Although it is more strenuous to go upstream, the resistance is also greater when going upstream. Yufan grabbed Meichuan Nianku's feet, making sure that his entire body was exposed to the water. I don't have the energy to deal with myself anymore. The boss on the shore saw the river churning and concluded that some big fish had come into the river. The boss said to the people who just came up, "There is a big fish in the water. If anyone can help me catch it, I will buy it for 10 times the market price." Generally speaking, big fish are more expensive. If you buy them at 10 times the price, you should be able to sell them for quite a bit of money. Those who were better at swimming had already gone into the house to get their oxygen tanks again. They tied oxygen tanks to their heads to avoid being washed away by the waves. Several people jumped into the river and immediately got their mouths full of mud and sand. Meichuan Nianku was struggling constantly, swinging his hands and feet vigorously. While running, Yufan swung in the opposite direction, leaving Meichuan Nianku with no chance to fight back. This makes the entire river turbid. Xiaobai on the shore saw that his master did not come up, but the speed he had given himself was still there, so he gave Yufan a little speed again. This little bit of blessing made Yufan, who was about to be exhausted, speed up again. A minute later, Yumeko Mienku was unable to move. Yufan didn't know whether he was pretending to be dead or not, and he still ran upstream. The divers behind chased after the ones ahead while eating mud and sand. They are not very smart. Those with smart minds chased on the shore. After Yufan ran for another 10 seconds, Meichuan Nianku moved again. His eyes were already red and his belly was round. At some point, a knife appeared in his hand. But the huge resistance left him no chance to fight Yufan. Gurgle gurgle, gurgle gurgle. After another series of bubbles, Meichuan Nianku's movements became slower and slower. The oxygen in Yufan's oxygen tank was almost used up. Yufan saw that there were already branches lying all over the river bottom. It seems that there should be a few big trees above this section of the river. Yufan jumped left and right among the branches, making it more likely that more branches would penetrate into Meichuan Nianku's body. Gurgle! Yufan screamed in surprise. He was careless and his thigh was scratched by a branch. But Meichuan Nianku was even more miserable, with a branch inserted into his throat. This time, Meichuan Nianku is deader than dead. Even the most amazing doctor can't bring him back to life. Yufan seized the opportunity and threw him between several large branches. Then Yufan swam downstream. After swimming for just over 10 meters, I saw 2 divers following me. They gestured towards Yufan a few times, as if asking something. Yufan was confused, wondering if they saw him and Meichuan Nianku fighting. When the 2 men saw that Yufan really didn't understand their sign language, they motioned for Yufan to float to the surface and speak. Yufan hesitated for a moment, but still floated up with them. "Brother, did you see clearly what kind of fish that is?" When Yufan heard this, he knew that he had not been exposed. But Yufan didn't know what fish it was, so he asked, "What fish?" One of them said, "Huh! You didn't see it either. I thought you saw it because you were swimming in the front." Another person also said, "Damn, this fish made such a big noise, it must be quite big." Yufan suddenly understood. It turned out that they mistook the scene of themselves and Meichuan Nianku fighting underwater as a big fish struggling. Yufan shook his head and said, "I don't know. There was another expert in front of me. He swam very fast and I didn't even see his shadow. I guess he saw the fish." One of them said, "In that case, let's go ahead and take a look." Yufan nodded and said, "Let's go. We have to catch this fish today. We haven't found any red-crowned crane eggs yet." The 2 of them echoed, "That's right." The 3 of them dived into the water again and swam forward. This time, Yufan's speed was slightly faster than the other 2. This naturally has its own rules. Not long after, a man was suddenly scratched by a branch and his arm was bleeding. Yufan also pretended to swim over a branch, and his body suddenly twitched. Then Yufan scratched the wound with his fingernails again, and blood flowed down his thigh. 2 of the 3 were injured, and the other one was about to give up. But he suddenly saw someone in front of him stuck between the branches. He pointed in that direction. Yufan and another person swam towards that place. With the cooperation of the three, Yumekawa Mienku was pulled to the surface of the water. Meichuan Mienku's skin had turned pale and he had stopped breathing long ago. His body was pierced by branches in many places, and there was a fatal wound on his throat. When everyone saw the wound in Meichuan Mienku's throat gurgling with blood, they all stepped back in fear. The owner of the fishing ground also came. When he saw that the dead person was a Japanese, he felt terrible. He organized the diving activity, so he has nothing to do with this matter. The boss had no choice but to call the police, then took out the mobile phone that Meichuan Mienku left in the dressing room, and with the assistance of the police, unlocked it, and dialed the most recently dialed number. This phone was used by him to pretend to be a tourist, so it was not encrypted. In the eastern part of Yenqing, Matsushita Haidai, who was determining the route, saw the incoming call and pressed the answer button suspiciously. "Hello, I am a police officer from Yenqing. Can you understand Chinese?" Matsushita Haidai said. "I understand. May I ask what happened to my companion?" The police officer said. "Your companion was trying to catch a fish, was dragged by the frightened fish, and was accidentally stabbed to death by a branch." Matsushita Hail? Yumekawa Mienku is a super sailor in the secret department of the country of Japan, and his swimming ability is almost the best in the country. You're telling me he was catching fish and got stabbed to death by a branch? Are you sure you're not kidding me? Could the teammates I chose myself be so stupid? Matsushita Haidai asked to confirm. "Excuse me, how did he die?" The police officer pressed the speakerphone button and glanced at the witnesses around him, seeing that everyone was nodding. The police officer said helplessly, "It's true. There are more than a dozen witnesses here. If you count the people watching on the shore, there may be 200 or 300 witnesses." Matsushita Haidai felt a little stuffy in his chest, as if the breath was stuck there, making him very uncomfortable. Matsushita Haidai said to the police officer, "Oh, I see. We met on the road and came here together. I am not familiar with him. You can hand the body over to the embassy. Then you can just say that he died in an accident, and everyone will be fine." After Matsushita Haidai hung up the phone, he smashed the phone to the ground. "Baka! That idiot Yumekawa Mienku actually tried to catch a fish, but was eventually thrown onto a branch by the fish and stabbed to death. Among the 3 people brought by Matsushita Hail, Yumekawa Wataru has died and Inoue Akeji is lying in the hospital. Now only Chizayao-si is left by his side." Matsushita Haidai said to Chizayao-si, "Tell the main force to move forward to tomorrow morning." Chapter 45. Preparing to take away more than 900 red-crowned cranes. The Japanese Empire made a lot of preparations for this operation. There is a detailed division of labor in each link. The part about the northeast is relatively simple. After all, Siberian tigers live in the wild. But the Yenqing part is different. The red-crowned cranes are strictly protected. Even though the red-crowned cranes only come to Yenqing for half a year every year, local organizations attach great importance to them because they are so precious. Before coming here, Matsushita Hail thought this mission was a simple one. After all, the strength of their department is one of the strongest in the world. But unexpectedly, the Siberian tigers in the northeast were captured and taken to the southwest. On the other hand, Yenqing also lost a great general. Meichuan Mienku is the most important link in this operation. If it weren't for him, it would have been difficult for their team to enter the red-crowned crane wetland tourist area. After all, this place still has some hostility towards the Japanese, because the Japanese devils have committed too many murders in this province. Matsushita Haidai said to Chizayao-si, "We have found our retreat route here. Let's go to the hospital first and take action tomorrow morning." Damn China! I wanted to show some mercy and not embarrass them. But there's no other way now. We can only use force. Matsushita Haidai took out his encrypted communicator and arranged a series of actions in Japanese. The water of the Fudui River was stirred up by Yufan alone, and another Japanese devil was killed. So there is definitely no need to look for eggs tonight. After the Japanese embassy took the body away, it immediately inquired about the identity of the deceased. What's strange is that they originally had a very bad attitude, and wanted to cause trouble for the owner of the fishing ground right from the start. But after confirming Meichuan Nianku's identity, they apologized directly to the boss and left the fishing ground in shame. He didn't even ask for compensation. Although the boss was surprised, he felt relieved when he saw that he did not need to be responsible. Next, he cooked personally and treated Yufan and other people who participated in the diving activity to a fish hot pot. Just consider it as an apology to everyone. Xiaobai was very happy because the fish cooked by the boss was so delicious. Her mouth was full of oil. Yufan picked up a grilled fish head, but it was inconvenient to eat it with chopsticks, so he ate it with his hands in an untidy manner. After eating, he found there was no paper on the table, so he secretly rubbed the oil on Xiaobai's tail. After eating and drinking, Yufan and Xiaobai walked out of the fishing ground. Originally the two of them were out for a walk, but who could have thought that a walk would result in a loss of life? For Yufan, tonight was actually the most dangerous life and death crisis he had ever encountered. Fortunately, with Xiaobai's speed, he was able to create such huge waves in the water. Yufan and Xiaobai walked towards the downstream of Fudui River. As Xiaobai was walking, he suddenly saw oil stains on his tail. Xiaobai hurriedly grabbed the tail and brought it to his eyes, and saw a mark of a palm on the tail. Xiaobai asked Yufan, "Master, my tail is a little tired from hanging down, can you help me lift it up?" Just as Yufan was about to speak, he saw a palm mark on Xiaobai's tail, which was left when he wiped his hands. Yufan simply clenched his hands into the shape of a chicken claw. Yufan exclaimed, "Fuck, my hand is cramping. I'm going to go wash it in the water." Yufan looked at Xiaobai guiltily, then stepped over the railing and ran to the river to wash his hands. Wow, Xiaobai can actually find evidence. This is exactly a bend in the river, and many branches and leaves are piled on this side of the bend. There were also some water bottles and plastic bags discarded by other tourists. Yufan looked at the garbage and found it an eyesore, so he pulled out the branch and prepared to pick up the plastic bags and bottles hanging on it, and put them into the trash can. But as soon as I pulled the branches apart, I felt something round slide across. It feels like there is a ball under the bench, and when we pull the bench, it slides over directly. Yufan couldn't help but put his hand under the branch and touched it, and took out an egg directly. The system's prompt sounded in Yufan's mind. "Congratulations on completing a 1-star mission. You will receive a 1-star animal, 1 million animal training funds, and a 1-star zoo area of 100 square meters. Congratulations on obtaining a red-crowned crane king." As soon as the system finished speaking, Yufan heard a loud cry from the sky. "Belch!" The sound is a bit like a burp, but the pitch is high and bright, and it draws out. If you listen carefully, you will find that the sound is quite nice. The sound was getting closer and closer, and then a red-crowned crane about 1.6 meters tall flew in front of Yufan. "Belch! Master, here I come." This red-crowned crane is about 1.6 meters tall, with a very long neck and legs. There is a tuft of bright red feathers on the top of its head, its throat, neck, tail and legs are black, and the rest of its body is white. It has an aura that says, "Keep away from strangers," and there is a hint of cold light flashing on its pointed beak. If Yufan was its enemy, it would peck at Yufan without hesitation. Yufan couldn't help but reach out and touch the little head of the red-crowned crane. "Everyone, come and see, there is a red-crowned crane by the river." Just then, curious voices were heard from the shore. Yufan hurriedly said to the red-crowned crane, "Go back first, and come find me tomorrow morning. We'll meet in a deserted place in the suburbs." The red-crowned crane didn't like being watched, so he said, "Hiccup. Okay, master. I am staying in the wetlands in the east for now. Tomorrow morning, I will bring all my birds to see you." Yufan asked curiously, "How many people do you have, old bird?" The red-crowned crane said proudly, "Hiccup. This is the largest number of them in history, with more than 900 of them. I will let them dance for you when the time comes." Yufan's eyes lit up, and he said to the red-crowned crane, "That's great. I'll take you to a good place when the time comes. You can bring some of the best dancing birds with you. I've prepared 100 square meters of wetland for you, which is guaranteed to be the most suitable place for you to live. There will also be endless good food." The red-crowned crane flapped its wings excitedly and cried, "Hiccup. Great. The master is so kind. Yu Fan laughed and gave the egg he picked up to the red-crowned crane king. It flapped its wings and flew towards the east with the egg in its mouth. People on the shore heard the red-crowned crane scream a few times and then fly away with an egg in its mouth. Everyone was very curious about what Yu Fan had done to be able to have such close contact with the red-crowned crane. If it were someone else, they would have been pecked on the head by the red-crowned crane and were bleeding. A bystander asked, "Little brother, did you pick up a red-crowned crane egg?" Yu Fan smiled and said, "Yes, I went to the river to wash my hands and suddenly saw a red-crowned crane egg. As soon as I picked it up, I saw a red-crowned crane flying down. It was so strange." When people heard Yu Fan's words, they all said enviously, "You are so lucky. That red-crowned crane is a fairy crane. When you found the egg, it sensed you, so it came over to thank you. Young man, you can even pick up a red-crowned crane egg. You are so lucky. Are you interested in buying a lottery ticket from my store? I'll go to the shore and see if I can pick it up. Be careful, I heard there are big fish in the river tonight, and they killed someone not long ago." Yu Fan smiled awkwardly and pulled Xiaobai away. People did not stop him, but walked towards the river to try their luck. In the hospital, Matsushita Heiyo had already arranged the tasks. Finally, he said to Chizayayoshi and Jingshang Chushi, "Remember, at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, we will go to the wetland to release fog to stun the red-crowned cranes, and then cooperate with the large force to abduct them." Chapter 46 Red-crowned cranes danced in the suburbs. Yu Fan returned to the hotel and lay down on the bed tiredly. He couldn't help but open the system. See that the fourth one-star mission has been completed. In fact, the system has been relaxed this time. After all, the mission required diving in the Fudue River for 10 minutes and finding red-crowned crane eggs. Yu Fan did not find any eggs while diving. Instead, I found it by luck while taking a walk later. However, the system judged Yu Fan as a success because the egg was rushed here and picked up by Yu Fan because of his struggle upstream. If it was picked up by someone else, Yu Fan would still be judged as a failure. Perhaps there will be no red-crowned cranes in Yu Fan's zoo. However, it's all God's will. Tomorrow morning, Yu Fan will go to the suburbs before dawn to see how the red-crowned cranes dance. If they dance well, there will be another performance item added to the zoo's program in the future. At this time, Xiaobai had finished taking a shower, and he went straight into bed naked. Yu Fan didn't see clearly, he just saw a white tail flash by. "Owner!" Xiaobai popped his head out from under the quilt. "Can you please take a shower quickly? You smell like sweat." A gap 2 fingers wide appeared under Xiaobai's head. That's the distance between the chin and the sheet. In the gap is the name of a classic song, Good Spring. For some reason, Yu Fan wanted to take a look inside. After seeing an attractive curve, Yu Fan swallowed his saliva. Yu Fan couldn't help but say to Xiaobai, "When you sleep, you must transform into your true form." Xiaobai raised his head, making the scene inside clearer. Xiaobai asked in confusion, "Why? I feel quite comfortable this way." Yu Fan turned his head away. "Do not look at anything indecent. This is too revealing. You'll get sty if you look at it too much." Yu Fan thought to himself, "You feel comfortable, but I don't. I am feeling so uncomfortable. Who can withstand this?" Yu Fan said, "The bed and quilt in this hotel are not as clean as those at home. If you don't wear clothes like this, you will easily get infected with strange diseases, and you may lose your hair." Upon hearing this, Xiaobai opened his eyes wide in horror. The quilt suddenly deflated. Xiaobai turned into a little white cat and jumped off the bed in disgust. Fell asleep on the sofa. Yu Fan breathed a sigh of relief, finally convincing Xiaobai. He still likes the feeling of sleeping alone, hee. At 6 in the morning, the sky was already getting light. Yu Fan stretched lazily and climbed out of bed. Xiaobai was awakened by Yu Fan and immediately turned into a two-dimensional girl. After getting dressed, he followed Yu Fan into the bathroom to wash up. After Yu Fan finished washing up, he saw Xiaobai staring at him motionlessly. Yu Fan asked doubtfully, "What are you doing?" Xiaobai lowered his head and whispered, "I need to poop." Yu Fan turned around and walked out of the bathroom. When Xiaobai closed the door, he asked curiously, "Xiaobai, does your poop stink?" Xiaobai's face turned a little red. She didn't expect Yufan to ask such a shameless question. But she has been watching a lot of TV recently, and is no longer a little kitten who knows nothing. She opened the door, pointed to the toilet, and asked, "Master, do you want to smell it?" The smile on Yufan's face disappeared, and he walked towards the living room of the suite without looking back. "I'm not Lao Ba, and I don't make those eating videos, so why would I smell that?" The presidential suites and five-star hotels all come with breakfast. After Yufan and Xiaobai had finished preparing everything, they ordered breakfast. After enjoying a delicious breakfast, Yufan and Xiaobai walked out of the hotel. Coincidentally, after Yufan entered the elevator, he saw the 2 Japanese people he saw yesterday. There were 4 yesterday, but only 2 today. However, both of them were wearing tight clothes and a pair of special running shoes. Each of them carried a specially made backpack, making them look like 2 special agents. Yufan cursed inwardly that the person was a psychopath and walked into the elevator. In Yufan's eyes, they are indeed crazy. Yesterday, I just looked at them a little too much, and one of them wanted to kill me. He was forced to act in self-defense and killed him. If this behavior isn't insane, what is it? However, Yufan and they all had something on their minds today, so they didn't talk in the elevator. Yufan walked out of the hotel and took a taxi directly to the southern suburbs. Yufan used the satellite real-life map to see that there was a forest in the distance in the southern suburbs, and the surrounding area was relatively barren. There is also a slightly flat wasteland behind the woods. Usually no one goes there. There is an invisible bond between Yufan and the red-crowned crane king. Within a certain distance, they can sense each other's presence. After noticing that Yufan was heading south, the red-crowned crane king called out to the cranes. Hiccup! Its sound was very loud and penetrating, and people within miles could hear it. When the red-crowned cranes heard the call, they all flew into the sky. The hospital that Inoue Akeji went to was near the red-crowned crane wetland tourist area. Matsushita Haidai and Chizeo Yaosi had just arrived at the ward and also heard the cry. Matsushita Heo couldn't help but look towards the wetland. He thought to himself, "Go ahead and yell, I'll kill you all in a minute." Then he walked into the hospital. The old man who committed the scam last night has arrived at the hospital. When he saw Matsushita Heo, he smiled and walked over. Matsushita Haidai nodded at him and said, "My companion needs to rest. You just wait at the hospital entrance. We will come down to find you if we need you. But you can't leave early, otherwise you will have to pay for my companion's medical expenses." The old man smiled and nodded. "Don't worry, I know the fruit seller at the hospital entrance. He used to be my competitor. I can chat with him and gain some work experience, and the day will pass. But you have to promise me that as long as I stay for 1 day, you don't want me to pay for the medical expenses." Matsushita Haidai said, "Don't worry, we Japanese are the most trustworthy people." After saying this, Matsushita Heo walked into the ward and prepared to slip out through the back door of the hospital. After leaving the hospital, Matsushita Haidai ordered Inoue Akeju. "Inoue-san, go burn down the department store we picked earlier. All the automatic devices are ready. After I issue the order, you only need to press the switch to start a fire. After all the Yenshin police officers have gone over to put out the fire, you can detonate the bomb inside and kill as many people as you can." Inoue Akeji said respectfully. "Hi." After Matsushita Haidai handed the controller to Inoue Chushi, he turned to Chi Zaoyao and ordered, "Chizeo-san, the fog device is now in your hands. Take this controller, and when I give the order, you activate the fog device." Chi Zaoyao asked Matsushita Haidai hesitantly, "Boss Matsushita, do you really want to poison all the red-crowned cranes to death?" Matsushita Haidai's lips curled up slightly. "It's necessary. Red-crowned cranes are too precious. If nearly 1,000 red-crowned cranes all die, China will face public opinion from the whole world. By then, they will be too tired to deal with the abuse from the whole world. Even if they find that there are hundreds of them whose blood has been drained, they will not dare to announce it to the public and can only suffer in silence. At that time, our country of Japan will declare that it will forever protect the red-crowned cranes, and will promote our country's red-crowned cranes for display, and then announce that it will invest huge amounts of money in the research of cloning technology. Maybe we will get international support. This Chinese country might even donate money to our country in order to forgive its sins, Qi Xiaoyao said with some concern. But boss, if we do this, won't we end up killing ourselves? Matsushita Haidai hit Qi Xiaoyao hard on the head and cursed. You are full of jingles. Do you want to take the postgraduate entrance examination? After saying this, Matsushita Haidai glanced at the time and walked towards the Red Crown Crane wetland tourist area. Qi Xiaoyao also followed silently. The direction they were heading was just north of the Red Crown Crane wetland tourist area, and the two of them took a taxi directly. This caused them to fail to notice that the red-crowned cranes in the sky had already flown towards the south. In the monitoring room of the red-crowned crane scenic area, the security captain anxiously called the person in charge of the tourist area. The incident of the red-crowned cranes flying south in groups was reported. He also retrieved the surveillance video and filmed it to show his leader. When the leader saw this scene, he stopped moving, lifted the quilt, and headed towards the red-crowned crane wetland tourist area. As he walked, he called the heads of various departments and asked them to go to the wetland for a meeting. Soon, Yufan arrived at the southern suburbs. After getting off the car, with the help of Xiaobai's speed, they quickly ran to an open area. Soon, sounds of burp and burp-ah were heard in the sky. Immediately afterwards, a dense cloud of red-crowned cranes flew towards the southern suburbs. They flew over Yufan's head and began to circle in the sky. The male crane began to use tone, changing the pitch of his voice with a hiccup sound. It sounds like a melodious folk song. The female crane surrounded the male crane and began to dance in the sky. It was a beautiful picture that made Yufan intoxicated. There are many villas and Western-style buildings in the southern suburbs. After seeing this scene, people took out their mobile phones and took pictures of it. Many people also left their homes and drove towards the southern suburbs. The red-crowned crane king flew down from the sky and shouted to Yufan. Hiccup! Master, would you like me to take you flying for a while? When you fly into the sky, you can see the group dance of our red-crowned cranes more clearly. There is even a group dance performance? Yufan asked in surprise. Can you still carry me? The red-crowned crane flapped its wings, flew directly to Yufan's feet, and squatted down. Chapter 47, Urinate. Firefighting hero Red-Crowned Crane. Seeing the red-crowned crane king half-squatting, Yufan had to tentatively sit on its back. Yufan took every step carefully, fearing that he might sit on the red-crowned crane to death. After all, its arms and legs looked thin, as if they could be broken with just a pinch. The red-crowned crane king was anxious and let out a high-pitched cry. Hiccup! Master, don't hesitate, come on top of me, I'm so strong. Yufan was confused. Be careful with your words and don't lead your children and grandchildren astray. What do you mean by come on you? This is ambiguous, do you understand? But since the red-crowned crane king said so, Yufan no longer had any concerns. He rode directly on the red-crowned crane's back with his legs clamped around its neck. This feels a bit like pole dancing. The red-crowned crane king stood up easily, flapped his wings, and flew up. However, Yufan still felt its difficulty. Although it flew to a height of more than 10 meters, it always felt like it would die suddenly at any time. Belch! The red-crowned crane king called out, and the flock of cranes flying in the sky immediately changed their formation. All the red-crowned cranes surrounded Yufan and formed a circle in the air. From a distance, it looks like a Tai Chi diagram. A flock of red-crowned cranes danced gracefully, their graceful bodies, slender necks, and wings fluttering in the wind, constantly changing before Yufan's eyes. The sun has risen, casting a golden glow down, providing sufficient lighting for the group dance. Yufan enjoyed it so much that he twisted his body along with the dancing of the red-crowned cranes. In the distance, people stopped and stared at this beautiful picture. A little girl suddenly pointed to the sky and asked, Mom, look at that red-crowned crane. Is there a little golden man on its back? The sunlight shining on Yufan made him look like a golden Buddha. Combined with the formation of the red-crowned cranes, Yufan's figure looks even more mysterious. Seeing this, the little girl's mother knelt on the ground and said to the little girl excitedly, Nan, come and kneel down, kowtow to the immortal, and ask for the immortal's blessing. Not just her. Many people have seen the little golden man on the back of the red-crowned crane. People knelt down towards Yufan and shouted, The Buddha has appeared! What's more, he actually took out incense, candles, and money paper and burned them at Yufan. Kowtow and make a wish to Yufan. Except for some ignorant children who were still taking pictures with their mobile phones, adults, especially the elderly, knelt down religiously. Yufan couldn't see what was going on the ground, he just danced with the cranes to his heart's content. The red-crowned crane king turned around, just in time for Yufan to see the east. The sudden sunlight illuminated Yufan's tears. A tear dropped from Yufan's eyes. Under the sunlight, the tear actually shone with golden light. When people in the distance saw it, they even shouted excitedly, "Buddha's relics have fallen from his body!" People became even more crazy and ran towards Yufan's direction. They are going to find this relic. This is a great thing from myths and legends. I didn't expect to see it today. After flying in the air for a few minutes, Yufan felt a little dizzy. So he said to the red-crowned crane king, "Okay, let me go, Before Yufan could finish his words, he saw thick black smoke coming out of a tall building in the western part of Yenqing. On fire! The red-crowned crane king also saw it, and said to Yufan, "Hiccup! Don't worry, master, just watch us." The crane king issued an order to the cranes. Hiccup! All the red-crowned cranes stopped dancing instantly and flew quickly towards a river. They flew to the shore and drank water from the river frantically. Crane King was carrying Yufan on his back and was now a little tired. Send Yufan to the ground and join the team drinking water. Then, more than 900 red-crowned cranes flew towards the burning building. Yufan said to Xiao Bai, "Xiao Bai, give me some speed, let's go and take a look." Yufan wanted to see how the red-crowned crane could put out the fire. Yufan ran towards Yenqing frantically. When I ran to the road, I happened to meet a taxi. Yufan said to the taxi driver, "Follow the direction of the red-crowned crane. The faster the better. I'll give you triple the fare." The driver smiled confidently when he heard this. "Brother, you are right to choose me. I am known as the Speed King of Yenqing. When I participated in the competition, I almost beat Schumacher in seconds." The driver shouted excitedly, "Sorry for making a fool of myself." The driver stepped on the accelerator hard. Boom! The hood of the taxi flew off. "Yufan?" The driver showed an awkward smile on his face. "Fuck, what an accident, give me another half an hour. I will fix the car and prove it to you." Bang! Yufan pushed open the car door and walked towards another taxi without looking back. "Damn, you are just bragging like a cow farting." Fortunately, the taxi driver I just stopped was more pragmatic. He did not do anything like the cow farting thing with Yufan, but drove quickly towards the west of Yenqing. Outside the red-crowned crane wetland tourist area, Matsushita Haidai, who had just issued a fire order to Inoue Chishi using a special communicator, issued another order to Chizao Yaosi. "Set off the fog." Chi Zhaoyao pressed the controller in his hand. I saw smoke starting to rise in the wetland tourist area. This is the mystery of their latest research in Japan. It can cover an area of several square kilometers in 10 minutes. In the mist, there is also a drug for red-crowned cranes. After Panasonic Hyo collects enough blood from the red-crowned cranes, the poison will be replaced by poison, and all the red-crowned cranes in the fog will be poisoned to death. As for the habitat area of red-crowned cranes, they have already established a good foothold. More than 20 Japanese people in different costumes appeared behind Matsushita Haidai. They all held blood collection devices in their hands. Matsushita Haidai waved his hand and shouted excitedly, "It's okay to be private! Everyone, come with me!" More than 20 people immediately dispersed and dived into the wetland from all directions. After entering, they put on gas masks and began to look for red-crowned cranes in the wetlands. Half an hour later, Matsushita Haidai looked at Chi Zhaoyao in bewilderment and asked, "Where are the red-crowned cranes? Didn't they say there were nearly 1,000 red-crowned cranes? Where are the cranes? Where are all those red-crowned cranes of mine?" Chi Zhaoyao also said in confusion, "I don't know." Matsushita Haidai grabbed Chi Zhaoyao's neck and asked, "Did you give the wrong medicine? Did you replace the sleeping pill with the medicine that drives away the red-crowned cranes?" Chi Zhaoyao took out the controller and said, "Impossible, I can't be wrong." He showed the controller to Matsushita Haidai. The drugs in the device are all prepared by us, and there are only 2 kinds in total. Look, there are only 2 buttons here. This is the fog for the drug, and this is the fog for the poison. How could I make a mistake? Matsushita Haidai was so angry that he threw the controller away. But I accidentally tapped the key that released the poison. Soon, red fog appeared in the mist. Forehead? Matsushita Haidai was stunned for a moment, and hurriedly shouted to his colleagues in Hikikuni. Retreat! Retreat quickly! Smoke billowed from a dozen-story department store in the western part of Yenching. People who got up early to shop at the department store ran out of the building screaming. Fortunately, today is not a holiday, so there are not many people in the department store. Soon, people in the department store ran out. They looked at the department store with sad faces, feeling as if they had survived a disaster. Puff puff. There was the sound of flapping wings in the air. People looked up and saw a cloud of red-crowned cranes flying towards the department store. They flew over the department store and began to circle. Crash! Large pieces of water droplets fell, some were spit out from the mouth of the red-crowned crane, and some were sprayed from the back of the buttocks. It's raining? An old man couldn't help but look up, and a large drop of water fell on his face, and the small droplets splashed into his mouth. He couldn't help smacking his lips and suddenly exclaimed, "This taste is wrong! This is red-crowned crane urine." The water and urine brought by one red-crowned crane may be insignificant, but what about more than 900 red-crowned cranes? They flow back and forth between the department store and the nearby river, constantly sprinkling water drops. Not far away, Ikeji Inoue, who was holding the controller in his hand, was stunned. These red-crowned cranes have flown here, but what about the ones over there? At this time, the Yenching Water Police also arrived and, in coordination with the red-crowned cranes in the sky, sprayed water towards the department store. Seeing that the fire was about to be extinguished, Inoue Chiju became ruthless and pressed the button of the bomb. Boom! The taxi Yufan was riding in had just arrived at the road next to the department store. The shock wave of the explosion blew the taxi away. Chapter 48. Just follow the location of your phone. Yufan was sitting in a taxi. Just as he arrived at the department store, he heard a loud explosion. A shock wave hit and directly overturned the taxi. Yufan only felt a flash of white before his eyes. After spinning a few times in the air, the car crashed heavily to the ground. Yufan felt dizzy and his chest was stuffy. But there was something soft wrapped around his body, protecting him from the pain of the collision. Crash! A white shadow passed by in front of me, and the view inside the taxi became clear again. The car had flown to another lane, but the body of the car was still upright. Yufan sat in the back row, holding Xiao Bai, who looked a little dirty, in his arms. It looks like a kitten at this time. Just now, it suddenly grew bigger and held Yufan in its body. The taxi driver had a bleeding wound on his head and was now in a coma. If Xiaobai hadn't protected me, I would probably be no better off than the driver now. Xiaobai called out, "Meow! Master, run quickly. I saw in the movies that cars explode after flipping over like this. Our car was flipped over by the shock wave of the explosion. It is definitely going to explode. If we don't run, we will die." Yufan was startled and quickly patted the driver's shoulder. The driver was already unconscious, and Yufan knocked on him several times, but there was no response. Yufan leaned close to the driver's ear and shouted, "The passenger ran away!" The driver suddenly woke up and shouted angrily, "Who dares?" Yufan then said to him, "Your car flipped over, and it seems to be leaking oil. The car is going to explode." When the driver heard this, his face turned pale with fright. He quickly unfastened his safety belt, opened the car door, and ran away. Yufan held Xiaobai in his arms and ran with the driver. The driver looked back and shouted, "It's really leaking oil. It's going to explode." Xiaobai directly gave Yufan a speed boost, and Yufan pulled the driver and ran again. The driver couldn't keep up with Yufan's speed and began to stagger. Yufan felt that the time was almost up, so he shouted, "Get down!" Yufan and the driver fell to the ground, holding their heads in their hands, waiting for the taxi to explode. After a few dozen seconds, Yufan raised his head suspiciously and looked back. The taxi was still parked in the distance, showing no sign of exploding. The taxi driver was also stunned. Why is it different from Hollywood blockbusters? Yu-fan breathed a sigh of relief and looked at the department store, discovering that the fire was almost out. Even after a huge explosion, the building still did not collapse. Yu-fan looked to the side and saw a familiar figure. Isn't that one of the 4 Japanese devils we saw yesterday? He held a controller in his hand and slowly put it into his bag. Yu-fan had seen the controller in a movie and locked onto Inoue Akeji. It seems that the fire and explosion in the department store are closely related to the Japanese devils. Xiaobai, did you see that guy? Let's catch him. Yu-fan stood up and chased after Inoue Chishi. Xiaobai directly gave Yu-fan a speed boost, and the legend of Bolt reappeared in the city. Yu-fan was like a gust of wind, and appeared several meters away with a whoosh. Inoue Chishi heard footsteps and turned around, just in time to see Yu-fan running towards him at full speed. Inoue Chishi narrowed his eyes and asked coldly, "Is it you, kid?" Yu-fan had already rushed in front of Inoue Chishi, punched him in the face, and roared, "It's me! You're the one who led the devils here. No, you're the devils! How dare you come to China and blow up a building?" Yu-fan knocked Inoue Chishi to the ground with one punch. Due to inertia, Yu-fan also hit Inoue Chishi's chest. Yu-fan only heard a popping sound coming from Inoue Chishi's chest, as if his ribs were broken. "Ah! Bakayalo! You're..." Bang! Yu-fan kicked Jingshang Chishi and yelled, "I'm very strong!" Inoue Chishi flew out 3 or 4 meters and slid on the ground for 1 or 2 meters before stopping. When the department store caught fire, many people gathered to watch. After the explosion, everyone was attracted over. So many people heard the conversation between Yu-fan and the Japanese devil. When everyone heard that the fire in the department store was set by the Japanese, they were filled with indignation and quickly surrounded Inoue Akeju. Bang, bang, bang. The sounds of punching and kicking were heard, along with Inoue Akeji's desperate wails. "Baga! You Chinese dogs actually beat up our noble visitors from Japan!" A fat lady with curly hair weighing about 200 to 300 pounds kicked Inoue Chishi on the waist. "You are Chinese! Baga! I will report you to the International Court of Justice, and then you Chinese will have to apologize to me." The fat lady kicked out again. "Apologize! I have tolerated you for a long time, fatty. You must apologize to me immediately, or I will beat you to death." The fat lady kicked again. "Kill me! Fat miss, I'm sorry, please don't hit me." The fat lady kicked out again. "Little sister! Are you fucking done yet? The fat lady's last kick knocked Inoue Akeji unconscious. At this time, someone stepped forward and said, Okay, enough of the beating, let the police handle it." Everyone dispersed when they saw Inoue Akeju covered in bruises. At least it's okay as long as the person wasn't beaten to death. After the fire in the department store was put out, the red-crowned cranes flew eastward. People filmed this scene and edited it into a short video. After today, Yenching will definitely be very popular for a while. The arrival of immortals by red-crowned cranes and the use of red-crowned cranes to put out fires are topics that people discuss heatedly. But after a while, the red-crowned cranes flew back. They flew to the rivers of Yenching and stood on the river banks to rest. No one was sure what was going on. No one knew what these red-crowned cranes were doing. In fact, after Crane King returned, he found that the wetland was covered with fog. As soon as it approached, it smelled a pungent odor that almost made it faint. It sent a warning to the crane flock, asking all the red-crowned cranes to evacuate. Yu-fan came to a corner, where Crane King was already waiting for him. "Belch! Master, our wetlands have been poisoned, and now they all want to come with me to take shelter in your place." Yu-fan asked in surprise. "All the red-crowned cranes are going to go there?" The red-crowned crane park provided by the system is only 100 square meters. There are more than 900 red-crowned cranes. This isn't enough space. It seems that we can only let them stay in the Quagga and Red Lotus parks for a while. Yu-fan said to Crane King. "No problem." The Crane King laughed loudly. Hiccup. "Ha ha ha, master, when are we going? I'll take you there, right?" Yu-fan shook his head and said, It's too far. You don't even know how many days it will take you to fly there. If you carry me there, I'm afraid you'll die of exhaustion on the way. The Crane King was anxious and asked, Hiccup? What should I do then? Yufan thought about it, then took out his mobile phone, opened the map, and marked the location of Panlong Mountain. Yufan said to the Crane King, If you follow the instructions at this point, you can fly to my home. After Yufan finished speaking, he also taught the red-crowned crane how to unlock the phone and open the map. This is a domestically produced mobile phone. If you don't play games, the battery can last for more than a week. Enough for the red-crowned cranes to fly to Panlong Mountain. Chapter 49 Squirrel, Don't Come Over Here. After dealing with Yen Cheng's affairs, Yufan had nothing else to do. Thinking that it would take a long time for the red-crowned cranes to fly to Panlong Mountain, Yufan spent 2 days in Yenching before buying a ticket. Yufan also saw the news during these 2 days. In addition to the arsonist Inoue Ikeju, more than 20 Japanese people also sneaked into the red-crowned crane wetland tourist area. They released poisonous fog in the wetland in an attempt to kill the red-crowned cranes. Unexpectedly, the red-crowned cranes were very smart and went together to help humans put out the fire, so they escaped the disaster. There is a different folk saying. The red-crowned crane went to the southern suburbs to welcome the immortal, and then under the immortal's instructions, went to the west city to put out the fire. Both versions are believed and there is video evidence. Yufan watched many short videos on the hotel's TV and couldn't help but be impressed by these people's imagination. Especially when I saw countless people worshipping me and trying to snatch away my tears, I was so surprised that I was speechless. This reminded Yufan of a topic that people have been arguing about for a long time. Are there dragons in this world? Under special weather and circumstances, dragon-like clouds or other bird formations appear in the sky, and after refraction of sunlight, they look like a dragon. So many people said that there were dragons in this world and listed a lot of evidence. There is also the rumor about water monkeys, where someone took a photo of a dog that fell into the water because they were too far away. As a result, everyone who watched the video said it was a water monkey. Yufan sighed. He admires people's imagination. There is nothing you dare not imagine, only things you cannot imagine. On the 3rd day, Yufan and Xiaobai packed up and boarded the plane back to Panlong Mountain. To get from Yenching to Panlong Mountain, you have to take a plane first and then take a bus. Without a cell phone, the journey would have been a bit long. Yufan decided that he would buy a few more mobile phones and apply for a few additional cards when he returned. Just in case of need. What Yufan didn't know was that he was in an office in the Imperial City at this moment. An old man is analyzing the information brought up by his assistant. He was analyzing what the purpose of Japan's action was. According to the information, 2 groups of people came from the country of Rima this time. One group went to the northeast, then to the southwest, and then mysteriously disappeared. A group went to Yenching and were completely wiped out. While watching the video, the old man suddenly saw a familiar figure. His eyes lit up. Since Yufan witnessed this operation, maybe he had information that he didn't know. So he called Yufan directly. The phone rang for a long time, but Yufan didn't answer it until the voice prompt. Sorry, the number you dialed is currently unavailable. The old man didn't believe it and continued to call, but Yufan still didn't answer. The call was finally connected on the 3rd try. The old man put the phone to his ear and suddenly heard a whirring sound of wind. It seems that there is a strong wind blowing over Yufan's side. The old man shouted, Hello? Yufan? Where are you now? Whoosh whoosh. Sound of wind. Elder? The old man continued to ask. Yufan, what are you doing? Whoosh whoosh. Sound of wind. The old man is very well-mannered and he doesn't get angry at all. He just thought Yufan couldn't hear him clearly, so he shouted, Yufan! This time, a high-pitched sound came from the phone. Hiccup. Then, the phone began to ring. Burp, burp, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Sound of wind. Burp. Elder? The old man has thousands of question marks on his head. And a psychological shadow area of 9.6 million square kilometers. What is this? The old man hung up the phone helplessly. Even though he was such a good-tempered person, he wanted to smash the phone. Someone, check where Yufan's cell phone signal comes from. Soon, the assistant brought a document, and said to the old man, "Yu Fan's cell phone signal is now at an altitude of 5 or 6,000 meters." The old man asked in confusion, "He's on a plane?" The assistant shook his head. "Not likely. His flying speed is only about 40 kilometers per hour, but his destination is in the direction of Panlong Mountain." The old man and his assistant stared at each other in confusion. "Did Yu Fan go back in a hot air balloon?" That would explain the sound of wind and birds coming from the phone. The old man felt a little dizzy, so he picked up his phone again and sent a text message to Yu Fan. "I just hope he can call me back after seeing the text message." It was almost evening when Yu Fan and Xiaobai returned to Panlong Mountain. When we arrived at the foot of the mountain, we saw that the cobblestone road had already begun to be paved. These stones are either cut from the rocks on the mountain or piled up with stone bricks. Yu Fan felt it and thought it was quite comfortable to walk on. This stone road is about 1.5 meters wide, so it won't appear crowded even if there are tourists going up and down the mountain at the same time. A guardrail welded with steel pipes is built on the side of the stone road, which can also effectively protect tourists. However, the stone road is only 1 or 2 kilometers long, and it is still a long way to the top of the mountain. Yu Fan shouted towards the mountain, "Hong Lian!" Boom! 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 There were loud footsteps coming from the mountain. Soon, a 2-meter-high red lotus fell from the sky. This is its unique way of appearing, a bit like its obsessive-compulsive disorder. The last step always requires it to jump more than 10 meters high to feel comfortable. After Hong Lian landed, he called out cautiously, "Jie! Master, I am so happy that you are back." But its red face clearly showed signs of mourning. "Yu Fan? You call this happy? If you don't know, you would think I'm dead." Yu Fan asked in confusion. "What happened when I was away?" Hong Lian's eyes were evasive, and she didn't dare to look at Yu Fan. "Gah! It's okay, Master. I'll take you up first." "Something is wrong. This is so wrong." Yu Fan climbed onto Hong Lian's back, and Hong Lian jumped towards the mountain. Yu Fan clearly felt that Hong Lian didn't even dare to breathe. Yu Fan thought of an idea and shouted angrily, "Hong Lian!" Hong Lian was so frightened that the monkey's body trembled. Almost threw Yu Fan out. Yu Fan cursed, "You are so brave!" Hong Lian put Yu Fan directly on the ground and placed him in the middle of the road. Then he knelt down and kowtowed to Yu Fan respectfully, crying out as he kowtowed, "Jie! Jie! Jie! Sorry! 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 There is indeed a problem." Yu Fan yelled at Hong Lian, "I wanted to test you, but I didn't expect you to learn to lie." Hong Lian hugged Yu Fan's thighs and secretly wiped her tears and snot on Yu Fan's trouser legs. Hong Lian wailed, "Gah! Master, I really didn't do anything. They did it themselves. I didn't touch those people either. They were all killed by Xia Hong." "Yu Fan?" Things seemed to be beyond Yu Fan's imagination. "How come someone died?" Yu Fan's face changed drastically, and he said to Hong Lian, "Take me to see it." Hong Lian blew her nose and was about to wipe it on Yu Fan's pants. Yu Fan said coldly, "If you dare to wipe your snot on my feet, I will make you eat shit for a month." Hong Lian looked at the palm-sized Xiaobai and saw Xiaobai stretching out his claws. The grass not far away moved and a squirrel jumped out. When the squirrel saw Hong Lian, a look of horror appeared on his face, as if to say, "Don't come over here." Hong Lian's face lit up, and she rushed out and grabbed the squirrel. Chapter 50. I asked you to train, not to kill each other. Although the squirrel runs very fast, in Hong Lian's eyes, it is just like a snail. After wiping her palms clean, Hong Lian happily ran to Yu Fan. "Carry Yu Fan up the mountain." Along the way, Hong Lian told Yu Fan everything that had happened on the mountain in the past few days. Yu Fan was surprised and speechless at the same time. "Let's go to the zoo area first." Hong Lian sent Yu Fan to the Siberian Tiger Park. There are a total of 18 Siberian tigers, and 10 of them are now seriously injured. The Tiger King's front paw was even broken. Yu Fan shouted towards the 5-star park, "Xiao Hong, get out here!" Not long after, on the road outside the villa, Xiao Hong curled up into a ball and slowly rolled over. When it encounters steps, its body will shake when it lands, and then it will make a goo sound from its mouth. After rolling for almost a minute, Xiaohong finally rolled to Yufan's feet. Xiaohong took out a tissue and said to Yufan, "Gugu! Master, your shoes are dirty, let me clean them for you." Yufan dodged and yelled, "Don't do those useless things!" Yufan pointed at a group of injured Siberian tigers in the garden and asked, "Is this what you trained for me? I asked you to train them, not let them kill each other." Xiaohong lowered her head and said nothing. It knew that if it dared to talk back now, it would surely die a miserable death. Honglian told Yufan on the way. Xiaohong let these Siberian tigers fight one by one until one of them was defeated. This resulted in many Siberian tigers being beaten and covered in wounds. Some even result in losses on both sides. Yufan pointed at the broken claw of the Siberian Tiger King and asked, "What happened to its claw?" Xiaohong whispered, "Goo goo. I saw that its claws were quite fat. Oh no, I saw that its claws were very strong, so I asked it to hit me with all its strength to see if it could. Then it actually used all its strength. I was not injured, but the force bounced back to it, so it broke." Yufan said angrily, "It's a tiger, and you're following it? You're so powerful, and your defense is countless levels higher than its, and you let it hit you?" Yufan pointed to a 3-meter-high stone nearby and said, "Look at this stone. It's big and hard. If I ask you to hit it, will you hit it?" Upon hearing this, Xiaohong jumped towards the boulder. Then he slapped his claws on the stone. Bang! The stone broke into pieces and exploded into fragments. "Yufan?" Yufan pointed at Xiaohong and cursed. "You really want to hit me? Are you threatening me? Do you know how much this stone costs? As a punishment, you are not allowed to eat for a day. From tomorrow on, you will transform into a human form and carry stones to build roads at the foot of the mountain." Yufan came to the lion park again. The condition of the lions was similar to that of the Siberian tigers. They were all covered with wounds. When the old Lion King saw Yufan, he didn't dare to look at him. The young Lion King didn't understand all this. When he saw Yufan coming, he ran to Yufan's feet, rubbing against Yufan's trouser legs. Suddenly it looked frightened, scratched its head with its claws, and went towards the grass. After rolling on the grass for a few times, it returned to the Lion King. It doesn't want to get close to Yufan anymore because it has psychological trauma. Yufan came to the Panda Park. Because Xiaobai has not been here recently, they are very comfortable and sleeping soundly. It was the only quagga in the quagga park, so it was particularly boring. Many times I would go to the Panda Park and sleep with the pandas. The lion is its natural enemy, and it would never dare to play with a lion. Yufan breathed a sigh of relief. The result this time was within an acceptable range. However, this also sounded a wake-up call for Yufan. In future training, we need to remind them to stop when necessary. Especially during a duel, scoring is required. For example, in the Olympic boxing competition, points are scored for whatever part of your body is hit. Other primitive life and death duels are directly abandoned. Now that we have finished looking at the animals, it's time to look at Ale. When Allah was mentioned, Hong Lian's face dropped. Lying on the sofa in the villa in the 5-star park, Ale's legs were tied in plaster. This is Hong Lian's doing. It didn't know what to teach Ale first, so it asked Ale. After asking for a long time, I finally understood what Ale meant. She thought Hong Lian's way of appearance was very cool, so she asked Hong Lian to teach her this first. So Hong Lian asked her to jump down from the 3rd floor of the villa. Yufan came in front of Allah and said angrily and speechlessly, "I give up! You are more ferocious than that Siberian tiger over there. How come you didn't die after jumping from the 3rd floor?" Yufan checked and found that Ayla only had a broken bone. This is thanks to her thinness and special physique. If it were someone else, it would have been gone. After watching Allah, it's time to go see a bunch of dead people. Last night, a dozen people sneaked in from the bottom of the mountain. As soon as we entered Panlong Mountain, we were discovered by Xiaohong. They were speaking in bird language that Xiaohong couldn't understand, and Xiaohong didn't know what they wanted to do. So he took Honglian with him and said he would have some fun with them. They climbed for half the night and were almost reaching Yufan's zoo area. After hearing a whistling sound, the leader shouted, "Yoshi," excitedly. They all became excited, took out a lot of guns, and ran like monkeys towards the Siberian Tiger Park. Then, they were all beaten to death by Xiaohong. Yu Fan arrived at the place Xiaohong mentioned and only saw a dozen or so sets of clothes. Yu Fan asked doubtfully, "Where's the body?" Xiaohong said, "Gugu. Hazard-free treatment." Yu Fan? Yu Fan looked at Xiaohong and said, "What do you mean by pollution-free treatment?" Xiaohong said, "Gugu. It was directly beaten into slag, and then burned along with the leaves. You can see there are traces of burning." Yu Fan looked at the clothes and began to search in his pockets. In addition to some firearms and anesthetics, there are also some large-scale destructive weapons such as explosives and time bombs. Finally, some containers were found. It looks like it's used to hold liquids. Yu Fan found a mobile phone with half battery left, but he couldn't unlock it. Yu Fan could only put these things away first, and then report to the old man after the red-crowned crane arrived. He felt that there must be something fishy about this matter. There are two groups of people in the country of Rimu. One group is looking for the Siberian tiger, and the other group is looking for the red-crowned crane. Judging from the containers these people took out, they probably wanted to collect the blood of a Siberian tiger. Then the purpose of those people in Yanqing became clear. But what do they do with the blood of tigers and cranes? Yu Fan was confused and could only find out after reporting to the old man. However, since the people of Rimu country have set their sights on me, I should also express my opinion. As the saying goes, it is impolite not to reciprocate. When Yu Fan has a mission that can only be completed in the Rimu kingdom, he must do something good. In the middle of the night, Yu Fan heard a loud cry. Hiccup! The red-crowned cranes have arrived. Yu Fan sent some of the red-crowned cranes to the 100-square-meter wetland park, and arranged the rest to the zebra grassland and red lotus forest. Then he took out his cell phone and saw the old man's text message. Chapter 51. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. Yu Fan had already guessed the old man's identity before. However, the old man didn't say anything, so Yu Fan could only pretend that he didn't guess it. This is also why Yu Fan did not use any title when he called before. Yu Fan glanced at the time. It was already past 2 in the morning. After thinking about it, I decided to give up. At this point, most of the elderly have already gone to bed. He is too important to China. If he is woken up by his phone call and it affects his condition tomorrow, he will be a sinner. But what I didn't expect was that the old man actually called me on his own initiative. Yu Fan answered the phone in astonishment, and heard a hearty laugh from the other end of the line. "Ha ha ha, my assistant said that your phone wasn't working, so I guess you were home." Yu Fan smiled awkwardly. "You haven't slept yet?" The old man smiled and said, "Why sleep? With my body, I can sleep all night long." Yu Fan sighed secretly. "What do you want from me?" The old man recounted what happened in Yanqing and asked Yu Fan if he had any details to add. He also told the story of the dozen or so Rima people who came to Panlong Mountain and disappeared. Originally, these suspicious foreigners entering China needed to be monitored throughout the entire process. But the old man told Yu Fan that he must protect the privacy of Panlong Mountain. So there is no monitoring of what is happening on the mountain. Yu Fan said gratefully. "A dozen Japanese devils did come, but they were killed by Siberian tigers. From the tools they left behind, I guess they came for the blood of Siberian tigers, and those from Yanqing should have gone for the blood of red-crowned cranes." The old man pondered for a long time. The country of Japan has been conducting research on blood for many years. They always like to study various liquids, and once studied biochemical weapons. Later, due to international condemnation, the research was stopped. This sudden collection of Siberian tiger blood and red-crowned crane blood probably means that the research has made substantial progress. Yu Fan told the old man everything he had seen and done in Yanqing. The old man asked in surprise, "You mean the one who drowned was killed by you?" It seems that the old man knows everything. In fact, Japan's preparations this time are really thorough. They can only blame their bad luck for meeting Yu Fan and going astray from the very beginning. Later on, they ran further and further off the track, became frustrated, and ultimately their entire army was wiped out. Who could have thought that more than 900 red-crowned cranes would just disappear like that? Yu Fan thought about it and asked tentatively, "Well, if I want the information of those people, can you give me a copy?" The old man was silent for a long time before he said, If you really need it and can keep it confidential, I can decide whether to give it to you based on your use. Yu Fan definitely wants revenge, but he doesn't know how to find this organization. It would be much easier to find it if we used the power of a country, and the power of the world's top superpower. It's much better than being a headless fly by yourself. But in the end, the old man did not reveal any secrets to Yu Fan. Before hanging up the phone, Yu Fan said to the old man, "Take care of yourself." The old man was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, "Thank you." He could tell that Yu Fan really cared about him just now. After he hung up the phone, he took out the photos in his phone again. A look of suspicion also appeared on his face. Logically speaking, it is impossible for him to forget such an important thing. No matter how important the benefactor's mission was, he had to force himself to forget these memories, and it was impossible for him to have no impression at all. Why? The old man sighed and turned off his phone. He stood up slowly and walked towards the room. If you can't remember, then don't think about it. Anyway, according to the investigation data, Yu Fan is a good person in China. No matter how strange things are, as long as you believe in him, that's enough. There are many things in the world that cannot be explained. After Yu Fan hung up the phone, he also put the phone on the table. Then I climbed into bed and prepared to sleep. Xiao Bai has grown into a palm-sized kitten and is sleeping soundly. Feeling that Yu Fan had gotten on the bed, she slowly moved to Yu Fan's elbow. The little head arched a few times, and then fell asleep comfortably. Yu Fan closed his eyes, and all he could think of were those Japanese people. Especially Mei Chuan Yanku's hostility towards him, his pursuit of him in the water, and the scene of the taxi he was riding in being overturned by the shock wave of the bomb made Yu Fan feel very irritated. If you endure for a moment, you will get angrier. If you take a step back, you will feel more at a loss. No! Damn, revenge can't be delayed overnight. Your organization is messing with me, I must get it back. Yu Fan opened the system and checked the one-star tasks that could only be completed in the Rima Kingdom. However, after this incident, Yu Fan felt that the damage caused to them by the one-star mission was definitely less than 1/10 of the damage caused by the department store explosion. So, Yu Fan opened the 2-star mission. I didn't expect that there was a task that could only be completed in the country of Rima. 2-star mission. Lava knife. Lava melting knife. Everything is created by me, and all the different shapes and forms are wonderful. Survival or destruction. Let's see how I test it back and forth. Please go to Kirishima Mountain in Hyuga Province, and melt a knife in the magma erupted by the volcano within 10 minutes, and you can get a 2-star animal, 2 million animal training funds, and a 200 square meter 2-star animal living park. Do you accept the mission? Hyuga Province was one of the ancient Ritsuryo provinces of Hyuga Province and belonged to the Saikado. Located in Kyushu, Hiki Province, it occupies most of the southeastern area, which is basically today's Miyazaki Prefecture. Kirishimayama is the general name for a group of volcanoes located at the border of Kagoshima and Miyazaki prefectures in southern Kyushu. It is an active volcano that erupts repeatedly and continues to have active volcanic activity. Yu Fan was in a dilemma. Volcanic eruptions are no joke. Even with Xiaobai's speed and Xiaohong's strength and endurance, it is not necessarily a perfect solution. You have to have a place to stay. No matter how fast you run, can you run through lava? I'm afraid my legs will become shorter and shorter as I run. From a husky to a corgi. Yu Fan made up his mind and accepted it. Damn it, what's wrong with taking a little risk for revenge? At worst, I can get some awesome heat-insulating and fireproof materials, and I'll wait for the volcano to stop erupting, then melt the knife at the edge of the lava. Isn't that mission accomplished? Then, he would go and seek revenge on the organization that stole the Siberian tigers and red-crowned cranes. If I tell the truth, the old man should be able to tell me some information, right? Since you like to play the plan of luring the tiger away from the mountain, then let Xiaohong cause some trouble for you, and Xiao Bai and I will sneak into your base and show you an extreme home stealing. Anyway, the appearance of the little red monster has been exposed a long time ago. It doesn't matter if I go to Japan to expose myself again. Yu Fan smiled, closed his eyes and fell asleep. The next morning, Yu Fan contacted the old man again and told him his plan. He did not mention Xiaohong, but only said that he had the ability to take revenge. The old man then told him a location: Kirishima Mountain. Yu-fan? After Yu-fan hung up the phone, he burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, this is God's will. You Japanese devils, wait. I'm here to take revenge. Chapter 52. A fight over a seat. Japan is an island country. Recently, it has been condemned internationally for some very immoral incidents. There are only two ways for Yu-fan to go to Rima country. Either take an international flight or a cruise ship. There are many tourists who choose both methods. Taking a plane is convenient and fast, while taking a boat can allow you to feel the taste of the sea. Of course, there are also people who can taste the taste of the sea even inland. These people are basically men with partners, and a very small number of women. If you don't have a girlfriend, don't spend money trying it easily. How should I put it? If you have love, don't force it. When fate comes, just let it happen naturally. Yu-fan was anxious to take revenge and decisively chose to take a plane. The next morning, Yu-fan arrived at Shanghai International Airport. It only takes 2 hours to reach Rima country from Shanghai City. Yu-fan didn't want to squeeze with others in economy class, so he still chose first class. Thinking of his last experience of flying first class, Yu-fan couldn't help but sigh. Even though I went to an extremely unpopular place, I still encountered my classmate's fiancée cheating on me. I don't know what I'll encounter on this first-class trip. Yu-fan booked a first-class ticket on his mobile phone. As usual, Xiaohong and Xiaobai separated from Yu-fan first. After Yu-fan passed the security check, the two little animals sneaked in from other places and found a hidden corner to meet Yu-fan. It's not that Yu-fan wanted to save money on the 2 plane tickets, it's that Xiaohong and Xiaobai are both animals and cannot get ID cards. So there is no way to buy them plane tickets. If you want to ship animals as checked baggage, it will be even more troublesome. No need. Yu-fan came to the first-class waiting room and saw another couple waiting there. The woman looked okay, except that her lips were a little thin and she had heavy makeup on her face. Her appearance was only about 5 or 6 points. She leaned on the man's shoulder, her eyes narrowed slightly. After Yu-fan took some buffet food and put it in 2 bags, he sat not far from them. After a while, a few more people came to the waiting room. 2 of them raised their eyebrows at Yu-fan when they saw him. They were Zhuge and Li Bai, who had worked briefly with Yu-fan in South Africa. Yu-fan couldn't help but be dumbfounded. This should be the bodyguard that the old man forced upon himself. Well, maybe not a bodyguard, but a reminder to yourself not to overdo it. After all, Zhuge and the others had seen Yu-fan and Xiaohong's fighting power before. Zhuge must have told the old man about that matter. When the time came, Yu-fan boarded the plane without saying hello to Zhuge and Li Bai. After finding my seat, I leaned back in the chair and took a rest. As soon as Yu-fan sat down, he saw the couple from before walking towards him. The woman said to Yu-fan in a bossy manner, "You go sit in the front." "Yu-fan?" Yu-fan asked with some displeasure. "I bought the ticket for this seat, why should I sit in the front?" The woman said impatiently, "I want to switch with you, is that okay? A grown man is dithering." If this woman had spoken nicely at the beginning, Yu-fan would have definitely given in. But you used a direct commanding tone, calling me like a servant. "I'm sorry, I can't tolerate your bad habits." Yu-fan closed his eyes and ignored the woman. The woman still refused to give in, and shook the man's arm and said, "Honey, look at him." The man patted Yu-fan's shoulder gently and said to him, "Friend, when you are out and about, please do me a favor. How about this, I'll give you 100 yuan, and you can exchange with my wife." Yu-fan opened his eyes, looked at the man with disdain and said, "I'll give you 250, can you just get out of here?" The man's face seemed to be covered with frost, and he said coldly, "Little brother, my name is Fu Long, I am from the Fuhao group in Shanghai, how about giving me some face?" At this time, the stewardess who was greeting the tourist at the door heard the noise in the first-class cabin and walked in and asked, "Is there anything I can help you with?" Fu Long pointed at Yu-fan and said, "My wife wanted to exchange seats with this guy, but he refused and even insulted us. How could you let him get on the plane?" The flight attendant seemed to know Fu Long. After nodding slightly, she walked in front of Yu-fan. The stewardess smiled professionally. "Sir, please change seats with this lady. We are all here to have fun, so it's better to be friendly." Yufan couldn't help but sigh. This is how it is when you go out now. If you have no money and power, people will look down on you wherever you go. There was once an online writer named Yu Buxu, who went to another city to accompany his parents who were working there during his high school holidays. Because he was young, he was dressed rather poorly. The driver forcibly gave the lower berth I bought to his friend. Yu Buxu was very angry all the way, but there was nothing he could do, he couldn't resist. He never took a sleeper car again after that. Yufan closed his eyes and looked like he was asleep. The flight attendant frowned. Her appearance was around 7 points, which made her a goddess among ordinary people. From childhood to adulthood, every man she met licked her. How come I met a thing that can't eat anything today? The stewardess said in a bad tone. Sir, please cooperate with our work. The stewardess' tone was already very serious. Yufan opened his eyes and stared at the stewardess. This is the seat I paid for. Can you force me to leave? Is this how your airline treats tourists? The stewardess laughed and said, Don't use the company to pressure me. It's just a change of position. We are women. How dare you talk to us in this tone? Are you still a man? After hearing this, Zhuge couldn't bear it anymore. He took out his cell phone and prepared to call the president of the airline. The quarrel between Yufan and the flight attendants soon attracted other flight attendants. Even the captain was alarmed. When the stewardess saw the captain coming, she ran over and grabbed his arm. He exaggerated the conflict between Yufan and Fu Long. Upon hearing this, the captain walked straight towards Yufan. Zhuge saw the captain and suddenly smiled. Zhuge came to Yufan from the back row and said to him respectfully, Boss, what are your plans for this trip to Rima country? When the captain saw Zhuge, his body couldn't help but tremble. Bang! He slapped the stewardess in the face and angrily yelled, I bought the ticket for this seat, but you insisted on forcing me to change it. As the stewardess of this flight, don't you know this little rule? Who cares? 5 bright red finger marks appeared on the stewardess's face, and soon half of her face became swollen. Third brother? The stewardess cried out in disbelief. The captain glared at her fiercely and cursed. Brother San, your mother! Can you please apologize to this distinguished tourist? The stewardess felt aggrieved, with tears in her eyes. She bowed to Yufan while crying, saying, I'm sorry, in a wrong tone. The captain said to Fu Long and his girlfriend, And you, the plane is not your personal tool. If you want to leave, follow the rules. If you don't want to leave, get off and change to another flight. Seeing the captain's attitude, Zhuge snorted coldly and returned to his seat. Fu Long glared at Yufan, feeling very dissatisfied. But there is no way now, I can only sit next to Yufan. His girlfriend also stomped her feet, shook off Fu Long's arm, and sat down in front angrily. The captain saw that everything was resolved and walked towards the cockpit. After closing the door, he stood up straight and saluted in the direction of Zhuge. He used to be an Air Force pilot, and his instructor when he joined the army was none other than Zhuge. Chapter 53 Xiaobai's Revenge. 2 hours later, Yufan arrived at Dongdu International Airport. Here, Yufan has to change flights again before he can reach Miyazaki Prefecture. After getting off the plane, the captain walked out of the cockpit and secretly glanced at Zhuge. When I saw that face, many unforgettable memories came to my mind. Then she returned to the cab and quietly wiped away her tears. The co-pilot didn't understand what was going on and asked in confusion, Why are you crying so sadly all of a sudden? Did your wife cheat on you? The captain glared at the co-pilot and cursed. Your wife is the one who cheated on you. The co-pilot was puzzled. I am concerned about you, why are you scolding me? The co-pilot continued to ask. Could it be that your wife is having a difficult delivery? The captain kicked him directly and said, Get lost! If you don't know how to chat, don't chat with me. Get away from here and die outside. The co-pilot cursed inwardly that the man was a lunatic and left the cockpit. The captain took out his wallet, which contained a large group photo. Standing in the middle of the first row is Zhuge. Now that he has been eliminated by the Air Force, Zhuge is still fighting on the front line. It was a close call. I almost humiliated the instructor's boss today. If the people above knew about this, my life would be ruined. The captain began to imagine Yufan's identity. After Yufan got off the plane, Zhuge and Li Chongqing followed him. Zhuge chased after him while shouting, "Brother Yufan! Brother Yufan! Wait for me!" Yufan said speechlessly, "Brother Zhu, our fate ended in South Africa. Why are you following me?" Zhuge smiled apologetically. "Haha, I must have been arranged by the higher-ups. They value you very much, so they asked us to protect you. After all, your red-haired bodyguard didn't come." Yufan shook his head and suddenly felt his pockets were empty. Xiaobai disappeared with a whoosh. Yufan looked in the direction where Xiaobai disappeared and found Fu Long and his girlfriend not far away. Xiaobai turned into a shadow and ran quickly to Fu Long's girlfriend like a gust of wind. Xiaobai he has light steps and is very fast. It is only the size of a palm now, so no one can see it except Yufan. It jumped straight towards the woman's waist and bit off the button on the front of her pants. Then he grabbed her pants with his claws and pulled them down. Crash! Xiaobai was so ruthless that he even pulled down the white transparent triangle. A drop of water splashed. Then Xiaobai turned into a shadow again, slipped into Yufan's pocket, and began to vibrate. Yufan knew that Xiaobai was laughing secretly with his hands covering his mouth, as if his cell phone was on vibrate mode. Yufan couldn't help but shake his head. What a childish way to take revenge. But it really makes you feel better, ha ha ha. Yufan had played this childish game a lot when he was a kid. Happy as a whim. There are a lot of people in the airport. They come from different countries and even different skin colors. But they heard the same sound, saw the same person falling to the ground, and saw the same two pieces of white flesh. Ah! The woman let out a scream and then felt her lower body become cold. After taking a look, he screamed in shame. Aaron, pull it up for me, oh! Fu Long reacted quickly, took off his clothes and covered his girlfriend's face. Then he helped her pull up her pants. Fu Long complained. What are you doing? Art? His girlfriend was so ashamed and angry that she wanted to seal the hole. But the button was missing. She couldn't help but curse. Fuck you, find the buttons for me. After she finished cursing, she held up her pants with one hand and searched on the ground. After searching for more than 10 seconds, she finally saw the button which was more than 10 meters away from her. But the two of them didn't have needles and thread, so they definitely couldn't sew the hole. So he quickly ran away in shame. Zhuge saw the two people leaving and couldn't help laughing. Evildoers will be punished. Yufan had no interest in watching and had already walked into the transfer terminal. That woman is so ugly, she is nothing compared to Xiaobai. It's easy to get sty after looking at her. But what surprised Yufan was that Fu Long and the other man were still on the same plane with him. Are they going to Miyazaki Prefecture too? Isn't this too much of a coincidence? Is there any news from Miyazaki Prefecture? Yufan just came here to complete the task and didn't read any news at all. Yufan had no choice but to ask Zhuge. Is there any recent news in Miyazaki County? Zhuge asked in confusion. What the hell, you came here without knowing anything. Yufan laughed and said, Confidence. Zhuge said speechlessly. This week, Mount Kirishima in Miyazaki Prefecture will experience a huge volcanic eruption. Many people in China heard the news and came to see the volcano. Yufan nodded. He came here to complete a mission. The system arranged the mission here, which must have predicted the eruption of the volcano. What I didn't know was that this time the commotion was so big that even people from the country came to watch the fun. Yufan shook his head and said nothing more. After arriving in Miyazaki Prefecture, Yufan took a taxi directly to Kirishima Mountain. We arrived at a village next to Mount Kirishima. A market has formed in the village, with countless small vendors occupying advantageous locations, selling various foods and some protective items. Yufan was not in a hurry to buy protective items. He would have to wait until tomorrow to observe the terrain of the volcanic group before deciding which direction to go. It would be best to have a stream or river, or even a well-built dam. That way, when the lava rolls down, you can complete the task on the side. Yufan found a hotel in the village and Zhuge followed him. What surprised Yufan was that Zhuge could speak Japanese and communicate with the locals without any obstacles. Thanks to him, Yufan's hotel check-in process was greatly simplified. After arriving at his room, Xiaobai immediately turned into a human. She covered her mouth, jumped onto the bed, and rolled on the bed with laughter. Xiaobai asked Yufan. Master, ha ha ha, did you see that I avenged you? Ha ha ha, I am dying of laughter, ha ha ha, you didn't see the expression on that woman's face, ha ha ha, and the surprised expressions of the people around them, ha ha ha, meow. Seeing Yufan's puzzled expression, Xiao Hong explained. Goo goo. I guess she was holding it in all the way and went crazy. Because I could feel her vibrating all the way in my pocket on the other side. Chapter 54 Orc Plan. Kirishima is the general name for a group of volcanoes located at the border of Kagoshima and Miyazaki prefectures in southern Kyushu, Japan. The volcanic group is located between the highest peak, Manhwa, and the sacred peak, Takachiho Peak, and the surrounding mountains are connected to form a mountain range. This is an active volcano that erupts repeatedly. According to the detection of relevant departments, there will be 3 eruption points in this volcanic eruption. One of the eruption sites is located underground not far to the east of Mount Kirishima, where there is a secret base. This base was built in the last century and has been used for the research and development of secret weapons. But the volcanoes here are erratic and their locations are erratic, and after causing several explosions, the weapons research and development work was diverted. The latest person to take over here is a general named Matsushita Kanaya. He is responsible for the research of genetic weapons and biological weapons, especially the research on blood. In recent years, research has made significant breakthroughs. They processed the mouse blood so that it could blend with human blood. After hundreds and thousands of experiments, and hundreds of people died, mouse blood and human blood were finally allowed to coexist in the human body. They found that the people who were injected with rat blood all became shifty, and their lifestyle habits took a 180-degree turn. Their personalities and habits have become similar to those of mice. One even grew rat teeth and claws. What's even more terrifying is that he was carrying a virus that only occurs in mice. From then on, Matsushita Jingu began to study animal blood crazily. A few years later, they successfully integrated dog blood into human blood. Those who succeeded in the experiment also became like dogs, liking to eat poop and lick people's faces. Several people grew dog teeth and their claws became dog paws. Their bite force, speed, and endurance are stronger than those of dogs, and their sense of smell is also more sensitive than that of dogs. This made Matsushita Jingu think that they could create something like a half-human, half-beast orc. As more and more animals are involved in the experiment, their data is becoming more and more accurate, and the success rate is close to 20%. This was already a very high success rate, but Matsushita Jingu was not satisfied. After another year of research, it was discovered that when animal blood and human blood are combined, an unstable element is produced. This element can neutralize certain elements in the magma. Last month, a volcanic eruption occurred in the Pacific Ocean. They sent people out to extract that element. Sure enough, the success rate of complete fusion of animal blood and human blood reached 60. This success rate is enough for them to create countless orcs. In that experiment, they injected the blood of a brown bear into the bodies of 10 people. 6 people were transformed into half-bear, half-human monsters. They have the strength and defense of a bear, with the agility of a human, plus the muscle memory of previous training. Directly turn these 6 orcs into powerful super warriors. The only drawback is that their brain's reaction speed becomes very slow. This is not a problem. If you want them to complete the task, just give them the order in advance. After learning that Mount Kirishima was about to erupt, Matsushita Kanaya fell into a state of ecstasy. He directly ordered the people in the base to go around the world to collect the blood of various powerful animals. After the volcano erupts, he will start creating powerful orcs. By then, it would not be impossible for me to dominate the world with these invincible warriors. No matter how powerful your beautiful country is, I will send some fearless orcs to raid your homeland and seize your base. By then, the beautiful country will become a prisoner of our Japan country and be enslaved by our Japan country. As for China, wouldn't it be great if we could just destroy it and let the people of our Panasonic family occupy that vast territory? Now, the animal blood has been collected. Although the blood of the Siberian tiger and the red-crowned crane was not collected, the blood of the Bengal tiger and the red-necked crane was found as a substitute. I will avenge my 2 nephews who died in China. Now everything is ready, only the east wind is missing. The next morning, Yufan paid for a helicopter ride. He, Zhuge, and Li Chongqing were in the helicopter, observing the terrain of Kirishima Mountain. Yufan discovered that there was a river in the east of Kirishima Mountain, and there was a dam in the middle of the river. But the terrain of the dam is steeper than the other three sides, and the east side is all mountainous, so it is basically impossible for magma to flow into that river. Yufan also noticed that there were several roads in the east, but all of them were blocked. And in the continuous mountains, there are no buildings and no signs of human habitation. Yufan was surprised. Why are you stopping him? Could it be that there are ferocious beasts like the Siberian tiger in here, so people are not allowed to approach? After getting off the helicopter, Yufan sighed deeply. Zhuge asked in confusion. Brother Yufan, why are you sighing? Didn't we have a very happy trip? Yufan shook his head and said to Zhuge, You will never understand my sorrow, ah. Yufan sighed and walked towards the hotel. It was not until Yufan had disappeared from sight that Zhuge asked Li Bai, Did you see anything? Li Bai whispered, It's similar to our intelligence. The old base of the Rima kingdom is still in use, but I can't tell which mountain they are hiding in. Zhuge sighed and said, The beauty country didn't find out the exact location at the beginning, but you can see it with your naked eyes? Then you are a god, right? Let's do this for now. We don't know what Yufan is going to do yet, so let's take it one step at a time. As they talked, they walked towards the hotel. Yufan returned to the hotel room and Xiaohong turned into a human form. His red mohawk hairstyle made him look intimidating without even showing any anger. But Yufan just found it funny. Yufan asked curiously, What did you find? Xiaohong said doubtfully, I seem to sense a strange aura in the mountains east of Kirishima Mountain. Yufan said to Xiaohong, Strange smell? What smell? Xiaohong shook her head. Can I check it out tonight? Yufan agreed to Xiaohong's request and said to her, Let's take a look at the specific terrain and see if we can think of a way to divert the magma into that river. Xiaohong said seriously, No problem. In the middle of the night, in the secret base of the Japanese country, Matsushita Jingu put down the experimental report in his hand and said tiredly to the 6 tall half-bear, half-human and 4 half-dog, half-human people around him. Go to patrol the ground. If you find anyone breaking in, no matter if it's a human or an animal, catch them all. My test subjects are almost gone again. Chapter 55, 10 Orcs My Size. Xiaohong is chaos, a famous vicious beast in Chinese mythology. As the leader of the 4 fierce beasts, its ability is unquestionable. It is now only the size of a palm, and under the cover of night, it arrived at the eastern mountains of Kirishima Mountain. Outside of Matsushita Jingu's secret base, 6 half-bears and half-humans sat together, each lighting a cigarette. Their faces were covered with brown fur, and their 2 round little eyeballs were like glass marbles. Their mouths protruded outwards and were half the length of a brown bear's. Their ears were covered with brown fur, almost the same as brown bear's ears. The whole face looks like dementia. Their hands and feet are similar to those of humans, except that they have long claws and thick pads. What is worth mentioning is their figures. All 6 of them are strong and muscular, and each of them looks plump. Although they are half-orcs, they still retain some human memories. It's just that half of the bear's behavior is mixed in. As time goes by, human memory becomes less and less. Up to now, only 1/3 is left. They each leaned against a tree and rubbed their backs frantically. This is their habit. After they become half-human, half-bear, their backs often itch. After his limbs became abnormally strong, he couldn't even scratch his back. So we can only use this rough and wild method. Xiaohong scratched her head in confusion in the dark. As a 5-star animal, it naturally knows a lot about other animals and knows that brown bears have this habit. But what Xiaohong doesn't understand is, since your backs are itchy, why don't you scratch each other's backs? Wouldn't that be more enjoyable than rubbing the bark yourself? Even if you all feel itchy at the same time, you can just form a circle. Xiaohong didn't recognize these 6 half-bear, half-human creatures. So we just gave them a code name according to their height: Big Bear, Second Bear, Third Bear, Fourth Bear, Fifth Bear, and Sixth Bear. All I heard was Xiong Er saying to Xiongda, Do you think this kind of life is interesting? The other 5 smoked cigarettes and rubbed their backs against the trees. A minute later, Xiongde said, "It's boring, so what? We are all test subjects. We can only live like this for the rest of our lives." The other 5 were still smoking and rubbing their backs against the trees. A minute later, Xiong-san said, "Hey, I've almost forgotten everything that happened before. I feel like I have no interest in women now. I'm not as excited as you guys when I see women." The other 5 were still smoking and rubbing their backs against the trees. A minute later, Xiong Lu was startled. "Don't scare me, I'm not interested in male bears, don't mess with me while I'm asleep." Xiaohong in the distance looked confused. It took me a long time to figure it out. It turns out that the reactions of these 6 people have been slow for a minute. The bear's nature is stronger than human's nature, there is no hope for him. Xiaohong felt that these 6 half-human, half-bear creatures were boring, so she walked towards another place. When it first arrived, it saw 4 half-human, half-dog creatures heading in another direction. Snap! Xiaohong wasn't paying attention and stepped on a branch, making a loud noise. The 6 half-human, half-bear creatures remained indifferent, still smoking and rubbing their backs against the trees. A minute later, the 6 half-man, half-bear creatures trembled with fear and shouted in unison towards the tree in the distance. "Who?" The 6 half-human, half-bear creatures stared blankly at the empty tree. A minute later, Xiongde said, "It turned out to be a false alarm." A minute later, Xiong'er said to everyone, it's okay, everyone continue smoking." Xiaohong came behind the 4 half-human, half-dog creatures. They already walk on all 4s, have 2 pointed ears, with hard hair on the outside and fluff on the inside. Similar to Xiaobai, but much uglier than Xiaobai. They also have short hair on their faces and long noses, with their mouths and noses connected together, protruding 3 or 4 centimeters. The tip of the nose is black, and there are 3 long whiskers on one side of the mouth. Their conversation and personalities were very different from those of the 6 half-human, half-bear creatures. In order to distinguish them, Xiaohong also gave them code names according to their body size: Dog Big, Dog 2, Dog 3, Dog 4. The dog wagged its tail and shouted frantically to its 3 companions. "Woof, woof, woof!" Dog 2 yelled even more frantically. "Woof, woof, woof!" Dog 3 chimed in frantically. "Woof, woof, woof!" Dog 4 nodded and said in frantic approval. "Woof, woof, woof!" Xiaohong? Although Xiaohong is a divine beast, she can understand what all animals say. But it really didn't understand the 4 in front of it. I didn't understand any of it. Which handsome guy or beautiful girl can translate this? Please save Xiaohong. Xiaohong shook her head and turned away. These 4 are already terminally ill, there is no hope for them. Xiaohong walked towards a secret entrance that she had discovered earlier. Even though there were surveillance cameras everywhere, it still walked in with arrogance. After all, it looks similar to a puppy, and there is no difference at first glance. When the guard saw it, he thought it was a pet raised by some leader and was let out to poop. After all, underground work is very boring, and here we are studying animal blood, so many leaders raise a variety of animals. The more Xiaohong looked, the more frightened she became. There were many more animals here than she had imagined. Moreover, in a laboratory, there is blood from dozens of animals. They are all enclosed in test tubes. Little Red jumped onto a table and stared at the test tube in front of it. After a moment, it recognized that the blood in the test tube came from the big bad wolf. It then looked at another test tube, this one containing crocodile blood, and the one next to it containing cobra blood. Xiaohong was so furious. This laboratory is over 1,000 square meters in size and is filled with densely packed animal blood. When it came in, I saw that there were 9 laboratories of this size. How many animals must be killed to get so much blood? Xiaohong's body was shaking rapidly, and her whole body was expanding and shrinking. It's on the verge of getting angry. Cuckoo! Xiaohong screamed angrily, but finally held it in. However, it swore that after its master completed the task, it would definitely destroy this place. Let's go back now and tell the master about the situation here. Well, by the way, take those 10 half-human, half-beast guys back and let the master see their condition. Xiaohong came to the 6 half-human, half-bear creatures, threw a piece of honey to each of them, and then said to them, "Goo-goo! Follow me after eating. A minute later, the 6 half-human, half-bear creatures trembled all over in fear. Xiongda looked at Xiao Hong and asked cautiously, "Who are you? Why should I go with you?" As he spoke, he took a bite of honey and his little eyes suddenly lit up. Xiao Hong said to them, "Actually, I am your father. I went out to find food for you, so you haven't seen me yet." Even a fool can tell that this sentence is fake. A minute later, Xiong'er wiped the honey off his face and said, "You are so much younger than us, how can you be our father?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Hong instantly grew to a height of over 1,000 meters. A minute later, the 6 half-human, half-bear creatures were so frightened that they knelt on the ground. They walked to Xiao Hong and shouted together, "Dad!" Xiao Hong turned back to the size of a palm, smiled and said to the 6 half-human, half-bear people, "When you grow up, you can be as powerful as your father. Come on, you can go home with me now." A minute later, 6 half-human, half-bear creatures followed Xiao Hong. They came to 4 half-human, half-dog creatures. The big dog looked at Little Red and growled madly, "Woof woof woof." Dog 2 shook his head frantically and said, "Woof woof woof." Dog 3 agreed crazily, "Woof woof woof." Dog 4 bared his teeth and rushed towards Little Red frantically, "Woof woof woof." Seeing that Ghost was trying to bite her, Xiao Hong calmly took out an empty coconut shell and threw it away with force. The 4 half-human, half-dog eyes lit up and they ran madly towards the coconut shell, shouting, "Woof woof woof." Then they fought for it, and finally Dog De won and brought the coconut shell to Xiao Hong. The big dog sat in front of Xiao Hong, wagging its tail wildly. Unfortunately, he has no tail, so he can only wiggle his butt wildly. He opened his mouth and stuck out a long tongue. "Ha! Exhale." Xiao Hong picked up the coconut shell and threw it away again. The 4 half-men, half-dogs rushed out again, and this time it was Dog 2 who brought the dog back. Seeing the expectant looks in their eyes, Xiao Hong said, "Gugu, there are too many trees here, so it's not convenient for you to show your true strength. Come back with me. The grass at my house is big and soft." 3 hours later, Matsushita Jingu looked at the time in confusion. At this time of day, the 10 half-human, half-beast creatures would have returned. Why didn't I see any shadow today? He sent out his drone exploration team and searched for more than an hour, searching the entire Kurishima mountain, but there was no sign of them. Matsushita Jingu collapsed and yelled, "Where are 10 orcs my size?" Chapter 56 kicked Xiao Hong off the bed. In a grove not far from the hotel, Yu Fan yawned continuously. He was sleeping soundly just now, holding Xiao Bai in his arms, and having a sweet dream of spring. Then I was woken up by Xiao Hong and called here. "I asked you to go out, and you brought back these things?" Yu Fan was stunned when he saw the 10 creatures in front of him that looked neither human nor ghost. If one were to use an idiom to describe Yu Fan's current appearance, it would be standing still as a wooden chicken. There are 6 people standing upright. You might say they are human beings, but they look like bears with a dull look, as if they have dementia. You said it was a bear. When they came in just now, they saw Yu Fan for a minute and all said "Konbanwa" to Yu Fan. Yu Fan had heard this before in a Japanese love-action movie. It means, "good evening." As for the 4 half-human, half-dog creatures, they already look 70% like dogs. He was also calling, "Woof woof woof," crazily. The moment he saw them, Yu Fan thought they had rabies. After knowing that Yu Fan was Xiao Hong's master, the 4 half-human, half-dog creatures wagged their tails wildly. But what Yu Fan couldn't accept was that the 4 of them had no tails, so it looked like they were doing the hip-shaking dance. When it was swung, it was still sticking up high. It was so eye-catching. After hearing Yu Fan's complaints, Xiao Hong did not defend herself. Instead, he described all the scenes he saw in the secret base. After hearing this, Yu Fan's expression turned serious. No wonder those Japanese people went to China to steal the blood of Siberian tigers and red-crowned cranes. It turns out that they are used to create this half-human, half-beast creature. But according to Xiao Hong's description, there is so much animal blood in the base, so why did the people in the base only create 10 of them? Are they waiting for some crucial materials? According to the current situation, this is most likely the case. Otherwise, there would be countless orcs appearing in the base. Yu Fan said to Xiao Hong, Test their combat power! Xiaohong nodded and walked aside with 10 orcs. Xiaohong said to them, Gugu! 4 half-human, half-dog creatures and 6 half-human, half-bear creatures stood facing each other and attacked each other in an instant. Bang! With one slap, Big Bear broke a tree as thick as a rice bowl. Woof! The big dog was no less capable and bit off a tree the size of a calf. Just by looking at the way they attacked, Yufan already knew their fighting strength. Stop it! Yufan stopped them. The 4 half-human, half-dog creatures stopped instantly and moved away from the 6 half-human, half-bear creatures. The 6 half-men, half-bears punched the air for a minute, breaking more than a dozen trees before they stopped. 4 half-human, half-dog creatures sat in front of Yufan, looking at the coconut shell in his hand with anticipation. The 6 half-human, half-bear creatures also stood there stupidly, with a look of cleverness written all over their faces. Their fighting power is too strong, far beyond that of ordinary people. If they are trained and allowed to use thermal weapons, their combat effectiveness will increase several times. Yufan's face was also full of worry about them. How to deal with this thing? Should we kill them? They are also poor people, and now they are under Xiaohong's command. Letting them live would be cruel enough for them. After all, the people in that secret base are disgusting and perverted. How could something so disgusting come about? Yufan watched a Japanese movie when he was a child, and he still feels nauseous when he thinks about it now. It was a movie about mermaids living in the sewers. Moreover, Japanese people always like to believe in some evil things, and they call it yearning for the strong. Yufan didn't understand this perverted belief. In his eyes, these beliefs should not exist. If the whole country believes in this thing, then the country is finished. If the whole world believed in it, the world would be destroyed. Yufan thought for a long time before asking Xiongde, Is there anything that you can do so that you will stay where you are quietly? Xiongde looked at Yufan infatuatedly. A minute later, Xiongde asked tentatively, Sleep? Yufan turned his head away speechlessly. If you can sleep for a few days and nights until the volcano erupts, then there is really no problem. But given the current situation, it is estimated that it will take a few more days for the volcano to erupt. Yufan looked at the 6 idiots, and his eyes lit up. He asked them, Do you know how to play landlord? The 6 idiots stared at Yufan stupidly, and started shaking their heads after a minute. Yufan smiled and said, That's easy. I'll find a tutorial for you on my phone. You can split into 2 tables and play landlord. I tell you, this game is a lot of fun. A minute later, the 6 idiots applauded Yufan ecstatically. As for the 4 half-human, half-dog creatures, Yufan had no choice but to let them go to a nearby abandoned sawmill. There are a lot of old sofas there. Yufan asked them to dismantle the sofa, and asked Xiaohong to order them not to leave. The 4 orcs were reluctant at first, but once they started dismantling the sofa, they entered a state of ecstasy. As if this is what their life should be about. I really lived like a dog for the first half of my life. Yufan came to the hotel front desk and lied that someone was running in the hotel corridor. So I went to check it out with the front desk. Xiaohong took 6 half-human, half-bear creatures to avoid the cameras and sneaked in. Yufan lived in a suite, which had a living room and a bedroom. Originally, Xiaohong slept on the sofa in the living room, while Yufan and Xiaobai slept on the bed. Now with 6 more big men, Xiaohong can only go to the room to sleep. After Yufan came back, he brought 2 decks of playing cards and showed the landlord teaching video to the 6 orcs. Yufan also thoughtfully searched for Japanese teaching videos. 6 orcs huddled together, looking at a cell phone on the table that was less than the size of a palm, with great interest. Yufan said to them, Just watch it here and then play landlord all night long. I will book 2 triple rooms for you tomorrow. After Yufan finished speaking, he saw that the 6 orcs ignored him. I guess I didn't understand, or I was too engrossed in watching. So he entered the room. A minute later, 6 orcs looked up and said to the air, Hi! Yufan was woken up in the middle of the night, and was extremely sleepy. After entering the room, I saw Xiaobai sleeping soundly, with his limbs wrapped around the quilt, his 2 front paws alternating between stepping on it. Yufan said to Xiaohong, You sleep on the other side, Xiaobai, and I will sleep over here. Xiao Hong watched Yu Fan take off his shoes and lie down on the bed without even washing his feet. Then he slapped Xiao Bai awake with a pop. Xiao Bai opened his eyes dazedly, looked at Yu Fan and asked, "Meow? Master, what's wrong?" Yu Fan was sleepy and pretended to have just woken up. He asked Xiao Bai in a daze, "What's wrong? Did something happen?" "Noob?" Xiao Bai didn't understand what was going on, and suddenly saw that on the other side of the bed, Xiao Hong was about to pull the corner of the quilt to cover herself. Xiao Bai looked at Xiao Hong and asked, "Meow? Did you wake me and my master up when you went to bed?" Xiao Hong looked at Xiao Bai. Bang! Before Xiao Hong could explain, Xiao Bai turned into a two-dimensional girl and kicked Xiao Hong off the bed. Chapter 57. It's all Xiao Hong's fault. Xiao Bai lay on Yu Fan with sleepy eyes, muttering, "Xiao Hong is so ugly. How can we let it sleep on our bed? Haha dash." Xiao Bai fell asleep. When Xiao Bai was sleeping before, he was a little baby the size of a palm. Now she looks like a 2D girl, so naturally she has nothing on her body. Only human weapons. They were pressed against Yu Fan's chest, making him lose all desire to sleep. Ahem! Yu Fan coughed and didn't dare to look at Xiao Bai. Others can't imagine this feeling. I can only envy secretly. Yu Fan couldn't help but wipe his nose. Xiao Bai felt Yu Fan move, so he opened his eyes and looked at Yu Fan in confusion. Only then did he notice that there was something wrong with Yu Fan's nose, and he asked, "Master, are you injured? Did Xiao Hong hit you while you were sleeping?" Xiao Hong is now only the size of a palm. She had just been kicked off the bed and was still in a daze. After hearing what Xiao Bai said, it really wanted to refute. But always remember, don't argue with women. No matter how you argue, you will be the loser. Forget it, as long as you are not satisfied with something, it is all Xiao Hong's fault. So Xiao Hong had to go to the bathroom and take off the bath towel. Fold the bath towel on the ground, lie on the bath towel and go to sleep. As for what happens in bed, it doesn't want to know and has no interest in it. Yu Fan saw Xiao Bai's concerned look and said with a smile, "It's okay. I've been drinking too much milk recently. It's very nutritious." Xiao Bai breathed a sigh of relief, tore off a piece of toilet paper from the bedside, and helped Yu Fan wipe the blood from his nose. He kept saying, "Master, that milk is sticky and smells fishy. What's so good about it? Don't drink it anymore. It's bad for your health." But the more Yu Fan wiped his nose, the more blood started to flow, with no sign of stopping. Yu Fan looked down and saw his blood volume rising again. Yu Fan quickly held his nose and said to Xiao Bai, "Cover me with the quilt first, then I might not have a runny nose." Xiao Bai then reacted and thought that he had caused the blood to flow from his master's nose. So he quickly shrank back. The soft feeling disappeared, and Yu Fan suddenly felt a sense of loss. Yu Fan wanted to hold on a little longer, but he was afraid that the amount of nosebleed would not be enough. After forcing myself to calm down, I began to close my eyes and force myself to sleep. An hour later, Yu Fan breathed a sigh of relief and finally calmed down. Now I can finally sleep peacefully. Just then, Xiao Bai came up again. A fire burned in Yu Fan's heart. Xiao Bai asked curiously, "Master, are you awake?" Yu Fan said patiently, "If you don't come close to me, I will fall asleep." Xiao Bai let out an "oh," and shrank back, then a slight, huffing sound of breathing came from his mouth. "Fall asleep in seconds." Yu Fan sighed deeply and began to fight against the void again. When it was daybreak, Xiao Bai sat up from the bed, stretched comfortably, put on his clothes and went to the bed. She glanced at the green mountains and clear waters in the distance and felt relaxed. After opening the window and taking a deep breath of fresh air, he turned around with satisfaction. Then, she saw Yu Fan staring at her with his eyes wide open. Yu Fan had 2 dark circles under his eyes, and his eyes were bloodshot. It looked like he hadn't slept all night. Xiao Bai asked in confusion, "Master, why don't you sleep?" Yu Fan rolled his eyes at Xiao Bai and didn't want to talk to him. Men's qi and blood are most abundant in the morning. This is also the reason why the protagonists in those immortal cultivation novels have to get up in the morning to practice. Yu Fan said to Xiao Bai, "I'm hungry, go down and buy me some breakfast." Xiaobai nodded and took out a stack of Japanese yen that he had exchanged yesterday from Yufan's wallet. She hesitated for a moment and asked Yufan, "Master, are these Japanese yen enough to buy breakfast?" Yufan took a look at the Japanese yen in Xiaobai's hand and shook his head. "It's still a little short. Japanese yen is different from Chinese yen. You need to take some more to make it enough." Xiaobai took a few more Japanese yen and walked out when he felt that the amount was enough. Yufan finally breathed a sigh of relief and left, otherwise he really couldn't hold it in anymore. Yufan sat up and looked at Xiaohong lying on the bath towel. Yufan asked in confusion, "You slept on the bath towel last night?" Xiaohong said helplessly, "Gugu. Yes, I felt that you were very angry last night, and I didn't dare to come up." Yufan shook his head and said, "What do you mean by angry? How dare I get angry? I won't say any more. I'm going to the toilet." Yufan ran towards the bathroom, muttering quietly, "Damn it, I can't stand it anymore. It's clearly the name of a currency, why did I think of it as a verb?" Half an hour later, Yufan came out of the bathroom with satisfaction. Xiaobai just happened to come in with breakfast. Xiaobai asked in confusion, "Master, what's going on with those big guys playing landlord outside?" Yufan said as he ate breakfast, "This is a test product made by the Japanese. It's quite pitiful." Yufan told Xiaobai the origins of the half-human, half-bear and the half-human, half-dog. Xiaobai was also very angry after hearing this, and said to Yufan, "Master, take me with you this time, I will also punish those bad guys." Yufan nodded. If he wanted to complete the task in the magma, Xiaobai's support was indispensable. After breakfast, Yufan came to the living room. There are 2 tables with half-humans and half-bears, and 1 table with 3 people, and they are already playing landlord. Yufan came to the table of Xiongde, Xiong'er and Xiongxi and asked them, "How many rounds have you played?" They still dealt their own cards, and then Xiongde played one alone. At this time, Xiongde said to Yufan, "It's the second time." With Xiaohong guiding the way, Yufan finally understood Xiongda's Rima language. Yufan was surprised for a moment, then he figured it out. Judging from the reaction speed of these 6 brothers, it's not surprising. Xiongda's table is not so bad, it's already his second time. At Xiongsan's table, they were only halfway through the first hand. Yufan said speechlessly, "Then you guys continue to play here. I'll give you some change. It's better for you to fight to see who wins or loses." A minute later, Xiongde looked at the Japanese yen that Yufan gave him and shook his head, saying, "The amount is too large, we can't calculate it, so we'll just slap him on the hand." Hit the hand. This is something Yufan only played when he was very young. "Well, as long as you are happy." Yufan took Xiaohong and Xiaobai out to play. There are still a few days before the volcanic eruption, and Yufan has nothing to do, so he can only travel around. Shuge and his friends are quite busy. They have been making speculative data around Mount Kirishima, analyzing where the base in Hiki country is hidden. They didn't know that Xiaohong had been found, and Yufan didn't tell them. In the secret base in the eastern mountains of Kirishima Mountain, Matsushita Kanaya angrily yelled at his men. "An entire night has passed, and you still haven't found our super soldier?" One of the subordinates said tremblingly. "We have checked all the surveillance cameras. No one has entered the range of our base. There is no one even 3 kilometers outside the range." Matsushita Jingu slapped the desk to pieces and shouted angrily, "Did they run away on their own?" Chapter 58, Creating a Superpower. The group of people were timid and didn't dare to look at Matsushita Jingu in the eye. This incident was too strange, and no one knew how the 10 orcs disappeared. At this time, a subordinate walked into the meeting room. He showed a video to Matsushita Jingu. There is a little red dog in the video, and it walks into the base in broad daylight. After a while, he walked out openly again. "Matsushita Jingu?" Matsushita Jingu looked at his subordinate with a puzzled look and asked, "What do you want to say?" The subordinates were frightened by Matsushita Jingu's aura, and they shuddered with fear, and their necks shrank in fear. But he still said to Matsushita Jingu, "Matsushita-san, this animal has never entered our base before, and it is not a pet raised by adults. This is the first time it appears within the scope of our base." Matsushita Jingu shook his head and said with some disappointment, I asked you to find out what was wrong last night, but you played find the difference with me? You don't think such a small dog is the culprit who kidnapped 10 orcs, do you? The subordinates lowered their heads in shame. This was the only clue they found. Matsushita Jingu narrowed his eyes. He didn't want to embarrass his subordinates anymore. After all, this matter was too strange and he himself couldn't explain it clearly. But Matsushita Kanaya can't just sit there and wait for death. In this situation, he absolutely cannot mess up. Matsushita Jingu directly ordered, "Follow my orders!" Everyone sat upright and looked at Matsushita Jingu respectfully. Matsushita Jingu said seriously, 10 orcs are missing. We must take this seriously. Sakurai Li-ting, take your team and continue searching within the base. Hadoia, take your team members and search outside the base. Everyone else, stay with me at the base and integrate all the remaining materials to create the most powerful orc. After the creation is successful, let this most powerful orc smell the scent of the 10 orcs, and let him bring those 10 orcs back to us. If those 10 orcs have met with an accident, then all creatures that have come into contact with the orcs must be killed. After hearing the order given by Matsushita Jingu, everyone shouted in unison, "Hey!" At this time, Hatano Oya, who was in charge of searching outside the base, asked, "Mr. Matsushita, the volcano should erupt in the next 2 days. Recently, many tourists from all over the world have come to the vicinity. Should we ask the relevant departments to cooperate and prevent those tourists from entering the Kirishima mountain area?" Matsushita Jingu showed a meaningful smile on his face. "Why should we stop them from coming in?" When everyone heard Matsushita Jingu's question, they were stunned. The purpose of preventing tourists from coming in is naturally to prevent them from seeing the people in the base collecting magma near the volcano. Everyone looked at Matsushita Jingu in confusion. Matsushita Jingu laughed loudly, pointed at his subordinates and said, "You guys are still too young and don't know the value of people. How many people will we need to do the experiment later? With so many tourists coming this time, we naturally have to seize this opportunity. Issue orders to the relevant departments, and tell all of us Japanese people not to come to the volcano area. Say there is a military operation going on, and tell everyone to keep it secret. Especially, you can't tell foreign tourists that this military operation has nothing to do with foreign tourists. This way, we can capture all foreigners who enter the volcano. Isn't this test subject coming?" Ha 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 ha. Matsushita Jingu let out a wild and perverted laugh. When the others heard this, they also showed excitement on their faces. This way, they wouldn't have to be so nervous when doing experiments. All operations can be bolder. After Matsushita Jingu finished the arrangements, he announced the adjournment of the meeting. Sakurai Li-ting and Hatano Ueya were going to take the team out on a mission, so they didn't stay in the meeting room for long. Matsushita Kanaya's assistant asked Matsushita Kanaya, "Matsushita-san, what animal's blood should we use to create the orcs this time?" Matsushita Jingu hesitated for a moment, then said to his assistant, "Let's try a combination of several animals first, such as the blood of African elephants, Bengal tigers, red-necked cranes, hippos, rhinos, etc., to see if we can create a half-orc that combines all of their advantages." The assistant took notes and left the meeting room with countless experts. Try to create such a powerful orc. 3 days later, Yu Fan was instructing Xiongde and his friends in playing landlord in the hotel room when he suddenly felt the ground shake slightly. Yu Fan opened the window in surprise and looked towards Mount Kirishima. Smoke had already begun to appear on one of the peaks. Yu Fan said to Xiao Hong, "Xiao Hong, is the first volcano that erupts our target?" Because the distance was quite far, Yu Fan couldn't see clearly which mountain it was. Xiao Hong nodded and said, "It's the volcano east of Kirishima Mountain. Master, let's take action." In the past 3 days, Yu Fan has figured out how to destroy the secret base while completing the mission. Yu Fan took out a short samurai sword and put it in his school bag. Yu Fan pointed at Mount Kirishima and shouted, "Let's go!" Xiao Hong and Xiao Bai instantly became the size of a palm and entered Yu Fan's small pocket, one on the left and one on the right. As soon as I walked out of the room, I saw Shuge and Li Bai waiting outside. Shuge asked curiously, "Brother Yu Fan, I haven't seen you for 3 days. I knocked on your door but you didn't open it. Where did you go?" Yu Fan laughed and said, "Oh, this is just waiting for the volcano to erupt. I was bored, so I went out to play. Upon hearing this, Zhuge glanced around and whispered to Yufan. Your bodyguards are not here this time, so you must follow us at all times. Yufan saw Zhu Ji's serious expression and asked in confusion. What's wrong? Zhuge said solemnly. We found that there were local tourists from Rimu country 3 days ago, but in the past 3 days, there are no local people coming to travel. The locals who were here before have all left. I think there's something fishy about this. This was news that Yufan had never known. After all, for Yufan, he doesn't know how to communicate with the locals. So after going out, I basically didn't chat with others. Yufan suddenly thought of the secret base. Could it be that they dare to capture us, the foreign tourists, and use us as experimental subjects? Yufan's pupils shrank sharply. This guess was almost right. Yufan said to Zhuge seriously. Brother Zhu, you must find a way to stop tourists from going near the volcano. Hee hee. Before Yufan finished speaking, he heard a disdainful voice. Why don't you let us go? It's just to watch a volcanic eruption. Do you want to keep it all to yourself? The people who spoke were Fu Long, who had had friction with Yufan on the plane before, and his girlfriend. The two men snorted coldly and walked out of the hotel with their bags on their backs. Chapter 59, Orc's Fusion of Three Animals. Yufan could understand Fu Long's reaction. Even if some unpleasant things had happened to them before. Not only him, Yufan couldn't stop the other tourists either. On the one hand, people come from all over the world just to see the spectacular sight of a volcanic eruption. On the other hand, everyone has a rebellious mentality. The more you tell him this isn't okay, the more he'll do it. For example, in a horror movie, a group of young people enter a village. An old lady came out and warned everyone. Don't go to that cabin in the woods. Everyone who goes in will die. It would have been fine if the old lady hadn't said anything. Maybe everyone thought the place was shabby and boring. But since the old lady said I couldn't go, I insisted on going to take a look. I also want to see how I die. Hey, just playing. And then he lost his life. This is the current situation. Yufan knows that no one will believe him if he says it. But at least I said it and fulfilled my responsibility. If you guys are going to die, then it's really none of my business. Fu Long and his girlfriend didn't waste any time talking to Yufan and just walked out of the hotel. Yufan even heard the woman say, crazy. Yufan shook his head and told Zhuge and Li Bai about the secret base. Then he said, I probably can't persuade these tourists. I'm afraid only you can do it. I have something else to do, so I won't be with you for now. You guys try to stop them. After Yufan finished speaking, he disappeared in a flash. That speed is faster than Bolt. Zhuge wanted to ask something else, but when he saw Yufan's speed, he had to give up. He looked at Li Bai and said solemnly, Report this to the headquarters. We cannot be careless about this matter. Li Bai said with some concern. This is Japan after all. I guess the headquarters can't do anything about it, right? Zhuge patted Li Bai on the shoulder and said, We will do our best and leave the rest to fate. It is definitely too late to ask the headquarters for support now. We can only ask the headquarters to put pressure on the top leaders of the Rimu kingdom. I hope it will have some effect. After you contact the headquarters, wait here for our brothers from the Rimu country to come and support us. I will go and try to save as many as I can. Zhuge is Li Bai's boss, so Li Bai naturally cannot disobey Zhu Ji's orders. Li Bai picked up a special communicator and began to contact the headquarters. Zhuge came to the side and opened the address book hesitantly. He slid to his wife's name and paused for a long time. The thumb paused above the name for a long time, but ultimately did not press it. He opened the photo album and glanced through the photos of many beauties. They had been stored in his phone for a long time, but he had never looked at them once. The main thing is that these people don't really exist. Finally, my eyes stopped on a photo that was not so beautiful. After a long time, a smile appeared on his face. After turning off his phone with relief, he chased in the direction where Yufan disappeared. When Li Bai saw Zhu Ji's back, his eyes became moist. He suddenly remembered that when the headquarters was assigning personnel, they specifically emphasized that the personnel assigned this time were all to carry out life-threatening missions. If anyone wants to withdraw, the organization will absolutely support them. The leader even tried to persuade them one by one to give up. The leader came to Zhuge and asked, "This is a dangerous situation, you must think it through." Zhuge said firmly, "I will not return until I complete the mission." The leader asked seriously, "What if you never come back?" This time Zhuge yelled, "He'll never come back." This sentence made Li Bai, who had originally given up, return to the queue again. From that day on, the two have been partners. After Li Bai finished his report, he whispered to Zhu Ji's back, "Big brother, do you think I will abandon you?" Li Bai smiled and followed. Yu Fan has Xiao Bai's speed and Xiao Hong's endurance, so he can run at full speed all the time. There are already many people on the road heading towards the volcano. Every time Yu Fan saw someone, he would say to them, "It's dangerous ahead, please don't go forward." Foreigners generally think Yu Fan is a psychopath. Yu Fan also thought they were crazy. The Chinese were better. Many of them expressed doubts about Yu Fan's words. Yu Fan could only say that there was a gunfight going on ahead with the underground organization of the Japanese country. Unexpectedly, I actually persuaded more than a dozen people to quit. This also proves that Yu Fan's efforts were not in vain. As for other people who don't believe in it, Yu Fan doesn't want to waste his breath on them. Yu Fan continued running, and suddenly Xiao Hong came out of his pocket. Yu Fan stopped and asked in confusion, "Xiao Hong, what did you find?" Xiao Hong looked at the woods in front of her and heard heavy footsteps coming from inside. Yu Fan looked in the direction Xiao Hong was looking, but didn't see any living creature. Yu Fan had no choice but to run towards the woods, and soon he entered the depths of the forest. A tall, large, and deformed orc squatted in the middle of the woods, constantly sniffing the ground. Suddenly, he raised his head and looked at Yu Fan and Xiao Hong in his pocket. He was sure that they smelled like his companions. "Hulu! Where is my companion?" A heavy sound came out of his mouth, some like a tiger, some like a crane, and some like an elephant. Xiao Hong narrowed her almost invisible eyes and said to Yu Fan, "Gugu! Master, this is an orc made from the blood of 3 kinds of animals." Only then did Yu Fan take a closer look at the orc. He was on all fours, somewhat like a tiger's paw. His body is round and his skin is full of wrinkles, but they are not the kind of wrinkles that old people have. Instead, they are lines that are full of power. It has a small head, a pointed mouth, and red hair on its neck. Combined with the original human features on his body, this half-orc looks like a monster. Yu Fan felt a breath of air stuck in his chest. Integrating the blood of an animal into the human body is already a very inhumane practice. After all, it is just a single species of animal, and the orcs can still retain the habits of that animal. But the half-orc in front of him, whose blood was a blend of 3 animals, also had the characteristics of the 3 animals. Then his habits should also be the habits of the 3 animals, right? If this happens, his mind will definitely be split. Sure enough, the orcs began to behave abnormally. He was asking questions rationally just now, but now he's gone crazy. "Hulu! Hulu! Hulu! Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Who? 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 I am the strongest tiger in the world. No, the elephant is the strongest, you tigers are not good enough. What the hell, you are so powerful, can you fly? Hulu! Neither is right, I am a human being, I am a person. Huff! I am just an ordinary person. I was eating grass comfortably on the grassland. I just caught a bird that was eating fish. I flew into the sky and was shot down. Huff! I am looking for my companion. Who is my companion? I have no companion. I am looking for myself. Hulu! Who am I?" Chapter 60 Young People Should Attack by Surprise. The orcs have entered a state of division. At this moment, several consciousnesses were fighting in his mind. That secret base allows the blood of these animals to merge and coexist in the human body. But it did not solve the bestiality of the orcs. It would be terrifying if one day this kind of half-orc could still maintain human consciousness. Therefore, Yu Fan must destroy this secret base before it becomes a force to be reckoned with. Looking at the orc's painful expression, Yu Fan said to Xiao Hong, "Give him a quick death!" Red nodded and ran straight towards the orcs. The orcs sensed the crisis and suddenly went crazy. Bang! Several trees around him that were as thick as arms were broken down directly. A tree fell towards him and was about to hit him. The orc dodged the tree nimbly and broke it in two with one claw. Hulu! You are tired of living, how dare you mess with me? Snap! 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 He broke several trees in succession. The only thing he didn't notice was Xiaohong, who was standing in front of him. Xiaohong jumped up and kicked the orc in the chest. Bang! The orc flew directly backwards. Clap, clap! He knocked down trees as thick as his arms. The orc fell to the ground helplessly and slid for more than 10 meters before being stopped by a big tree. Yu Fan walked through the messy woods and came to the orcs. The orc was no longer breathing and there was a sunken wound on his chest. Yu Fan shook his head and walked out of the woods. During the time we were in the woods, thick smoke was billowing from the volcano, and it looked like it was about to erupt. Yu Fan arrived at the main road and saw a group of people staring at him in amazement. They just heard some noise in the woods and saw countless trees broken. A tourist from China asked Yu Fan, "Brother, what happened in there just now?" This tourist was also the one Yu Fan had persuaded before, but he didn't believe it at all. At this moment, he looked at Yu Fan with caution, which made Yu Fan find it very funny. Not only him, almost everyone here had been persuaded by Yu Fan, but they still came here. Fu Long and his girlfriend were also on the list. Yu Fan said to them, "It's nothing, it's just the underground organization of the Rima country fighting inside. This is just a small battlefield. When you get to the front, you will see all kinds of people with guns and live ammunition." Some people's faces suddenly changed. They knew that the underground organization in Japan was legal. Huh! Today seems to be my mother's birthday. No, I have to go back to accompany my mother. Old Wang, hasn't your mother been dead for 3 years? That was my biological mother, and this one is my stepmother. Lao Zhang, won't you accompany me to celebrate my mother's birthday? How could I not go? She's your stepmother. We actually went to see the volcano on her birthday. That's outrageous. Meeting is destiny, my friend. I also want to go see Auntie and wish her a happy birthday. I suddenly feel that there's nothing interesting about a volcanic eruption. I'm not going to go. I'll just stay at your house and stay with your mom. Eh? I warned you not to swear. 7 or 8 people turned around and went back in the direction they came from. Maybe what Yu Fan said was not true, but everyone saw the movement in the woods. They even thought that Yu Fan was from China's special department, and came here to perform a special mission. Maybe he was one of the people fighting with the underground organization. Fu Long was a little hesitant. He was a little scared now. But his girlfriend sneered. Haha, you are exaggerating. Was there an animal fight in there just now? I heard the animals screaming. Hubby, don't believe him. I think he just holds a grudge, so he wants to scare us. Fu Long glanced at Yu Fan and couldn't help but ask him. Brother, is what you said true? Yu Fan asked without even thinking. Everyone has left, and you still don't know if it's true? After Yu Fan finished speaking, he ran towards the volcano again. Seeing this, Fu Long's girlfriend pointed at Yu Fan's back and said, Look, if there was really danger, why would he run so fast? Is he in a hurry to be reincarnated? After hearing what the woman said, the few people who were still standing here turned around and went back. On the one hand, Yu Fan's speed was too terrifying, he might be a hidden boss. On the other hand, they felt that if they stayed with such a woman, they might be struck by lightning. They'd better stay hidden. Anyway, it is possible to see a volcanic eruption from a distance. When Fu Long saw that everyone had left, he also wanted to leave. But his girlfriend held his hand and said, Oh, don't you trust a stranger and not me? Believe me, everything will be fine. When we return home, I will agree to marry you. When Fu Long heard this, he gritted his teeth and took his girlfriend towards the volcano. Fu Long said to his girlfriend, I hope this volcanic eruption can make the love between us explode. Let these fireworks in the sky witness our love. Upon hearing this, the girlfriend kissed Fu Long on the face. Fu Long smiled happily and held his girlfriend's hand even tighter. Because the volcano group is a tourist attraction, many people come here to visit on a regular basis. So there is a road going up the mountain in the west and north of the volcano group. Yu Fan came to a fork in the road. Instead of choosing any path, he walked into the woods and headed east. Because of Xiaobai's speed and Xiaohong's strength and endurance, Yu Fan ran in the woods and the mountains as if he was walking on flat ground. Just in case, Yu Fan took out the samurai sword he bought. The soldiers sent by Matsushita Jingu to capture tourists crawled out from hidden caves one after another. They were in groups of 4, each fully armed. 2 of them were armed with assault rifles, 2 were armed with pistols, handcuffs and ropes, and there was a cart more than 1 meter long. They're going to fill this cart with people soon. They held a competition among themselves to see which group could catch the most tourists that day. 4 people stuck their heads out in front of a cave entrance, and vaguely heard some sounds outside. Then a dark shadow floated through the cave. The 4 soldiers paused for a moment and looked at each other. Did something just run past? It seems so. It disappeared in a flash. Did you see what it was? I didn't see it clearly, did you? I didn't see it clearly either. Huh! Why did your head fall off? Wow, what a coincidence, your head fell off too. Boom! 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 4 heads fell to the ground, and all 4 faces were filled with expressions of astonishment. Yu Fan, holding a blood-stained samurai sword in his hand, continued to search for the hidden cave in the forest. The 4 just now were the 3rd group of soldiers he had killed. When he saw the first group, Yu Fan was almost shot to death by them. Fortunately, Xiaohong reacted quickly and killed them before the soldiers opened fire. The absence of gunfire gave Yu Fan the opportunity to launch a sneak attack. There was no other way. The disparity in numbers between the enemy and us was too great, so Yu Fan could only launch a surprise attack like this. Fu Long and his girlfriend happened to be walking to the fork in the road where Yu Fan first passed. Fu Long looked at the map and decided to go west. Because the mountains in the west appear to be higher, we should be able to see farther. Just then, footsteps were heard in the woods not far away. Chapter 61. The Red Monster Reappears. Fu Long heard the footsteps of several people and couldn't help feeling a little nervous. After Yu Fan's commotion just now, he and his girlfriend were the only ones left in the originally lively team. I've been walking for so long, and it's always been deserted. He thought of Yu Fan's words, thought about it, and quickly pulled his girlfriend towards the west road. But her girlfriend is still carefree. Hearing a sound in the woods, he called out, "Who's there?" Fu Long's heartbeat suddenly quickened and he looked at his girlfriend in disbelief. Without knowing what is on the other side, you actively attract the other side. No matter how you look at it, it's an act of seeking death. Seeing the expression on Fu Long's face when he looked at her, the woman couldn't help but feel a little angry. "Why are you looking at me like that? I just felt that it was boring for the 2 of us to walk together, so I wanted to ask a few people to come with me." Fu Long had an urge to abandon her, but thinking about the days they had spent together, he gritted his teeth. Without saying a word, he grabbed his girlfriend and ran away. "Fu Long, you bastard, you hurt my hand!" As soon as she finished speaking, she saw 4 people walking out of the woods. They were wearing special clothes and were fully armed. When they saw Fu Long and the woman, the 4 of them showed perverted smiles on their faces. "Hee hee hee! The men are mine, and the women are yours! Yoshi! Put your hands up!" They pointed their guns at Fu Long and the other man and ran towards Fu Long quickly. When the woman saw the 4 Japanese devils, her face turned pale instantly, and she shouted to Fu Long in fear, "Husband, I'm scared, help me lead them away, I want to go back." Without waiting for Fu Long to react, the woman broke free from his hand and started running. Bang! A gunshot rang out and the woman let out a scream of pain. She was shot in the thigh, causing her to fall to the ground. "Ah, husband, it hurts so much, come and save me!" "Husband, why don't you say anything? Come and save me! Why are you raising your hands? Don't you love me anymore? Whoa whoa whoa! Whoa whoa, Fu Long, you bastard, I love you so much, but now you won't save me!" I have to say, Fu Long is annoyed. His girlfriend's incessant crying caused Fu Long's blood pressure to soar exponentially. If he wasn't afraid of being beaten to death, he really wanted to slap his ex-girlfriend. That's right, he has decided to break up. Even if I survive this time, I will be killed by this woman sooner or later. Fu Long can understand and speak Japanese. He shouted directly to the 4 Japanese soldiers in Japanese. Taijun, I am the distributor of Fengtian Automobile in China, and I am absolutely loyal to you, Taijun. 4 Japanese devils have come to Fulong. Hearing Fulong's words, he couldn't help but nodded. One of the Japanese soldiers said, Then tie yourself up. We won't hurt you. When you come back to our headquarters, if your identity is true, we will release you. Hearing this, Fulong hesitated. Finally, he tied his feet. He had no choice. If he didn't tie himself up, he would die. The woman was still shouting. Husband, what are you doing? Come and save me. It hurts so much. Fulong couldn't bear it anymore and roared. Shut up! The woman was startled and stared at Fulong in a daze. Then, she suddenly screamed even more frantically. Ah, how dare you yell at me? Wuh! Bang! A gunshot rang out and the woman fell to the ground. The man who fired the gun said, I'm sorry, I just can't stand it anymore, my ears are numb. Another Japanese soldier sighed and said, Kill them all. They are all Chinese anyway. No one will blame you no matter how many you kill. Tie this man to the car and we will continue to arrest people. 2 men pointed guns at Fulong, one steadied the cart, and the other tied Fulong's hands. They didn't notice that a figure was approaching quietly in the grass. It is the Juga. His face was gleaming with hatred. As soon as he heard the first gunshot, he ran towards here at full speed. Unexpectedly, I was still a step late. He glanced at the woman lying in a pool of blood, and the hatred in his heart rose again. No matter how bad this woman is, no matter how noisy she is, even I want to slap her. But no matter what, she is a Chinese. Even if she has broken the law, it should be China that handles it. He moved slowly in the grass and was only 2 meters away from the nearest Japanese devil. Who? A Japanese soldier heard the noise and turned to look towards the bushes. What greeted him was a fist as big as a sandbag. Bang! Juga punched him directly in the face. Push lightly. Juga directly snatched the gun from the Japanese soldier's hand. Bang! 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 After 3 gunshots, the remaining 3 Japanese soldiers fell to the ground one after another. Only one Japanese soldier shouted, 8. The sound of hurried footsteps was heard again not far away, and Juga raised his gun directly. Boss! It was Li Bai. He quickly revealed his identity to Juga. It's me! Juga turned around and shouted at Li Bai in anger. Why did you follow me here? Didn't I tell you to stay at the hotel to meet our brothers? Li Bai came to Juga, picked up a rifle, and said to Juga seriously, Boss, we have been partners for many years. Don't I know what you are thinking? Even if I die, I will accompany you. The two looked at each other and smiled. Well, I understand your feelings, but can you help me untie the rope first? Fulong's voice sounded at an inopportune time. Juga sighed and began to untie the rope on Fulong's hands. Li Bai also squatted down, ready to untie the rope on Fulong's feet. Li Bai couldn't help but complain. This damn devil knows how to tie a knot? Fulong turned his head away, not daring to look at Li Bai. Just now, in order to show his loyalty, he tied a knot for himself that was extremely difficult to untie. Li Bai spent almost a minute before he finally untied the knot. Before I could untie them, I heard heavy footsteps coming from the woods. Juga and Li Bai looked towards the woods and saw 20 or 30 Japanese soldiers running out of the woods with guns raised. Enemy attack! One of the Japanese soldiers shouted, and all the Japanese soldiers shot at Juga and Li Bai. From the distant woods, the shouts of countless devils were heard, and the whole place was in an uproar. Juga yelled, Hide! Juga and Li Bai rolled towards the bushes nearby, pulling Fulong with them. But bang, bang, bang! A volley of bullets flew past the 3 people, and Fulong was unfortunately hit by several bullets. Without even a scream, he lost consciousness. Juga and Li Bai had no choice but to let go and fight back with their guns raised. Li Bai said to Juga, Boss, it seems that we really have to die here this time. Zhu Ji's face darkened, and he said viciously, Then kill them all. The 2 men were ready to die and started a gunfight with the Japanese. Boom! At this moment, a red figure appeared on the opposite mountain. That body that is over 1,000 meters tall looks like a god. Boom! Every time it takes a step, the ground shakes. Boom! The mountain under its feet seemed to be made of paper, and a large area could be crushed with 1 foot. Zhuge said in shock. Isn't this the monster that the headquarters has been searching for recently? How did it appear in Remo? Chapter 62 Obtaining a Second Extinct Animal. In the mohawk hairstyle on the red monster's head. No one would have thought that there was a person standing inside. On the man's shoulder, there was a small white creature the size of a palm standing. Yu Fan grabbed Xiaohong's hair, feeling the strong wind blowing around him, and couldn't help shouting. Xiaohong, their bullets can't hit us! Xiaohong let out a deafening shout. Roar! I don't know either. I see their guns have a range of only a few hundred meters. They shouldn't be able to hit us, right? Yu Fan's ears were buzzing. I was shocked by Xiaohong's roar just now. Yu Fan shouted speechlessly. Why are you yelling so loudly? Xiaohong roared again. Roar! I don't want to yell so loudly. I can't control my voice after I grow bigger. Yu Fan could no longer hear his own voice. There was a buzzing sound in my head, and the sound seemed to turn. It's like surround sound, rotating back and forth between the 2 ears and the top of the head. Yu Fan also yelled. Then shut up! Go save them directly, but don't let them see it! Xiaobai on Yu Fan's shoulder couldn't help but cover his ears. Yu Fan's voice was too loud. Xiaohong nodded and jumped towards Zhuge. Yu Fan wanted to see the battle situation on the ground, but at an altitude of more than 1,000 meters, all he could see was a vast expanse of white. I can't see anything else. He shook his head and stood quietly, waiting for Xiaohong's result. From the outside, it looked like the red monster appeared and started roaring wildly. Every roar sounded like thunder from the sky. The ears of the people on the ground began to buzz from these roars. Those who believed Yu Fan's words before were now looking in the direction of the volcano in shock. The aura of the red monster made them feel despair. Fortunately, they evacuated. If they were near the volcano now, they would probably be reduced to ashes if they stepped on it. The red monster jumped to the vicinity of the red pavilion, as if it did not see the humans on the ground. Instead, he prepared to jump into the distance again. Bang! One of the Japanese soldiers was so frightened that his gun went off accidentally. Ping! The bullet hit the red monster's foot, just like hitting a bulletproof steel plate, making a crisp sound. The red monster looked down and opened its bloody mouth in anger. Boom! It stepped directly towards the ground. The ground was shaking continuously, rumbling loudly, shaking people near the soles of their feet off the ground. Zhuge and Li Bai were also among them. The two were blown away 3 or 4 meters and fell into the grass not far away. Suddenly, a huge foot appeared between the 2 men and the Japanese. It's like a mountain suddenly appeared. I don't know how many people in the woods opposite were trampled to death by this foot. Zhuge got up from the ground and couldn't help spitting out blood. Li Bai was not much better than him, he also suffered internal injuries. The two looked at each other and ran madly in opposite directions. Now is the best time, it's fleeting. The monster didn't see them, but continued to step towards the Japanese devils. Boom! At this moment, a volcano erupted directly on the top of a distant mountain. Xiaohong saw the volcano and roared at it angrily. Roar! Then jumped towards the volcano. This time, Yu Fan was well prepared and blocked his ears early. To outsiders, it looked like the red monster was provoked by the volcanic eruption. So he jumped towards the volcano and stomped on the mountain madly. In a short while, all the mountains were trampled. The mountains to the east of the volcano turned directly into gullies in the shape of countless footprints. This is Yu Fan and Xiaohong's plan. The mountain was trampled into gullies, and the secret base was also destroyed. When the magma erupts from the volcano, it will flow down along Xiaohong's footprints. By then, not to mention the base, even the experimental subjects and animal blood will all be reduced to ashes under the magma. This kind of thing shouldn't exist in this world. Of course, Xiaohong also has to make sure that everyone inside is dead. After all, the experimental process and data reports are dead, but people are alive. If there was someone alive in the base who remembered the experimental procedures, all Yu Fan's operations would be in vain. However, after Red's indiscriminate trampling, not even Iron Man could have survived. Crash! The lava has begun to flow down the mountain. Wherever the magma passed, there was a crackling sound. The trees and weeds also started burning. In the secret base, Matsushita Kanaya was lucky enough not to be stepped on. He holds a laptop in his hands. The above document records the steps and data of all his experiments. As long as this information is sent out, his hard work can be preserved. However, the volcano has now erupted, and the communication equipment has been basically crushed to pieces by the red monster. This document has been sent, but only to 6. The main thing was that the red monster appeared so suddenly that Matsushita Jingu was completely unprepared. It is impossible to store data like this online. His laptop was just connected to the internet. Crackling. The magma is rolling in. It's too late. Matsushita Jingu angrily put his laptop aside, pointed at the red monster, and shouted, "Dear God, why do you want to hurt your people? We have served you for generations, you should help us." Matsushita Jingu knelt down and bowed reverently to the red monster. Then it was submerged in the magma. The last-minute data on the notebook, 9 cent. Seeing the ferocious red monster, people close to the volcano fled in the opposite direction. Yu Fan could feel a heat wave coming even when he was standing on top of Xiaohong. Yu Fan said to Xiaohong, "Xiaohong, watch the river bank. When the embankment is ready to melt the knife, put me on it." Just as Xiaohong was about to yell, Yu Fan stopped her. "Just nod." Xiaohong looked at the river bank helplessly. When the magma was about to flood the river bank, it sent Yu Fan to the bank. Yu Fan hurriedly took out the samurai sword and put it into the lava. Yu Fan kept jumping alternately with his feet. The temperature of the river bank now is enough to roast him. "Hurry up, hurry up!" Yu Fan kept shouting as he watched the samurai sword melt bit by bit. Yu Fan thought, it would be nice to have a divine beast with ice attributes now. That way I wouldn't feel so uncomfortable. Tick tick. The sweat on Yu Fan's body fell like raindrops. It evaporated before it even hit the riverbank. Just when Yu Fan thought he was about to be cooked, the samurai sword finally melted. "Walk!" Yu Fan shouted. Xiaohong hurriedly grabbed Yu Fan and put him on her head. With one step, she covered several kilometers. In just a few steps, she crossed to a river in the distance. Plop! The moment Xiaohong put Yu Fan down, Yu Fan couldn't wait to jump into the river. Comfortable! When Xiaobai saw Yu Fan's intoxicated look, she also turned into a girl. Curious, I walked to the river and wanted to get some water to wash my face. Change back! Yu Fan looked at Xiaobai and said, "Please change back quickly." Noob? Xiaobai turned back into a little palm-sized thing. Yu Fan breathed a sigh of relief. The surface of the body has been tortured to heat up enough. If the inside is hotter, the heat from both inside and outside will burn you into a fool. Congratulations on completing a 2-star mission. You will receive a 2-star animal, 2 million animal training funds, and a 200 square meter 2-star animal living park. Drawing for you. Chapter 63, Give an extra extinct animal. Congratulations on getting a Japanese wolf. Congratulations on receiving 2 million in animal training funds. Congratulations on winning the 200 square meter animal living park. Since you have the courage to challenge yourself and did not meet the minimum requirements set by the system will give you an extra chance to draw a lottery. Extracting. Congratulations on receiving a Hokkaido wolf, 2 million in animal training funds, and a 200 square meter animal living park. Hearing the system's rewards constantly coming into his mind, Yu Fan smiled in surprise. Previously in Santania, the system had given me an extra little lion king. But that's because the old lion king is a little weak and can't lead the lion group all the time. According to the system's minimum requirements, you must complete a 2-star task for every 3 1-star tasks. For every 3 2-star tasks you complete, you must do a 3-star task. Of course, you don't have to do it in this order. If you are lucky, you can complete the 5-star mission directly. Then you will be destroyed along with the system. Yu Fan asked the system, "If I challenge a 5-star mission now, can I get an extra 5-star animal?" The system said, Yes, that's the theory, but do you think life in the human world is boring? High emotional intelligence. Do you think life on Earth is boring? Low emotional intelligence. Do you want to die? Grass! Yufan couldn't help but scold. I'm your master, can't you encourage me? The system said. I encourage you, do you dare to go? Yufan? Separate. We must break up. Yufan said angrily. Get lost, I don't need you anymore, what a broken system. A Japanese wolf and a Hokkaido wolf appeared in front of Yufan. They are all extinct animals. Japanese wolves once multiplied in large numbers in the country of Rinki. They like to live in groups, with each group consisting of several or 20 individuals. They like to eat various herbivores such as deer and rabbits. Interestingly, they are only about 1 meter long, the smallest among wolves. Their legs are even shorter, only about 20 centimeters long. The tail is also short, but thicker. It can be said to be the corgi among wolves. Its hair is similar to that of other wolves, mainly yellow-gray, black and white. The Hokkaido wolf is similar in size to the common gray wolf, with a body length of 1 to 1.5 meters. The limbs are long and slender, and the animals walk on their toes, which is conducive to fast running. The head and palate are pointed, the face is long, the nose is prominent, the ears are pointed and upright, and the hearing is well developed. The coat color is usually gray or light gray. Like the Japanese wolf, it likes to live in groups and hunts similar prey. The two wolves, one tall and one short, stood side by side in front of Yufan and howled as they opened their mouths. Ouch! Oh! Yufan was still angry with the system. When he heard the two wolves howling, he directly hit the two wolves on the head. You guys are fucking idiots! The Hokkaido wolf was tall, so a slap would give it a firm grip, and its howl would only reach halfway. The Japanese wolf was short, and Yufan couldn't hit it in one go. Let it be called out in full. Seeing that Yufan was in a bad mood, the two wolves did not dare to move or bark again. Yufan sighed and said to the system again. I'll give you a chance to save me. The system said. Okay, I'll put these two wolves into the system first, and release them after you return. Yufan snorted coldly. Humph, you are smart! But there is still a generation gap between us. I am called two wolves, and you are called two wolves. The system ignored Yufan and took the two wolves back. Yufan quickly checked the system, and felt disappointed when he found that there was no change in the system. It seemed that he was angry with the system, but in fact he wanted to see if there was any space in the system. After all, for extinct animals and mythical beasts like these, the system directly takes them out. If there was space inside it, then I would have the chance to go in. No, I would put some things in it on a regular basis. Otherwise, I would have to carry a lot of things every time I go out, which is very troublesome. The 2-star mission was completed, and revenge had to be taken. Yufan's trip to Rima country ended successfully. Yufan asked Xiaohong and Xiaobai to give him blessings and ran towards the volcano. Now that the volcano has fully erupted, even if you are dozens of miles away, you can still see the thick black smoke in the sky. When Yufan returned to Kirishima Mountain, he tore his clothes, making himself look very embarrassed. Then he got some tree sap and painted his skin in various colors. Finally, it rolled twice in the mud before heading towards the hotel. When he came to the fork in the road, Yufan saw corpses all over the ground. Some people were even more miserable, and even their bodies could not be seen. Among the dead, Yufan saw a familiar face. It was Fu Long and his girlfriend. Yufan shook his head and sighed. Alas, if you don't listen to the old man, you will suffer the consequences. After saying that, Yufan left. Yufan had just walked a short distance when he saw two familiar figures. Zhuge and Li Bai. There were blood stains at the corners of their mouths, and they were limping towards the volcano. Yufan hurriedly ran to them and asked in shock. Two elder brothers who beat you up like this? Tell me, and I will avenge you. Zhuge breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that Yufan was still alive. You may not believe this, but we were accidentally injured by that red monster. Did you see it? Zhuge couldn't help but reach out and wanted to hold Yufan's arms. But when his hand was halfway raised, it went limp. He was not convinced and tried to lift it up again, but just when he got halfway up it went limp again. Yufan said speechlessly, Your hand is injured, so don't raise it. You don't raise it because you are injured. I can understand you. Otherwise, your lifting and then limp will easily make me think of other things. Shuga? Shuga couldn't help but complain. I suspect you are implying something, but I have no evidence. Yufan couldn't help but pat Shuga and said, Why would I? Shit! Yufan slapped Shuga lightly and knocked him to the ground. Shuga raised his head and said defensively, My legs are weak because of my injury, don't let your imagination run wild. Yufan's pocket suddenly vibrated. It was Xiaohong in the pocket, and she couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. Yufan patted his pocket and helped Shuga up. Yufan couldn't help but glared at Li Bai. You saw your boss fall down, and you didn't help him. Are you afraid that he will touch your porcelain? Li Bai also collapsed on the ground and cried out in injustice. It's good that I can stand for this long. If it wasn't for looking for you, we would. Ahem! Shuga interrupted Li Bai and said to Yufan. Since you are safe, we are relieved. Let's go back together. Yufan helped Shuga and Li Bai up. Supporting them, we walked all the way to the hotel. He naturally knew that these two people came back to find him. Honestly, it would be a lie to say I wasn't touched. But there's no need to be so mushy between men. If there is a chance in the future, just take advantage of them. There were many people on the road watching the volcanic eruption, and there were also cameramen from TV stations filming on the open road. So there are a lot of people along the way. As Yufan was walking, he suddenly heard a Chinese man in front of him shouting, Fuck, that hotel is on fire! Yufan took a look and thought, damn, isn't that his room? Chapter 64 The End of the 10 Orcs. Half an hour ago, in Yufan's room, Xiongda took out a cigarette and lit it for himself. Xiongda asked Xiong and Xiongxi, who were playing landlord at the same table, Would you like to have a round? A minute later, Xiong and Xiongxi said at the same time, One! By the time they lit their cigarettes, the big one had already burned out. Xiongda took out another one, lit it, and continued playing landlord. Xiong-san, Xiongwu, and Xionglu at the table saw this and lit up a cigarette as well. They were playing landlord while smoking. After finishing the cigarette, I thought it was the same as in the woods, so I just threw it on the ground. One cigarette may not be a big deal, but 7 cigarettes is a big deal. The first thing to catch fire was the carpet in the suite, followed by the curtains. After it had been burning for a full minute, Xiongda finally saw the flames and suddenly jumped up from his chair. He shouted to the 5 half-man, half-bear men, Brothers, there's a fire, put it out! He didn't need to shout, the 5 half-human, half-bear creatures had already seen it. If I shout, it might take them a minute to react. They put down their cards and went to the bathroom to get some water. But there was no basin or bucket in the bathroom, so they could only scoop water with their hands to put out the fire. At this time, Xionglu saw the wine cabinet in the suite. He simply opened the wine cabinet, took out the bottles inside, poured the wine on the ground, and went to the bathroom to get water. Except for Xiongda, who just entered the bathroom, the other 4 also followed Xionglu. Then the fire on the carpet got bigger. Xiongda walked out and found that the entire living room was on fire except for the floor. Various annoying shouts were also heard outside the room. He had no choice but to go back to the bathroom and pull up the sink. Then use the sink to collect water. However, the fire could no longer be stopped at this time, and they were all trapped inside. If he were a normal person, he would still have time to jump out of the window, because their bodies were just burning. But they reacted 1 minute late. A minute later, Xionglu looked at the 5 half-human, half-bear creatures and said, It's over! We're on fire! At the same time, Xiongda also shouted, If I jump out of the window now, maybe. Before he finished speaking, his cloudy eyes suddenly became clear. The burning pain in his body drove away his animal nature. The real him came back at this moment. My name is Mauri Sawano, and I'm a homeless person. That day, a middle-aged man driving a luxury car found me and asked me if I wanted to eat. I was very hungry, so I said yes. Then I got in his car and followed him to Kurashima Mountain, and then I was locked in a cage. Xiong-er's eyes became clear, and he murmured, I'm Maeda Tsuru, and I'm a teacher. That day, I took my students to a summer camp, and was then forcibly taken away by a group of people. They injected me with a drug and a lot of sticky blood. Xiong-san also said. I am Tokugawa Jiho. My mother is ill and urgently needs more than 1.6 million yen. My family has no money, so I came here with someone from a charity organization. They knocked me out, and when I woke up, I was covered in hair. I felt my will was gradually disappearing. Xiong-si, Xiong-woo, and Xiong-lu also spoke about their experiences. They were all brought to Kirishima Mountain by trickery or force. The 6 people just stood in the fire, watching the bare hair on their bodies burn to ashes. Maori Sawana looked at the 5 strangers and asked, If you run away now, you may become disabled, but at least you can save your life. Maeda Tsuru showed a miserable smile on his face. If we escape now, I'm afraid we will become the half-human, half-ghost appearance we were just now, right? Tokugawa Jinho sighed. I can already feel that the beastly nature is about to return. The 6 people looked at each other and took the initiative to walk towards the flames. They felt burning pain all over their bodies, and their insides felt like they were being cut into pieces by 1,000 knives. But they all had smiles on their faces. They fell down laughing and left laughing. Smile and feel relieved. When Yufan arrived downstairs at the hotel, the floor where his room was located was on fire. There were also fire trucks parked in front of the hotel, and countless firefighters ran towards the hotel. People kept running out of the hotel wailing. Xiaohong poked Yufan gently in her pocket. After Yufan felt it, he said to Zhuge, 2 brothers, I have to go to the toilet first. Zhuge and Li Bai had no doubts and supported each other as they stood next to an electric pole. Yufan came to an empty corner and took Xiaohong out of his pocket. Xiaohong sighed and said sadly, Gugu. I can feel that the 6 of them have been burned to death. Yufan suddenly became quiet. He didn't know what emotion he was feeling right now. After shaking his head, he asked Xiaohong, Do you know the details? Xiaohong looked in the direction of the hotel and said, Gugu. From the breath they exuded, it seemed that they were willing to be burned to death. Yufan nodded. Perhaps this was the way they chose to find relief. Yufan looked in the direction of the scrap wood factory and said, Let's go see how they are doing. There are 4 half-human, half-dog creatures in the abandoned lumber mill. With the help of Xiaohong and Xiaobai, Yufan quickly arrived at the sawmill. What I saw were also 4 corpses. They looked at the river not far from the sawmill with looks of horror on their faces. Seeing how they died, Xiaohong sighed and said, Gugu. It's rabies. Rabies, also known as hydrophobia. It is an acute infectious disease caused by rabies virus. It is a zoonosis and is mostly found in carnivorous animals such as dogs, wolves, and cats. Most people are infected by being bitten by sick animals. The clinical manifestations include unique fear of water, fear of wind, pharyngeal muscle spasm, progressive paralysis, etc. If a person gets rabies, the mortality rate is as high as 100%. It turned out that the secret base not only failed to solve the beastly nature of the orcs, but also infected the orcs with the virus it carried. Seeing such a result, Yufan actually felt relieved. Originally, he didn't know how to deal with these 10 orcs. This result may be the best for them. Yufan returned to Zhuji's side and supported Zhuge and Li Bai as they walked towards the street. They took a taxi and headed towards the airport. Things here are over and they are about to return home. The next night, Zhuge and Li Bai returned to the headquarters to report. Yufan has also returned to Panlong Mountain. After releasing the Japanese wolf and the Hokkaido wolf, Yufan let them live in the same park. Yufan let the red-crowned cranes live in another 200 square meter park. Even so, these zoo areas are still crowded. Yufan had no choice but to let them allocate themselves. Except for the 4-star and 5-star parks, they could go wherever they wanted. After hearing this, Honglian couldn't help but ask, Huh! My Samsung campus also needs to be occupied by them? Then where will Ale and I live? Will we have any privacy at all? Why can't Xiaohong and Xiaobai's campus be given up as well? Chapter 65, Summer Heat Relief Artifact, Milk Popsicle. As soon as Honglian opened his mouth, he asked 4 fatal questions. Yufan ignored him and continued to arrange accommodation for the animals. Honglian was not convinced and took the initiative to walk in front of Yufan and asked, Huh! Master, I want to ask you, where do we live? Yu Fan pointed to the entrance of the villa, where there was a pond. Yu Fan said to Hong Lian, "That pond is nice. You and a look can live in it from now on." Hong Lian's face turned even redder. It was held back. He was 2 meters tall, with white fur and muscles all over his body. It hugged Yu Fan's arm and swayed it left and right. Ga. Master, I was wrong. Please don't treat Xiao Honglian like this, okay? Okay? Yu Fan? Hearing Honglian's coquettish voice, Yu Fan almost vomited. Yu Fan pressed his face with one hand. He forced himself to resist the urge to hit Honglian. Okay, if you and Elle don't want to live in our building, you can move to Xiaobai's campus. Xiaohong's living complex is 5-star and is built according to the highest standards of villas in the world. Yu Fan, Xiaohong and Xiaobai usually live here. Only Honglian has been living in its Samsung campus. Xiaobai's is a 4-star park, and the buildings inside are townhouses. Yu Fan's original plan was to have the zoo's employees live there after it opened. But in the future, Ale will be an unpaid employee of the zoo, so there is nothing wrong with him living there. Honglian giggled twice and went to its Samsung campus to move things. Ale is still training there now. Thinking of Ale, Honglian's expression became solemn. During the days when Yu Fan was away, Honglian and Ale had serious differences in their views on fighting. Tomorrow, Honglian will ask Yu Fan to talk about Ale and make her change her perspective on fighting. After sending Honglian away, Yu Fan entered the villa. Xiaobai has turned into a human form, and she turned on the air conditioner directly. It is the hottest time of the year now, and furry animals like her cannot stand the high temperature. So, generally speaking, cats and dogs are lazy on hot days. Don't move if you can. Seeing Yu Fan coming in, Xiaobai immediately asked Yu Fan for help. Xiaobai said softly, "Master, I feel like I'm about to melt. My body feels like a furnace. Do you have any way to cool me down?" Yu Fan said as a matter of course, "There must be a way. Who am I, your master?" When Xiaobai heard this, a look of surprise immediately appeared on his face, and he jumped more than 1 meter high with excitement. If she wasn't afraid of hitting her head, she would probably jump more than 10 meters high. Xiaobai suddenly threw herself on Yu Fan and said coquettishly, "Tell me what the method is." Xiaohong is also a little hot, but it is not as exaggerated as Xiaobai. It suddenly remembered what Yu Fan had said to it at the Rima Hotel, so it said, "Gugu. Relieve heat." Yu Fan? Xiaobai took it seriously. He looked at Yu Fan with a pair of clear eyes and asked, "Master, how do I release it?" Xiaohong laughed and said, "Bu." Yu Fan kicked Xiaohong. Xiaohong dodged immediately. "Hey, I can't hit it." But he didn't get along with Yu Fan either. Seeing that Xiaohong was silent, Yu Fan patiently said to Xiaobai, "The most effective way is, of course, to eat ice cream, but unfortunately we don't have any at home now." "Ah?" Xiaobai tilted his head with a pursed mouth. Her mouth was closed into a slanted straight line, with a nice bend on the left side. Yu Fan put her down and couldn't help but scratch her nose. "Not now, but I can make it. Ice cream and popsicles are similar, but popsicles are even better at cooling down than ice cream. Making popsicles is actually very simple, and you can even use plain water to make them." Yu Fan took out a box of milk from the refrigerator, mixed it with a small amount of water, and poured in a little white sugar. The materials are ready, but there is no container. Yu Fan had no choice but to find a piece of cardboard, wrap it with plastic wrap, roll it into a circle, and seal the bottom with plastic wrap again. Yu Fan poured the processed milk into the cylinder, and the prototype of the popsicle was ready. Xiaobai followed suit and also made a cylinder. After putting the 2 cylinders into the freezer of the refrigerator, they came to the living room. Xiaobai asked anxiously, "Master, can popsicles really help relieve the heat?" Yu Fan turned on the TV and said, "Don't worry, your master has never been unreliable." Half an hour later, Yu Fan glanced at the time and said to Xiaobai, "It's almost time." Xiaobai's eyes lit up. He ran straight into the kitchen and opened the refrigerator impatiently. 2 cylinders stand upright in the freezer. Xiaobai first took out the popsicle he made. The bottom of this popsicle was not sealed properly and half of it leaked out. Xiaobai tore the paper shell and a short and small white popsicle appeared in her hand. She put the popsicles into the box in the freezer and picked up the one Yufan made. When she tore the paper shell open, it turned into a big, round, neat, and perfect popsicle. White mist came out of the popsicle, and a hint of coolness penetrated into Xiaobai's skin. Xiaobai held the popsicle, looked at Yufan in confusion, and asked, "Master, why is yours so long? It must be more than 20 centimeters, right? And it's so round, hard inside but a little soft outside. It feels so comfortable in my hand." This is the most perfect popsicle. Yufan used to make it when he had no money. Over time, you will gain experience. Yufan smiled and said, "Of course, when has the master ever lied to you?" Xiaobai looked at Yufan and asked, "That's amazing! Can I lick it?" Yufan laughed and said, "Of course, this is a special reward I give you tonight. Lick the top first, the top tastes the best." Xiaobai nodded and licked the popsicle. There were some fuzzy barbs on Xiaobai's tongue, and she licked off a large piece of ice directly. A sweet, milky aroma spread in her mouth, making her feel very comfortable. The cool feeling of the smoothie melting in her mouth instantly flowed through her body. She couldn't help but take a bite and continued to enjoy the coolness of the popsicle. However, she took too much bite and the melted water from the popsicle filled her mouth. Xiaohong was watching TV in the living room. But after hearing the fierce conversation between the tigers and wolves in the kitchen, he couldn't help but walk towards the kitchen. As soon as I walked in, I saw Yufan standing at the refrigerator door with a smile on his face. Xiaobai squatted on the ground, covering his mouth with one hand, with an embarrassed yet comfortable expression on his face. Then, Xiaobai rolled his throat and swallowed something. Xiaobai took his hand away from his mouth, and there were still white marks at the corners of his mouth. "Xiaohong?" Xiaohong originally wanted to eat some popsicles, but now she doesn't want to. Xiaohong awkwardly left the kitchen and pretended she had never been there. Neither Xiaobai nor Yufan saw Xiaohong. After Xiaobai swallowed the smoothie, he excitedly said to Yufan, "It's delicious, I want another bite." Snap! Hearing this, Xiaohong rolled off the sofa. Chapter 66. I think I can now fight a Siberian tiger alone. In summer, the grass and trees are lush, and the leaves are shiny. At the entrance of Yufan's villa, there are several elm trees with lush branches and leaves, providing a thick green shade for the villa. On the grass in front of the villa, wild flowers of various colors are in full bloom, red, yellow, pink and blue, like bright stars displaying on the green carpet. At around 8 o'clock in the morning, Yufan walked out of the house. Together with Xiaohong, we walked towards the zoo. After completing several tasks in a row, Yufan felt very tired. He wants to have a good rest at home these days. Therefore, starting from today, Yufan will go with Xiaohong to train the tigers and lions in the zoo. Now 2/3 of the stone road in Panlong Mountain has been built. In another 10 days or half a month, it will probably be repaired to my doorstep. Therefore, it is imperative to let these wild animals learn some talents. After all, there are zoos all over the country with a wide variety of animals, and they all look the same. In terms of numbers, Yufan was at a complete disadvantage. Yufan's only advantage here is that he has 3 more extinct animals. But there were only 3 of them. To attract more people to play, other features are needed. Only by allowing tourists to see the cuteness and gentle side of animals as much as possible can everyone be motivated to protect animals. Not long after Yufan and Xiaohong went out, Xiaobai also went out with a popsicle. She wanted to teach the pandas some talents. Yufan and Xiaohong came to the first park, the Siberian Tiger Park. This was the first batch of wild animals that Yufan brought to Panlong Mountain, a total of 18 Siberian tigers. Usually, they rest in this garden of only 100 square meters. In their spare time, they would wander around the woods in the mountains. Anyway, Yufan hasn't blocked off the park yet, so they are free to come and go. Of course, Yufan forbade them to fight, because other wild animals could not withstand the beating of tigers and lions. So everyone is very harmonious. When the Tiger King saw Yufan, he ran to him excitedly, and put his golden head with black stripes closer. Yufan smiled, reached out his hand, and stroked its head a few times. In front of others, the Siberian tiger is a man-eating beast, but in front of Yufan, it is a northeast golden tabby. The Tiger King rubbed Yufan's hand contentedly and asked, "Roar? Master, are you back?" The Tiger King's voice is very strong and loud, and when it roars, it can even reach 2,000 meters away. Make those who hear it feel as if all the cells in their body are vibrating. Yufan was used to this kind of voice, so he said, "Yes, I plan to stay with you for a few more days this time." There was actually a hint of a smile on the Tiger King's lips. It shouted behind it, "Roar! Everyone come and pay your respects to the master." 17 Siberian tigers ran towards Yufan. The surging momentum of the waves looks quite spectacular. If someone else was standing here, they would probably be scared to death by now. Yufan noticed that among the 17 tigers, there was one that was slightly smaller. It was originally running at the end, but after squeezing its body flexibly among the tigers twice, it actually rushed to the front. When they were still more than 10 meters away from Yufan, Yufan hurriedly shouted, slow down, it's almost there." Yufan was really afraid that they would crowd him too hard and trample him to death. 17 tigers ran to Yufan and sat in a row, looking at him with their tiger faces. Yufan also said to them, "I came here today because I felt that your previous lives were too boring, so I thought of a way to make your lives more fulfilling. That's a boxing match. Xiao Hong's way of teaching you earlier was wrong, which caused some of you tigers to get hurt. This is Xiao Hong's fault, and I will punish him too. Originally I wanted to use it to repair the road, but because I had something else to do, I took it away for a few days. From now on, it will go back to carrying stones to repair the road, and I will stay here to teach you boxing." When Xiao Hong heard this, her face was full of unhappiness. However, if it did something wrong, it had to accept the punishment, so it had no choice but to turn into a person with red hair. Before leaving, Xiao Hong gave Yufan strength and endurance. Yufan thought for a moment and said to Xiao Hong, "Let's retreat. I feel like I don't have your blessing now. My strength and endurance are far beyond that of an ordinary person. I think I can fight a Siberian tiger alone now." Xiao Hong looked at Yufan in astonishment. Seeing Yufan's confident expression, he withdrew his strength and endurance. Xiao Hong said to the Tiger King, "When sparring with the master, you can only use 1/20th of your ability. Do you understand?" The Tiger King nodded seriously and expressed the same idea to the tiger group. Yufan looked at Xiao Hong and said, "Haha, you have no confidence in your master? Go move your bricks." Xiao Hong glared at the Siberian Tiger King, then turned and left. Yufan said to the Tiger King, "Don't worry about him, let's start teaching." Yufan asked the 18 Siberian tigers to stand in a circle, and he stood in the middle of the circle. Yufan pointed at Tiger King and said, "Come up here, I'll explain boxing to you." The Siberian tiger walked in front of Yufan obediently. Yufan said to the Siberian tigers, "For our boxing, we don't need a real duel, but we need to stop when the time is right. When the time comes, I will customize a set of combat uniforms for you and assign scoring points to the uniforms. When you're boxing, as long as you touch these scoring spots, you can score points. But if you hit a vital part like the head or waist, not only will you not get any points, you will also be disqualified from the competition. Do you understand?" 18 Siberian tigers roared at Yufan in unison. "Roar!" "Got it." Yufan smiled and nodded to them. "Very good, then I will demonstrate it with Tiger King now." Yufan and the Tiger King stood facing each other. Yufan's feet began to bounce on the ground and he shook his head left and right, as if he was dodging. Yufan explained, "Boxing is a scoring system, so sometimes attacking is not the first priority. Once the game starts, you have to focus and give your opponent your full attention. Once he starts attacking, you have to be careful to dodge. Then take the opportunity to touch the scoring point on him." The 17 sitting Siberian tigers stared at Yufan intently, and every tiger listened very attentively. Yufan is very satisfied with their learning attitude. Yufan said to the Tiger King, "Now give me a tiger claw from the front, don't hold back, see if you can hit me." Yufan was very confident that no matter how fast the Tiger King was, he could dodge it with his reaction. The Tiger King was startled and shook his head like a rattle. The Tiger King said cautiously, "Roar!" "Master, I, the Tiger King, am not kidding. In the northeast, no animal can rival me. Even the bears in the north run away when they see me. Yufan said speechlessly. I'm not asking you to slap me to death, I just want you to touch my shoulder as quickly as possible. You don't even need to give me time to prepare. I'll dodge for you to see. The Tiger King suddenly realized. Then I will use 20%. Bang! Before the Tiger King could finish his words, he launched a surprise attack and hit Yufan on the shoulder with his tiger claw. Yufan just felt like he was hit by a huge truck. The whole person flew up more than 1 meter. Bang! Yufan flew directly to the grass nearby and rolled more than 10 times before stopping. Chapter 67, Extra Dinner Tonight. The sky is blue, the sun is golden, and the grass is green. Yufan's mood was gray. The Siberian tiger had no moral principles and would use its claws to attack in the middle of a roar. Yufan was careless and did not dodge. However, given the speed of the Siberian tiger's claws, even if Yufan concentrated all his attention, he would not be able to dodge it. This is the Siberian tiger, is this the king of beasts? If Yufan remembered correctly, this was still 1/20th of the power of a Siberian tiger. If it attacks with all its strength, will I be killed immediately? Yufan climbed up from the grass with difficulty. The Siberian Tiger King looked anxious and terrified at Yufan and said, Roar! You said I didn't need to give you time to react, so I attacked you by surprise. Otherwise, I definitely wouldn't have done that. Yufan smiled, patted the Tiger King's head, and said with a smile, Haha, is your master such a stingy person? I am just giving you an analogy and showing you an example of failure. If I were really prepared, do you think you could still hit me? Did you see that? The Tiger King's move just now was able to score points. Next time you confront each other, you should act like the Tiger King did, not like the example I gave you. The Siberian tigers nodded to show that they understood. The Siberian Tiger King also nodded and asked Yufan with interest. Roar? Master, how about we face off again? Yufan pretended not to hear and continued to speak to the Siberian tigers who were gathered in a circle. You must remember that injuring the tiger is not the way to score points. Touching the scoring point is the most important thing. The Siberian Tiger King stretched out his big and strong claws and interrupted Yufan's words. The Tiger King looked at Yufan and said, Roar! Master, they have understood the theory. Let's continue to demonstrate it to them. Yufan glared at the Tiger King fiercely. Bang! Yufan slapped the Tiger King's claws away, looked at the Tiger King and scolded. Do you think your master is as idle as you? After explaining to you, I still have to go to the next door to explain to the African lions, and later I have to go to see the giant pandas and red-crowned cranes. How can I have so much time to demonstrate to you? You need to digest knowledge by yourself, not just watch others demonstrate it, understand? If I demonstrate this to you every day, will this zoo still be open? If the zoo is not open, how can there be tourists? Without tourists, how can there be money to buy food for you? At this point, Yufan curiously asked the Tiger King, What kind of food have you been eating recently? The Siberian Tiger King laughed and said, Roar! Every meal is made of top-quality beef, and we eat our fill every time. Master, you see, I have grown a lot stronger since I came to your place. Yufan looked at the Tiger King's body and found that it was indeed a circle larger than when he first arrived. Then he looked at the other Siberian tigers, each of them had a greasy face. Apparently there is meat at every meal now, and everyone is enjoying the meal. Yufan smiled. Great, as long as you enjoy your meal and have fun, I'll be happy. But nowadays, we all need a balanced diet. You guys eat beef every meal, and I'm worried that you're overdosing on the nutrition. Confucius said, If it is empty, it will fall. If it is moderate, it will be upright. If it is full, it will overturn. So I decided to let you eat vegetarian food for a day to balance out your nutrition. Siberian Tiger King? Tiger King is full of question marks. We were just chatting happily. Why are you suddenly asking us to eat vegetarian food? Have you ever seen a tiger eating vegetarian food? The Tiger King asked in confusion. Roar? Master, did you make us eat vegetarian food to avenge me because I attacked you just now? Yufan glared at the Tiger King fiercely and cursed. Is your master such a stingy person in your eyes? If I were so stingy, when you chased me so fiercely in Changbai Mountain, would I have brought you back to Pamong Mountain and let you eat beef every meal? The Tiger King thought about it, and realized that this was the truth. No problem. Yufan touched the Siberian tiger's head and said earnestly, "This is what the ancient Confucius said. It doesn't mean the master really wants to treat you like this. Okay, you guys should try some different delicacies. Aren't those pandas over there enjoying their meals? That's it, I'm off to the African Lion Park." After Yufan finished speaking, he left the Siberian Tiger Park. Walking out of the Tiger Park, Yufan rolled his eyes proudly and touched the shoulder that was patted by the Siberian tiger. Damn, it still hurts now. Still want to eat beef? Give me grass. Looking at Yufan's receding back, the Tiger King cursed angrily. Roar! Damn Confucius, what the hell is he talking about? If I see him, I will slap him to death. The other Siberian tigers also joined in the roar. In the African Lion Park next door, the old Lion King looked in the direction of the Tiger Park and said, "Aou? What are these stupid tigers doing? They are howling like ghosts and wolves. If the owner didn't stop us from fighting, I would have beaten them to death." A lioness stood up from the grass and slapped the old Lion King on the butt with one paw. The lioness said, "Aou! Stop bragging here and go back to teach your kids hunting skills." The old Lion King shrank his neck in fear. Everyone says tigresses are scary, but isn't this lioness much scarier than a tigress? But it would never dare to say this. Just as the old Lion King was about to turn around, he saw Yufan. It shouted in surprise, "Aou! Master, you finally came to see us." The old Lion King ran to Yufan, lay on the ground, and licked Yufan's pants. Yufan was startled. "What bad habits you have! You have to control the height and don't lick randomly." Yufan stopped the old Lion King and said to it, "Call all your tribes here. I will teach them some fighting skills." The old Lion King roared at the lioness, and the lioness obediently went to call the lion group. The old Lion King showed off to Yufan. "Aou! Master, look at how well I have trained my wife. I tell her to go east, but she doesn't dare to go west." Yufan gave a thumbs up in admiration. "Awesome!" The old Lion King shook his head proudly, his self-esteem satisfied. There are only 9 lions in the pride. It is half the size of the Siberian tiger. But on this 100 square meter grassland, it is still quite crowded. Yufan repeated the boxing techniques he had taught in the Siberian Tiger Park. After listening to this, the old Lion King asked Yufan, "Aou? Master, how about we demonstrate it to them?" Yufan decisively refused. "No need. The master is going to talk to the quagga, Japanese wolf, and Hokkaido wolf about merging their parks so that you and the Siberian tiger can live together. That way, you'll have more room to move around. It's not that the master won't play with you, but the master wants to give you the best life and let you feel more warmth." The old Lion King was so moved that tears welled up in his eyes. The old Lion King hugged Yufan's thighs and said with tears of gratitude, "Aou! Master, you are so kind to us." The other lions also lay on the ground to express their gratitude to Yufan. Yufan laughed and said, "Ha ha, since you are so sensible, I will give you an extra meal tonight. I will give you twice the amount of beef, so that everyone can enjoy their meal." Chapter 68. If this is the case, wouldn't our zoo be a bit unethical? Yufan gave the beef confiscated from the Siberian tiger to the African lion. The Siberian tiger went to curse Confucius, so Yufan didn't suffer any loss. The African lions are so moved that they should have no problem doing something slightly excessive in the future. In ancient times, when a store opened, a pair of stone lions would be erected at the door. Yufan didn't want to spend that money to carve a stone lion. At that time, we would get 2 larger lions and paint their bodies the color of stone. It should be okay to let them sit at the door for a day. At that time, we will find an excuse to steal some beef from the Siberian tigers and feed it to them. Hey, Yufan said to the African lions. All right, take your time practicing. I'll go check on the pandas first." Yufan left the African Lion Park under the grateful gaze of a group of lions. After Yufan left, the old Lion King shouted to the lions, "Aou! Master is so good to us, we should all repay him. Everyone, listen to my command and start training immediately." The other lions began to look for people to train. Only the lioness looked at the old Lion King motionlessly. The old Lion King dodged a glance, then shyly walked up to the lioness and whispered, "AOU. I will kneel again when I get home at night, to give my master some face first." After listening to this, the lioness nodded with satisfaction and said to the old Lion King with her mouth bared, "AOU. Okay, then I'll practice with you first." Yufan walked a short distance before he heard the old Lion King's screams. Yufan smiled and shook his head. "This old Lion King trains really hard." Yufan came to the panda park and saw 6 chubby pandas rolling on the ground. Xiaobai also turned into a white cat the size of a palm. It also curled up and rolled on the ground. Yufan? Yufan was stunned by Xiaobai's operation. When she saw Yufan coming, Xiaobai turned into a two-dimensional girl. She put on her clothes quickly, leaving nothing exposed. She looked at Yufan excitedly and said, "Master, you finished your training so quickly? Didn't you practice with the Tiger King and the Lion King?" Yufan's expression changed slightly, but he quickly returned to normal. Yufan pointed at the pandas rolling on the ground and asked, "Didn't I ask you to train them to play landlord or something? Why did you teach them to roll around? What's so good about rolling around?" Xiaobai couldn't help but laugh and said, "Master, it's not that simple." Xiaobai ran towards a flat ground. There is a strip of grass 1 meter wide and 10 meters long. This should be the grass that Xiaobai dug from the zebra next door. Xiaobai took out 10 Coke bottles with the value of 2 from a bag and arranged them in the order of 1234. Yufan understood. This is going to bowl. Xiaobai waved at Yufan. "Master, come and throw me and try." Yufan walked in front of Xiaobai, and Xiaobai immediately turned into a white little. Xiaobai curled up into a ball, round and about the size of a bowling ball. Xiaobai called out, "Meow! Master, please try." Yufan picked up Xiaobai and rolled directly towards the 10 bottles opposite. Xiaobai rolled quickly. Yufan sighed, because he knew he had thrown it wrong the moment he threw it. Following this trend, I would only be able to knock down 1 or 2 bottles at most. But as Xiaobai rolled, he actually rolled straight. Bang! 10 Coke bottles fell down. Xiaobai transformed again and became a human. She stood in front of Yufan, clapped her hands and praised. "Master is really amazing." Yufan smiled and said, "Don't make a fuss. I know you are the one controlling the direction." Xiaobai made a heart shape to Yufan, and then proudly made 2 scissors hands gestures. "Looks absolutely lovely," Xiaobai said. "That's right. I plan to train the 6 of them to be able to control how many bottles they knock down like me. When our zoo opens, we can let those tourists come to the competition. The 6 people who pay the most money can participate in the competition. Let them push our panda. Whoever knocks down the most bottles will win the grand prize. Of course, we can arrange for Xiaohong to be his assistant and let him participate in the competition. When the pandas roll, let the panda that Xiaohong pushes knock down the most bottles. This way, we don't even have to give out the grand prize. Master, what do you think? Can this method make money?" Yufan couldn't help but burst out laughing. Pandas are the most popular animals among people all over the world. There may not even be one. The dream of countless people is to pet a chubby panda one day. If they knew they had the opportunity to play games with the pandas and even roll them like bowling balls. Those rich people absolutely can't resist and are willing to do it no matter how much money they spend. Ha ha! Great idea! Come and give your master a hug! Xiaobai excitedly threw himself into Yufan's arms, and couldn't help but nod his head against Yufan's chest. The 2 furry ears kept rubbing against Yufan's neck. That feeling, woohoo, takes off. After being affectionate with each other, Yufan looked at the 6 giant pandas. Yufan said to the Panda King, "Can you control the direction of your rolling now?" The Panda King said, I'm almost there, almost at the level of sister." Yufan waved at the Panda King and said, "Come on, let's try." The Panda King curled up into a ball and sat at the starting point. Yufan placed his hands on the panda's 2 big ears and gently pushed them forward. Gurgle. The giant panda rolled towards the 10 Coke bottles opposite. This time Yufan's prediction was accurate, so the panda only needed to make slight adjustments to the direction. Bang! The Panda King knocked over 10 Coke bottles. Then, it crawled towards Yufan. The panda asked proudly. Master, I was the one who rolled off the track this time, but the force and aim of your push were just right. Before I could even adjust myself, you knocked me down. Yufan couldn't help but hug the Panda King. That fluffy, round body is actually very comfortable to hug. Yufan couldn't help but hug 5 more giant pandas. Yufan smiled and said, add more food, you guys get more food today too. Yufan brought Xiaobai to the red-crowned crane park. There were too many red-crowned cranes, so Yufan let some of them fly back to Yanqing. After all, this is also one of Yanqing's tourist resources. Of course, the main reason is that there is no room left here. Yufan said to Xiaobai and the red-crowned crane king. After the zoo opens, we red-crowned cranes can do a live show based on gender, and the name is Red-Crowned Crane Creation Camp. We let the red-crowned cranes participate in the talent show. After several rounds of competition, we will select the strongest 9 male cranes and 9 female cranes to form the male and female red-crowned crane teams. Xiaobai said in surprise. Wow, if that's the case, the ratings will definitely be very high. The red-crowned crane king also agreed. Hiccup. It also allows people to distinguish our red-crowned cranes. I feel like now humans look at our red-crowned cranes and think that every one of them is exactly the same. Yufan smiled and said, that's right. Not to mention you guys, many Chinese people also think all black people look the same. Xiaobai asked with some concern. This is indeed great, but will it make people think that our zoo is not serious? Yufan laughed and said, who would watch this seriously? Chapter 69 Honglian and Ale's Fighting Philosophy. Is it nice to have a zoo that follows the rules? Nice. What about the improper zoo? That would look better. Not to mention Yufan, even tourists would make the choice easily. If there are 2 zoos like this in front of you, you will definitely want to go and see the improper one. In fact, it's not improper, it's just that Yufan gave these animals a skill. With this skill, ordinary animals don't look so ordinary anymore. Rather, it's like it has become a spirit. People nowadays like to watch this kind of thing. Yufan and Xiaobai came to the 2-star zoo again. Today, there are 3 2-star zoo areas of 200 square meters each on Panlong Mountain. But there are only 3 animals, and they are extinct. The quagga lives on the African grasslands, in the same environment as the African lion. Therefore, Yufan plans to merge the quagga's 2-star zoo area into the African lion's zoo area. In this way, everyone will have to live in a wider space. Just keep the African lions away from the quagga. Yufan found the zebra and told it his idea. The zebra said to Yufan, woof! I have no problem. Whatever the master says is fine. As long as they don't hurt me, that's fine. This was the first time Yufan heard a zebra bray. His barking sounded somewhat like a dog's barking. Yufan looked at the quagga and said, since you think it's okay, I'll let the system merge it for me. The quagga nodded. It had no companions and lived here alone, so it felt very lonely. When Yufan saw the zebra's expression, he remembered what the system had said to him before. Yufan looked at the zebra and said, don't have any other ideas. I promise to find you a wife within a year. The quagga had just taken a bite of grass. After hearing Yufan's words, I was so scared that my legs went limp. Yufan was stunned for a moment, and asked in confusion. Fuck, you don't have kidney deficiency and don't have the ability to pass on the family line, right? The quagga shook his head hastily and said to Yufan excitedly. Woof! No, master, I am just too excited. I am very capable, you don't have to worry at all. Otherwise, please find me a female zebra and I will show you how to do it. A female zebra is definitely out of the question. Yufan said to the zebra. Forget about the female zebra. I believe you. I will continue to fight to meet your requirements. You must take good care of your health. I will keep my word. Yufan came to the territory of the Japanese wolves and the Hokkaido wolves again. The area they live in is similar to the woodland where the Siberian tiger lives. Yufan merged their 2 parks into the Siberian Tiger Park. In this way, it is much more comfortable for 18 Siberian tigers and 2 wolves to live together in the 500 square meter zoo area. After dealing with all the animal issues, Yufan and Xiaobai came to Honglian's Samsung Park. Before he reached her, he heard Honglian's angry shout. Gah! Battles should be vigorous and exciting. When facing the enemy, you need to crush their confidence head-on and defeat them head-on. Our Locke has been learning Chinese recently. No one knew why, but after she kowtowed to Honglian and became his disciple, she could actually understand what Honglian said. However, she could only understand Honglian's words. Aula said unconvincedly, "Why must we fight head-on? Wouldn't it be possible for me to succeed if I hide in the dark and attack by surprise?" Honglian yelled angrily, "Gah! No, that's a crooked way, not worthy of being on the table. I won't allow you to do that. Even the master won't agree to you doing that." Aula snorted. "Uncle Yu is not as rigid as you. If you ask Uncle Yu, he might even poison you first." "You Fan? Do I look like that kind of person?" "Ahem." Yu Fan coughed twice deliberately. When Honglian and Ayla saw Yu Fan, they immediately quieted down. Yu Fan walked up to Aula and said to him speechlessly, "Am I the kind of person who can only win by poisoning and sneak attacks in your mind?" When Honglian heard Yu Fan's words, she immediately said proudly, "Ga! See? The master doesn't support sneak attacks either." Yu Fan shook his head and said to Honglian and Ayla, "In fact, your disagreement is a disagreement in combat philosophy. This is actually not necessary, because it is related to people's personality. Just like eating ice cream, some people like to lick it, some like to suck it, and some like to bite it. But no matter how much he eats, he will eventually eat all the ice cream and get rid of the heat. So Honglian, you don't have to force Ale to accept your philosophy. You just need to teach her how to fight. No matter what method Allah uses to learn your skills, as long as she can learn them and innovate based on her own understanding, then it is her own skill. Otherwise, you're asking Allah to jump 100 meters like you and fight with all the hassle. That's unrealistic." Honglian scratched his head. It didn't understand. "So I can understand." Yu Fan saw its expression and gave another example. "It's like a dog can eat shit, and you eat bananas, but the dog won't let you eat bananas and forces you to eat shit. Are you willing?" Honglian was stunned and asked in confusion, "Huh? This has nothing to do with me teaching Kung Fu, right?" Yu Fan laughed and said, "How can there be no connection? You teach her Kung Fu just like a dog teaches you how to eat. It's just a skill. It teaches you how to eat. As for whether you want to eat bananas or shit, it still depends on your wishes. Do you understand?" Honglian nodded, not quite understanding. "Ga! I think I understand a little bit, but I don't know why. I feel a little nauseous." In the end, after Yu Fan's reasonable explanation, Honglian accepted Ale's fighting philosophy. Then, the master and the apprentice started to move their things. They wanted to give up the 3-star park and move to the 4-star park. Samsung Park, where Yu Fan was going to organize a live broadcast for the boy and girl group for the Red Crowned Crane. Yu Fan had seen the Red Crowned Cranes singing and dancing. They sing very beautifully and dance very gracefully. It would be humanity's loss if they were not shown to humans. After finishing all the matters in the zoo, Yu Fan returned to the villa. This time, Yu Fan rested for 3 full days. 3 days later, Xiaoheng also came back. During these 3 days, the village chief Shizifu called Yu Fan. It is said that there was a red-haired boy who was involved in gangsterism and insisted on coming to the village to move bricks, and he didn't even want any money. The amount of bricks he moves is 5 times that of others. And under his encouragement, the villagers moved half as much more than before. Yu Fan just laughed and said that they were volunteers from the city. The village chief finally said, "We can recruit more such practical and capable but silly volunteers in the future." The next day, the village chief's window was secretly broken by someone. The village chief was so angry that he cursed in the middle of the night. "Who is so wicked?" 3 days later in the morning, Yu Fan turned on the system again. The 1-star mission that needs to be completed this time is in the desert. Chapter 70. How could there be such a beautiful woman in the world? 1-star mission. Soar with the golden eagle. Fly with the golden eagles. I am looking up at the moon, and I see so many golden eagles flying freely. Please go to the Tinger Desert and find a way to fly with the golden eagles in the sky for 10 minutes, and you will get a 1-star animal, 1 million animal training funds, and a 100 square meter animal living park. Do you accept the mission? This is Yu Fan's 5th 1-star mission. When Yufan saw this task, he felt it was beyond the scope. It was just like the first time I saw the mission of racing with a Siberian tiger. It all comes down to 4 words: helpless. Is there any way to fly with a golden eagle for 10 minutes? Yufan now discovered that no matter what task the system gave him, it was all related to 10 minutes. It feels like 10 minutes is a very sacred moment. It seems that the system is too weak and can't do anything for more than 10 minutes. Yufan didn't think much about it and accepted the task. There is no way, no matter how much you complain, the task still needs to be completed. If nothing unexpected happens, the animal awarded this time will most likely be a golden eagle. Because he was not sure about this mission, Yufan brought Xiao Bai and Xiaohong along. To go to the Tinger Desert, Yufan had to first take a bus to a prefecture-level city and then take a plane. Yufan arrived at the county town, bought the ticket and prepared to get on the bus. Isn't this Yufan? As soon as Yufan got into the car, he saw a familiar figure. Lan Yoji, Yufan's high school classmate, was the sports commissioner of Yufan's class at that time. Lan Yoji first glanced at Yufan and found that Yufan was dressed quite well. And they are all domestic famous brands. Although not as expensive as the imported ones, Yufan didn't think he could afford it. Lan Yoji asked curiously, "Yufan, I heard you were back 3 years ago. Why don't you come to every class reunion?" Yufan said somewhat awkwardly, "It's not that I'm not coming, it's that no one called me." Lan Yoji was stunned for a moment, then he suddenly realized and said, "Oh, I remember now. They wanted to call you during the Chinese New Year this year, but they said you moved into the mountains 3 years ago, and they were afraid that your phone wouldn't receive calls, so they didn't call you." Hee. Yufan simply didn't want to expose Lan Yoji. When Yufan was very young, his grandfather disappeared. When I was a little older, my father also disappeared. Fortunately, his father left some money with the village chief, which was enough for Yufan to use until he graduated from college. But every time the village chief gave money, he basically gave it in a limited amount. I won't give Yufan too much pocket money. Therefore, Yufan's student days were relatively difficult. He was even one of the students in the class who applied to be a poor student. Except for some classmates who also came from rural areas, other classmates didn't like to play with him very much. Lan Yoji is one of the people who doesn't play with Yufan. The people in their county town form a circle, and any gatherings are organized by them. They can call anyone they want, and those who don't, basically, have never made a name for themselves. Yufan shook his head and said, "It doesn't matter. My presence is not that high anyway, haha." After Yufan got on the bus, he found his seat. Unfortunately, he was actually sitting next to Lan Yoji. Lan Yoji exclaimed, "I was thinking I'd get to be with you in exchange, but I didn't expect we'd be so lucky to be together. You're indeed old classmates." Yufan didn't know what to talk about with Lan Yoji, so he simply opened his phone and started looking up information about the Tinger Desert. Seeing this, Lan Yoji asked in confusion, "Yufan, are you going to the desert to play?" Yufan smiled and said, "Yeah, it's my first time going to such a far place. I'm a little nervous." Lan Yoji said, "Why should you be nervous? I went to a small desert like Tinger when I was in primary school. I tell you, if you want to see a spectacular desert, you still have to go to the Sahara. If you have the conditions, you must go. Look, it's not that you must go if you have the opportunity, but that you must go if you have the conditions. This is to test Yufan's strength." Yufan couldn't help but nod. He seemed to have seen a mission to go to the Sahara in the system. So he said, "We must go to that place." Lan Yoji looked at Yufan's clothes again and asked, "Have you heard? Our county is going to open a wildlife park. I think it's in a certain village." Yufan said, "I have an impression." Lan Yoji said with great interest, "I heard that lions, tigers, pandas, etc. have been transported here before. One day I saw countless red-crowned cranes flying here. I heard that they also flew to that zoo." Yufan said perfunctorily, "I heard about it too." Lan Yoji patted Yufan on the shoulder and said, "How about we invite our high school classmates to go to the zoo when it opens?" Yufan suddenly became interested and said to Lan Yoji, "I think it's okay. If there is a chance, invite all the classmates and teachers. Didn't you work in the student union before? Otherwise, invite students from other classes as well. Anyway, the circle of a county is so small, so let's get in touch more. Lan Yoji's eyes lit up, and he patted Yufan's shoulder again. No problem, leave it to me. I'll call Zhong Yuzhen along when the time comes. Do you still remember her? Your deskmate for 3 years, now she's married to me, hee. Yufan didn't care who Lan Yoji called. Yufan wished he could call more people. That way, you can make more money. Lan Yoji suddenly asked. Huh! I heard that you seem to like her. Is that true? Yufan glanced at Lan Yoji in confusion. I noticed a gleam in his eyes. It seemed that he was not very happy to ask this question, but he just wanted to ask. When we were in high school, we were all young teenagers. Countless students started their first sweet love in life during this era. Of course, this is also a very gossipy era. Once two classmates are found to be close, everyone will say that they are together and in love. At that time, some people said that Yufan and Zhong Yuzhen were in a relationship because when the teacher asked Zhong Yuzhen to sit with other students, Zhong Yuzhen cried and said she wanted to sit next to Yufan. Others thought that Zhong Yu really liked Yufan. In fact, Yufan had nothing to do with her at all. Zhong Yu really wanted to sit next to him, just to copy homework and cheat on exams. Yufan was first in the class at that time, and Zhong Yuzhen was second. If she stayed away from Yufan, her true strength would be exposed. Of course, it was exposed during the college entrance examination, but everyone said that she failed. Yufan saw Lan Yoji's curious and frightened look and laughed. Don't worry, I've never had anything with her, and I don't like that kind of look. Lan Yoji breathed a sigh of relief, as if a weight had been lifted off his shoulders. Fortunately, she had only dated 2 rich second generations and not Yufan. If I had talked to Yufan, wouldn't that prove that I was not as good as Yufan at that time? Lan Yoji asked curiously. What type do you like? By the way, are you married? Yufan shook his head and said, No, I don't. I like pretty 2D girls. They must have perfect looks and figures, big furry ears and a long tail. I can't have any of them. In Yufan's pocket, Xiaobai happily arched his back towards Yufan's waist. Lan Yoji couldn't help but laugh. Ha 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 ha, I'm dying of laughter. Those are all cartoons that trick geeks like you. How can there be such beautiful women in the world? Chapter 71 Camping in the Desert. Yufan and Lan Yoji had nothing to say. After all, their relationship was just average before. If there is a class reunion, don't say that no one is called Yufan. Even if he was called, Yufan would definitely not go. Yufan now has assets worth more than 80 million. If you want to show off and get slapped in the face, he is definitely qualified. But is that fun? Interesting. But it's not the way Yufan likes. Because he was born into a poor family, and was once looked down upon. It is still the same now. From Lan Yoji's tone, Yufan also felt that he still looked down on him. But once he knows about his zoo, he will basically no longer look at himself the same way he does now. After getting the answer from Yufan, Lan Yoji also started to sleep in the car. It takes more than 4 hours to get from the county to the city. After Yufan finished looking up information about the Tinger Desert, he reached into his pocket and gently stroked Xiaohong and Xiaobai. Of course, the focus is definitely on Xiaobai. Stroke Xiaobai 5 times before stroking Xiaohong once. There is no way, appearance is justice. After arriving in the city, Lan Yoji and Yufan said goodbye. Lan Yoji just thought that Yufan wanted to enter their circle of city people, so he didn't think much about it. Yufan looked at Lan Yoji's receding back and couldn't help but sigh. Business is hard. The Tinger Desert is located on the border between Ashala Left Banner, Mombasa Province, and Central Ganzhou Province. The Nanhwa Great Wall reaches the Helan Mountains in the east and the Yabrai Mountains in the west. After Yufan took a plane, he changed buses and finally arrived in Ashala Left Banner. It is only a few kilometers from here to the Tinger Desert. As soon as Yufan got off the bus, he saw a male tour guide walking towards him. The male tour guide asked Yufan enthusiastically, Brother, do you want to travel to the Tinger Desert? Our tour group is ranked first in the local area. This is my business card. You can check our reputation online. And most importantly, our tour guide will not take you to any shopping spots. You can travel with peace of mind. Yufan was a little surprised when he heard this and asked, Is there really no shopping place? When the male tour guide heard that there was something going on, he said seriously, I assure you, there is not even one. Yufan shook his head in disappointment. Forget it, I came here just to buy some cultural relics and stuff, and you don't have any shopping spots here, it's not suitable for me. After Yufan finished speaking, he turned and left. The male tour guide looked confused and hadn't reacted yet. Are there really people selling cultural relics in this era? The male tour guide called his female colleague directly and asked her to come to him immediately. In less than a minute, the female tour guide arrived. Where? The female tour guide asked breathlessly. The male tour guide pointed at Yufan's back and said, That's him. All you have to do is recommend him the route with the most shopping spots in our company. As Yufan was walking, he suddenly heard hurried footsteps coming from behind. When I turned around, I found that it was a female tour guide in her 20s. The female tour guide asked breathlessly, Excuse me, are you going to travel to the desert? Our tour group's service is the best in the local area, and the shopping spots we take you to are also the most conscientious. There will be no fake goods or scams. Yufan's eyes lit up, and he asked in surprise, How many shopping spots can your tour group take us to? The female tour guide smiled and said, Our tour group is a 2-day tour. In 2 days, we can take you to 8 shopping spots. Yufan asked with some concern, Didn't the higher-ups forbid us from taking it to shopping spots? Will you get caught if you do this? I'm a little worried. The female tour guide showed an expression of, and said with a smile, There are policies from above, and countermeasures from below. What do you think, sir? Our tour group only costs 1,500 yuan in total. Would you like to consider it? Yufan nodded, took out his phone, and suddenly asked, What's the name of your tour group? The female tour guide thought Yufan was going to check their credibility online, so she said, Tenor Evergreen Travel Agency. Yufan made a phone call. Hello? Tourism Bureau? I want to report Chongqing Travel Agency. There are 8 shopping spots in the 2-day tour. Their tour guide told me so himself. Yes, you guys check it out. After Yufan finished speaking, he left a dashing back view under the incredulous gaze of the female tour guide. Yufan hates tour groups that take you shopping the most. Some tour guides will scold you if you don't buy anything. He really has no professional ethics at all. When traveling to the desert, people usually hike or camp in an oasis in the desert. The Tenor Desert is very large, and there are still some undeveloped areas. Tourists are prohibited from entering these areas. If you are not careful, your life may be in danger. Yufan looked at the map and specifically chose an undeveloped route. With Xiaohong around, no danger is dangerous. Yufan rented a pickup truck, a tent, bought some food, and drove into the desert. Yufan has not yet thought of any way to fly with the golden eagle. Because he can't fly. I don't dare to ride in a hot air balloon or anything like that. If your hot air balloon is scratched by a golden eagle, you're doomed. Therefore, Yufan can only take one step at a time. In the evening, Yufan found a mountain on the edge of the desert. The mountain looks rather desolate, with only a few trees. Yufan found a piece of grass at the foot of the mountain and began to set up the tent. Xiaohong and Xiaobai also turned into human form and lent a hand to Yufan. Soon, a big tent was set up. Xiaobai also cleaned the tent. Yufan took out the pots and pans and moved a bucket of water from the back of the pickup truck. He then took out a handful of bamboo skewers and a bag of sliced beef, mutton and pork belly slices. Yufan is going to have a barbecue here. Xiaohong and Xiaobai had never eaten barbecue before, so when Yufan started grilling, their mouths were already watering. After grilling a table full of golden skewers of meat, Yufan opened a bottle of beer and also opened one for Xiaohong and Xiaobai. They hadn't had any beer either. Xiaohong poured the beer into the cup. But the more I looked at it, the more I felt something was wrong. Why did the color of this thing look a bit like urine? And when it was poured into the cup, so many white bubbles came out. Isn't this typical of urine? Xiaohong looked at Yufan suspiciously and asked, Master, can this thing really be drunk? Yufan blew directly into the bottle, and an expression of enjoyment appeared on his face after drinking it. Xiaohong? You humans have such a strong taste. I definitely don't drink. I would never drink it even if you kill me. Xiaobai didn't have any strange ideas. Like Yufan, she blew directly into the bottle. She opened her mouth into a shape and held the beer bottle. Then he took a big gulp. Xiao Bai's face flushed immediately, and he kept saying, "It's delicious!" Xiao Hong sniffed it suspiciously and found that there was indeed no smell of urine. How about trying a sip? Chapter 72, Encountering a Tomb Robber Gang. Just one bite. If it really tastes bad, I, Xiao Hong, will accept it. Xiao Hong picked up the beer and took a sip. Huh! This strange taste is a bit intoxicating and a bit prickly in the mouth. But why does it feel so good? Gurgle gurgle. Xiao Hong finished the beer in the glass and poured another one. He drank 8 bottles of beer in one breath before finally stopping. It's not that he doesn't want to drink, but that he can't drink anymore. Belch! Xiao Hong burped, and then she remembered that she had only drunk alcohol and had not eaten a single bite of the barbecue. He wanted to get up and get a skewer of barbecue, but as soon as he stood up, he fell towards Xiao Bai. Bang! Xiao Bai kicked Xiao Hong and she rolled out, and she rolled for more than 20 times. How did you hit someone? Master, look at her, eh? Xiao Hong was lying on the sand and happened to see a weed. Xiao Hong pulled up the grass and put it in her mouth and chewed it. Bah! The skewers that the master grilled today are really, really disgusting. Burp! Huff! Xiao Hong was lying on the sand and had fallen asleep. Yufan took out a bag of peanuts and placed it in front of himself and Xiao Bai. Yufan picked up a peanut and threw it into his mouth, saying with emotion, "If he had eaten just one peanut, he wouldn't have gotten this drunk." Xiao Bai nodded in agreement and said with disdain, "Xiao Hong is really too rude. When his brothers come out, I will tell them about this." Huh! Yeah, I can take a picture of him with my phone. Yufan had previously bought several mobile phones for backup at home. Xiao Bai also took one. Xiao Bai picked up his phone, walked in front of Xiao Hong, and recorded a video of Xiao Hong's embarrassing look. Xiao Hong was lying on her back with her arms and legs spread out, having no idea that she had been secretly photographed by Xiao Bai. He even scratched my butt a few times. I didn't feel satisfied, so I scratched the middle again. Xiao Bai giggled a few times and walked back with his phone. At this time, 2 pickup trucks appeared in the distance and drove towards Yufan. Bang! Xiao Bai kicked Xiao Hong hard. Xiao Hong opened her eyes dazedly, looked at Xiao Bai in confusion and said, "Xiao Bai, were you kicking me just now?" Xiao Bai shook his head and said, "No, you had a nightmare." Beep beep. A pickup truck honked in the distance. Xiao Hong shook her head vigorously, and her mind immediately became clear. It's too late to change back to my original form now. Xiao Hong had no choice but to stand up and walk to Yufan with Xiao Bai. Soon, 2 pickup trucks stopped in front of Yufan and 7 people got out of the cars. They looked at each other and walked towards Yufan. "Brother, how about discussing something?" The leader had a scar on his face, which made him look quite ferocious. But the impression he gave Yufan was that he was quite friendly. Yufan asked in confusion, "What's the matter?" Scarface said, "My name is Zhang Luoling. I'm the boss of a cultural company. Today I'm here with my brothers for a team building. But this is the only mountain nearby that's suitable for setting up tents, so I wanted to ask if you mind if we stay next to your tent." Yufan didn't say anything. Xiao Bai spoke up. "Mind." "Zhang Luoling?" Zhang Luoling looked at Xiao Bai and couldn't take his eyes off him. The others also looked towards Xiao Bai, each of them with a gleam in their eyes. My breathing also started to quicken. People in their line of work underground all year round. Normally, let alone women, even female animals can hardly be seen. How could they not be tempted when they suddenly saw Xiao Bai's stunning appearance? Boom! A hammer fell out of one of them. Yufan and Xiao Bai immediately looked towards the hammer. Zhang Luoling hurriedly explained, "We are all car repairmen, and it is normal to carry a hammer when we go out." Yufan asked with interest, "Didn't you just mention the cultural company?" Zhang Luoling thought for a moment and said, "Auto Repair Culture Company Limited." Boom! A shovel fell out from under one of their shorts. Zhang Luoling continued to explain, "As I said just now, we are auto mechanics, so it is understandable that we bring a shovel." Boom! A special flashlight fell from another little brother. Zhang Luoling explained again. As you know, there are many parts inside the car that are hard to see. We bring flashlights to make it easier to work. Another little brother's pants moved. Zhang Luoling glared at the younger brother fiercely. Damn it, if it falls out again, I can't keep covering it up. The young man hurriedly grabbed his crotch to prevent the thing from falling. But from the outline on the pants, it was a pistol. Yu Fan laughed and said, Xiao Bai, when you are out, you are bound to run into trouble. Sometimes, if we help others, our own lives will be easier. Xiao Bai nodded as if he understood, and sat next to Yu Fan, resting his head on Yu Fan's shoulder. This scene made everyone's teeth itch. Yu Fan patted Xiao Bai's head and said to Zhang Luoling, You can do whatever you want. We won't affect you. Zhang Luoling smiled and said thank you to Yu Fan. Then, the 7 people walked towards the 2 pickup trucks. A younger brother whispered to Zhang Luoling, Brother, that girl is so pretty, like a fairy from heaven, don't you really have any thoughts? Zhang Luoling glared at his younger brother and warned him. The tomb we are going to dig this time belongs to a national teacher from 2,000 or 3,000 years ago. We don't know what dangers are there underground, so don't think about things that will hurt your body. The younger brother was not afraid at all, and said to Zhang Luoling, Boss, this is wrong. Doing it every day will definitely hurt your body, but doing it occasionally is still good for your health. Besides, she is so beautiful. If nothing happens, we will not be at peace after we go down. Zhang Luoling looked at the other brothers and found that they all had lewd smiles on their faces. One of the younger brothers even laughed obscenely. Brother, we are willing to be after you. Zhang Luoling looked back and saw Yu Fan, Xiao Bai, and the red-haired young man all looking at her. Zhang Luoling felt inexplicably guilty. He even felt that Yu Fan and the others could hear what he and his younger brothers said. Zhang Luoling felt his heart pounding and had a strong sense of foreboding. He had never felt so guilty since the last time he dug up a centuries-old immortal corpse. Zhang Luoling thought about it, and gave up the evil thoughts in his mind. He cursed at his younger brothers. Damn it, have you never seen a woman? Seeing a beautiful woman exposed your true nature. If you can't even resist this little temptation, why are you still going to my grave? Hold it in, or I will be rude to you. After Zhang Luoling finished speaking, she couldn't help but look towards Yu Fan. At this time, Yu Fan was already eating barbecue. Several younger brothers did not speak. They didn't dare to confront Zhang Luoling directly. We had no choice but to head towards the pickup truck to carry the tent and other tools. But after they looked at each other, a lewd look appeared on their faces again. Tonight, they must have some meat. Chapter 73, The Imperial Master's Tomb 3,000 Years Ago. Just as Zhang Luoling expected, Yu Fan could hear them talking with the help of Xiao Hong. Only after hearing Zhang Luoling give up the dangerous idea did Yu Fan start eating the barbecue. Otherwise, even if they could hold back, Xiao Hong and Xiao Bai would be able to wipe them out. However, Yu Fan also knew that although those younger brothers obeyed Zhang Luoling's words on the surface, their eyes were still constantly looking at Xiao Bai. There was still excitement in his eyes. Apparently, they haven't given up yet. Xiao Hong showed a wicked smile at the corner of her mouth, and couldn't help but touch the red mohawk hairstyle on her head. Xiao Hong said to Yu Fan, Master, it seems that they like Xiao Bai very much. Yu Fan sneered. Xiao Bai is so pretty. She will naturally attract a lot of men's attention. You are not weak either. Xiao Hong looked at Yu Fan in confusion. I'm definitely not weak, I'm one of the most powerful beings in this world. Apart from my brothers and those few, 20 perverts, I'm invincible. Yu Fan couldn't help but ask. How many people are stronger than you? You sound very unconfident. Xiao Hong didn't want to talk about this topic, so she picked up a peanut and threw it into her mouth. Seeing that Xiao Hong didn't say anything, Yu Fan had to change the subject. I'm not talking about your strength, I'm saying that your charm is also very good. Xiao Hong's mouth twitched, she wanted to laugh but was trying hard to hold it back. I don't have any charm, it's just the aura of a strong man. Master, you can't say anything nonsense about this matter. Hee hee hee. Seeing Xiao Hong's sultry look, Yu Fan couldn't help but joked. Ha ha, I mean, a few days ago you went to move bricks to repair the road, and you moved 5 times as much as the others. Xiao Hong said proudly. Of course, this is because I tried my best to control my strength. Otherwise, I am afraid I would scare the villagers. Yu Fan shook his head and said, I'm not talking about that. I mean, when the widows in the village saw your strong body, they all drooled. They even secretly asked the village chief for your contact information, saying that they wanted to have a child with you. Bang! Xiaohong sat down on the ground with a panic-stricken expression on her face. When Xiaobai heard this, he burst out laughing. Ah ha 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 ha! Xiaohong, quickly agree to them. I heard that the widow's firepower is very strong. You don't have to worry about them not being able to withstand it. Xiaobai was wearing a dress that was as smooth as silk. When he laughed, his body trembled. The shoulder straps slid down. Yu Fan was quick to help Xiaobai hold it. But I didn't expect that. I used too much force and it broke in one go. Noob? Seeing this, Xiaohong pointed at Xiaobai and laughed. Ha 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 ha, look, the master can't help it. Bang! Before Xiaohong could finish her words, Yu Fan hit her on the head with a stick. Xiaohong? Xiaohong's laughter suddenly stopped. She looked at Yu Fan with an aggrieved look on her face and asked, Master, why did you hit me? Yu Fan said calmly, There was a mosquito on your head just now. Xiaobai ran into the tent and changed into a beautiful dress. After coming out, he leaned on Yu Fan and said to Xiaohong proudly, Humph, the master is not that kind of person. I have been by the master's side for so long, and the master has not touched me. Do you know why? Xiaohong asked doubtfully. Master, do you have kidney deficiency? Yu Fan picked up another piece of dry firewood. Xiaohong quickly rolled away to avoid Yu Fan's attack. Xiaobai said, That's because our master is a gentleman. He can stay calm even when a woman's arms are bent on him. Yu Fan didn't explain. Because he always had a hard time holding it in. He was mainly worried that Xiaobai and he would give birth to a half-demon child in the future. It's the kind of half-human, half-demon. The main thing is, you don't know whether the upper half of his body is human or the lower half is human. He once saw someone draw a mermaid, the kind with a human upper body and a fish lower body. So there is a bit of psychological trauma. You guys are so lively! Zhang Luoling came over again. He sat opposite Yu Fan and asked him, What do you do for a living? Yu Fan smiled and said, Nature's porter. Zhang Luoling asked tentatively, Farmer's 3 fists of water? Yu Fan shook his head. No, it's the kind where I go to a place and bring some local specialties back home. Zhang Luoling suddenly realized. Oh, then I understand. Yu Fan already knew that Zhang Luoling and his gang were tomb robbers, but he still asked. What about you? Zhang Luoling said. We are witnesses of history. No, we are car repairmen. Zhang Luoling quickly covered her mouth. Oh boy, I almost let it slip. Zhang Luoling hesitated for a long time, and finally said to Yu Fan, Brother, to be honest, your girlfriend is so pretty. My brothers have rarely seen women, so they may have bad thoughts about her. I came here to ask you if you can leave here in a while? Yu Fan looked at Zhang Luoling in surprise. This guy is a tomb robber, but he is not a bad person in nature. He actually still cares about Yu Fan. Yu Fan pointed at Xiaohong and said to Zhang Luoling, Then I would like to advise you to tell your brothers to behave themselves. My bodyguard can easily kill all of you in seconds. If you want to live until tomorrow, go back to sleep and leave here early tomorrow morning. Zhang Luoling looked at Xiaohong and found that his muscles were perfectly defined and every part of him was full of strength. If they really fought with bare hands, his brothers probably wouldn't be able to win. But they have guns. No matter how fast you are, can you be faster than a gun? Zhang Luoling slowly stood up and said, Anyway, I've already said what I want to say. You guys should take care of yourself. After Zhang Luoling finished speaking, he headed towards the tent they had built. They are all professionals and have completed the construction. Zhang Luoling ate a few compressed biscuits and fell asleep in the tent. The next morning, Zhang Luoling opened his eyes dazedly. It was daybreak outside and the weather looked good. Zhang Luoling shouted to those around him, Brothers, get up and get to work! There was silence all around, and no one responded. Zhang Luoling was stunned for a moment, took out his mobile phone and took a picture, and found that there was no one in the tent. He quickly got up and walked out of the tent. When they unzipped the tent, they found 6 bodies lying on the sand outside. 3 of the bodies were holding pistols. John Luoling picked up their pistols and found that all the bullets had been fired. Yu Fan walked out of the tent and stretched towards the sun. Seeing the 6 people lying on the ground, he asked in confusion, "Hey, you guys are repairing the car in a strange way. You set up a tent but don't sleep in the tent. Instead, you sleep on the sand outside?" God, they were sleeping on the sand. Didn't you see that both of them were flattened? Yu Fan couldn't help but said, "Oh, I remember now. When I was sleeping last night, I saw a figure on the mountain. He was muttering some incomprehensible spells. As soon as he finished speaking, your 6 brothers fell asleep." John Luoling? John Luoling looked towards the mountain. This is the destination of their trip. It is said to be the tomb of an imperial master that has existed for 2,000 or 3,000 years. Chapter 74, Grave Guarding Animals. John Luoling is a little hesitant now. Now that we are here, if we don't go exploring, we will not be able to complete our employer's task. Go ahead, you're alone now. Moreover, he felt a little uneasy because his 6 brothers died in unclear circumstances. Of course, even if these 6 people were killed by Yu Fan, he would not be so foolish as to seek revenge on Yu Fan. It's a different era now. There's no need to engage in the kind of brotherhood of ancient times where revenge is the only way to save a person. While you are alive, we are brothers. If you die, at most I can take care of your home. If it's revenge, then forget it. Don't let yourself die at the hands of others. Yu Fan saw John Luoling's expression and asked tentatively, "Well, I want to go up and take a look. Are you interested?" John Luoling's eyes lit up, but he still asked suspiciously, "Did you really see the Imperial Master on the mountain last night?" Yu Fan smiled and said, "I saw it in my dream." John Luoling? I suspect you're kidding me, but I have no proof. But no matter what, John Luoling has no companions anymore. He remembered what Yu Fan said to him last night, saying that the red-haired bodyguard was very powerful. If he were by my side, I'd be able to ensure a safe return. John Luoling said to Yu Fan, "Okay, I can go up with you, but I have to bury these 6 brothers first." Yu Fan nodded. "You bury it, I'll wait for you." John Luoling took out a shovel and other tools and dug a hole in the sand. After burying the 6 brothers who died in tragic ways, he packed up his things and walked towards the mountain with Yu Fan. It's already past 8 o'clock, and the sun is still a little warm on my body. John Luoling's cell phone rang. He picked it up and took a look, and his serious expression relaxed. It was his wife calling. His wife said, "Lao Zhang, the teacher just called and said our son fell into the ditch." John Luoling immediately asked nervously, "What? Is there something wrong with my son?" His wife said, "My son is fine, his homework was just washed away by the water in the ditch." John Luoling? John Luoling said to his wife, "Go to school right now and beat the bastard up." When Yu Fan heard this, he looked at John Luoling in confusion. "You are like a little cow meeting a dozen bulls. You are so arrogant that you even curse yourself." John Luoling continued, "I'm a little busy now. I'll call you in the evening. This bastard is getting more and more outrageous." John Luoling hung up the phone and saw Yu Fan looking at her in shock. So he took the initiative to say, "Ha ha ha, sorry to make you laugh. This mountain is not high, only about 700 or 800 meters. Because there was no road, the group walked very slowly. A full half-hour later, John Luoling stopped and took out a compass. He pointed the compass at the sun, then at the top of the mountain, then put it away. John Luoling said confidently, "This is it." Yu Fan asked curiously, "Are you so confident?" John Luoling laughed and said, "This is my specialty. If you don't understand, don't question me." Yu Fan asked doubtfully, "But you held the compass upside down just now." John Luoling's expression changed slightly, and he took out the compass again. After Yu Fan aligned the compass, he said to John Luoling, "The compass is used for orientation. You even got the direction wrong just now." John Luoling laughed awkwardly. "Haha, it's just a formality, hee hee." John Luoling asked Yu Fan, "So where do you think we should go now?" John Luoling changed the way he addressed Yu Fan and used a respectful title. Xiao Hong beside Yu Fan said, "Go up another 36.5 meters, then go east for 7.5 meters. Upon hearing this, Yu Fan walked directly upwards. Zhang Luoling wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and hurriedly followed. Soon, several people stood in front of a huge stone. 2/3 of the stone's volume is embedded in the mountain. Xiaohong walked straight forward, and under Zhang Luoling's incredulous gaze, she grabbed one side of the stone with both hands and pulled it out without seemingly using any effort. A dark hole appeared in the mountain, and countless miasma floated out of the hole. Several people immediately took several steps back. Zhang Luoling wiped the cold sweat from his forehead again. It turns out you are the professionals. I don't understand any of this series of operations. Several people stayed at the door for a full hour before taking out flashlights and walking into the cave. Russell! A strange sound seemed to come from the cave. Xiaohong was stunned for a moment, then said to Yu Fan, "Boss, there seem to be animals guarding the tomb." "Impossible," Zhang Luoling said. "This tomb has existed for at least 2,000 or 3,000 years. How could there still be animals guarding it? The entrance is sealed so tightly and there is so much miasma. We ventilated the room for an hour before we dared to come in. How could other animals survive in such an environment?" Xiaohong ignored Zhang Luoling. He continued to say to Yu Fan, "Boss, this thing has a low IQ and is very difficult to tame. Do you want to kill it directly, or take it back and try to raise it?" Yu Fan asked doubtfully, "Are there many animals like this in the world?" Xiaohong shook her head and said, "Not sure, maybe there is, but it's definitely not as big as the one in here." Yu Fan thought about it and said, "Then let's capture it alive and take it home to raise it. If we can't raise it well, we can kill it." After Yu Fan finished speaking, he took Xiaohong and Xiaobai into the tomb. Zhang Luoling stood there, feeling like he had no sense of existence at all. "They can't hear me talking." "Can't you hear me?" Zhang Luoling felt that he had to save his own face, and couldn't help shouting, "Red-haired man, I bet you that if there are animals in here, I will stand upside down and eat shit." Xiaohong's disdainful voice came. "Want to cheat for food and drinks again?" Zhang Luoling followed him unwillingly. He still firmly believed that no animal could survive in such an environment. He caught up with Yu Fan, overtook them, and walked directly to the front. He even kept a distance of 7 or 8 meters from Yu Fan and the others. Zhang Luoling said confidently, "When it comes to acupuncture, I am more professional than you. In this environment there is no—" "Russell!" A strange voice sounded from the stone wall nearby. Zhang Luoling was almost scared to the point of peeing. He looked toward the stone wall and found a 1-meter-sized black hole. Yu Fan also looked inside curiously. Something seemed to be wriggling in that black hole. Yu Fan took a closer look and realized that it was a huge foot. "It seems that there are more than 2 feet. Xiaohong shouted to Zhang Luoling, "Be careful! I advise you to come behind me." Zhang Luoling had already seen a human face appear in the black hole, and his crotch was instantly wet with fright. He ran towards Xiaohong desperately. But his pants were wet, which slowed down his pace and greatly affected his speed. "Russell!" A black shadow crawled out of the black hole and instantly appeared behind Zhang Luoling. There was a human face behind it, with a pale smile. A huge net appeared and instantly covered Zhang Luoling. Chapter 75. I'll take you to dig my old master's grave. Zhang Luoling was instantly covered by the spider web. There was not even a chance to resist. A 1-meter-long spider crawled out from the stone wall and crawled directly towards Zhang Luoling. Yu Fan saw the true face of the spider. It is dark all over with white patterns on its back. It looks like a human face, with very clear contours of its facial features. It is about the size of a wash basin. Each of the 8 1-meter-long, furry legs has a sharp spike. If this thing were to pierce into the body, it would probably be very stimulating. Its body is nearly 1 meter tall and about 1 meter and 2 meters long. Xiaohong said to Yu Fan, "This is called a human-faced black spider, a type of spider. This is different from the human-faced black worms that we often see in life. This one is specially cultivated to guard tombs. Its web is very sticky, but not very tough and not fire-resistant. Although it has a lot of silk, it rarely makes webs because it relies on the high toxin content to win the hunt. Normally, it would spit out a web to entangle its prey, then inject the toxin from its mandibular venom sac into it, paralyzing the prey's muscles, but keeping it conscious. Its venom also contains a digestive fluid that will slowly melt its prey for it to consume. When Zhang Luoling heard Xiaohong's popular science explanation to Yu Fan, she immediately shouted, "Can you please stop explaining? I'm almost done peeing." From the moment he was entangled in the spider web until Xiaohong finished her science lecture, Zhang Luoling never stopped peeing. Xiao Bai had already covered his nose in disgust and took more than 10 steps back. Zhang Luoling became anxious when she saw Yu Fan also retreating. The amount of water exploded instantly. Hey, hey, hey! Come on, save me, we are companions after all! The black turtle with a human face had opened its big mouth and was about to bite Zhang Luoling. Xiaohong picked up a stone and threw it gently at the human-faced black monster. Seeing Xiaohong's insincere rescue, Zhang Luoling closed his eyes in despair. But the strange thing is that I didn't feel any pain in my body. Bang! There was a slight sound in my ear. Zhang Luoling opened his eyes worriedly and found that the dark-faced man had been knocked unconscious to the ground by Xiaohong. The 8 legs were twitching. Zhang Luoling then struggled and took out a lighter from his pocket. Snap! The spider web was burned with a lighter. Zhang Luoling finally broke free from his restraints, and seeing the giant spider on the ground, he cursed angrily and was about to step on it. Xiaohong said calmly, "Its entire body is poisonous. If you touch it, you will die." Zhang Luoling raised his feet half a meter high. I felt a little embarrassed when I heard Xiaohong's words. He asked the black-faced man under his feet, "What do you think of my shoes?" "Oh, you don't understand, forget it." Zhang Luoling pulled up his trousers and walked towards Yu Fan. Yu Fan hurriedly stepped back several steps and said to Zhang Luoling, "Why don't you go out and change your pants first?" Zhang Luoling nodded and ran outside. Yu Fan took Xiaohong and Xiao Bai and continued walking towards the tomb. Soon, another hole was seen on the stone wall. The black-faced human inside was knocked unconscious by Xiaohong before he could come out. After advancing more than 10 meters, Yu Fan encountered 2 black-capped monsters with human faces. Yu Fan asked doubtfully, "Xiaohong, how many of these things are left?" "Rustle!" A sound was heard from the cave again. Yu Fan shone the flashlight inside and saw a giant black turtle with a human face that was about 1.5 meters tall, 2 meters long and more than 3 meters wide. It has 6 eyes arranged in 2 rows on its face, which looks very creepy. Yu Fan followed Xiaohong's example, picked up a stone, and threw it at the stone with all his strength. Bang! It simply swung 1 foot and poked the stones to pieces. Its legs are nearly 2 meters long. Even when crawling in a bent position, you can still see the explosive lines on the spider's legs. Xiaohong picked up a stone and threw it hard at the head of the human-faced black monster. There was actually a mocking expression on the spider's face. He seemed to be disdainful of Xiaohong's casual attack. However, bang! The rock hit it directly in the face. It only saw a star at one end and then fainted. Xiaohong said to Yu Fan, "Master, this is the human-faced black-footed king. It already has some intelligence. If you can trick it, it might help us, and even get the 2 outside to go back with us." Many people are afraid of spiders. Yu Fan used to be a little afraid of this kind of arthropod. Popular science: spiders are not insects. Yu Fan hesitated for a moment, and suddenly thought of this mission. Then he nodded to Xiaohong. Xiaohong found some vines in the cave and tied the spider to the ground. After Xiaohong woke up the human-faced black worm, Yu Fan said to it, "Submit to me." The human-faced black worm was stunned for a moment. It didn't expect that it could understand what this person said. "Russell! Dream on! Even if I, the Spider King, die in this cave, I will never surrender to you humans." Yu Fan asked in confusion, "Then why are you guarding here? Aren't you still guarding the tombs of humans?" The black-faced demon snorted coldly. "Russ? Who said this is a human tomb? Yu Fan? Didn't Zhang Luoling say that this was the tomb of a national teacher from 2,000 or 3,000 years ago? How could it not be a human?" Yu Fan asked in confusion. "Isn't this the tomb of the Imperial Master?" The human-faced black-haired creature said, "Russell. Of course this is the tomb of the National Master, but the National Master is not a human being. I warn you, do not even think about touching our National Master's body, otherwise. Yufan sighed. You can't even protect yourself, the black-faced demon said angrily. Swish! If you can kill me, step over my dead body. Seeing that the spider was so determined, Yufan didn't bother to talk to it anymore. Because Zhang Luoling's footsteps were heard. Yufan said to Xiaohong, Then kill it! Swish! Said the black-faced creature. Swish! Etc. I cannot submit to humans, but I can submit to divine beasts. You didn't even ask me if I am willing to submit to this big brother. Big brother, please accept my respect. The human-faced black monster nodded towards Xiaohong, which was considered a salute. Zhang Luoling had already walked in and shouted from afar. Little brother, wait for me, fuck! Crash! Seeing a black monster with a human face that was more than 3 meters wide, Zhang Luoling stopped instantly. Zhang Luoling said to Yufan apologetically, I forgot to bring my phone. I'll go get it. After Zhang Luoling finished speaking, he ran outside with his hips tucked under his feet. Seeing Zhang Luoling running away, the black-faced demon shouted excitedly. Swish! Master, big brother, please untie me quickly, I will take you to dig my old master's grave. Chapter 76 9 Dragons Pulling the Coffin. After all, it is an animal with a little bit of intelligence. As long as you are afraid of death, it will be easy. As for whether to submit to Yufan or to Xiaohong, in the end it all depends on yourself. Submitting to Xiaohong just sounds less shameful. No, is it shameful to submit to me? Yufan pointed at the human-faced black worm and said, What do you mean? It has been subservient to me, and you are still unwilling to submit to me? Then why should I keep you around? Xiaohong, kill it! The human-faced black-footed creature was stunned for a moment. We were chatting just now, why did he suddenly change his attitude? Seeing Xiaohong approaching him, the human-faced black-footed creature panicked. It hurriedly said to Yufan, Russell! Wait a minute, it's not that I don't want to submit to you. You are in charge of 2 divine beasts, and I am just an ordinary animal. How can I be worthy of you being my master? I am not worthy. When Yufan heard what the human-faced black-haired creature said, a smile appeared on his face. Yufan said to it, Keep talking. The human-faced black-footed monster heaved a sigh of relief when he saw Xiaohong had stopped. So he quickly said, Swish! The reason why I came out to attack you just now was not to hurt you, but when you walked in, there was a dazzling halo around you. Russell! I am a spider, and when I saw your face, I was amazed by your beauty, so I became jealous of you. After all, how could there be such a peerless beauty in the world? Russell! So, even though I sense the endless energy in my elder brother, I still have to take the risk of targeting you, because jealousy has blinded my heart. The more Yufan listened, the more he felt elated. After hearing the human-faced black-footed worm praise him several times, Yufan waved his hand and said to Xiaohong, Forget it, just recognize it as your little brother. It speaks very nicely. Take it back and let it speak to me every day. As soon as Yufan finished speaking, Xiaohong and the human-faced black-faced monster's faces turned even darker. This really is true, if a person has no shame, he is invincible. After Xiaohong untied the human-faced black-footed snake, it followed Xiaohong. It pointed to the passage ahead and said, Swish! There is a maze and many mechanisms inside. I will lead you. Now Yufan has entered the cave for more than 10 meters, and there is still a passage of unknown length in front of him. Xiaohong asked, Master, do you want to wait for that person? Yufan shook his head. No need. I originally thought he was a professional and could find his way around here, but it turns out he's not as good as you. So why should I bring him along? Is he going to share treasures with me? Xiaohong nodded and followed the human-faced black monster into the tomb. After walking another 10 meters, 3 forks appeared in the tomb. After entering one of the roads and walking for about 10 meters, 3 more forks appeared. After choosing 5 times, Yufan finally entered an empty hall. This is a stone temple, about 400 or 500 square meters. There is a stone coffin in the stone hall. In front of the coffin are 9 skeletons that look like giant snakes. But they are all 20 to 30 meters long. Yu Fan looked carefully and found that these 9 snakes all had 4 claws and 2 horns on their heads. Yu Fan was shocked. Could these be 9 dragons? Xiao Hong looked at the sarcophagus and said, "Amazing! There are actually dragons in this world." Yu Fan looked at Xiao Hong and asked, "Xiao Hong, what's going on?" Xiao Hong pointed at the skeletons of the 9 dragons and said, "Master, look, there's a stone nail on the body of each of these 9 dragons. They are all forcibly fixed to the ground. They were still alive when they entered the tomb. They were nailed to death here." Yu Fan was shocked and murmured, "What a big deal!" Xiao Hong shook her head and said, "Master, you don't understand. 9 dragons are just a small thing. The truly powerful bosses all use 9 real dragons to guard their tombs." Yu Fan exclaimed, "Is there really a 9-dragon coffin?" Xiao Hong shook her head and said, "I don't know." "Yu Fan? So after you implied that I was ignorant, you didn't know it yourself?" Yu Fan didn't want to talk to Xiao Hong, so he said to Xiao Bai, "Xiao Bai, let's see what's in the coffin." Xiao Bai walked up to the sarcophagus and opened it directly. Xiao Bai exclaimed, "Wow!" Yu Fan leaned forward to take a look out of curiosity and found a woman's skeleton inside. Although she had become a mummy, her skin had not yet rotted. Therefore, the 2 big ears on her head are very conspicuous. Yu Fan stared at the female corpse blankly and asked Xiao Bai, "Xiao Bai, this isn't your mother, is it? Is your mother dead?" "Noob," Xiao Bai said angrily. "She's not my mother, we are different species." Xiao Bai pointed at the lower half of the female corpse and said to Yu Fan, "Master, can you take a closer look?" Only then did Yu Fan shift his gaze to the lower body of the female corpse. She was covered in snow-white mink fur, and underneath the mink fur were 9 long tails. Just now Yu Fan thought that the 9 tails were from the mink skin. That's why they mistakenly thought it was the same species as Xiao Bai. Xiao Hong took a look and said, "A powerful 9-tailed demon fox. This mink fur is pretty good. I'll take it back for Hong Lian to wear." Yu Fan asked doubtfully, "Isn't it unlucky to wear this thing?" Xiao Hong nodded and said, "That's why I gave it to Hong Lian." As Xiao Hong spoke, she picked up the mink fur. Under the mink fur, the female corpse was wearing a rotten animal skin. There was nothing in the coffin except the female corpse and the mink skin. The human-faced black-footed demon pointed at the stone wall behind the sarcophagus and said, "Russell, Russell! Brother, there are good things behind the stone wall." Xiao Hong walked to the stone wall and pushed the stone door open with a gentle push. Inside is a small stone house. There are countless animal bones and bronze products inside. Yu Fan saw that there were 9 intact golden masks lying on the ground. When Yu Fan came up, he was carrying a school bag. There were also 2 sheets inside. He didn't think he would find anything good, so he just took some things that could carry things. Yu Fan said to Xiao Hong, "Wrap them all up, it will make people look dark and ugly." Zhang Luoling followed the footprints left by Yu Fan on the ground and found the stone temple. "I just happened to see Xiao Hong hanging 2 bags the size of bed sheets on the body of the human-faced black monster." "Zhang Luoling? So you have also tamed this poisonous spider?" Zhang Luoling was a little afraid of the human-faced black monster, so she avoided its sight and came to Yu Fan. Zhang Luoling looked at the empty stone house and asked, "Little brother, did you see any golden masks or something like that?" Yu Fan shook his head and said, "No." Yu Fan pointed at the sarcophagus and said, "We haven't opened the coffin yet, so there must be something inside. Go and take a look." Zhang Luoling had no choice but to come to the sarcophagus. After seeing the corpses of 9 dragons, Zhang Luoling was so scared that he broke out in a sweat. This thing is beyond his understanding. But there was no way, he came here just for the golden mask. No matter how scared you are, you have to check it out. Because the other party gave too much. They are willing to pay 10 million for a golden mask. Zhang Luoling walked to the sarcophagus tremblingly, and pushed the lid open with force. "Ah!" Seeing the scene in the sarcophagus, Zhang Luoling screamed in fear. He collapsed directly onto the ground, his pants were wet again. Chapter 77 Golden Sculpture? Sand Sculpture. Seeing Zhang Luoling so scared, Yu Fan couldn't help but burst out laughing. He looked into the sarcophagus, wanting to see the 9-tailed fox again. Only then did they discover that the female corpse in the sarcophagus had rotted. It gives off a disgusting stench. Yufan hurriedly shouted to Xiaohong. Run! This stone palace is about to collapse! After Yufan finished speaking, he took the lead and ran outside. Xiaohong shook her head slightly and followed Xiao Bai. The human-faced black monster followed angrily. The two large bags tied with sheets on his body made a clinking sound. Fuck! Zhang Luoling let out a scream and quickly got up from the ground. It's how it's played out on TV. Tomb robbers usually encounter some weird things, or some strange changes, and once you get some benefits, the tomb will collapse. Zhang Luoling had robbed many tombs. But I've never encountered anything weird like that. So he didn't have much experience. But he now believes that Yufan and the other three are professional tomb robbers. No, maybe he is a tomb raider. Aren't the tomb raiders on TV composed of 3 people? And there are always 2 men and 1 woman, and the 3 of them must be in a love triangle. Look at the red-haired guy with a mohawk, he must be the one who was hurt. Otherwise, he wouldn't dye his hair red to attract that 2D girl. Yes, that must be it. So when Zhang Luoling heard Yufan's words, he believed it and followed him, crawling along. Half an hour later, Yufan put the 2 large bags in the back of the pickup truck. Zhang Luoling asked unwillingly, Little brother, do you really not have a golden mask in here? Yufan shook his head and said, Really? There isn't anything here. Everything in here is made of bronze. After packing up his things, Yufan said goodbye to Zhang Luoling. Then he drove the pickup truck into the desert. Zhang Luoling's right hand was in his pocket. He hesitated for a long time but still didn't take it out. In his hand, he held a pistol. He was really unsure and had no choice but to give up. In Yufan's car, Xiaohong also shifted her gaze away from Zhang Luoling. Xiaohong said, Fortunately he held back, otherwise I would have sent him to meet his brothers. Last night, the 6 tomb robbers sneaked up to Yufan's tent. 3 of them were armed with pistols and the other 3 had knives. Before he even reached Yufan's tent, he was killed instantly by Xiaohong. Therefore, Yufan and Xiaohong have always been wary of Zhang Luoling, even though he acted so cowardly in the tomb. Sometimes, the more ruthless a person is, the more cowardly he behaves. However, he ultimately did not act on his impulse. Perhaps, it was the phone call from his wife in the morning that made him feel that he still had hope in this world. The human-faced black-footed king was in the back carriage, looking around curiously. Next to it were 2 smaller creatures clinging tightly to the edge of the pickup truck, with nervous expressions on their faces. This was the first time they had walked out of the tomb, so they were not used to the light outside. Sitting in a pickup truck traveling at high speed is extremely stressful. Yufan drove the pickup truck to the edge of the desert. This area is where golden eagles appear most frequently. A few days ago, there was a video of a golden eagle flying away with a wild boar in its mouth. It was filmed here. Yufan stopped the car and asked Xiaohong, Is there any way to get the golden eagle to fly down? Xiaohong said confidently, It's very simple. You just need to pretend to be a goat, and you will definitely be able to attract a few golden eagles. Then I will transform into my true form and Xiao Bai, and I will be in your pocket to ensure that your life is not in any danger. Yufan said doubtfully, Aren't eagles' eyesight very good? If I'm pretending to be a goat, won't it see through me? Xiaohong nodded and said, If you pretend to be a goat yourself, you will definitely not be able to fool them, but after I treat it for you, it can be mistaken for the real thing. Xiaohong's plan was simple. Let Yufan pretend to be a goat. 3 black spiders with human faces hid in the sand, and when the golden eagle flew down, they spit out a few spider webs. All you need to do is to bind Yufan and the golden eagle with the spider web at the same time, and Yufan can fly into the sky with the golden eagle. Yufan draped a piece of white cloth over himself. After being processed once, Xiaohong became the size of a palm and entered Yufan's pocket together with Xiao Bai. Yufan walked aimlessly in the desert. 10 minutes later, 3 loud eagle calls were heard in the sky. Cry! When Yufan heard the shouting, he pretended to panic and ran towards a pickup truck nearby. 3 golden eagles were circling in the sky. They are 1 meter long, and when their wings are spread, their wingspan is 2 meters 3 to 2 meters 4. Yufan took a look and couldn't help but scream. This sculpture is too big. They are still hovering in the sky, seemingly observing their surroundings. Cry! A golden eagle couldn't help it and swooped down towards Yufan. It was moving so fast that it left a trail of afterimage in the sky. Yufan was frightened and couldn't help but ask, "How can it be so fast?" "Wow!" The golden eagle drew a golden line in the air and flew towards Yufan with a whoosh. "But it's too fast." Clink, clench, clench. It kept barking and seemed to be getting panicked. Boom! It hit the sand hard, creating a hole more than 10 centimeters deep in the desert. The golden eagle stood with its feet up in the air, and its eyes wide open. The two claws twitched weakly twice, and a pointed tongue came out from the pointed beak and fell limply to one side. It hit exactly 2 meters in front of Yufan. Yufan took a closer look and found that it was not dead yet. It has a pair of cold eyes, a heroic face, and a beak that shines with a cold light. It doesn't look like a sand sculpture at all. But it just fainted in front of Yufan. Seeing this, the two golden eagles in the sky almost couldn't fly. But when they saw Yufan approaching the golden eagle, they became angry. They have always been the ones catching prey. When did goats dare to treat them as prey? The two golden eagles looked at each other and swooped towards Yufan from 2 directions. Then they met in the air, one flew towards Yufan's head and the other flew towards Yufan's butt. The two golden eagles seized the opportunity and rushed towards Yufan. At this moment, 3 spider webs suddenly appeared in the sand. 2 small nets and 1 big net. Although the two golden eagles slowed down, it was obviously too late for them to change direction. As a result, the claws of both golden eagles were bound by the spider web. Wow! 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 There were 3 more spider webs, and this time Yufan was also wrapped in it. Wow! 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 3 more spider webs came and bound Yufan tightly between the claws of 2 golden eagles. The 2 golden eagles were not bound by the spider web. They kicked off on the sand and flew high into the sky together. Yufan was lying on the spider web between the 2 golden eagle claws. Several spider webs bound Yufan into a spider web swing. Chapter 78. Stop Fighting. I have to say that the 3 human-faced black-legged monsters are quite good at weaving webs. It directly turned Yufan into a spider web swing. Yufan lay comfortably in the middle, letting the 2 golden eagles fly in the air. They pulled desperately, but how could 9 spider webs be torn apart so easily? They pulled for a long time but only broke a few spider silks. So they gave up and pecked at Yufan directly. Yufan saw a sharp eagle beak pecking towards his waist. Yufan twisted his body and swung to the side, barely avoiding the attack of the golden eagle. Another golden eagle also pecked at him, and Yufan twisted to the other side again. "Hey, I can't sleep." Yufan swung back and forth on the spider web swing. The golden eagle wanted to peck Yufan, so its flight became very unstable. It could even be said that he was flying in a staggering manner. Yufan had no flying experience at all and even felt a little dizzy. As time went by, Yufan began to feel uncomfortable. The spider web was sticky, making his entire body feel like it was stuck to a fly trap. It was painful to move at all. About 9 minutes later, the 2 golden eagles looked at each other and flew fiercely towards the desert. They wanted to imitate what their father had done earlier and wanted to crash headfirst into the sand. They only need to turn their bodies over the moment they hit the sand to minimize the damage. The 2 golden eagles flew faster and faster, and from a height of 1,000 meters, they made a vertical dive. Yufan was shocked. If he fell to the ground like this, he would be crippled if not dead. Yufan shouted to Xiaohong. "Xiaohong, think of a solution!" Xiaohong also turned into a human form and counted the time. 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1. Go! Xiaohong pulled the spider web off with both hands. He also pulled the 2 golden eagles together, and they collided with a bang. Xiaohong hugged Yufan and landed steadily on the ground. Boom! Boom! 2 golden eagles also fell on both sides of Yufan, smashing 2 pits several centimeters deep in the sand. It seems that the impact they felt was not as great as that felt by the golden eagle before. 3 black-capped eagles with human faces had already entangled the previously fainted golden eagle and were crawling towards Yufan. Yufan looked at the system and found that the 1-star mission had been completed. Congratulations on completing a 1-star mission. You will receive a 1-star animal, 1 million animal training funds, and a 100 square meter 1-star animal living park. Congratulations, you have obtained a Golden Eagle King. The Golden Eagle King is right in front of you. Please feel free to communicate with him. Yufan looked at the 2 golden eagles that were flying him into the sky. They are all very large, with a body length of more than 1 meter and a wingspan of about 2.5 meters. Yufan looked at the 2 of them, trying to guess which one was the Golden Eagle King. They are brave, resourceful, and cooperative. Cry. Master, what are you looking for? The cry of a golden eagle sounded from behind Yufan. Yufan looked back and saw a 1-meter-long golden eagle looking at him with vigor. It was covered in spider webs and was the same one that had first hit the sand. Yufan? Yufan asked in disbelief. Are you the Golden Eagle King? The golden eagle nodded excitedly and said, Cry. Yes, they are my sons. What do they think? Do they look like me? Yufan couldn't help but cover his face. It's not a question of whether they look alike or not. When I look at all the golden eagles, I think they all look the same. Yufan couldn't help but ask, How did you become the Golden Eagle King? Is it because both of them are your sons? The golden eagle shouted proudly. Cry. No, I am the most powerful golden eagle in this desert. I have 13 golden eagles waiting for my orders. As the golden eagle spoke, he felt very uncomfortable. Its feathers were stuck together by the spider web. The Golden Eagle King said to Yufan, Screech! Master, please wait for me for a moment. I have dealt with this annoying thing. Please spare me. The Golden Eagle walked past Yufan and came to a patch of soft sand. Cry! I have tolerated you for a long time, why do you cling to me? Tick, tick, tick! I peck. I peck, peck, peck. Ha ha ha, you're scared, right? The golden eagle jumped around on the sand like crazy. It jumped and pecked at the spider webs on its body. Cry! Oh, you're quite sticky. I guess I can only use my special trick. Crash! The Golden Eagle King lay directly on the sand and began to roll on the ground. It looks a bit like street dancing, or the Thomas full spin type. Not long after, a sandstorm seemed to appear in the area of several hundred meters, and it was pitch dark. Yufan had already taken Xiaoheng and Xiaobai away from the Golden Eagle. At this moment, the human-faced black-footed king had already taken back the spider webs on the 2 children of the Golden Eagle King. The Golden Eagle King, who was rolling on the ground, was stunned when he saw this. It asked the human-faced black-footed creature, Li? Can you easily remove the spider web? The human-faced black-footed monster choked on a mouthful of sand and coughed violently a few times. It cursed at the Golden Eagle King. Swish! Nonsense, that's my web. If you weren't such an idiot that I couldn't see clearly, I would have collected all the webs long ago. Hearing the human-faced black-footed worm scolding him, the Golden Eagle King was also furious. He roared at the human-faced black-footed worm. Li? You can really close the net, why didn't you say so earlier? And you dare to scold me? Do you believe that I will carry you to a height of 4,000 meters and smash you to death? The human-faced black-legged monster with 8 spider legs pointed at the Golden Eagle and cursed. Swish! Haha, you come and try? I can't poison you to death. Cry! You still dare to curse? I think you are just trying to light a fire in the toilet and seek death. Rustle! Fuck! You're a sand dollar. Cry! You are a filly that fell into a mud pit, you horse. Rustle! Don't go too far. Ting! Ting! You are a pig, you are holding an inflatable heifer, you are so awesome. You are a mare who fell into a mud pit and found the heifer pooping in the pit, you are so awesome. Rustle! Fuck, I have never been to school, I will fight you. Kids, beat this idiot to death. Cry! You have kids? I have kids too. Get up, kids! Fight! Crackling. They started a big fight. But fortunately, either side used any killing moves, and they fought entirely with physical strength. There was a real sandstorm in the desert. There was a car coming towards here in the distance. Seeing the yellow sand all over the sky, he quickly drove in the opposite direction. Yufan looked at the three human-faced black monsters fighting with three golden eagles in confusion and couldn't help but sigh. I'm so freaking depressed. If I bring these two animals back home, will my own zoo really not be cluttered? Yufan really wanted to run over and yell at them. Stop fighting! But after thinking about it, I decided to give up. Don't let yourself be implicated by them. Chapter 79. Holian has something to ask for. The 6 animals were fighting in a group, which really confused Yufan. He thought of 10,000 ways to see the golden eagle, but this one just didn't occur to him. From the moment the golden eagle appeared, the whole process was beyond Yufan's imagination. I never expected that the terrifying human-faced black would be of such a character. Yufan was a little worried. If he brought these 2 animals back home, would his zoo go bankrupt? Damn, it closed down before it even opened. How can I say it? It's so tragic. After they had been fighting for more than half an hour and were tired, Yufan walked over. The golden eagle king lost several eagle feathers. It picked up one and walked in front of Yufan. It spat its own feathers on the ground and said angrily, Tisk! Master, look at this poisonous insect, it has wiped off all my beloved fur. The black-legged creature with a human face came up to Yufan with 8 legs and said, Swish! It was obviously the first to start the fight. Damn it. It's the villain who complained first. I'm going to poison it to death. After the human-faced black-footed monster said this, it spat out a drop of venom and smeared it on one of its front paws. The corners of its mouth curled up slightly, and it lifted up its poisoned foot and waved it. The spikes on it flashed a deep black light, and then it said to the golden eagle king, Swish! My spikes are covered in venom, slurp. After the human-faced black scorpion finished speaking, he couldn't help but lick it. Yufan? Golden eagle king? Human-faced black worm? Russell! What the hell? Boom! The human-faced black-footed monster was knocked unconscious by its own poison. The golden eagle king covered his mouth with one wing and laughed loudly. Lee! This idiot was actually poisoned by his own poisonous feet, ha 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 ha. A great war ended here. 2 slightly smaller black-footed monsters with human faces grabbed Dad and put him in the car. They felt so humiliated and just sat in the car without saying a word. The golden eagle king flew away with his 2 sons. It also has 10 other eagles of its clan, which it plans to take with it to fly to Panlong Mountain. There is also a mobile phone tied to its feet, with a map of the flight towards Panlong Mountain on it. Yufan didn't quite believe its intelligence, so he secretly gave his son a mobile phone. Don't let an entire flock of golden eagles get lost. Yufan, with 3 huge spiders in his arms, could only call for Wang Wei, the general manager of Shunfeng. Wang Wei was used to it too. Now he even set up an emergency department specifically for Yufan. As long as Yufan needs it, no matter where Yufan is or what needs to be transported, he can arrange it at the first time. Anyway, Yufan gave a lot of money, and there are people above him. If someone had asked Wang Wei to transport a spider in the past, he would probably have yelled, Can this thing be transported? Now Wang Wei would just say as if it was normal, It turned out to be just a spider, luck. Yufan took Xiao Hong and Xiao Bai on a plane back to the prefecture-level city. He made an appointment with a big anchor here, and invited them to go to Panlong Mountain to broadcast live when the zoo is about to open. After spending 2 days here to discuss all the cooperation matters and sign the contract, Yufan went to Porsche 4 store and ordered a high-end Cayenne. After all, I now need to travel all over the country. I take a plane to far places and drive to nearby places. After finishing all the matters, Yufan got on the bus back home. The road to Panlong Mountain has been preliminarily repaired. Now we just need to build railings and the stone road can be put into use. As for the cable car, it is still in the stage of repairing the ropeway. Once the cable car is repaired, Yufan's zoo will open. This day will come soon. These are all professional things, Yufan doesn't understand them, so he won't go and supervise or anything like that. Yufan returned to Panlong Mountain and saw the village chief Shizifu at the foot of the mountain. Shizifu saw Yufan and immediately shouted, Yufan, come here quickly! Yufan walked up to Shizifu and asked curiously, Village chief, what's the matter? The village chief said with some embarrassment, Well, some of the materials needed to build the cableway are too heavy. It's too difficult for our villagers to lift them up. Didn't you find a big red-haired guy before? He's very strong. I wonder if you can call him over to help move them. Yu Fan's pocket was hit, and Xiaohong was so angry that her body was shaking. This is too much. You actually make me do the hard labor again. Are you still a human being? That night, the newly replaced glass in the village chief's house was smashed again. Upon hearing this, Yu Fan agreed immediately. I'll ask him to come tomorrow. Upon hearing this, the village chief finally breathed a sigh of relief. Those materials were large and heavy, and there were no roads in Panlong Mountain, so they had to be carried manually. It's no problem if there are more people, they can just carry it up. But without someone to control the feat, the effect would be too slow. Not even one could be lifted up in a day. If that big guy with great strength could come, things would be easier for the other villagers. After getting a positive answer, Shizifu said to Yu Fan, Okay, if that's the case, I'm relieved. There's nothing else to do, you can go back and get busy. Yu Fan was about to say goodbye to Shizifu when he suddenly saw a black shadow flying towards him. There were 13 golden eagles in total. They spread their wings and flew towards Panlong Mountain, like a dark cloud, blocking a lot of the sunlight. Yu Fan took a closer look and found that when these golden eagles spread their wings, they were more than 2 meters wide and looked like a group of huge monsters. When the Golden Eagle King saw Yu Fan on the ground, he opened his mouth and screamed. Cry! Then, the Golden Eagle flew towards Yu Fan's position. It was like a flash of lightning, gliding into the air not far from Yu Fan in an instant. But its speed has not slowed down at all. Yu Fan hurriedly said to Shizifu, Village chief, get out of the way! The two jumped to the side. Bang! The Golden Eagle King smashed heavily on the place where Yu Fan and the village chief were standing before, and was knocked unconscious. Village head? Are eagles nowadays so bold that they dare to come out and bite people? Seeing Shizifu's frightened look, Yu Fan hurriedly explained. Don't worry, village chief, this is our zoo's new member, the Golden Eagle. How is my sculpture big enough? The village chief looked at the Golden Eagle that had fainted on the ground and shook his head, saying, Your eagle is big enough, but it's going too fast and I can't stop it. I'm worried that it will cause unnecessary danger. Yu Fan waved his hand and said, It's okay, as long as it's strong enough. Then village chief, if it's okay, I'll take it back first. The village chief nodded slightly. Then get busy! Yu Fan shouted towards the mountain. Hong Lian! Soon, heavy footsteps were heard on the mountain, and soon after, a 2-meter-tall white monkey jumped down. Gah! Master, you are finally back. I missed you a little. Yu Fan looked at Hong Lian suspiciously, feeling that something was odd. When Hong Lian came to pick me up before, she wasn't so attentive? Yu Fan looked at Hong Lian in confusion and asked, Do you have something to ask of me? Upon hearing this, Hong Lian's face turned even redder. She tilted her head and said a little embarrassedly, You discovered this.